Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 3:41 p.m. and today's date is the 27th of February 2025. How are you doing? It is Thursday afternoon. How is your week going? If you had a productive week, the weekend is going to start tomorrow. So are you ready to have a good time? Are you ready? All right, with that being said, a lot is going on in the United States for sure, from green card to gold card. You know, okay. The 47th is in play. All right. He's not leaving any stone unturned. He's doing everything the American people voted for him to do, which is secure the border, stop the war, help the American economy, stop inflation, okay, make the dollar very, very respectable again. All right. So he campaigned based on this stuff and he's doing it. And of course, you know about Attorney General Pam Bundy. She is releasing the Epstein files. Ho ho. It is getting spicy, ladies and gentlemen. It is getting spicy. She is releasing the Epstein files. And as of today, there were some very um, important conservative voices that had some of the files with them coming out of the White House. So it's actually happening already. The Epstein files is being released. Some people already have it. Some people don't have it yet. However, it's being released batch by batch. Okay, so yeah, I think it's the flight list that is being released first, or the flight logs. Those are the files that have been released first from the Epstein files, according to um, Attorney General. So yeah, but let's listen to the 47th here when he spoke about the gold card and how it would cost $5 million per gold card, and these people trying to buy the gold card can actually buy gold card for other people. So a company can actually buy a gold card for a talent. All right. So the president really put some thought into this himself and his cabinet for sure. But this will help pay down the debt the United States has. So I think this is a very smart initiative, and I'm proud of this.
Buy a gold card, and they can use it as a matter of recruitment. At the same time, the company is using that money to pay down debt. We're going to pay down a lot of debt with that.
200,000 of these gold green cards is $1 trillion to pay down our debt. And that's why the president is doing it, because we are going to balance this budget and we are going to pay off the debt under President Trump.
Well, joining us tonight.
I like the fact that everybody is on board to paying off the debt and securing the border and stopping the wars and making the economy a better place for Americans. This is what we voted for.
Tonight, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, thanks for having us here at the Commerce Department.
Great to be with you.
How'd that cabinet meeting go today? First one.
It was so fun. You know, we have such a great cabinet. There's great camaraderie. The feeling is just fire. And this administration is winning. Every day it's winning.
Let me talk about what you were talking about there, the EB-5 program, which is gold green cards, $5 million that essentially gets you a pathway to citizenship. Explain, first of all, how that came to be.
So there's an EB-5 program that always had, if you invest in real estate or make a loan in America, you get a path to citizenship with a green card. And so the president had conversations over the weekend with his friend John Paulson, who came up and said, hey, why aren't we doing better with that? He called me, we talked about it, then I did work over the weekend on Monday, and on Tuesday at a press conference, the president comes out and gives the path, which says Imagine if we sell 1 million of them, that's $5 trillion. And that pays off our debt, drives down interest rates, and makes America amazing.
So the coverage of it, you know, Trump gold card to offer rich foreigners route to U.S. citizenship for $5 million. Trump says U.S. can pay off $36 trillion debt by selling wealthy immigrants $5 million gold card visas. And then Politico took another take. Trump, I know some Russian oligarchs that are very nice people. What do you say to people who say...
That was wild.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, no, not about that. Are they going to be vetted, first of all?
Of course. Deeply vetted, and we said that from the first minute go. These are vetted people. These are going to be great global citizens who are going to bring entrepreneurial spirit, capacity, and growth to America. If one of them comes in, think of the jobs they're going to bring with them, the businesses they're going to bring with them, and they're going to pay American taxes as well. So this is huge money for America.
And how many people are waiting in this line currently?
So there are 250,000 people waiting in line now. If they're willing to pay the $5 million, that's over $1 trillion. That comes directly to $1.25 trillion just for that line. And I think these people are going to come enormous ways because they know they can come into America and they can be in the greatest country on earth.
You're kind of bullish when you talk about paying down the debt. And you said it again today in the cabinet meeting. You truly believe that with this program, with DOGE, you can make this money all materialize and counteract a really skyrocketing deficit?
So if you go back to my Twitter feed, which I'm sure no one does, but October 14th, when I recruited Elon and came up with the name DOGE, October 14th, we agreed to balance the budget, that he would take $1 trillion of expense out. Remember, we have just under $4 trillion of entitlements, but no one's ever gone through it. No one's ever looked at it. If I told you no one's ever looked at it, you've got to assume 25% is just mistakes, errors, and is wrong. That's $1 trillion a year. We do tariffs. We do the gold card, we drill, baby, drill, and we get rid of these tax scams that are all over the United States of America, and that'll produce $1 trillion in revenue, $1 trillion in cuts, and $1 trillion in revenue always balances this budget, and we're going to do it.
Very successful businessman. Your firm, very successful. Were you always pro-tariff?
No, I didn't even know what a tariff was until I met Donald Trump. I mean, basically, look, I worked, I made money, and then when I was at the top of my game, we had September 11th, and my world was destroyed, and all I really wanted to do was rebuild the company to take care of those families. I didn't really think about politics until Donald Trump called me at the end of 2023 and asked me would I help him. Now, he was my friend. He's been my friend for decades and decades, and I decided I would help him, and that's when he started teaching me about tariffs. So I want to be clear. Donald Trump taught me first, but then I'm a very, very quick learner, and I read a lot, and I understand everything about tariffs now, and that's why he gave that order on January 20th, launching me to study everything, which gives him all the tools on April 1st, so he can set tariffs across the world on April 2nd.
So he says numerous times that tariff is now one of his favorite words,
Right.
One of the top 4 at least.
Right.
He says it is pure good. It's going to enrich the country. You believe that?
I do believe it, because we have to care about Americans. You know, the global view that says if I move car manufacturing out of Michigan, out of Ohio, to Mexico, and to Canada, doesn't that lower our...
And this is what you want. You want people who don't want the job, people who actually know how to do the job, but don't want the job. That's who you want to hire. You don't want people who are just so high on power. They want power every single time. These folks don't want to be here. They know how to do the job. They're here to do the job because they are friends with Trump. Easy.
Costs? It does. But what does it do to Americans who live in Michigan and Ohio? You know what it does? It decimates their community. You lose U.S. Steel from Pittsburgh, you are going to blitz Pittsburgh and that whole community. So someone's got to care about these workers. Someone's got to care about these people. And the combination of bringing that back, that manufacturing back, or you don't want to bring it back, you pay the duty on the way in the door, you pay the tariff on the way in the door. It's a win-win. You're going to see unbelievable growth from the American economy, and we're going to balance the budget with those money.
So if it's pure good, if it is for enrichment, why delay it at all? Why not levy the tariffs tomorrow?
Oh, because the rules, so what happens is in order for the president to issue tariffs, he has to follow the laws that have been written by Congress. And those laws say he's got to study the problem, define the problem, and then execute a solution to the problem. And those problems were obvious to us. We've been treated like crap by everybody. I mean, India, think about this. Modi comes and visits the president. And as the kindness of his heart, he says, I'm going to reduce the tariff on Kentucky bourbon from 150% to only 100%. I mean, talk about guts. You got to be kidding me. These countries treat us like crap. And now President Trump has said, enough. We are going to be treated fairly around the world. This policy started in 1945, 80 years ago. Do you think it's time that we refresh it a little?
So today at the cabinet meeting, you explained that Mexico and Canada, they had this 30-day pause for the 25%, and they're going to stipulate border security measures and fentanyl interdiction and show that. And if the president likes that, do they still not get the tariff? It seemed to me like he was still talking like even if that 25% tariff is probably going to go on Mexico and Canada.
So on April 2nd, when he says April 2nd, that's the baseline tariff. That says how you treat us is how you get treated. So you think, okay, well, we have USMCA, right? So we're supposed to have a free trade agreement with Canada, but they have a 5% national tax. Oh, well, that's 5%. They tax all our dairy products. They tax so many different things, lumber, they tax our food. It's outrageous. They basically cheat around the sides, and then when we don't act, they stop cheating around the sides. They cheat right down the middle. And the president is sick and tired of it. He's sick and tired of the countries adjacent to us inviting in China to their model, right? Who does steel in Mexico? You think it's Mexicans? No, it's Chinese companies. It's got to stop. The president's on it. So here's what he said. Tariffs, if you don't stop the fentanyl, you don't stop killing Americans, I'm going to slap a 25% tariff on you, and I'm going to teach you a lesson. So they immediately put their military on the border. They started stopping it. So we'll just see if they did a good job or not. We'll see. But then April 2nd, it's his turn to say what's fairness, who's treating us fairly, and everybody's got to negotiate. Tariffs. That's reciprocal. How you treat us is how we'll treat you. And doesn't that sound sort of reasonable?
Yeah. So I guess, although businesses on Wall Street, and you know them well, they're skeptical. Consumer confidence they look at went down 7 points in February. They see jittery feelings in the U.S. economy, and they wonder whether this is going to boomerang back on U.S. consumers. Is, I guess, the feeling. Do you hear that from businesses when they talk about tariffs?
Because Wall Street companies look at one at a time, right? If I'm importing goods and I have a tariff on me, how's that going to work for my shareholders, me? Wall Street analysts don't look at America writ large, American people writ large. Donald Trump was elected by who? A majority of Americans to do what? To take care of America. And if that doesn't work out for your particular company, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that it's not so good for you. You might have to pay the tariff. But let me tell you, if you drive down our budget deficit, interest rates come smashing down. You balance this budget, interest rates in America are under 2%, right? And not by monetary nonsense. Like really below 2%. Mortgages are so much cheaper. Food costs are so much cheaper. Our farmers can sell everywhere in the world. America explodes by winning. And that's Donald Trump's objective. And that's what we're out there to try to do.
And last thing on this, is it going to take some time to get, you say they're going to come back. I mean, that's not overnight, right? I mean, that doesn't happen overnight if these businesses, to avoid tariffs, are going to come back.
Right, that takes 2 years for sure. You can't build a factory in less than 2 years. So that's why you hear Donald Trump talking about, I'm going to clear the path on permitting. I'm going to clear the path on regulation. I'm going to let these factories get built here. And what you're going to see is the employment of electricians, but not an electrician who comes in and fixes our kitchen lights, but electricians who work in factories or mechanics who fix robots. I mean, these are going to be jobs that pay $200,000-$300,000. And we're going to take trade craft in America. Tradecraft, the steel workers and auto workers, and these people are going to have great jobs going forward, millions and millions of great jobs going forward. There's never been a president who's understood the global economy the way Donald Trump does, and he's going to deliver to the American people, and that's why I'm all in. He actually understands, and it's really amazing and fun.
Let me ask you another question, different topic, quickly. The U.S. Postal Service coming under commerce. I mean, where did that come from, and what is that about, and how will Americans deal with it? Will it affect their mail?
No, it won't affect their mail. So the concept was, I'm sitting with the president, and the costs of the post office are like it loses $7 billion. And he said, can you do something with it? And I said, sure. So I saw him the next day, he goes, okay, what do you got? You know, he gives me a whole 24 hours to figure it out. And I said, well, the Commerce Department does the census. And we spend $40 billion every 10 years doing the census. And that means we hire 625,000 people. And they go and they rent cars and gas, and you pay them food. And you know what they do? They go to every household in America and count the people. What department do we already have that already employs 625,000 people? It's got cars, already has gas, goes to every household. Can you imagine saying to your postman, can you count the people in the house? What day could he do the census? Monday? Could he double check it on Tuesday? How about Wednesday? He goes every day. So we can only save 40.
This is just genius level initiative right here. The mailman already comes in to deliver your mail. And now this guy, the Commerce Secretary, is saying, you know what, maybe the mailman can be the person who actually counts for sensors. This is wow.
$1 billion or $4 billion a year, and we'll do a better job. And you know what else we can do with the post office? They can go to your house when you have a baby and give you the form for Social Security. And the 20,000 Social Security offices that we have, we just don't need them. We actually can do real customer service. Go right to your house. Someone died, here's the forms, you can fill it out. I'll bring them to your house. Customer service, why? Because we've got those people. Let's use the assets of the government to make us better and save us money. We can be smart, you know, we're allowed.
What concerns you most? You're fired up about this job. Everybody can see that. You're excited about all the things you're talking about. What concerns you most about where the country is or where we're going?
The opportunity in front of us is so great. The thing that concerns me most is China. There's a giant country who hates us, who wants us to not have this way of life, and the rest of the world not so much. So the issue is, how do you make sure that they don't run like Huawei? And you say, well, why do I care about that? Well, if they get in the phone system, they'll turn it off. You know, these kind of things, we've got to protect ourselves, and we've got to protect our allies who get weak, who want to buy it cheap, right? They dump cars. Think about it. We won't let a Chinese car come here, right? Europe let them come. They started selling a car that cost 30,000 euro for 17,000. Cost was 30. And what Volkswagen started saying, we're going to start closing plants. They're trying to crush us. And we need to pay attention. And thank God we have Donald Trump in the White House, because he's paying attention. He's going to bring the pharmaceuticals back, the semiconductors back. We have to protect ourselves and be powerful as a country. We are the greatest country on earth. We will not cut one penny from someone who deserves Social Security, someone who deserves Medicare. But let me tell you, all that crap of waste and fraud and abuse, that's out of here. We're going to balance this budget. We're going to drive interest rates down, and we're going to make the greatest America great again.
Yeah, that's right. Balance the budget, make America great again, save us from all type of leeches that are trying to take every money that the taxpayers are working hard for. Okay? I mean, think about the fact that a commerce secretary goes home to think about how to save money for the United States. This is a commerce secretary, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't even Doge. This is just a commerce secretary saying, you know what? Maybe we could find a way to save $40 billion every 10 years when we do census. And he figured out a way through USPS, the mailman. That right there got me. Okay? That initiative right there got me. Because I wasn't even thinking in that direction. All right, Epstein's files.
Here with the Doge team is to help address the enormous deficit. We simply cannot sustain as a country a $2 trillion deficit. We spend a lot on the Defense Department, but we're spending like over $1 trillion on interest. If this continues, the country will become de facto bankrupt.
We're cutting down government. We're cutting down the size of government. We have to. We're bloated. We're sloppy. We have a lot of people that aren't doing their job. We want to have a balanced budget within a reasonably short period of time, meaning maybe by next year or the year after, but maybe even sooner than that.
President Trump and Elon Musk focusing on cutting government waste at yesterday's cabinet meeting, the first cabinet meeting with the full cabinet. Congress now considering how to pay for the agenda included in the House budget resolution. Some senators concerned about potential Medicaid cuts, while others think the House did not go far enough on cutting spending. Some are also worried about the $4.5 trillion for the tax cuts, and that will not be enough to make the 2017 tax cuts permanent and pay for other priorities such as no tax on tips or overtime. House Speaker Mike Johnson talked about it last night on Hannity.
It's going to end in success. We are going to accomplish this mission. If we fail in this mission, everyone will see the largest tax increase in U.S. history at the end of this year when the Trump-era tax cuts expire. We have to extend them. There's been a little disagreement about the best way to get there, but I think we're going to come up with a product that is a framework that both chambers can work under.
Joining me now is Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn. Senator, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. What happens now? Will you now follow the one track in the Senate?
The Senate is going to continue to work through the process, Maria, to make certain that we maximize the cuts to the federal government and the savings to the U.S. taxpayer. And President Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and the cabinet are doing a great job working with us. And what we will do is take all of those cuts, we will exercise some rescissions, and that makes way for what we want to do with permanence on the 2017 tax cuts, and also addressing no tax on tips, Social Security, overtime, and those things that the president has brought forward in his campaign and that the American people voted for. They gave him a mandate. It is up to us to deliver. We will deliver on this.
And I know that you agree with some of the things that Elon Musk said. I mean, the Committee for a Responsible Budget out with a report saying 2025 fiscal situation is much worse than when Trump was president in 2017. The budget and economic situation was very different at the start of the first Trump administration. When the tax cuts were first passed, debt was 75% of GDP in 2017. Today, it's near 100% of GDP. Interest payments were 1.6% of GDP. Today, they're 3.2%. Deficits, 3.8% of GDP. Today, they're 6.2%. How did that happen in just 8 years?
And it happened because of the COVID era spending, and then Biden just kept shoveling money out the door to all of these NGOs and these different projects. And you see how they were talking about tossing gold bars as they were exiting the administration. And you look at the debt that they piled up, the deficit every year that they piled on top of the COVID era spending. So there are many of us that think, let's go back to that pre-COVID era and let's actually reduce, cut into that baseline and save the taxpayer. They're working hard for this money. They're sending it in. We're to be stewards of that money. And it is up to us to pass and support President Donald Trump's agenda.
Senator, you sent a letter to FBI Director Kash Patel demanding the full release of the unredacted Jeffrey Epstein records. Attorney General Pam Bondi revealed some of the Epstein files will be released today. Here's what she said. Watch.
This will make you sick. 200 victims. 200. So we have over 250, actually. So we have to make sure that their identity is protected and their personal information. What you're going to see, hopefully tomorrow, is a lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information. But it's pretty sick what that man did.
Senator, you said you're going to release what you know. What can you tell us?
Yes, indeed, and I've been so pleased that AG Bondi and Director Patel have worked with me on this. As she said, we have to make certain that these victims, and it is over 250, that their names are redacted, they are protected. And Maria, This is going to be a phase 1 release in short order. I will have the hard copy in my hand. AG Bondi is responsible for what will be the public release on this. She has worked diligently on this, and so appreciative that we can begin to get this information, that we can begin to break apart what became a global human trafficking, sex trafficking ring, about $150 billion a year business. It is time to get some justice for these victims, for these women and children, and this will be a phase 1 release. There will be more to come.
That is unbelievable. I mean, we talk about all the sex trafficking and drug trafficking by dangerous drug cartels, and meanwhile, we've got this under our noses with some elites involved. That's why we all want to know what's happening here. This morning, we're with California Republican Party Chairwoman Jessica Milan Patterson. Go ahead, Jessica, jump in.
Hey, Senator, thanks for being with us. Can you talk a little bit about the transparency and the quickness for the Trump administration to move on these files that we've been asking for years now?
Yes, indeed. And Jessica, what we know is that there is a file the FBI has that is related to the trial. We know that there are IRS records, and we know that there is video footage from the Palm Beach residence. And over the last couple of years, I've been stymied, as you know, by Christopher Wray and the FBI, and they did not want to give this information forward. I tried to subpoena it in a Judiciary Committee. I was the top Republican on the Human Rights Subcommittee. In that capacity, I worked on this issue for the past couple of years, and when I chose to bring forward my subpoena, all of a sudden, Chairman Durbin decided we were going to adjourn the committee, and we issued no subpoenas.
Wow.
And there has been that attempt to hide this. And I will say this, you know, people are curious about the list. To me, this is not about celebrity. This is about breaking apart a global human trafficking, sex trafficking ring that has cost the lives and endangered the lives of untold individuals. And bringing this forward, being able to break it apart and to shut it down, to hold these people to account for what they have done to these girls and these boys and these women, we have to get to the bottom of this. This is modern day slavery. It has to stop. I said I would not relent. I did not. We will start making this information public. I am grateful to AG Bondi and Director Patel for their tenacious work.
Senator, let me move on and get your take on this bill. You're proposing a bipartisan bill to boost US-Taiwan travel. Tell us why.
Yes, indeed. And Maria, as you know, we have issues with China and the Chinese Communist Party. And one of the ways we can fight back against what they're doing is to encourage our businesses and our citizens. If you're looking at the Indo-Pacific, remember Taiwan. They are an ally. They consider themselves an independent country. They have a president, a cabinet, a military, and we should be there to support them and to support their fight against the Chinese Communist Party.
Well, I mean, I know that when an official delegation went to Taiwan, Michael McCall was the chairman of Foreign Affairs at the time. Taiwan flew, China flew planes and ships and sort of surrounded the island. I mean, should ordinary individuals, ordinary citizens feel safe going to Taiwan if you've got all of that China harassment?
They should feel safe going to Taiwan. And yes, indeed, when there are those of us that have gone into Taiwan, then China tries to beat their chest a little bit and get out there with what they think would be an intimidating show of force. But what we also know is that it bolsters Taiwan and their push for their independence to be recognized when we, in turn, recognize them.
Okay.
Every single day we hear the positive news. Every single day. All right. Speaking of Mike Johnson, was on CNN.
Johnson, you had quite a night last night and ended up meeting with President Trump and the majority leader over in the Senate, John Thune, today. Do you think that the Senate is going to make big changes to what you passed last night?
No, I don't think they will. I think they understand the necessity of letting the House lead on this. We've got a smaller margin than they do for the first time in the modern era. The Senate Republicans have a larger margin than we do in the House, and I've got a much smaller needle to thread here. And I think they recognize that. I get 165 more personalities to deal with than they do and a much more diverse caucus. So Senator Kennedy's one of my closest friends. I love his one-liners, okay? But I think what he was referring to there in that soundbite, Caitlin, is that he doesn't want to cut Medicaid benefits for anybody, and we don't either. I don't either. We're not going to do that. That's not part of this plan, and the Democrats have been lying about it, and so it's important for us to clarify that. That's what I think he was referring to. We're going to take care of those who are rightful beneficiaries of the programs. We're going to cut the fraud, waste, and abuse out of Medicaid, and that's where we're going to get part of the savings to accomplish this mission.
But are people who are covered by Medicaid now going to potentially lose Medicaid coverage as a result of this?
No, look, the White House has made a commitment. The president said over and over and over, we're not going to touch Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid. We've made the same commitment. Now, that said, what we are going to do is go into those programs and carve out the fraud, waste, and abuse and find efficiencies. Couple of examples. You know, there's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid just in fraud alone. No one's for that. We've got to make sure we eliminate it. We have the algorithms now to do that. We have advanced technology to find it. We need to provide identification for people who are Medicaid recipients to make sure they are not illegal aliens. That's another big carve-out that we will make to save a lot of money. There are a lot of places to find efficiencies in these programs and ensure they're going to the people they're intended to help.
Yeah.
If we don't do that, these programs aren't going to remain solvent, and so that's a big part of the equation here.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because you talk about waste, fraud, and abuse that you're going to look at instead of making cuts elsewhere. But last year, between Medicaid and Medicare combined, there was about $100 billion in improper payments. Now, no one is excusing that or fraud or any waste and abuse, but you're looking for much larger than that. So where is the other $780 billion going to come from?
Well, look, we're talking about cuts that are in the range of $2 trillion, but you're also talking about the whole of the federal government. We're going to involve 11 different committees of jurisdiction in this process. So all this attention is being paid to Medicaid because that's the Democrats' talking point. We're talking about a massive piece of legislation that looks at all of the fraud, waste, and abuse across the government and looks at programs that we do need to eliminate that isn't talking about health care for people that are relying upon that. Look, everybody needs to watch the process play out. We passed the budget resolution last night. It is merely a framework to set up what will come the reconciliation process. It's going to take us 5 or 6 weeks probably to dig through all those details and come up with the final proposal. So everybody just reserve judgment, watch us work, and you'll like the final product. I'm very excited about the moment that we're at.
You say Democrats are lying when they say you're going to cut Medicaid. The plan that you passed does instruct the House Energy and Commerce Committee to find $880 billion in cuts, right?
That's right. That's one of the
and
committees.
So how did they get
Caitlin,
$880 billion in cuts from that committee without touching Medicaid?
Because ENC has it actually has the broadest jurisdiction of any committee in Congress. It covers everything, energy and commerce. You know, the name indicates how broad the jurisdiction is. I challenge you or anybody on your staff, do a word search for Medicaid on the resolution that we passed last night. You will not find it. That is not part of this equation, okay? We're talking about finding efficiencies in every program, but not cutting benefits for people who rightly deserve that. Work requirements for Medicaid. That is something that is public opinion polls almost 90%. You don't want able-bodied workers on a program that is intended, for example, for single mothers with 2 small children who's just trying to make it. That's what Medicaid is for, not for 29-year-old males sitting on their couches playing video games. We're going to find those guys and we're going to send them back to work. That's what everybody supports. That's what the Republicans are for. And by the way, we find dignity in our work. That's going to be good for everybody.
And I want to follow up on that, but on that Energy and Commerce Committee, the vast majority of funds that they have are Medicare and Medicaid. So when you talk about $880 billion,
that's simply not true.
So where are you cutting from within that committee?
Energy and Commerce's jurisdiction would take us 20 pages to go through, Caitlin. They've got almost everything in the U.S. economy. There are large pools in the healthcare components, but we're not going to cut benefits for people who are rightfully deserve it. And watch this play out. Just reserve your judgment. The White House has said, we're not going to do that. The House Republicans have said we're not going to do that. And Senator Kennedy said, hell no. Okay, so you heard it from the Senate, the House, and the White House. So let's let this play out. We have a long football game to play. Last night was the kickoff of the game. So just watch it play out and you'll see. I think the American people are going to benefit greatly by the package that we're going to produce for them. We are going to deliver the America First agenda, and it's going to be good for everybody. We're going to spur economic growth. We're going to cut regulations. We're going to cut the deep state and the bureaucracy to make government more efficient. We're going to secure the border. We're going to get energy dominance back again for our country that is long overdue. And we're going to spur on the U.S. economy. And by the way, Caitlin, the big drive of all this is to ensure we don't have the largest tax increase in U.S. history at the end of this year, which is what will happen if we don't get this bill passed. I mean,
well,
the
Speaker,
average U.S. taxpayer is going to have a 22% tax hike.
Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate a good football reference, but you just mentioned work requirements and maybe changing that. Will you reduce the federal match or try to establish a cap on federal funding as you sort through this for Medicaid?
No, I just explained. Per capita caps is off the table. The FMAPs, we're not going to cut into those programs that way. What we are going to do is present this large tax increase. You realize if we don't pass this bill, small businesses, 26 million businesses in this country, their tax rates are going to go up to 43% overnight if we don't get this bill passed. So we have no margin for error. We have to get this done, and we will. We're going to deliver on this mission for the American people.
Yeah, I was just asking because, as you know, your home state of Louisiana, about 80% of the Medicaid spending there is covered by the federal government. We've seen it in a lot of red states, of course, across the United States. It's not just a blue state issue. As you have seen through this, and we've seen the blowback that some Republicans in your caucus are getting when they go back home to their districts, worried about these cuts or worried about what DOJ is doing. Do you have concerns that that's anything that Democrats will be able to use to run against those Republicans?
No, because no, I don't. Because the videos you saw of the town halls were for paid protesters in many of those places. These are Democrats who went to the events early and filled up the seats. If the videos had panned outside the building,
you can't argue they were all paid protesters, though, Mr. Speaker.
Many of them were.
A Republican acknowledged they were his constituents.
One Republican acknowledged they were his constituents. That's fantastic. Okay, but they had Democrats come and fill the seats early, all right? This is an old playbook that they pulled out and ran, and it made it look like that what is happening in Washington is unpopular. But I'm going to tell you, Caitlin, the American people are behind what's happening. The DOJ efforts is polling over 80% right now. They want us to find efficiencies in the federal government. They want the government to be smaller and leaner and more accountable to the taxpayers. And that's what these efforts are all about. That's what the Republican Party is about. That's what our commitment is to do, to make government work better for the people. This is a restoration of common sense above everything else. And I think the American people are going to remain in favor of what's happening here.
Okay, those lawmakers do also represent Democrats. That doesn't mean they were paid. You are trying to do overall here. I know you're used to difficult tasks. You've had a small majority. You survived a threat to your speakership. But a question that a lot of people have is how you are going to balance the budget without touching Social Security or Medicare or Medicaid while also increasing defense spending, which is what the White House laid out today.
Yeah, well, look, part of the equation is all the new revenue that the President Trump and the administration are delivering for the American people. Look, the tariffs are estimated, just the tariff on China, the 10% import tax on China, and of course they've been fleecing us for a long time as an unfair trade partner. That alone is going to yield $600 billion over 10 years in new revenue to the government. The DOJ savings. Elon Musk has said that he can find close to $1 trillion in fraud, waste, and abuse. I was with him late last night in his office, going through what he's doing. This is very real. We're going to have new revenue and savings that we have never had before. The gold card that President Trump announced yesterday, I mean, that could bring in hundreds of billions of dollars. So we'll see how all this plays out over the months ahead as the budget and the spending habits of Washington change and the efficiency of Washington changes. I think the American people are going to like what they see.
Yeah,
and you got to wait and see how all this balances out.
And
we already like what we see, Speaker Mike Johnson. You don't even have to sell us on anything. We know you're doing what you're supposed to do. Okay, this is what y'all campaigned on, and you're showing us every day how authentic you guys are. This is what we want. So keep working, Speaker Mike Johnson.
we will. None of that's guaranteed. We'll see what those numbers look like. Did Elon Musk approve of the blueprint that you passed last night? Did he think there were enough spending cuts in there?
Well, we haven't gotten to that yet. These are numbers, a floor, at least $1.5 trillion in savings that we're going to find. And trying to get higher, maybe $2 trillion or higher. It's a start. Look, you don't turn an aircraft carrier on a dime. It takes miles of open ocean to turn an aircraft carrier. That's what the U.S. economy is. It took decades to get into this situation, but we are going to begin to bend that curve, and it's a great thing for the country.
I was just curious, since you met with him after this happened. Speaking of, deadlines that are a lot sooner than what you're talking about, there's a shutdown deadline that is looming on March 14th, which you well know. Do you think Congress is going to end up passing another continuing resolution then?
Well, look, I wish we didn't have to, but it looks like the Democrats are trying to push us into that. They've added these really crazy conditions onto the negotiation over the last week or so. They've added a condition that says we have to tie the hands of President Trump, that the legislative branch they want us to dictate to the executive branch, for example, a base number of employees for each agency in the executive branch. I don't even think it's constitutional what they're requiring, but it's certainly an absurd notion. But they're standing by that. So
CR go, do you believe?
Well, we haven't negotiated that yet, but if it's a CR, it may be an entire year-long CR with some anomalies on it. You know how all this works, but it's not what we prefer. We would like to do individual appropriations bills, but it takes both parties to negotiate that. And right now, the Democrats are trying to, it looks like, trying to set up a government shutdown. We can't allow that to happen.
Yes, we cannot. Sign the big, beautiful deal. That's what we want. Okay, 77.3 million Americans voted for the OG, the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Okay, so go on ahead, Speaker Mike Johnson, do what you're supposed to do, get the support of all Republicans in the House, and sign a big, beautiful deal. That's what we want, okay? We don't want back and forth. No back and forth.
Well, despite blue New York.
So, of course, illegal immigration crackdown is still going
State
on.
Sanctuary status. Some counties are taking matters into their own hands and helping ICE agents track down and deport criminal migrants to keep their residents safe. Nassau County is one of those areas siding with the federal government over the state, and legislator Sam Getz joins me now. Sam, good morning to you. So Governor Kathy Hochul is not playing ball with Donald Trump or ICE, but Nassau County is. So tell us how.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for having me. Well, first, this administration, County Executive Bruce Blakeman, the first thing he did when he took office back in 2022 was sign an executive order that said Nassau County is not a sanctuary county. So his position on this illegal immigration has been clear from the start. Now we have partnered with the U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement Agency to designate 10 of our detectives, our outstanding detectives, to work with ICE and to carry out targeted, enforcement. And then we've also, in conjunction with that, have held off 50 beds at our Nassau County facility to hold detainees while they're processed through the, federal law, immigration, whatever ICE is going to do. But we are providing them that opportunity to detain them in our facilities.
Has Governor Hochul voiced any opposition to Nassau County partnering with ICE?
I have not heard some, but my guess would be yes.
The fact that a governor of a state who was elected to protect the people in the state is harboring, protecting, helping illegal migrants. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
I have not specifically heard anything.
Well, understood. So Long Island has battled transnational gangs like MS-13 for years. And two examples, in Nassau County, a Honduran national raped a young girl, and a gang of South American robbers cut their ankle monitors off with their own burglary tools. Serious crimes are being committed in Nassau County, and I'm sure that's a major motivating factor for you in doing what you're doing.
Absolutely. In New York State, we have laws that prevent criminals from being detained. We've lost the judicial discretion to, and we just release these criminals back onto the streets to reoffend. So this is giving us an opportunity to fight back in a way that we can by using our federal partners and making sure these dangerous criminals are not just re-released into our community.
Yeah.
Nassau County was rated the safest suburban county in the country, and we are really proud of that, and we are doing everything we can to remain the safest county.
Yeah,
suburban county.
It is a sanctuary state, though, so which means that police can't coordinate and work with ICE. So how much more difficult does that status make it for you, even though you're trying to find workarounds to get the criminals out of your county?
It definitely poses challenges. There's lawsuits and things like that that, continually come down from Albany. But, the federal government preempts state law, and we're doing what we can under federal law to work with ICE. When you partner with the federal government, like what we're doing now, they designate 10 of our detectives will have the same authority as ICE. They will be operating as ICE agents in conjunction with their regular detective duties. But they're empowered to make those.
Whoa, I like this. So these folks are going against the sanctuary city law. They're going against the sanctuary state law. Everybody knows New York is a sanctuary state, same as Illinois. But the counties in New York, they're going against the sanctuary state law. This is what we call say no to tyranny. Okay, say no to tyranny.
Arrests of those who are illegally here, and if they have a judicial warrant or something that would indicate that they are illegally here and committed a crime, we are now able to detain them.
Well, since President Trump took office, there has been a 627% increase in ICE arrests, and 1,650 migrants have been deported to Mexico's interior, not just across the border, but deep into the country, closer to Guatemala, to make it much more difficult for them to get back into the United States. So ICE is doing all they can, and so are you.
Yeah, this is what I voted for. I don't know what people are crying about.
A new episode of The Apprentice just dropped, and this season it takes place at the White House. The cabinet's competing to get the best results for the country. And Trump's a little busy, so he's bringing on another judge. And if you don't like him, get out.
President Trump put out a Truth Social today saying that everybody in the cabinet was happy with you. I just wondered if you had heard otherwise.
Elon, let the cabinet speak just for a second. Is anybody unhappy with Elon? If you are, well, throw him out of here.
If you're anti-Musk, you're getting doged. But so far, Elon likes what he sees.
President Trump has put together, I think, the best cabinet ever. Literally. So, and I do not give false praise. This is an incredible group of people. I don't think that such a talented team has actually ever been assembled. I think it's literally the best cabinet that the country has ever had, and I think the company should be incredibly appreciative of the people in this room.
Today's cabinet meeting didn't look like a typical meeting from the last 4 years. The First Lady wasn't sitting at the head of.
Imagine having a cabinet meeting in front of millions of Americans, hundreds of millions of Americans, because you don't have anything to hide. You campaign based on transparency. Isn't this what you voted for?
To the table, and no one had to submit talking points ahead of time like they did with Biden. Last year, a source called Biden's cabinet meetings kind of an act. Joe went a whole year without one. We're a month into this administration. Every cabinet official was there, and they know what their job is.
This country has gotten bloated and fat and disgusting and incompetently run. I think we had the worst president in the history of our country. He just left office. I think he's a disgrace, what he's done to our country by allowing millions of people to come into our country like that. And all of the other things, the inflation, which he caused because of energy and stupid spending, to spend hundreds of millions, trillions and trillions of dollars on the Green New scam.
The White House is giving every secretary the same job. Cut, 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 and make Washington accountable to you. And the Secretary of Defense was the first at bat.
We're doing a complete review of every single aspect of what happened with the botched withdrawal of Afghanistan, and plan to have full accountability. It's one of the first things we announced.
I don't see big promotions in that group, and I think they're going to be largely gone. I know the man on my left. I think they're going to be largely gone.
The Pentagon's being run differently. If you screw up, you don't get a promotion. Promotions are only based on one thing: merit.
On behalf of President Donald Trump, I want to thank you for everything you do for our nation, for our republic, for the security of so many Americans who are grateful for what you do in far-off places, in the middle of the night, with a high threat level and a lot of uncertainty. I am humbled to have the opportunity to help lead you to give advice to the commander-in-chief, and to make sure that when you are put in harm's way, you are given absolutely everything you need to overwhelm and destroy the enemy, hopefully to deter them, so we don't have to fight these wars.
Like any boss,
I mean, what helping? Talking positivity to the soldiers. Actually talking to the military members. And yet, Pete Hegseth is not qualified to be the defense secretary. How many defense secretary do you see who actually goes out to work out with these troops? Who goes out there to be available to these troops? Who wants to encourage the troops and say, you know what, we want you to go to these wars if you do have to go, but we want you to come back home safe to your family. And if it happens that you don't make it, we will take care of your family. Talking to them with so much conviction because he believes in his role and he believes in the leadership of the President of the United States. This is what I voted for, okay?
You expect your team to show up with pitches. I make my staff pitch stories every day. And today's cabinet meeting was like a pitch meeting. Like, how about gold cards?
200,000 of these gold green cards is $1 trillion to pay down our debt. And that's why
we have almost $40. No. Scratch that. We have almost $40 trillion in debt. And here you have the Commerce Secretary, okay? He's here telling the American people that if we sell the gold card, which is the sort of like the investor's path to being an American citizen, which is $5 million, they're saying if we sell as many as we can pay off the debt we have in the United States. Isn't this what you voted for? Someone who wants to really help the United States save the economy? Cabinet members that are actually working. Cabinet members that are actually thinking about the American people. Cabinet members that are accountable. Incredible.
the president is doing it.
I've had the complaint from a lot of companies where they go out to hire people and they can't hire them out of colleges. And you know what they do? They go back to India, or they go back to the country where they came, and they open up a company, and they become billionaires. This way they have pretty much unlimited longevity. Also with the 5 million, you know, that's a path to citizenship. So that's going to be, it's sort of a green card plus, and it's a path
green
to
card plus
citizenship. We're going to call it the gold card.
The idea is if you want in, you have to invest in the American dream and pay off our debt. It's the opposite of letting unvetted illegals in and giving them a free plane ticket and a hotel room. But letting millions of mysterious foreigners buy their way into the country might be a recipe for corruption. But I'm keeping an open mind. We're still working on getting rid of people. And Tom Homan has a message for folks throwing up roadblocks. Listen.
As far as the politicians who want to push back and attack the men and women of ICE and myself, I'm not running a popularity contest. I'm out there doing what the president promised the American people we're going to do. We're out there enforcing the law without apology. We're going to keep coming. You can put all the roadblocks you want up. We're going to keep coming. For these sanctuary cities who want to push back and impede us, we'll double the man force there. We'll double worksite enforcement there. We're not going away. We're going to keep coming at them until every criminal, illegal alien gang member, every illegal alien criminal is eradicated from this country. That's when I'll be satisfied.
It's not just about keeping illegals out of the country. It's about keeping out narcotics. One tool in the toolbox to do that? Tariffs. And pay attention, because there's a new deadline.
We've lost millions of people due to fentanyl. It comes mostly from China, but it comes through Mexico and it comes through Canada. And I have to tell you that, you know, on April 2nd, I was going to do it on April 1st, but I'm a little bit superstitious, so I made it April 2nd. The tariffs go on. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And I think you're going to see something that's going to be amazing. We've been taken advantage of as a country for a long period of time.
While Trump's working on trade deals, he's also working on peace deals. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is working on a beauty with Zelensky. that'll secure valuable mineral rights in Ukraine. And it's this close.
My last indication was that it was very close to the finish line. We were on the, not even the 1 yard line.
Every single person is working. Secretary of State working. Everybody is coming to be accountable on TV, live, taking press conferences, answering questions. Complete transparency. Every single cabinet member is being accountable. I bet you could not even tell me the Secretary of State 4 years ago because you didn't know what they were doing. You didn't know what they did. No results, no performance. Same as the border czar, Kamala Harris, 4 years ago. She only went to the border twice. One in 2022 and when she was campaigning to be the president of the United States. What is going on? Unlike these folks, the Trump administration, these folks are working overtime. 33 or 35 days now, every single day we've had something new come up. Every single day there's been a new update. This man is signing executive orders. Marco Rubio going to Panama. Pete Hegseth going to different countries trying to promote peace around the world. Working like 9 to 5, like you should, like every other American. Just because you're a federal employee doesn't mean you shouldn't do your 9 to 5 like we all do to pay our bills. This is what we voted for.
We were like at the half-yard line, you know, like almost like when the Eagles push the quarterback across, you know, that tush-push thing. So it's close and it's good. Look, it's a good.
And I just want to say this, okay? I have to say this. I really think Marco Rubio will be a future president of the United States. He is smart, articulate, skillful with his communication. Is definitely a diplomat. Americans like him. He got 99 votes. Nobody ever got 99 votes. So you better be ready for Marco Rubio. He's probably going to be the 2032 presidential nominee. You might never know, maybe 2028.
Deal. It's an important deal.
This mineral deal would make America less dependent on China, who has a monopoly on rare earths. And a peace deal drives a wedge in between China and Russia, because since the start of the war, Russia and China have forged a deeper alliance. Zelensky is reportedly coming to the White House to sign on the dotted line. But there's no chance Ukraine's getting what it really wants.
NATO you can forget about. I think that's probably the reason the whole thing started. And I think, JD, we can say that. Do you have a statement on that?
As the president said, we're not going to do the negotiation in public with the American media. He's going to do it in private with the president of Russia, with the president of Ukraine, and with other leaders. And I think that's how this has to go. I think I just want to push back against some of the criticism I've seen of the administration on this, because every single time the president engages in diplomacy, you guys preemptively accuse him of conceding to Russia. He hasn't conceded anything to anyone. He's doing the job of a diplomat, and he is, of course, the diplomat in chief as the president of the United States.
Trump's really threading the needle, seeking a peace deal with a mineral kickback, while at the same time demanding our allies drop tariffs and pay more for NATO.
They don't accept our cars. They don't accept essentially our farm products. They use all sorts of reasons why not. And we accept everything of them. And we have about a $300 billion deficit with the European Union. I love the countries of Europe. I love all countries, frankly, all different. But the European Union's it was formed in order to screw the United States. I mean, look, let's be honest. The European Union was formed in order to screw the United States. That's the purpose of it. And they
Authentic, okay? The European Union was formed to screw the United States. Easy, simple. He doesn't sugarcoat anything you want him to sugarcoat, because he's not here looking for your money, your donations from billionaires like the Democrats, okay? He's here trying to save the United States. Like it or not, you're going to enjoy this greatness. So enjoy the show and enjoy the greatness you're experiencing right now.
done a good job of it, but now I'm president.
Trump's got like
but now I'm
five balls
president.
in the air here. This is about as high stakes as it gets. But if he can pull this off, we're looking at a new world order, something we haven't seen since before 1945. A major pillar of the Trump doctrine is nothing's free, overseas or at home. And you can't execute an agenda like this if everyone isn't working in perfect harmony.
The president has put together a tremendous team of people that have known each other for a long time. First of all, half of us are from Florida, so that's good. I've known Mike Waltz since his entire time in Congress. We've been working together for a long time, and we're aligned in our thinking. Steve Witkoff, who's an envoy. Steve lives in Miami. Great guy, phenomenal, very talented person, very smart. I talk to Steve 4 times a day. Talk about Pam Bondi. I've known her for...
And this is what I admire about this team. Every single one of them are aligned. They know each other. They have great chemistry. This is what you need when you assign or assemble a team to accomplish a goal. You need a team that everybody gets along, understand the objective and the goal, and they work together hand in hand to accomplish what you want. And this is what we have in Trump's cabinet.
15 years. So it's just a team of people that all know each other, have been working together for a long time and get along. And it extends to the president.
We could call this the Floridian age. Half the cabinet's from the Sunshine State. But these guys don't look ready to retire. First, Apple committed to the largest domestic investment in American history, $500 billion.
$500 billion, ladies and gentlemen, invested by Apple for the next 4 years in America under the Trump administration. That is a win by the Trump administration. Would you please enjoy the greatness?
And 20,000 new jobs. And now Eli Lilly has a big announcement.
Today we're announcing 4 new sites, 27 billion additional spend, bringing our total to more than 50 billion since 2020 in the U.S. So huge build out in our country, and it's to support our pipeline growth overall, but disproportionately growing in the U.S. And so
greatness is coming to the United States. The golden era is here. Eli Lilly. You better go buy your shares, okay? You better make sure you buy your stock, okay? Make sure you get some stocks. However, that is not it, okay? Competence and performance.
Well, just got back.
So, Pete Hegseth, of course, he checked out Gitmo. Pete Hegseth and Laura Ingraham. Listen to this.
From Guantanamo Bay with Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth for an exclusive look at where the Trump administration is holding illegal aliens. Here's what we found.
It's 7:30 a.m. and we just arrived at Joint Base Andrews, right outside of Washington, D.C. You may hear the whirring of the government jet in the background. We're about to board. We're going to head to Gitmo. It's a 45 square mile military base in southeastern Cuba, and it's known to...
I mean, think about the fact that an administration, a defense secretary calls the media and say, you know what? Let's go. Let me show you what we're doing. Talk about transparency. Talk about transparency, America. They're showing you what they're doing in real time. I told you guys, this next 4 years would be one of the most interesting 4 years we've had in a long, long time. Probably, maybe it's going to last for the next 20, 30 years. Because, I mean, a man like Trump and the team he has built is just, and the movement he's built as well, is just out of this world.
Many Americans for housing the 9/11 terrorists, including Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. But in the 90s, it was used to hold thousands of Haitian and Cuban migrants who were trying to claim asylum in the United States. But now, it has a new purpose.
We have 30,000 beds in Guantanamo to detain the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the American people. Some of them are so bad we don't even trust the countries to hold them because we don't want them coming back, so we're going to send them out to Guantanamo.
We're here aboard the Department of Defense government plane on the way to Naval Station Guantanamo Bay, where everybody knows there are flights of illegal immigrants arriving on a regular basis. That is the administration's decision as a way station before they are returned home. President Trump says he wants thousands of illegals to pass through Gitmo, try to speed up the process, but there are only a few hundred beds at Gitmo to accommodate them. 15 minutes after our plane touched down, a migrant flight from Fort Bliss came in. There are 9 high-value detainees. It's really loud from Guatemala, Honduras, Guinea, Venezuela, Vietnam. So only 9 in that plane. But the commander told us they can only handle so many at a time, given the hospital facility, the psych facility here. But they're speeding up the processing every day, and it's becoming more efficient every day.
The vehicles that you just saw pull up, they came over on a ferry about an hour ago to get lined up. Wow. And right now, you will see one by one, the illegal aliens will come off. They are shackled. They are screened on the site, and then they'll be put into the vehicles. The whole process starts, they go down the ramp onto the ferry, the vehicles stay on the ferry, and then it's a 20-minute drive once they get to the other side. Once they get to the detention facility, it's about another hour of in-processing that happens. So this whole dance takes about 2 hours total.
9 on that very large plane, but why? People watch it and be like, why is such a big plane? Why not a small plane?
There's at least 1 ICE personnel for each one of them. There's a medical team on board. So it gets small pretty quick.
Laura, we've had groups with more than that. Yeah. I think some of it is maintaining a constant flow with the assets that we have. And key thing that the general pointed out is it's all ICE custody.
How close are the 9/11 high-value enemy combatants to where these high-value illegal aliens are being
They're in
housed?
a different facility.
But how close?
They're close. They're within 50 yards of each other.
Wow.
But there's fences.
But there's no way they're going to have any interaction. There's no possibility they'll have interaction. They might as well be miles apart as far as these facilities.
What's your message to the cartels? They're watching all this. What's your message to them?
Oh, my message has been from the beginning, we're taking nothing off the table. Nothing. We will do whatever it takes to secure the American homeland, to maintain our sovereignty, and protect the American people.
Does that mean you're ruling out potential strikes inside of Mexico on fentanyl labs that we know they exist, and we know where they exist?
No, I don't think I ruled anything out. Anything's on the table. The commander-in-chief ultimately, with my consultation and with the chairman and others, will make those determinations, but nothing's off the table. Our sovereignty will be defended.
So the handoff has happened. The Marines are coming. How quick it goes now.
How long did it take? Maybe 10 minutes max. I once stood here as a fully kitted up second lieutenant on this runway. We stood there for 4 to 5 hours because you had to get the detainees back in the day, had to sign their own release ultimately. And the guy we were sending back refused to sign his own release back to his home country because, to your point, Laura, he was treated so well here, he actually didn't want to go back to where he was coming from because he knew he'd be mistreated.
And after the illegals were escorted off the plane, we moved our interview into the Joint Ops Center. Just in time for your visit here, the Washington Post has a hit piece out on this entire operation. They're basically saying that 3 of the detainees that were transported out of here last week were, not criminal offenders. They were run-of-the-mill illegal aliens, and they complained of inhumane conditions. They complained of mistreatment, isolation. Your response to that?
That article is BS. It is exactly what the Blame America First crowd will always do, which is try to characterize our efforts, try to mischaracterize our efforts in order to impugn the motives of the President of the United States and his efforts to secure the American people. This idea that people are mistreated is absolute garbage.
But a federal judge stopped 3 Venezuelans from being transported here because apparently, at least temporarily, decided that it wasn't clear why they were being sent here. So clearly, the legal cases are trying to force the administration to give more information, more access to the migrants, more legal rights to the migrants, more access to attorneys, family calls.
That's what they always do. My job as the Secretary of Defense is not to worry about what the lawyers are arguing. I've got my own set of lawyers that give us the legal parameters, and we are abiding by the law completely.
Coming up, we're going to take you inside where the illegal aliens are held at Gitmo.
So let's bring in Senator Tom Cotton. He's chairman of the Senate Republican Conference and Senate Intel Committee. And I just want you to listen.
This right here, this is the definition of you get what you paid for. This is what we voted for. Trump said he was going to make sure he secured the homeland, and now that's what's going on. All right. I guess we've experience a lot of mediocrity and men who don't stick to their words for a long time, that we don't even understand that we are experiencing one of the greatest moments in American history.
To what Pete Hegseth said about accusations from the ACLU that the confinement there in Gitmo is against UN rules. Watch.
Group is saying that the confinement there is tantamount to solitary confinement, which is against the UN rules.
I say bull to the ACLU. I know what their agenda is. They want to make the America look bad. You're not going to have universal freedom at Guantanamo Bay. It's a prison, but they get all the time that they need as a temporary place to send them home.
The administration on solid ground here legally?
Oh, of course, Dana. Guantanamo Bay has been used multiple times throughout its history for detainee operations, to include by Bill Clinton when you had migrants pouring into the United States in the 1990s. I've been to Guantanamo Bay as well. The facilities there are very modern. They're very well maintained. The forces are very professional. In fact, I'd venture to say that those migrants at Guantanamo Bay oftentimes are in better conditions than some American citizens who are in jails today. So I think this was the right decision to put the worst of the worst outside the continental United States as we prepare to send them back to their country of origin. This is a smart decision that just reflects common sense.
Do you think they will hit that number of 30,000?
Well, given how many migrants flooded into our country over the last 4 years under Joe Biden, it's possible they could. But what we hope is to use it simply as a way station so the American taxpayer is not continuing to fund the presence of migrants in an American military base or in the continental United States, get them back to their country where they belong.
Okay, I also want to have you listen to this. This is Pete Hegseth talking about American sovereignty.
What's your message to the cartels?
We're taking nothing off the table. Nothing. We will do whatever it takes to secure the American homeland, to maintain our sovereignty, and protect the American people.
Does that mean you're ruling out potential strikes inside of Mexico on fentanyl labs that we know they exist and we know where they exist?
No, I don't think I ruled anything out. Anything's on the table. The commander-in-chief ultimately, with my consultation and with the chairman and others, will make those determinations.
And I know you also have to be careful not to get ahead of anything, but what do you think about that targeting of cartels inside Mexico?
Well, cartels, along with Communist China, are responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands of Americans every year because of drug trafficking, including young Americans. President Trump is right not to rule out any actions against those cartels. Sovereignty has two sides. One, we have a sovereign right to protect our territory against, for instance, drones flying those drugs across the southern border. Two, Mexico has a sovereign responsibility to control its territory and ensure it's not being used in ways that harm American citizens. So we'd like to cooperate with the Mexican government. We'd like to crack down and break these cartels. But ultimately, President Trump is right not to take any option off the table to protect our people.
Could I get your last comment, or last question about the Pentagon memo indicating that they are going to go forward with this ban on transgender service members to comply with an EO? Your thoughts there?
And it.
Again, I think it's basic common sense. To be deployed, to be in the military means you have to be in a deployable status. To be in a deployable status, you can't have a medical condition or require continued care, medicine, or procedures that makes it hard for you to be forward deployed in an austere environment. President Trump campaigned on this. I think it was the right policy. I support moving forward with it.
And congratulations to you, a #1 New York Times bestseller on 7 Things You Can't Say About China. Any word from the Chinese on how they've taken your new book?
Judging by some of the fake posts and reviews they've put online in book-selling websites, they don't seem to like it. But since they've already sanctioned me once, I'm not sure what more they can do about it. But I encourage every American to get it and read it. It's an alarm bell about the threat that Communist China poses to us today, right now, to our way of life, to you, and to your family.
Do you think that 10% tariffs that President Trump just said this morning they are going to go into effect on March 4th, just a couple of days from now, on Monday? Do you think that that's the right amount, or should it be higher?
Well, I think it's a good starting point. I expect the president to do more, especially on strategic goods that China uses to try to gain leverage over the United States. It still only scratches the surface of the economic war that China has been waging against the United States for decades, though.
All right, Senator Tom Cotton, thank you.
I'm so glad we have this great time in the United States.
Well, United Nations Humanitarian.
Of course, United Nations. USAID,
Fletcher, was in Gaza shortly after the...
and a lot of other organizations are having to work overtime now because the world is moving really fast, especially with the way Donald Trump is making decisions. The president is signing executive orders, is moving very, very efficiently and fast. The speed is undeniable. So these folks are moving fast as well.
ceasefire went into effect. He joined me in the studio earlier on the developments and on what he saw.
Well, I hope it's not just a temporary ceasefire. I hope we can make it permanent, because what you see there is just devastation. Everything has been flattened in the north of Gaza. You can't tell what was a school, what was a hospital, what was a home. We had staff using GPS to find their homes. Went into a hospital where doctors had carried on operating even under fire from snipers. And they've just left on the wall, it just says, "Tell them we did what we could." And that was written by a guy called Dr. Mahmoud, who was killed a couple of days later. And there's a challenge for all of us there. Are we doing what we should now, what we could for the people of Gaza? Utterly devastating. But the ceasefire has allowed us now a month where we've fed 2 million people. We've vaccinated 100% of all those who wanted to vaccinate for polio. We've got shelters in, 20,000 trucks worth of full of food and medicine and tents, water and fuel. So it's been a window of opportunity to reach as many survivors, save as many lives as possible, but we need it to continue.
Tom, it's not clear that it will continue.
And it's hanging by a thread. And, I'm very conscious each day we're working very hard with the parties to try not to give any justification on the humanitarian side to end the ceasefire. But the pressures are growing. There are a lot of people who didn't want this ceasefire, and there are lots of people now who would like to see it over and would like to see a return to conflict. And, the people of Gaza, the people of Israel deserve better than that.
There's a crippling freeze on USAID and the billions it spends. What impact is that having right now on conflicts like Gaza and, for example, Sudan?
The US has been this humanitarian superpower, a leader in that space for decades now. And US support from the taxpayer.
Yeah, I don't even want to listen to anything that is not about 100% about the United States. All right, Gavin Newsom has something to say concerning his new initiative in California.
This just in, the ego with a haircut, Gavin Newsom, just announcing a revolutionary plan to drive down crime and increase affordability in California. Just joking. He started a podcast.
We need to change the conversation. And that's why I'm launching a new podcast. And this is going to be anything but.
Oh, God. Gavin Newsom is starting a podcast. They're trying to win an election in 4 years, ladies and gentlemen. They're trying to win an election in 2028. So, of course, they think if they can become a Joe Rogan in 4 years, or maybe a Genesis in 4 years, or maybe, I might be pushing it a little too far, mentioning my name, but Gavin Newsom is trying to use the new media to garner fans or supporters or, voters for 2028, but it's not going to work.
The Ordinary Politician podcast. I'm going to be talking to people directly that I disagree with, as well as people I look up to. In the first few weeks, we're going to be sitting down with...
Man, bro. Just be the governor, okay? Just go be the governor of California and enjoy the way you govern.
Some of the biggest leaders and architects in the MAGA movement. This is Gavin Newsom.
Don't you have a job to do? Instead of sitting, you should be getting off.
Exactly. Don't you have a job to do? You are the governor of California. Your state was just almost under fire. You just survived one of the most devastating wildfire in California history, and you're here talking about we're starting the podcast. I don't think so.
You're can and working. But Newsom does have a plan. It's to pass the buck on California's homeless crisis by threatening to withhold funding from cities that don't crack down, even though the state of California has spent $24 billion on homelessness since 2019 with essentially nothing to show for it. And who can forget when the city of San Francisco was clean enough to eat off of, when Xi Jinping showed up?
Right. I know folks say, oh, they're just cleaning up this place because all those fancy leaders are coming into town. That's true, because it's true.
Coming up next on
that clip right there of Gavin Newsom talking about cleaning the city because foreigners are coming. That was when Xi Jinping of China went to California and they literally cleaned up California for the president of China. And that's what you heard Gavin Newsom talk about. Well, he's starting a podcast.
Episode of Gavin Newsom pandering. He's clearly setting himself up to run for the Democrat nomination. Is what's going on, right?
Yeah, of course he is. We know that. But the thing is, everyone's actually kind of wringing their hands about this, saying, oh my God, I can't believe he has a podcast. He should be helping the state. I love this. Spend as much time as you want on this podcast, because the more time you're in the recording studio looking at pictures of yourself, the less time you're ruining the state of California. And in regards to the homeless piece of this, one thing I teach my kids is about accountability and ownership, right? You make a mistake, own up to it. You lie, tell me you're lying, right? It's going to happen, and I'm not going to punish you harder. So one tenet of leadership is ownership and accountability, and he has completely run away from that because he blames everything on everyone else but himself.
I just wonder who he thinks he's fooling, because we've all seen him in action. We've all seen the results in California, and people look at that and then say, now you want to sit down and talk to MAGA people and have some sort of a dialogue that you never wanted to have before. I mean, he is smart in that regard. That's his way of kind of capitalizing on the 75 million people who did vote for Donald Trump. But I just look at what he's done with his state, with the budget, with homelessness, with the hypocrisy, and say to myself, is anybody going to buy this? I'm not buying it.
I know, but the hair is so good that some people fall for it. Andrew, I want to put you on the spot a little bit. I know that you're south, more in LA, but my hometown and the place where I got engaged and married and fell in love is San Francisco, a little bit north. Mayor London Breed was voted out, disastrous for the city of San Francisco. They got Daniel Lorian, I think an heir to the Levi family, so business acumen, but still left because it is San Francisco. Is there hope for maybe LA, maybe San Francisco, that they have right-sized? The mayor of San Francisco, who I mentioned, thinking about doing his own sort of Doge, rethinking wants people to come back to work. I mean, you've had all of those sort of big tech firms pull out of downtown where they used to be right on Market Street. Do you have hope that it is shifting enough?
I have hope over the next 100 years.
Oh, no.
Right? But
okay. I'm not going to live that long.
But before San Francisco comes back and before Los Angeles fixes itself, you're actually going to see people invest in other areas, and they're going to become the new San Francisco, the new Los Angeles. And then ultimately they're going to say, you know what, why don't we give this one a shot? Let's re-gentrify this like 50 years down the road. Because people still don't recognize what they've done.
Can I give Newsom like 2 ounces of credit here?
No.
I'm going to give him 2 ounces. Yeah, I'm going to give him 2 ounces.
Nah. Let's move on.
So, Kellyanne, let's begin with this big moment today. These are two countries that should be yoked together on things. What do you forecast?
They are. And I just saw a recent poll that shows Americans believe that the UK is our greatest ally.
And the fact that, the United Kingdom Prime Minister actually visited the White House to maybe potentially kiss the ring. Who knows? Okay. But he was in the White House today. We're going to take a look at that speech. But first, let's listen to what these folks had to say about the invitation.
I would agree. 42% of Americans, followed by Canada, 24%. That may change. And I attended a reception last night at the British Embassy in Washington, D.C., and it was covered by the British press. So what Prime Minister Starmer said was public. And he basically emphasized not just the alliance, but the allegiance that he and President Trump have forged over the last couple of months. He called President Trump when he was shot in Butler, Pennsylvania, had a 2-hour dinner with him. After that, they've talked since. There have been, 5 or 6 prime ministers on Donald Trump's watch in the 8 years since he had become president the first time to now. So they cycled through quite a few. And I think with this visit today, it's not a coincidence, Harris, that Starmer said last night to all of us assembled and this week that they cut foreign aid and they've increased defense spending, quote, in the largest way since the Cold War. So I think in many ways, Starmer is aligning with the Trump doctrine, which is everybody's got to stop just showing up. You got to start ponying up. You got to start paying your fair share, whether that's Ukraine, NATO, common defense.
I want to ask just a quick follow-up because you were counselor to President Trump. So I want to know what kind of this is like. So in that relationship, though, is their electorate changing the way we saw ours did and becoming more open to, I'm just going to vote for myself, it doesn't matter which party, more populist? How would you describe it?
Well, there's been such churn and turmoil at the top of the ticket, if you will, in the UK for a while now. As I said previously, Boris Johnson, Theresa May, Rishi Sunak, there was another woman. And so is the electorate changing? I tell you, my Jewish friends who live in London, many of whom have their own private security and live in nice places, are fearful. Some of them are moving. The anti-Semitism there has been rankling many folks. So I think some of the demography has changed. Harris, the UK is not one of those places recently, like in other countries, where they have thrown out the incumbent necessarily. But I think Starmer is trying to, I think, get away from the stereotype that he doesn't like Trump, that the new ambassador, Lord Mendelsohn, who I've also met, don't like Trump. That's just not true. Okay. They recognize the special relationship. And I was also at the Munich Security Conference 2 weekends ago, and a lot of the European leaders, past and present, were clutching their pearls over Vice President Vance's speech. Good for him for calling out the cancellation of the remaining elections. Good for him for calling out the suppression of free speech and other personal liberties. And I think the UK recognizes that above all else, and give President Macron his due too, but coming here, not to kiss the ring and not to bend the knee to President Trump, but to figure out how to collaborate when you've got some really serious things.
Okay, there you have it. He's not coming to kiss the ring. He's coming to collaborate with the United States. So he's not coming to kiss the ring, ladies and gentlemen. Starmer is coming to negotiate a deal with the United States. All right?
What's going on in the Middle East and in Ukraine?
Charles.
Yeah, I'm glad that you're more optimistic. You made me more optimistic than when I sat down. Particularly, I don't think I think the next time there's a UK election, to your point, it will shift back to the same sort of aura that I know there, and the attitudes they feel like, no, we made a mistake. With that in mind, if you look at the European stock market, for instance, German defense contractors, British defense contractors, those stocks are going through the roof. They are starting to pony up. They know they have to pony up. In fact, that was the election. One of the election outcomes from Germany, one of the messages were, hey, we've got to start, footing the bill. In part because they're like, it's being sold in part like, hey, America won't come rescue us anymore. Which, hey, whatever it takes, right? You do have to, quote unquote, pay your fair share. But it is interesting because people around the world, particularly in Western nations, are very, very frustrated. The citizenship, the leadership, and what some of the mechanisms that they have to muffle the voices of citizenship still bother me a lot. And
well, that's what the vice president was talking about.
Exactly.
J.D. Vance.
Exactly.
Yeah,
100%.
Emily.
Yeah, I note that the UK's Defence Secretary Healey, on the basis of that sustained investment, the rise in investment that the UK is making, he said, look, the importance of this, how imperative it is that this is happening, can't be overstated, because it's important that all of the European countries do it. So I think often what has been portrayed in the media is that Trump is somehow bucking trends by demanding this of our NATO allies and our European friends. But the reality is that Europe appreciates it also. I will note, here's the difference, that the defense secretary said the backstop needs to be the United States. Otherwise, it won't be an effective deterrent against Putin. And I believe my interpretation as an American is that what President Trump is doing is saying, I don't need to be your backstop anymore, that I will help get you there, but the training wheels have to come off, because ultimately this is your neighbor. And by the way, I'm fixing my own training wheels in my own country right now. So what I see is an absolute dedication to that alliance, our single largest trading partner in the UK, this long-standing relationship. But the idea that we are somehow perpetually the big brother is not sustainable, and it's not sustainable to those leaders as they say when they come here with their support for President Trump, that there is a boundary.
So I don't want to step on too much because I have a feeling that President Trump is going to tell us what he expects out of tomorrow when he meets with Zelensky, right? But that is something that European leaders like Starmer, who's here from the UK, Prime Minister, are definitely going to talk about and have some feelings about today, I would imagine.
Oh, without a doubt. It's really interesting. Keir Starmer and President Trump, they have this kind of natural affinity. They get along very well. Keir Starmer hails from the left. They share something, though. Keir Starmer just won a landslide election. He had the biggest electoral victory since Tony Blair. President Trump just had a massive electoral landslide. President Trump is the first Republican to win the popular vote in 20 years, largest raw vote total ever for a Republican. So they have that in common. But what Keir Starmer is going to be pushing for, to your point about Ukraine, is post-war security for Ukraine.
Right.
And we saw Macron push for the same thing, and he got little more than platitudes. And President Trump yesterday was asked directly about, peacekeeping force in Europe. And what he said was, I'm not going to make security guarantees beyond very much. We're going to have Europe do that. He's exactly right. President Trump is the one who came on the scene and said, Europe, hit your 2% mark. That's all I'm asking for. By the way, do you know what percent of GDP the United States spends on the military? 3.4%. As we protect Europe, we've been the guarantor of their security since NATO was formed in 1949. And he's telling Europe it's time to step up. And as we look at Ukraine, you are the ones that need to secure that country. He is putting America first, but not America alone. Hence this meeting, 2 European meetings this week. And then, of course, the one with Ukraine tomorrow.
All right. Can I just throw in there the price tag for
Total respect to the commander-in-chief. Everybody's talking about his deals. All right, here is a video of USAID employees given 15 minutes to pack up and leave the office.
This is happening hours after the Supreme Court gave the Trump administration a temporary victory and granted an emergency request to pause $2 billion in court-ordered payments to foreign aid contractors. CNN's Arlette Saenz is live in Washington, D.C., outside of USAID headquarters. What are you hearing as people have to go in and get their belongings in 15 minutes' time?
Well, Sarah, it's really been an emotional moment for many of the staffers who are coming here today to collect their belongings at USAID. We have seen several federal workers who were either fired or placed on administrative leave coming to collect their belongings. As you mentioned, they have about a 15-minute...
Oh, my goodness. This is spicy, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not producing results in D.C., it's time to pack your bags and go home. The government is now working for the people.
To pick up any items from their office that they want to take home with them. And we are outside of the headquarters right now, where, as you can see behind me, dozens of people have assembled to try to offer their support for those USAID workers who are now leaving their jobs. I spoke a few minutes ago with a young woman named Julianne Alphin. She was participating in the Presidential Management Fellows here at USAID, which President Trump terminated just a few days ago. Here is how she described her experience throughout this process and as she came here to pick up her belongings today.
It's been horrible. There's been little to no communication with us. We're being treated terribly. I'm worried about overseas staff coming back. I've heard there's a little to no communication with them. There's been no offboarding with us. It's just been very sudden, everything. One day being locked out of the building, the next being told you're on admin leave, things like that. It's been very difficult.
So what was it like coming back here today?
Heartbreaking. Walking in the building and seeing all the pictures of our projects that were taken down, work like getting children vaccines or providing food aid, things that really matter, being treated as if they're nothing. It's really hard to see.
And so that just provides one slice, one window. That provides one window into how so many of these federal workers who are being impacted by these cuts at agencies and also efforts to reduce the workforce, how they have been impacted. We know that just on Sunday, about 2,000 staffers with USAID were laid off, and many more were placed on administrative leave. This has really been a very uncertain period for so many federal workers in government at a time when the Trump administration has pledged to make cuts at agencies and also trying to reduce the workforce overall.
Yeah, a lot of emotions there. USAID, which has basically been dismantled. Arlette Saenz, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Mark, we're seeing some of the immediate impacts of the ruling and John Roberts kind of putting a stay on this. What is the ultimate impact of all this besides with Donald Trump?
Well, I think, first of all, USAID, I think, is gone as far as we've ever known it. Democrats have pretty much given up on trying to fight to get it back. It will end up in the courts, and it is in the courts. And we've seen even this emergency stay right now. Chief Justice John Roberts allowed the Trump folks more time based upon having to give out these contracts to USAID. I think this spells trouble because this is going to be the first step in really Donald Trump successfully dismantling the government. Now, everything that he does try to do, Sarah, is not going to be successful. But in this first step, he appears to be successful.
Yeah, this is another thing that we were all watching. Donald Trump giving a really strong endorsement to Elon Musk, who was at the first cabinet meeting, not a cabinet member, but he was at the meeting. Right. And I thought it was interesting that he was like, is anybody unhappy to the room, to his cabinet? And they all clapped. I think everyone's not only happy, they're ecstatic, they're thrilled, Donald Trump said to his cabinet.
Thrilled. Why will they not be thrilled? This happens to be one of the greatest innovators of our time, helping the federal government be efficient. He's trying to be of help to the United States.
What do you make of all of this?
Well, you know what? Let's have the president himself. Let's hear what he had to say, because it is so interesting about, it says so much in such a little bit of period of time about what.
Nah, I ain't about to be watching this. Okay, so this right here, this is the meeting between the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom and the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great honor. Today it's my privilege to welcome the Prime Minister of a very special place, the United Kingdom, to the White House. The Prime Minister
I just saw a comment in the comment section that says, nobody likes the guy who does what has to be done. That's who Elon Musk is. That's who the commander-in-chief, the President of the United States, the 45th and the 47th, the greatest deal maker is. That's who he is. Donald J. Trump. He is the person who does the things that, you don't want anybody to do, but it needs to be done.
Farmer, you've been terrific in our discussions. You're a very tough negotiator, however. I'm not sure I like that, but that's okay. Very, very special person. The Prime Minister and I have gotten off to an outstanding start. The U.S. and U.K. have a special relationship, very special, really like no other, passed down through the centuries. And we're going to keep it that way. We're going to keep it very strong as it is. Very importantly, I was just notified by letter from King Charles that he's extended through the Prime Minister a historic second state visit to the United Kingdom. And that's a great honor because it's never happened before. One person has never been extended that honor, and I really do call it an honor, but it's not for me, it's for our country. It's respect for our country. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank King Charles. Thank you very much, and we accept. I don't know if the media is going to follow us. I have a feeling they might. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm pleased to say that the bust of one of the Prime Minister's greatest predecessors, Winston Churchill, is now back in the rightful place in the Oval Office, and we're very proud of it. Our meeting today and the various breakout sessions we had were tremendously productive. Most importantly, I provided the Prime Minister with an update on our efforts to end the bloody and horrible war in Ukraine with Russia, which would never have happened if I were president. That was not going to happen. I promise you that. After 3 years of hellacious conflict, approximately 1 million Ukrainians and Russians have been senselessly killed, but the number, I believe, is much higher than that. Countless schools, hospitals, towns, and beautiful ancient churches have been absolutely obliterated. To begin the process of ending this spiral of death, I had historic back-to-back calls with President Putin, very successful calls, I might add, and President Zelensky, and my team also spoke with the Secretary General of NATO on numerous occasions, and we're working very hard to get that war brought to an end. I think we've made a lot of progress, and I think it's moving along pretty rapidly. And I want to thank all of the people that are here that have been working on it. And we'll let you know what happens. It'll either be fairly soon or it won't be at all. In addition, this week I met with President Macron of France, as you know, and held talks with members of the G7. Tomorrow, the progress toward peace will continue when President Zelensky visits the White House. He'll be here tomorrow in the early part of the day, and we'll be signing a historic agreement that will make the United States a major partner in developing Ukraine's minerals and rare earths and oil and gases, and we have a great understanding. I think it's going to be great for Ukraine. We're going to be at the site, and we'll be digging. We'll be digging. Dig we must. A big utility in New York con us, and they used to have a sign, dig we must, and we will be digging. But much of the European aid to Ukraine has been sent in the form of loans for which they expect to be paid back, and we didn't have that honor under the Biden administration. He sent money, or just sent it, money after money after money, and never had any knowledge of ever seeing it back. Maybe $300 to $350 billion, but under the breakthrough agreement, very unusual, which everyone said was difficult to get, but it's really very good for Ukraine and very good for us. The American taxpayers will now effectively be reimbursed for the money and hundreds of billions of dollars poured into helping Ukraine defend itself, which by and of itself is a very worthy thing to do. We've paid far more than any other country, and with most of our support, it's been paid in military, the finest weapons anywhere in the world. This includes vast amounts of military hardware, ammunition, and various other things that we now have to start rebuilding our own stockpiles. Additionally, the minerals agreement will provide the basis for a more sustainable future relationship between the United States and Ukraine, and thus stimulate the long-term prosperity that will help the Ukrainians rebuild their country. It's been demolished, and the ruined infrastructure. The infrastructure, as you know, is in very bad shape. In just over 1 month, our administration has already achieved more progress toward peace than years in the other administration, where they did nothing toward peace. They didn't understand what was happening. Our approach is basically common sense. As I said, so many of the things that we do are based on common sense. If you want peace, you have to talk, both sides. As I discussed with Prime Minister Starmer, the next step we're making is toward a very achievable ceasefire. We hope that that can happen quickly, because thousands of young people, in this case, we're not talking about Americans, we're talking about Ukrainians and Russians are being killed every week, thousands. And it's a rough battlefield. It's a flat piece of land, and the bullet only stops when it hits somebody. And this week, I saw the reports, and it's I don't even want to say what what they are, but thousands of people, young, vibrant people died. And we want to stop that. Senseless. Should have never happened. This will lay the groundwork for a long-term peace agreement that will return stability to Eastern Europe and hopefully ensure that such a terrible war will never happen on European soil or, for that matter, anywhere again. It's a horrible thing that's going on. The disaster in Ukraine shows exactly why it's so important for the United Kingdom and other NATO partners to make large investments in their defense capabilities. In many cases, 4% or 5% of GDP would be appropriate. I know that they're raising it. I just read an article, a great article, about the work you're doing in the UK as to the military. You're raising it quite a bit, which is a great thing to do for your country. It's a great thing to do. It's sad that we need that, but probably need that. So congratulations on that. I know you got it through. After years of chronic underfunding, there's an urgent need to catch up for some countries. And I want to thank the Prime Minister once again for traveling here today. Working together, I believe that we'll once again demonstrate the power of our country's unique friendship. This is indeed a unique friendship. It's been many years, and I think it's only gotten stronger, and we will make sure that it stays that way. We're going to have a great trade agreement. One way or the other, we're going to end up with a very good trade agreement for both countries, and we're working on that as we speak. I think we'll have the confines. I think we'll have something maybe even in terms of possibilities agreed to very shortly. JD's working on it, Vice President, and Scott, and I'm just looking at this all from Mike. You're going to work on it. Everyone's going to work on it. We'll see if we can do something pretty quickly, but we're going to make some great trade agreements with the UK and with the Prime Minister, and it'll happen very quickly. So I just want to thank you again, and please thank King Charles for the invite, and I look forward to you giving our acceptance on behalf of the United States of America. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for your hospitality. Thank you for your leadership. This has been a very good and very productive visit. And with your family roots in Scotland and your close bond with His Majesty the King, it's good to know that the United Kingdom has a true friend in the Oval Office. And it was so good to see the bust of Winston Churchill back in its rightful place just a moment ago. But look, in a moment of real danger around the world, this relationship matters more than ever. We remain each other's first partner in defence, ready to come to the other's aid, to counter threats wherever and whenever they may arise. No two militaries are more intertwined than ours. No two countries have done more together to keep people safe. And in a few weeks, we mark VE Day, the 80th anniversary of victory in Europe. Britain and America fought side by side to make that happen. One of the greatest moments in our history. We stand side by side still today, and we're focused now on bringing an enduring end to the barbaric war in Ukraine. Mr. President, I welcome your deep and personal commitment to bring peace and to stop the killing. You've created a moment of tremendous opportunity to reach a historic peace deal, a deal that I think would be celebrated in Ukraine and around the world. That is the prize. But we have to get it right. There's a famous slogan in the United Kingdom from after the Second World War. That is that we have to win the peace. And that's what we must do now. Because it can't be peace that rewards the aggressor or that gives encouragement to regimes like Iran. We agree history must be on the side of the peacemaker, not the invader. So the stakes, they couldn't be higher. And we're determined to work together to deliver a good deal. We've discussed a plan today to reach a peace that is tough and fair, that Ukraine will help shape, that's backed by strength, to stop Putin coming back for more. I'm working closely with other European leaders on this, and I'm clear that the UK is ready to put boots on the ground and planes in the air to support a deal, working together with our allies, because that is the only way that peace will last. Mr. President, in this new era, you're also right that Europe must step up. And let me tell you now, I see the growing threats we face, and so the UK is all in. This year we'll be giving more military aid to Ukraine than ever, and just this week I've set out how we're shouldering more of the security burden. We're already one of the biggest spenders in NATO, and now we're going much further, delivering Britain's biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War. This isn't just talk, it's action, rebalancing the transatlantic alliance, making us all stronger, and standing up for our shared values and shared security, as Britain always has. Mr. President, it's no secret we're from different political traditions, but there's a lot that we have in common. We believe it's not taking part that counts. What counts is winning. If you don't win, you don't deliver. And we're determined to deliver for the working people of Britain and America, who want and deserve to see their lives improve. So we're both in a hurry to get things done, and that's what the UK and US do when we work together. We win and we get things done. So we'll do what it takes to keep our people safe. We'll also work together to deliver some big economic wins that can benefit us both. We have a $1.5 trillion invested in each other's economies, creating over 2.5 million jobs across both economies. Our trading relationship is not just strong, it's fair, balanced, and reciprocal. We're leaders together in so many areas, ranked 1 and 2 in the world as investment destinations, 1 and 2 for universities, 1 and 2 for Nobel Prizes, 1 and 2 in golf as well, by the way. And we're the only 2 Western countries with trillion-dollar tech sectors, leaders in AI. And look, we take a similar approach on this issue. Instead of over-regulating these new technologies, we're seizing the opportunities that they offer. So we've decided today to go further, to begin work on a new economic deal with advanced technology at its core. Look, our 2 nations together shaped the great technological innovations of the last century. We have a chance now to do the same for the 21st century. I mean, artificial intelligence could cure cancer. That could be a moonshot for our age. And that's how we'll keep delivering for our people. There are so many opportunities. Keep our nation strong and fulfill the promise of greatness that has always defined this relationship. Finally, to underline the importance of this bond, it was my privilege and honour to bring a letter with me today from His Majesty the King, not only sending his best wishes, but also inviting the President and the First Lady to make a state visit to the United Kingdom, an unprecedented second state visit. This has never happened before. It's so incredible, it will be historic. And I'm delighted that I can go back to His Majesty the King and tell him that President Trump has accepted the invitation. So thank you. Our teams will now work together to set a date, and we look forward to welcome you in the United Kingdom. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. What a beautiful accent. I would have been president 20 years ago if I had that accent. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see here. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier today, you told me that you believe that foreign countries pay tariffs, but Americans who are concerned about higher prices believe, as most people do, that they're paid by consumers and importers when they import things into this country. Can you explain how you came to this belief that foreign governments are paying tariffs? And for the Prime Minister, did you discuss with President Trump his repeated statements of desire to annex Canada? And has the King expressed any concern over the President's apparent desire to remove one of his realms from his control?
So I'll go ahead. The first part, the tariffs are necessary because we've been treated very unfairly by many, many countries, including our friends, friend and foe. But we've been treated very unfairly in trade at levels that nobody's really ever seen before, and especially under the Biden administration, they really took advantage of the United States. I put massive tariffs on China during my 4 years. We had the best economy in the history of our country. Probably the best economy, maybe the best economy in the history of the world. And I used tariffs to even things up. And in particular with China, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars and we had no inflation. And it's a myth. It's a myth that's put out there by foreign countries that really don't like paying tariffs, and especially to even up. So we've been treated badly by a lot. We're using tariffs. And I find, and you just have to look at the numbers, but I find that it's not about inflation. It's about fairness. And the inflation for us has not existed. And I don't think it's going to exist. We're going to bring our car industry back. We're going to bring our chips back. We're going to bring so many things back to our country, including pharmaceuticals and drugs. And the thing that's going to get us there is tariffs. And I say often it's my favorite word in the dictionary, but I always preface that by saying now, because I got into a lot of trouble with the fake news where they say that's not good. So I say God, love, family, wife, they're all my favorite words, but tariff is about number 4 or 5 on the list. But I will tell you, it's going to make our country rich, and it's going to stop us from being a laughing stock all over the world, because we have been taken advantage of like no country has ever been taken advantage of. Thank you very much. And
look, we had a really good discussion, a productive discussion, a good discussion, as a result of which our teams are now going to be working together on an economic deal. Our teams are going to be working together on security in Ukraine. You mentioned Canada. I think you're trying to find a divide between us that doesn't exist. We're the closest of nations, and we had very good discussions today, but we didn't discuss Canada.
Thank you. Please. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes. Thank you.
Hi, Natasha Clark from RBC. Mr. President, you've said you're working on a new trade deal with Britain, which we of course welcome. President Obama once said Britain was at the back of the queue for that trade deal. Where are we now? When do you think we're going to see that? And Prime Minister, the BBC has today admitted serious flaws over the recent Gaza aid to people linked to Hamas. Does the BBC still have your trust? Thank you.
And he didn't get a trade deal done that was of any importance or magnitude. We have, can be done. We're going to have something, I think, rather quickly. We expect to do that. Okay? Please.
On the BBC, look, I've been concerned about the programme in question. The Secretary of State had a meeting with the BBC. I think it was yesterday, it could have been the day before. Thank you.
Jeff, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Pardon me. Mr. President, do you support Article 5 of the NATO treaty? And are you concerned that it might be triggered if European peacekeeping forces end up in Ukraine?
I support it. I don't think we're going to have any reason for it. I think we're going to have a very successful peace, and I think it's going to be a long-lasting peace. And I think it's going to happen hopefully quickly. If it doesn't happen quickly, it may not happen at all. And we want it for 2 reasons. Number one, I want to see on a humane basis, I want to see soldiers stop getting shot, because largely it's soldiers now. Towns have been obliterated, but it's largely that. And I don't want to pay billions and billions and billions of dollars, nor does the Prime Minister or anybody else, on a senseless war that should have never happened. And we're going to get it taken care of. But I think it's going to be a peace that's going to be long-lasting. Do you have a question for the Prime Minister?
Thank you. Mr. Prime Minister, you were asking the President today about a backstop for Europe if the peacekeeping force ends up in Ukraine. Did you feel like you got a satisfying answer for yourself and for Europe? And Mr. President, if you want to comment on that as well, please do.
I felt we had a very productive discussion. Obviously, as the President says, the deal has to come first. But yes, our teams are going to be talking about how we make sure that deal sticks, is lasting and enforced. So our teams will be talking about that.
Okay. Please, Blue.
Mr. President, some experts think it could take more than a decade to mine the precious minerals from Ukraine. How much should the U.S. expect to receive, and when do you expect to see that come to fruition?
Well, we're never going to know that answer, but by our being in Ukraine and doing the exploration and also the digging and taking the rare earth, which we need in our country very badly, we'll be doing a substantial amount of work, probably about at least what we have in there, and we hope to be able to do that. You never know when it comes to that. You know, you dig and maybe things aren't there like you think they're there, but we'll be spending a lot of time there. It'll be great for Ukraine. It's like a huge economic development project, so it'll be good for both countries. Okay? Please.
Prime Minister, excuse me, Prime Minister, you've talked about putting British soldiers' boots on the ground in Ukraine in the event that President Trump succeeds with his peace deal. But can you do that without a firm assurance that America will have our back in the form of some kind of security guarantee? Were Putin minerals and energy that could be hugely important to the United States? Will you take the opportunity to apologize to him for calling him a dictator while praising Vladimir Putin, who is a dictator?
Well, Robert, let me start by saying I've been really clear today and previously that I think that European countries, including the United Kingdom, need to step up in our own defence and security. We've been doing that in recent days. You saw the announcement we made on spending just the other day. In addition to that, I've made it clear that the United Kingdom will play its full part in ensuring that if there's a deal, and we hope there is a deal in Ukraine, that is a lasting deal that sticks. And we're obviously working with other European countries on that, France and NATO in particular. But I think I'm hosting 18 countries on Sunday to further our discussions. You heard from the President this morning that, you know, as historically has always been the case, we have each other's backs. And today we've been talking about the deal, how that will be a lasting deal. And coming out of this, our teams will now be talking in detail about that.
And I think we're going to have a very good meeting tomorrow, 11 o'clock. And I think we're going to have a very good meeting tomorrow morning. We're going to get along really well. Okay? We have a lot of respect. I have a lot of respect for them. We've given them a lot of equipment and a lot of money, but they have fought very bravely, no matter how you figure it. They have really fought. Somebody has to use that equipment, and they have been very brave in that sense. Yeah, please, go ahead.
The ceasefire deal is nearing an end this Saturday, and there's been some worry that phase 2 might never get there. Do you believe that phase 2 of the ceasefire in Gaza will come to fruition? And have you spoken to Netanyahu about it? And for the Prime Minister, this peacekeeping deal has been pushed forward by the UK and France as well. Have you been in discussions with any other European countries to join this initiative? And are you expecting Commonwealth countries to also join the effort? Thank you.
So we're working very hard in the Middle East and Gaza and all of the problems, and it's been going on for years and years and centuries and centuries. It's a tough neighborhood, but it could be a very beautiful neighborhood, and I think we're going to come up with some pretty good solutions. But phase 1 is almost complete. We've had some people that have been very seriously injured, very seriously hurt, both physically and mentally. They've come out of there very, very, some of them in very, very bad shape. It's shocking. Many young people aren't in bad shape. Young people are strong, healthy. They don't die. People have come out dead, young people and old people. It's a rough situation, but I think we're going to make it much better. And I think that we've had a huge impact on that since we've been in just the 4 weeks. I think we've had a huge impact on Gaza, the Middle East, and we have some pretty good talks going on concerning lots of other people that are going to make it better. So we'll see what happens. Nobody really knows, but we'll see what happens. But I think we've had a very positive impact. Prime Minister?
Yeah, on the question of the European countries. Yes, I've spoken to a number of countries, particularly in the last few weeks. We had a meeting in Paris last week. I've got a meeting on Sunday with 18 countries to further our discussions. Obviously, we've been talking quite intensely to our French colleagues and to NATO, but to other countries as well, because, as I say, I think it's important for European countries, including the United Kingdom, to step up and do more in the defence and security of Europe and our continent and the United Kingdom, and we'll do so. Well, we're talking to a number of other countries.
Thank you. Yes, in the red, please. Pink red, flaming red.
Is it me or her?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. A question on Ukraine. Number one is, if you're not considering the security guarantees, are you open to other forms of, for example, intelligence cooperation with Ukraine? And Mr. Prime Minister, President Trump has proposed a plan for Gaza. Does this fit into the two-state solution that the UK held for a long time? Do you see it fit into your general Middle Eastern strategy? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're open to many things, but before I even think about that, that's almost pleasant to think about, because that would mean that peace has been arrived at. We have to arrive at that peace. And, you know, you went 3.5 years with an administration that never even really had a meeting. They didn't have a meeting on peace. And there was no prospect of peace. I think, frankly, Russia wanted to go through the whole long deal. I don't think they do anymore. I don't think they do. We had a very big impact on that whole situation. But I don't like talking about phase 2 until I get phase 1. Phase 1 is I have to make peace. And we have to get Russia to agree. We have to get Ukraine to agree. And I think we will. I think we've come a long way. I believe we're going to get it done. I wouldn't say that if I didn't think so. And I think it will be very important, very historic, and we're going to save a lot of lives.
On the question of Gaza, the last few weeks of the ceasefire have been very impactful. And for me, there are two images that I remember more than any other. The first is Emily Damari, who is British, being reunited with her mother. You may remember she had her fingers missing after what she endured. That was an incredible moment. I'd spent a lot of time with her mother whilst she was held captive, and her mother went through absolute torture. The other image was thousands of Palestinians marching through rubble, trying to return to their communities and their homes. So we have to do everything we can to ensure that the ceasefire continues, so that more hostages can be returned, so that aid can be brought in that's desperately needed. And we need to allow Palestinians to return and to rebuild their lives, and we must all support them in doing that. And yes, I believe that the two-state solution is ultimately the only way for a lasting peace in the region.
And think of that. She came home with her fingers and part of her hand blown off.
That's terrible.
How bad does it get? And we had others that came home in much worse shape than that.
Yeah.
It's a terrible situation. Please, yes.
Thank you. Mr. President, did our Prime Minister persuade you not to put tariffs on the UK? And if I may, Prime Minister, do you think that Vladimir Putin is a man who will keep his word? Thanks.
He tried. He was working hard, I'll tell you that. He earned whatever the hell they pay him over there. But he tried. I think there's a very good chance that in the case of these two great friendly countries, I think we could very well end up with a real trade deal where the tariffs wouldn't be necessary. We'll see, but he earned whatever they pay him. He earned today. He was working hard at lunch, and I'm very receptive to it. I think we, in all fairness, in all seriousness, I think we have a very good chance at arriving at a very good deal. JD and Scott and Howard, all the people are working on it, and I think we have a good chance at arriving at a deal that could be terrific, really terrific for both countries. Okay. Thank you.
On the second part of the question, I think my views on Putin are pretty well rehearsed and pretty well known. My concern is that if there's a deal, and I hope there is a deal, that it must be a lasting deal, that it's not a temporary measure. And that is why I think it's really important that Putin knows that this deal, a historic deal, which I very much hope comes about, is there, and it's a lasting deal, and that we're able to deal with any inclination he has to go again or go further.
I think we'll have two deals. I think we'll have a deal on ending the war, and I think we're going to end up with a great trade deal with you. And it's an honor to be with you, and I want to thank everybody very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for being a part of the show. You guys are the best. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, join the membership. It is $4.99. Yes. Do you want to keep going or you want to take a break? I think we should keep going. All right. I have some hearing for you today. Actually, a couple of hearings. Okay. We're going to start with this particular one. And also, on the side notes, I cannot wait for President Zelensky tomorrow to sign the mineral deal. All right. Let's see. All right. Let's check this out.
Will come to order. Today we're here to talk about stopping deadly drugs from crossing our maritime borders. But you cannot stop illegal drugs from crossing a border if you don't believe in having them. The Biden administration and former DHS Secretary Mayorkas deliberately ignored the painful connection between their open border policies and the devastation wrought by illegally trafficked drugs on families, communities, in our country. Trying to have a country without borders led to an influx of illegal aliens, drug smuggling, sex trafficking, and tragically, far too many American lives lost. That dereliction of basic sovereignty left the Coast Guard in an impossible position. The Coast Guard has admitted it missed opportunities to intercept drugs because it was overwhelmed chasing and catching illegal immigrants. Despite the Biden administration's lack of interest in border security, Republicans were able to make some progress. In the Coast Guard Authorization Act of 2022, I secured funding for a blimp-based radar system at South Padre Island to combat drug runners, poachers, and human traffickers. Today, it is still protecting South Texas. Similarly, my provision requiring data sharing between CBP and the Coast Guard is streamlining interdiction in the southern maritime border, halting illegal violence about the border crisis. President Trump and congressional Republicans are making real gains in border security through the Coast Guard. In the last month, the Coast Guard interdicted an historic amount of illegal drugs. Just last week, it offloaded 37,000 pounds of seized cocaine, worth $279 million. That's going to make a real difference in keeping communities safe from criminals and addiction. But protecting Americans from deadly illicit narcotics extends beyond our borders. We also need to reverse the Biden administration's dangerous policies in the Middle East, where maritime drug running bankrolls Iran's malign activities. Coast Guard cutters recently caught advanced weapons originating in Iran and bound for the Houthis in Yemen, as well as hundreds of kilograms of methamphetamines, heroin, and other illegal drugs from Dow in the Arabian Sea. The Coast Guard and other federal agencies have been catching and releasing Iranian drug runners, meaning there was no consequence beyond insult to those who've lost their lives to Iranian terrorism. That's why I've included language in the Coast Guard Reauthorization Act of 2025 to empower the Coast Guard and the Navy to respond forcefully to Dow's running drugs and weapons when they've helped finance Iranian terror. Under President Trump's leadership, we need to pass the Coast Guard Reauthorization Act and end the catch and release approach to Middle East drug enforcement. That legislation, which has broad bipartisan and bicameral support, would also close a loophole in the ability to prosecute cartels for drug smuggling on remotely operated drone ships, like the one in the hearing room today. We also need to enact the Pay Our Coast Guard Act, which I will reintroduce this week along with Senator Cantwell, Sullivan, Baldwin, Wicker, and Blunt-Rochester, to ensure that the Coast Guard is no longer the only armed service that goes unpaid during a government shutdown. As I've said before, the Coast Guard deserves to be paid without question and without delay. Finally, today we will hear powerful testimony from the unthinkable damage caused by illicit drugs like fentanyl to American families. Texan Jenna Elliger will testify about the effects this crisis had on her own family. I'm grateful she is here today as she works to turn tragedy into progress, and I look forward to hearing from Mrs. Elliger and the rest of our witnesses about what law enforcement needs to protect our communities. Another American lost to fentanyl is one too many. I know that Ranking Member Cantwell agrees with me on this point, and that's why we're working together on legislation to stop illicit fentanyl smuggling in the United States. I'm grateful for her partnership in this endeavor, and now turn to her for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for having this very important hearing on fentanyl and what our committee and committee jurisdiction can do to stop the scourge of fentanyl. I very much appreciate the witnesses being here, Police Chief of Spokane, Chief Hall, and Mrs. Elliger. So sorry for your loss of your son, Jake. You are such a brave advocate, and thank you. There are many brave advocates like Laura Lynch, who talks in Seattle about the loss of her daughter, Brilliant, and you are making a difference, so thank you for being here today. And I look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, as we fight this scourge and work within our committee jurisdiction. Of the 10 states with the highest number of drug-related overdoses, they all host major intermodal hubs. That is to say, states like mine, Washington, and yours, Texas, are clear nexuses to transportation networks. I think we're going to hear from Chief Hall about how those networks allow for the distribution of fentanyl once they are across the border. And overdose deaths continue to rise in most Western states, up 14% in Washington just last year. The supply chain is clear. The Chinese triad sells precursor chemicals to Mexican drug cartels hidden on ships and in air cargoes, and cartels make fentanyl and smuggle it through the United States. They hide fentanyl in personal vehicles, commercial trucks, buses, trains, planes, and even on unmanned aerial vehicles. So this is a danger to our national security and our transportation security. It is very highly toxic. So it is, Mr. Chairman, the jurisdiction of our committee to have oversight over transportation security. Last year, I fought for more non-intrusive inspection technologies at U.S. Customs and Border CBP, who I know we'll hear from as well, about how it now has 370 large non-intrusive inspection systems and more than 4,000 small systems across various ports of entry. I've seen firsthand how this helps us detect better the next generation of technology. Vapor technology could be developed by our Pacific Northwest Lab and the University of Washington to increase even the speed and accuracy of this analysis. Our national lab's Vapor ID accurately detects and identifies the vapors from illicit drugs and explosives in real time in extremely small amounts. Rather than using surface swipes or the pulse of air for analysis, the system sniffs the vapors much the way a trained canine can detect explosives. So our borders are not our only problem, but this fentanyl detection at our borders is working. We need to do more. Fentanyl smuggling happens every day within the borders of our country, on our interstates, on our Amtrak, at our bus terminals, at our airports, and concealed U.S. mail. And we must track the activities of these transportation networks. Recent interdiction efforts in the state of Washington illustrates the importance of joint law enforcement efforts at our transportation hubs and networks. Just last October, we had the largest coordinated drug trafficking bust in Seattle. 600 officers from 10 different states, local law enforcement agencies, and they disrupted a violent drug trafficking gang. It resulted from a wiretap investigation of a shipment of fentanyl into the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. A year-long investigation was led by Homeland Security, the Seattle Police, involving the U.S. Attorney, FBI, DEA, ATF, CBP, Washington State Patrol, the King County Sheriff's Office, and Bellevue, Everett, Renton Police Departments, and Yakima Narcotics and Gang Task Force members. And in January of 2023, law enforcement also conducted a bust at SeaTac, discovering more than 400,000 fentanyl pills in a checked baggage of drug couriers. Traffickers were smuggling millions of pills into Puget Sound. The Port of Seattle Police Department, working with DEA and K-9, seized that fentanyl, and the Phoenix Police Department then arrested the suspects in Arizona. In 2024, the Burien Police Department, King County Sheriff's Office, and DEA seized more than 1 million fentanyl pills and meth and heroin, and traffickers transported hundreds of pounds of drugs in a semi-truck on a regular trip from Southern California into Washington. So we must give law enforcement more tools to attack these transportation networks and stop the flow of these drugs into our states. Chief Kevin Hall of the Spokane Police Department with us today has worked closely with federal, state, and local law enforcement for more than 30 years. He'll be speaking to this experience in Eastern Washington and what he calls the superhighways for fentanyl distribution. As an enrolled member of the Colville tribe, he also knows that tribal communities have been hard hit by fentanyl crisis because it's another place to hide these drugs and these rings. And that is why last year I introduced with Senators Baldwin, Lujan, and Rosen the Stop Fentanyl Smuggling Act, largely supported by law enforcement, transportation, and forensic science groups, including the National High Intensity Drug Area. And so witness Shannon Kelly is a director of the National High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Program. She is also a member of the Interdiction Coordinator at the Office of the National Drug Control Policy. So I look forward to asking her about this and the ways in which we can all work together to stop the flow of fentanyl, accelerate the development of next generation non-intrusive inspection technology, and build state and local forensic science capabilities. So I hope that we all can work together collaboratively. I think it shows that we can disrupt this trafficking. So I'm very pleased to work with you, Mr. Chairman, on these issues, and I appreciate your focus on the Coast Guard's critical role in this area. I know that the Coast Guard has been working, but we need to do more. I want to acknowledge that the crew of the Coast Guard, Washi, who interdicted more than 37,000 pounds of cocaine worth $275 million earlier this month. I'm also, though, saddened to hear that a crew member was lost at sea. So our thoughts and prayers are with their family and friends. I think, Senator Cruz, you and I have introduced this bipartisan Coast Guard Reauthorization Act, which would increase authorization levels, and I hope that the Coast Guard's critical counter-narcotics mission and other missions will be bolstered in our efforts. We need to do everything, as you have displayed here, that if you leave a territory unaddressed, that is where the drug will flow. So attacking this at all levels is the right idea. And so look forward to working with you as we in this committee tackle the transportation networks that are threatening the lives of young individuals and many more Americans. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I'll now introduce the first panel. Joining us on the first panel today is Mrs. Jenna Ellinger, who was the mother of Jake Ellinger of Texas. Mrs. Ellinger is a mom who turned unimaginable grief, the nightmare of every parent, into action after losing her son Jake to fentanyl poisoning in 2021. Since then, she has fought tirelessly and to work to ensure that no other family has to endure the same devastating loss. Our second witness is Mr. Kevin Hall, Chief of Police for the City of Spokane. and he's been on the front lines of the fight against the fentanyl crisis. Thank you, Chief, for your service. Thank you both for being here. Mrs. Ellinger, you are recognized for 5 minutes, and I understand that you'll be starting your testimony with a brief video.
Jake was just a bundle of love and joy and happy from the day he was born. He loved sports, he loved being outdoors, he loved his friends, he had a very creative side. We all say he gave the best hugs, like in the entire world, just big old bear hugs. He played football at the University of Texas. Jake just had a fire about him, and it was a good way to like release that fire. He was a finance major in the School of McCombs when he passed away. His anxiety was pretty high the last probably year of his life, and I think it was just the pressure of school and football. We were in Mexico at a friend's daughter's wedding when I got the news that Jake had died. I was just in complete, utter shock. I mean, it's like an out-of-body experience because you just are like, no, not my child. That can't be right. The problem is the medical examiners are coming in and they're finding someone dead. They know it's not suicide because it's obviously not suicide. And so the only other box they have to check is accidental overdose. And it's not an accidental overdose, it's poisoning. These young adults are buying these pills thinking they're getting one thing and they're getting something else. I wish I could tell you that we found the person that sold it to Jake, but we did not. Basically, the DEA and the police were like, sorry, there's nothing we can do. We can't help you. We were so confused, like how in the world are people getting away with this? And of course, my horror is if we don't do anything, more and more kids are going to be dying every day. And so what House Bill 6 does is anybody who is lacing drugs with fentanyl can now be charged and prosecuted, including for murder. The facts that I wish the average parent knew about the dangers of fentanyl is do not think it won't be your kid. I would have never in a million years dreamed that Jake would die of fentanyl poisoning. Like this is happening every day to so many teenagers and young adults. So do not put your head in the sand and think there's no way this will happen in my family, because it could.
Good morning. My name is Jenna Ellinger. I never imagined that I would be on the front lines of a war I knew nothing about. And then I received the life-shattering call that my 20-year-old son, Jake, had been poisoned with fentanyl. This photo of Jake was taken 10 days. He also excelled in academics. With a score of 35 out of 36 on the ACT exam, combined with his stellar high school grades and athleticism, Jake was recruited to play linebacker by a number of top-tier universities, including Stanford, Yale, Brown, Penn, and Dartmouth. Jake passed on those incredible offers so that he could play football at his dream school, the University of Texas. His dad and I went to UT, and his brother Sam was then UT's quarterback. Jake wanted to play football with his brother on the team he had been an avid fan of his entire life. Jake was admitted into the McCombs School of Business as a finance major, became a member of the Texas Silver Spurs, and was a UT football player and a straight-A student. In the spring of 2021, as a sophomore, he was looking forward to his upcoming summer internship at Dell, and his little sister Morgan joining him at UT in the fall. On May 6, 2021, I received that horrific call. Jake had taken a counterfeit Xanax that had been laced with fentanyl. As with many things, until you've lived it, the reality of such devastation is difficult to fully understand. To our family's further devastation, when the death certificate was issued, the DEA and the Austin police informed us that they were closing their investigation because the manner of death on the death certificate was classified as an accident. Jake's death was not an accident. He was killed, literally poisoned to death. Labeling the poisoning and murder of my son as an accident resulted in the premature closing of federal and local law enforcement investigations, ensured that no one will ever be arrested for poisoning and killing Jake, prevented the case from ever reaching prosecutor's desk. I hope no other families have to live through the additional nightmare that their child's killer will never be arrested or prosecuted because a medical examiner labeled their child's poisoning as accident for statistical purposes. Through my experience, I learned that there were few to no consequences for murdering someone by poisoning them with a fentanyl-laced pill. Most laws address larger quantities of drugs, not the mere 2 milligrams of fentanyl that is considered a lethal dose. As a result, those illegally manufacturing and distributing fentanyl remained on the streets and continued killing our children, one pill at a time, with little fear of prosecution. Thankfully, with the help of friends, we were able to pass a law in Texas addressing this vacuum in the law. Our legislation requires medical examiners to classify death from a fentanyl-laced substance as what it is, poisoning, and resulting in death, including from just one pill. Now in the state of Texas, on the death certificate, it is described as fentanyl poisoning, thereby keeping law enforcement investigations from prematurely closing. And illegally manufacturing or distributing a fentanyl-laced substance that results in death, even from one pill, may be prosecuted as murder. And those poisoning Texans can no longer kill one pill at a time without fear of arrest and prosecution and are being taken off the streets. And other families may not have to live with the fact that no one will ever be prosecuted for killing their child or their loved one. The law has been effective. Before this law, there were no Texas state murder charges for deaths from one fentanyl-laced pill. In the first 8 months, there were approximately 25 murder charges. To date, there have been nearly 60 murder charges. But we're just one state. We need federal laws to accomplish these goals and more nationwide, including stopping the distribution of fentanyl in our country. Senators, our country is at war and we're losing the war, as evidenced by fentanyl becoming the #1 killer in the United States for ages 18 to 45. It impacts all races, religions, socioeconomic statuses, and political affiliations. This lethal epidemic is killing young Americans and destroying families. I'm just one mom who lost her precious son. You are among the most powerful people in this country, and there is no higher use of that power than to save someone's child and perhaps even your own. Thank you for listening. God bless you all.
Thank you, Mrs. Ellinger. Thank you for the difference you're making in our home state of Texas, and thank you for speaking to the American people today, and I hope that Congress hears your words today.
Thank you.
Chief Hall.
Chairman Cruz, Ranking Member Cantwell, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on the fentanyl crisis, an issue of national urgency that devastates communities across the country, including my own in Spokane, Washington. My name is Kevin Hall. I'm honored to serve as police chief for the city of Spokane, the second largest city in the state of Washington. I was appointed to the position in August of 2024 after previously serving more than 32 years in the Tucson Police Department in Tucson, Arizona, the last nearly 8 years as assistant chief. My 33-year career in policing has focused on violent crime, addressing the impacts of drugs and drug trafficking, and public safety at both local and national levels. Since 2019, the annual number of opioid drug overdoses has doubled in Washington state, and Spokane's opioid deaths have surpassed the state's average. Recent reports by the CDC and DEA illustrating national declines in fatal drug overdoses are not the reality in Washington state. The Spokane Fire Department's calls for overdoses have increased 30% in 2024 over the previous year. Like every other urban police agency in the country, the Spokane Police Department continues to allocate more and more resources to address open-air drug use, fatal drug overdoses, and the overall harm caused to the community by fentanyl. The Spokane County Medical Examiner reported at least 346 opioid-related deaths last year, over 75% involving fentanyl. The economic toll is staggering. The Senate's Joint Economic Committee estimated the opioid crisis cost the U.S. $1.5 trillion in 2020 alone. Fentanyl's impact stems from its potency, 40 to 50 times more lethal than heroin, and its alarming accessibility. From my experience in southern Arizona, I know that most fentanyl enters the U.S. through legal ports of entry, concealed in commercial cargo trucks, passenger vehicles, trailers, and RVs. Recent seizures highlight the scale of trafficking along transportation routes. In Tucson, law enforcement intercepted 1.7 million fentanyl pills in just 2 stops in late 2024. Spokane's supply chain follows similar patterns, moving drugs from Mexico along interstates I-19, I-10, and I-5 before reaching eastern Washington via I-90. Spokane officers have recently encountered bulk powder fentanyl, an emerging and highly dangerous trend. Fentanyl trafficking has direct and violent consequences. A harrowing example of this occurred in Spokane when an investigation where traffickers using I-90 transported bulk fentanyl pill loads to Spokane from the Tri-Cities area. Spokane PD and federal partners, after an intensive investigation, interdicted the trafficker, resulting in a violent midday shootout with Spokane police officers that endangered innocents, including small children who were in the area. 2,000 fentanyl pills were seized from the car that the suspect was traveling in. Elsewhere in Washington, drug traffickers have used commercial trucks, passenger rail, and even commercial airlines, as seen in a 2023 investigation at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, where 400,000 fentanyl pills were found in checked baggage. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security estimated that drug traffickers were bringing millions of pills a month into the Seattle region via drug couriers' checked luggage. Another separate investigation in Seattle in the fall of 2024 culminated in the arrest of 12 violent fentanyl traffickers, the seizure of significant amounts of fentanyl, dozens of weapons, and highlighted what effective federal and local law enforcement partnerships look like. With the Department of Homeland Security, Seattle Police Department, U.S. Attorney General's Office among the agencies involved. This investigation directly stemmed from the previously mentioned checked baggage investigation at SeaTac Airport. Interdicting fentanyl requires strong partnerships between local, state, federal, and tribal agencies. We must enhance these collaborations with improved technology and resources. That is why I respectfully urge Congress to pass the Stop Smuggling Illicit Synthetic Drugs on U.S. Transportation Networks Act. This legislation would expand non-intrusive inspection technologies such as drive-through and mobile X-ray sensors, specialized canine resources, vapor technology, to strengthen our ability to detect and disrupt fentanyl trafficking before it reaches our streets. The fight against fentanyl is urgent, it's real. Strengthening our enforcement capabilities will save lives. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Mrs. Ellinger, I'm going to start with you. Thank you for coming and telling us about your son, Jake. As a father, my heart breaks for you. You have gone through a nightmare that every parent, every grandparent is terrified of experiencing. You've done an enormous amount in Texas to help prevent more tragic deaths. What advice can you give to parents who might want to make a difference preventing future fentanyl poisonings?
The first thing I would say is that talk to your kids about drugs. Use the word fentanyl. Don't be afraid to talk about it. Share statistics. Explain how dangerous it is compared to when we were growing up. And also, I would say for kids that might have a lot of pressure on them, kids in our society have a higher rate of anxiety than ever before. And to take the stigma away of it's okay if you need help. Like if you feel like you need some counseling or whatever that is, that it's okay to ask for some help and do not turn to a counterfeit, drug to try to make you feel better.
An illustration that a DEA agent told me in Texas of just the potency of fentanyl, and empty the contents out so that there's nothing in it. And then he said, stick your finger inside the packet and remove your finger and you have a couple of little tiny specks of sweet and low.
Exactly.
That's enough fentanyl to kill you. I can tell you I've done that with our girls and tried to convey the point, but you're terrified that a teenager, a young adult at one party, somebody gives them some stupid pill and that's their last moment on earth. Through your hard work, the Texas Penal Code now criminalizes the delivery or manufacture of fentanyl that results in death. And the code requires medical examiners to properly classify fentanyl poisoning deaths. As you noted, over 60 drug peddlers have already been charged in Texas with murder since the law went into effect. Have you spoken with others in Texas about what these changes have meant to them when the tragedy of fentanyl poisoning occurs, and what have they told you?
Yes, I mean, unfortunately, I've made a lot of new friends because of this tragedy. Pain is anytime there is a fentanyl death, you know, whatever the 7 degrees of separation, I mean, somebody will ask me, can you talk to this person? They just lost their child to fentanyl. And I'm like, absolutely. Send me their phone number. And I can literally pull up my phone and just type in fentanyl, and 30 names of people I never knew before come up in my phone. They're extremely thankful. It's a very motivated group of people, as you can imagine. Parents that have lost their children, probably one of the most motivated group of people. And there's also, just in Austin alone, there's a group called Angel Moms, and there's probably 60 of these mothers who have lost their children to fentanyl, and that's in Austin, Texas only.
Wow. In the video you played, you said that you were unable to determine who sold the drugs to your son, Jake. In the last Congress, I passed legislation called the Trank Act to help improve the technology for detecting and identifying fentanyl and other related drugs. And Senator Cantwell and I are now working on new legislation in this space. How important is it for families to have the technology in place to track the origins and pathways that these drugs travel into the country?
I think it's extremely important. I mean, yes, shockingly, the DEA could not open Jake's phone to retrieve any information to find anyone responsible. My understanding is that these young adults are buying these counterfeit pills, thinking they're getting one thing and getting killed, through social media platforms like Snapchat and things like that. So I know that's how they're coming through. And then I also know that they are also being delivered through rideshare apps. So there is definitely a...
The record illegal immigration flows during the Biden administration have clearly taken a toll on the Coast Guard's counter-drug mission. And entitled, "The Coast Guard Faces Challenges Interdicting Non-Commercial Vessels Smuggling Drugs into the United States." This report notes that the Coast Guard did not meet its cocaine interdiction goals because it did not have enough cutters available to perform the counter-drug mission. Those cutters had been diverted to interdict illegal immigrants. The DHS OIG estimated that the Coast Guard could have interdicted up to an additional 89 metric tons of cocaine had those cutters been performing the counter-drug mission, and without objection, so ordered, entered into the record. And with that, I recognize Senator Cantwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regional meetings in my state, and it's just, the story is the same. The story is the same, and the call is the same. We need more to alert. I'll never forget a high school student in Yakima, Washington, telling me that, you know, having an assembly once a year is not enough. You should be telling high schoolers every day, do not take anything given to you by anyone other than a healthcare provider. Just don't. And I think that we have to amplify on many different fronts. We have to fight this scourge on many different fronts. So again, thank you for your willingness to continue to push on this. And you know, the jurisdiction of this committee is a little more on the transportation network, but your illumination of the problem just shows you what distribution does to destroy families. I want to ask Chief Hall about those distribution networks, because we hear a lot about the border and we want more security and detection at the border, but it's clear that these rings are so elaborate that by attacking the transportation network, we can discover and illuminate and catch these rings. And what have we learned about these networks and transportation system, and why is interdiction, like you've experienced in Spokane or Tucson, Why do we need to expand the tools given to law enforcement to help with this?
Thank you, Ranking Member Cantwell, for the question. There are a number of different reasons on why we need to do this, but primarily when I talk to my DEA, DHS partners, it's that we're catching a fraction of the illegal narcotics that are entering the country. Such a small amount. It looks huge on the newspaper, on the front page when we post shots of it for the media, but that's just a fraction of what's actually entering the country, and we're missing so much more, and we know we're missing so much more. The investigations, particularly the collaborative investigations with our federal partners, are where we're the most functional, and we see the most success. Bringing local, state, tribal, and federal partners together just enhances or scales up all of the skill sets and brings in quite frankly, the resources of the federal government that most of us don't have. But collaborating allows us to locate more, to utilize the intelligence base from the federal government on international or national transportation routes, and through, like we said, rail, sea, air, and the interstates, which is where we're seeing most of this. The investment by the cartels, and make no mistake, this is all cartel driven, is such that they will completely disassemble a vehicle, a brand new vehicle, put as much narcotics into every single void inside that vehicle and then assemble it again. They will go through that amount of energy, put the vehicle back together and put it on the road, and it's off on the freeways. The 1.7 million pills that I referenced in my opening statement, that was in 2 vehicles, 2 sedans, 2 nondescript sedans that had to be completely disassembled in order to recover all of those narcotics.
And how did you discover to check those?
Investigations.
Something told you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. This is why I want us to have a more collaborative effort here, because when you look at the technology that we have at the border that is doing some of this detection, but like you said, they're tearing cars apart. And so what do you think a new vapor technology could help us do?
Any tool will help us down this road, whether it's X-ray technology, vapor technology, even going to, like I call old school canine technology. They're all very effective in different ways, and having a layered approach and a cross-sector approach, multifaceted. This is a very complex problem. It requires complex solutions, and having all of those technologies and all of those different approaches is just going to enhance law enforcement's ability to detect and seize these narcotics.
Well, I'm just going to be a little more clear about the challenges of getting a warrant on search and seizure are complex. But when you're at one of our ports or transportation systems and you have a you can do basically non-invasive way to detect the movement of fentanyl. That's what I want at every transportation hub, and because that will stop this flow. And I'm not going to stop all of it, but it will give us the tools that you're talking about. And then how can we best help too on the labs and the information? What's the gap there that we're seeing?
I'm sorry, the labs?
Locally, how you have to do the work to try to detect and figure out what you've acquired.
A lot of it is just the sheer number, the backlog. So say we're working with the state lab in order to process the narcotics that we seize, and we have to wait for that processing in order to charge for the most part. So it's that kind of resource that is limited. And I know from my time in Arizona, it was the same issue there. It's just it's a capacity issue. There's so much illegal narcotics coming into the country and so few people doing this work, including lab personnel, law enforcement, even harm reduction agencies that we work with. Going to an earlier point is we inform them everything that you see out on the street, from marijuana to what you think is cocaine to what you think is a prescribed pill, is going to have fentanyl in it. What we're finding out is everything we test has fentanyl in it. So we just tell everybody, know what you're taking, it's fentanyl.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Cantwell. There's roughly 1,000 miles between my home in North Carolina and the southern border, but on average, 9 North Carolinians lose their lives every day due to fentanyl. I just want to thank you personally, both for being here. When I talk to law enforcement officers in all 100 counties in North Carolina, I repeatedly hear that every single county in North Carolina is a border county, largely because of the prior administration's policies, but I think that we are on track to do much better. The county next to where I live, the sheriff there, he said, we just had a traffic stop. It looked like some of the pictures that were shown earlier. And there was enough in that trunk to kill 250,000 people. Unbelievable. The Chief, while you're here, is there anything else Congress can do to give local law enforcement the additional tools to go after drug and human traffickers?
Resources are always scarce, always scarce. I know currently the Department of Justice is holding up grants. I know that they'll come out sooner or later, but those types of grant funding helps us at the local level, helps us at the state level, and it helps our collaborations with HIDAs and different task forces that we have created with the DEA, Department of Homeland Security, Department of Homeland Security Investigations, all those different agencies. We are all facing the same scarcity of resources.
Thank you. Ms. Ellinger, thank you for sharing your story, Jake, as well. I would imagine that our children are about the same age. And we don't sit up here, whether it's in this body or across the hall or in the House of Representatives, as theorists. We're all personally affected by this, so it means a lot. I remember when I first ran in 2016, and right before the election, I was given the devastating news that the young volunteer staffer that was driving me that day had just lost his younger brother, about the same age as Jake, and it was from something he thought was just something innocent, but it wasn't. And that brother that survived and was volunteering for me that day gave a speech 2 weeks ago regarding fentanyl, except it wasn't at on that side of the dais, it was on this side, because he is now a member of Congress in the U.S. House of Representatives, and he's in the fight in the other chamber. So again, we're not theorists, we're all personally affected by this. And again, I thank you both for what you do.
Thank you.
Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mrs. Ellinger. Thank you so much for being here to bravely share your story about your family and your son. And I thank you for your tireless work to bring attention to this tragedy. I believe to my core that your efforts are saving lives. And I'm heartbroken for your family's tremendous loss. I've heard from and sat with mothers in Wisconsin who have shared with me stories just like yours. Fentanyl is devastating families and communities in my state, and we know throughout our country. And I'm committed to fighting this deadly epidemic on all fronts. And I know my colleagues, as you've already heard, are hearing similar demands from their constituents. Congress has taken a few important bipartisan steps in the right direction, but clearly there is so much more work for us to do. So, Mrs. Ellinger, it is thanks to the brave advocacy of people like you that this important issue remains really forefront in our work, and I thank you for that. Chief Hall, I want to thank you for your work, both in Tucson and now Spokane, in the front lines to protect Americans. And we have to make sure that we're putting every resource possible towards protecting Americans and stopping the movement of deadly fentanyl and illicit substances across our borders, but also throughout our communities. For that reason, I worked with Senator Cantwell to introduce a bill that would stop smuggling of drugs through our domestic transportation networks. We've already heard that bill elevated during this hearing, and I am eager to collaborate with both Senator Cantwell and Senator Cruz, again, this Congress, to continue that work. I'd love to hear your recommendations, Chief Hall, about actions the federal government can take to improve the coordination between local law enforcement and other levels of law enforcement, but also additional resources that would help you and your colleagues detect and seize the illegal drugs right on our own streets. Like my colleagues, I've held many first responder roundtables throughout the state of Wisconsin. And sometimes there are challenges in the various levels that are looking at these distribution networks, these domestic cartels, if you will, and tracking high-level cases versus the work you're doing to find the individual perpetrator in a particular case. Can you please share a little bit more about that?
Sure. Thank you, Senator Baldwin. I appreciate the question. And I'll try not to get myself in trouble here.
It's a tough question.
There are so many different things the federal government can do and have done in the past, quite frankly. We have always had a good partnership with our federal law enforcement partners. But I think sometimes I would submit one of the first things we could do is draw back a little and look at a wider perspective of what we're dealing with here and define it is transportation networks, and disrupting those networks in any way, shape, or form will disrupt the marketplace, the business model that these cartels operate under. And in that same fashion, I think we can spend a little bit more time providing the training and resources for state and local, and quite frankly, even federal law enforcement to look at how they are funneling money. This is a for-profit business in this model, and it's not giant loads of cash anymore. It's Bitcoin, and it's electronic wallets, and local and state and a lot of federal agencies don't have the sophistication to track that money and seize that money. And quite frankly, in a lot of cases, it's completely untrackable. But those, while we're just now starting to dip our toe in how to go after those funds, those illegal funds gained through, quite frankly, the killing of our children, that would be enormously helpful if we took a look at that, as well as the transportation networks. And as I said before, this is a very complex problem. It's gonna need a very complex solution that crosses sectors and is multidimensional, and that's one of the ways I can think of. We just had this discussion back where I'm from, is how do we go after those wallets and those Bitcoins that are being utilized to hide these illegal funds from the government.
Thank you, Chief Hall.
So first of all, Ms. Ellinger, thank you for being here. My youngest son is 26, which would be about, if I would guess, Jake's age today. I can't imagine, honestly, how you've been able to do that, so God bless you. God bless you for your strength. Because quite frankly, there's probably a part of you that's just really pissed off. And so pushing that and suppressing that down has got to be really hard. And I'm really pissed off too, because I've seen the federal government do so little to attack this. I mean, you said something in your testimony that really stuck with me, which is we're at war and we're losing that war. Would you agree? You feel that way?
100%, and I am so thankful for this administration and for being here today, because it's, as you said, it's so painful just to live with not having Jake every day, and then to just know that our amazing country is just, it felt like to me, was doing absolutely nothing, and more and more and more and more children were dying every single day, and it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, in Ohio, we probably lose about 4,000 people a month to fentanyl poisoning. And you look back and you go, okay, like, if we're losing 4,000 American kids every year just in Ohio, 110,000 around the country, You would think that would be like a 12-alarm fire in Washington, D.C. over the last 4 years, yet what did we do?
Exactly.
We didn't do anything at the border, like nothing. In fact, sat here on their hands while they knew this was going on. And so I get the sentiment today from the other side, but honestly, to me, it falls so short. Number one, what did President Trump do? Declared the Mexican cartels foreign terrorist organizations. We should wipe those animals off the face of the earth. And yet the administration in the last 4 years did nothing about that. We should make anybody who distributes fentanyl an accessory to first-degree murder. And if you're the ultimate supplier of that, then you are a first-degree murder federal charge recipient. Anybody who is involved in the banking of that, in the transportation of that. If you're a tech company and you're allowing the sale of these products, then you, the executives of these companies, are an accessory to first-degree murder. We can't have half measures. If it was my son, I wouldn't be able to sit through this, honestly. How you do it, like I said, I'll repeat it again. God bless you for doing what you're doing. And to my Democrat colleagues, I hope this isn't just words about more government spending, but rather actual attacks on what we're seeing at our southern border, that we treat this as an existential threat to our country. You said, Chief, turn to you. You said this is a for-profit business. This isn't just a for-profit business. This is a multi-billion-dollar-a-year operation that this country is enabling. This country and this administration and the majority that had control of Congress over the last 4 years, they made these drug cartel members so insanely wealthy. Those are the billionaires that they should be talking about when they rant on a Senate floor that they're going after. And Chief, you said something, God bless you too, for the work that you do and all law enforcement does. But I just push back a little bit on something you said. You said that most fentanyl comes across legal ports of entry. We don't know that. We have absolutely no idea how much fentanyl comes across through non-designated ports of entry, because by definition, we have no idea. When I've been on the border, you look at what the Border Patrol agents are doing, where you have the surge of human trafficking on one side, these fake asylum claims that my colleagues won't even vote on a bill to say, hey, you can't claim asylum through a non-designated port of entry. They won't even agree to that, to say, hey, if you're going to claim asylum, you got to do it at a legal port of entry and you got to wait. No, they want to parole these people into the country, which is insane. So the Border Patrol agents have to go to those non-designated port of entry. I was in Del Rio when the Haitian surge happened. There were ports of entries that were wide open. These were streets that were available. So we have no idea what comes across there. And we have to go right at the root cause and make the punishment so severe. So I'm all for investing more money in the Coast Guard. We have a big lake in Ohio, but I hope that what comes out of this testimony from both of you, and hopefully there's colleagues on the other side of the aisle that have kids that are your kids' age and realize what's really going on, and that we take this moment to say we are not going to allow a 9/11 plane to crash every single day in America, and do something about it. Pass legislation to make this happen. So I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, you abdicated your duties for the last 4 years. Step up and work with us to pass meaningful legislation to attack the billionaires that you enabled on the other side of our border to kill our kids. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Moreno. Senator Sullivan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the witnesses very much. Mrs. Ellinger, I want to extend my condolences too. Just read your testimony. Sounds like Jake was an incredible, amazing, gifted young man. I'm very sorry, really sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Is that his UT uniform on right there?
Yes, sir.
My mom went to UT, so
Awesome.
I've been a Longhorns fan for a long time. But, let me ask a question. We have maybe you've met her. If you haven't, it would be really great because you're very similar to her. We have a very courageous woman in Alaska named Sandy Snodgrass. She's kind of had the same experience that you have. Her son Bruce was killed by a fentanyl overdose, like Jake. It was laced with something. And so she's done what you've done, which is kind of taken this horrible grief and that most people can't even imagine, and used it in a way to push for public policy changes in state law. She's done that in Alaska. And then she and I and our governor, we've teamed up on this big campaign we launched about 8 or 9 months ago in Alaska called One Pill Can Kill. And I don't know if you're familiar with that, but what we're trying to do on that is to get to prevention, to let the young people in Alaska know that, hey, if you're taking a pill or smoking a joint, you might have no idea that this is laced with fentanyl. Believe it or not, my state in the last 2 years has had the highest overdose rates of fentanyl of any state in the country. Alaska, 4,000 miles from the border. So when people say, oh, what do you guys care up in Alaska? You're far away from the southern border. We care because it's killing our kids just like it's killing kids in Texas. So are you familiar with the One Pill Can Kill campaign? And have you guys done it in Texas? And I'd really like to get your sense of prevention. We're trying to we put this big campaign together, gotten all the high school kids and even junior high kids involved to do PSA announcements so they can learn from each other. I think it's most effective when it comes from peer to peer, not senators and governors telling them. So what's your sense on that? And I really appreciate your courage for being here. I know probably every single day you're missing your really wonderful son.
Yes, thank you so much. We actually, Governor Abbott in the state of Texas had a One Pill Kills campaign.
Oh, good.
And if you drive in the state of Texas on any highway, you will see signs that say One Pill Kills. And many people have also put up billboards with their children's pictures on them.
Wow.
Saying fentanyl kills. I think all of those things help. I 100% agree with you that coming from the younger generation is more impactful.
Yeah.
Part of the frustration for me has been, has anybody thinking about the fact that this is our future? These young people that are dying, that are getting wiped out in large numbers, that's the future of our country. So what is going to happen in 10 years when we have this horrific gap?
Yeah.
Because we've lost so many of them. My son is in the NFL, and they do the Cause for Cleats.
Yeah.
Cleats for a Cause, I'm sorry. And he, and then one of his friends also, who he played with at UT, wore their One Pill Kills fentanyl awareness cleats and got a great response from that. I think, like Senator Cantwell said earlier, we have to come at this from every angle.
Yeah.
It can't be, here, let's just go here and let's look at this. It is like we were saying, it's a war.
It is a war.
And we're losing. We're losing bad.
Well, if you have ideas from what you learned in Texas on the One Pill Can Kill campaign, prevention, right? So young people are aware. A lot of young people are not aware at all that this is taking a pill like that that's not a prescribed pill that they got from a pharmacist can be a Russian roulette death sentence.
It's exactly what I call it, is Russian roulette. I mean, it's in cocaine, it's in pot, it's in all of the things that in our generation people could experiment with, and they had no fear of dying. They just were making a really stupid mistake.
Yeah.
And a bad choice.
Well, look, we might look at kind of nationalizing some of these ideas of prevention. Real quick, so thank you again. Chief, I just had a quick question. Too, for you, you served up in kind of the Pacific Northwest area and then down along the border. Any major differences? And then this is probably for the next panel, but what always really frustrates me on this is that Xi Jinping is a dictator, right? I mean, nobody does anything in China without his permission. And the flow that continues from China, he did a deal with President Trump. He did a deal with President Biden to stop this flow. And, you know, it's more what we call promise fatigue with the Chinese. They make big announcements and they never keep their promises, even to our leaders. So what's your sense on kind of differences at the Pacific Northwest level that you've seen? That's Alaska, of course. And then any sense on the Chinese just ignoring it and wanting to kill young Americans?
I'll take the difference between Arizona and Washington first. The biggest difference I see is we would interdict massive loads in Tucson, Arizona. Tucson is 60 miles north of the international port of entry. And it was nonstop, and it was not unusual to get hundreds of thousands of pills or bulk powder form in the pounds in Arizona. That's much less likely up in Washington. It does happen, as we've seen and as I've testified. It does happen, but not nearly as often. And that's because when it comes from the border, then it gets distributed throughout the nation. So we're getting smaller amounts up there, but the smaller amounts are just as deadly, and we have just as many fatal overdoses, and we have just as many social problems that come from fentanyl as every other city. So when I look at downtown Tucson and I look at downtown Spokane, if I didn't know where I was at, they would look very similar. And that's the impact that fentanyl has.
Great. And maybe for the record, I know I'm out of time, if you could answer the China question. I know it's a tough question, but I just think they're flooding the zone on purpose.
Respectfully, Senator, I'm going to stay out of the geopolitics. I know the precursor chemicals, for the most part, are coming from China, and how we stop those, I'm not sure, because they're not coming to the United States, they're going to Mexico. Yeah. So that would be the realm of you fine folks.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Sheehy, you're recognized.
Thank you for coming today, Jenna. Thank you for taking on this cause. I know you've survived a terrible tragedy in your family, so thank you for turning that into productive advocacy, because it's going to take a whole country to come together to fix this. Chief, question for you. I'm Montana, so not too far from you. Spent a lot of time up in your neck of the woods fighting wildfires, so familiar with Spokane and the surrounding area. What is your feeling on the northern border as far as impacting your communities with regard to fentanyl and drug trafficking?
As far as the northern border, what we're seeing is very little coming south from Canada. Almost everything we've seen that we've been able to track, once again with our federal partners, it's all coming up from Mexico along the interstates. Like I said, I-19 to I-5, or I-10 to I-5, and then I-90 into Spokane and northern Idaho. We are the urban hub of eastern Washington, and it all spreads out from there.
Yeah, we see the same in Montana, coming up I-15 to Butte and then over. So, what interface are you seeing at all with the tribal communities and the Pinwar region as far as how they're being impacted by the fentanyl crisis?
In the tribal communities, it's a little bit more of an invisible epidemic, because, quite frankly, the tribe, for historical reasons, are far more isolated and have far less trust in the government. And so it's harder to get inroads into the tribes. And I'm speaking from my personal experience as a tribal member. I don't enforce the law on the tribes. I have no jurisdiction. But it is probably far more tragic because it's far more isolated, and it is not as well known on the tribes just because of that.
And what do you feel the way ahead is there? Obviously, we feel those same issues in Montana. We have reservation land and tribal communities all across the state, and they're dealing, with this crisis first and foremost. And the first thing I hear from our tribal leaders is the fentanyl crisis is tearing apart their communities. And, they fall into, as you well know, a very unique law enforcement construct with their sovereignty, but they still want their streets cleaned up. They still want their kids to be healthy. So given your experience in the region, what do you think are some ways ahead where we can start to thread that needle, where we can still respect the sovereignty of our tribal communities, but help them battle this epidemic and win?
I think much stronger and closer relationships with tribal authorities, local and state and federal authorities. I think we're getting there, at least in my region, in the Spokane region, with the Spokane tribe, Kalispell, Colville, all of those tribes, we're getting to a point where our relationships are getting stronger, where we understand this is a common issue that's killing all of us. It doesn't matter if you're Native or indigenous, if you're from Spokane or if you're from OMAC. It's still going to kill you. And so we all need to come together. And I'm starting to see that collaboration and that cooperation amongst the tribal folks, the state, local, and federal as well.
Great. Thank you for making the trip out. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Sheehy. Senator Murkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to begin just by expressing my deepest condolences to you, Mrs. Erlinger, for your great loss, tragic loss. I'm just so sorry. We want to do everything we can in order to, in the future, do a better job. Because you're right, we are in a war against fentanyl, and that means we need every resource possible. We need to be tracking every overdose death. We need everyone to have access to naloxone, to reverse overdoses. We need enough providers and access to medications like methadone and Suboxone for people struggling with addiction. We need communities and law enforcement to have funding to prevent fentanyl from coming into their communities and respond once it's there. President Trump and I had lunch in September of 2017 as he was heading for a trip to China. I was the ranking member on that committee on foreign relations. And I talked to him about how important it was to tell President Xi to just stop those precursor chemicals from coming from China, because we were losing 80 to 100,000 people a year. And I also recommended to him that we work together on a bill to have detection devices along the southern border, and that there were actually devices in place that could detect that fentanyl from coming across the border. And in February of 2018, I stood with him, and he gave me the pen as he signed the bill to provide those tens of millions of dollars for the devices along the border to detect fentanyl. So I know it's just such a very important issue that we have to deal with. So Chief Hall, does your police department have to balance both stopping fentanyl smuggling and responding to the overdoses from fentanyl? How do you handle that?
It is a balance, Senator, and thank you for the question. Once again, it's how we prioritize the workload, and as you know, we're understaffed. Washington State is severely understaffed. I think it's number 50 out of the 50 states on a ratio of officers to population. So we struggle with that and allocating the appropriate amount of resources to addressing this issue. However, it is an issue of life or death. So we take that on seriously.
So how important is it for you, Chief, for Spokane to continue to receive sustained and reliable funding for all of the work that you're doing to take on the fentanyl crisis?
It's incredibly important. It's incredibly important. Funding is what we live on. That's how we pay my officers. That's how we pay for the technology that we use. It's how we pay for the programs that we use, some of which that you just mentioned, including naloxone, the administration of buprenorphine, and our work in the harm reduction area, trying to keep people alive.
And I am just so concerned that this Trump administration is too busy making drastic, unfocused cuts and engaging in political stunts rather than actually focusing its energy and addressing the fentanyl crisis, because the reality is that cuts to federal research will slow down finding better ways to test for fentanyl, to improve upon that. And as you know, a border wall is not going to stop all of it, no matter what. You're still going to need these additional resources that you have in the community, because it's going to come through legal ports of entry still, to some degree, no matter what happens. And disrupting funding to organizations dedicated to responding to the overdose crisis will just slow down the life-saving efforts that you engage in every single day. When we're talking about overdose and fentanyl epidemic, playing politics is just not going to solve the problem. You need the resources to do it. So, and that's why I I worked with President Trump to have my Interdict Act be signed. That was a pragmatic, bipartisan. I did it with Senator Rubio in order to put that in place. But we need more equipment. We need more high-tech equipment, even at the local level. We just need more resources in your hands, which is why I introduced the Stop Fentanyl Overdoses Act to enhance information sharing between healthcare providers and law enforcement and to educate communities. So I thank you, Chief. I thank you, Mrs. Erlinger. You've come here with serious efforts that you are recommending to us, and you deserve a serious response. And that's what I'm committed to having Congress provide for you, not just chainsaw solutions to problems. We have to focus in on where your needs are the greatest. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Markey. Appreciate that. I want to thank you both for being here. This has been very important, very insightful, very helpful. And whether it's law enforcement or personal experience, it matters a lot to us. We want to conclude this panel, and we want to welcome our next panel, if they would please come forward to the witness table now. Thank you both so much.
I might have to keep talking to you about it, but it's okay for now. Thank you very much.
Our second panel of witnesses today include Ms. Shannon Kelly, Assistant Director, Office of National Drug Control Policy, U.S. Interdiction Coordinator and Director, National High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Program. Ms. Kelly has more than 2 decades of counter-drug experience and worked previously for the U.S. Department of Justice and the National Drug Intelligence Center. Thank you for being here. Rear Admiral Adam Shamey, U.S. Coast Guard Assistant Commandant for Response Policy. In this capacity, he is responsible for developing strategic response doctrine and policy guidance for all Coast Guard forces, including covering law enforcement activities and border maritime security. And lastly, Mr. Jonathan Miller, Executive Assistant Commissioner, Air and Marine Operations with U.S. Customs and Border Protection. His mission is to safeguard our nation by anticipating and confronting security threats through aviation and maritime law enforcement. Ms. Kelly, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Good afternoon. First, I want to thank Mrs. Ellinger for sharing Jake's story with us. She's an eloquent and courageous spokesperson for the many Americans suffering from the illicit fentanyl crisis. Senator Budd and distinguished members of the committee, I'm honored to speak with you today about the challenges and opportunities facing our law enforcement partners as they combat illicit drug trafficking. I'm here today representing the White House Office of National Drug Control Policy, where it is my privilege to serve as both the U.S. Interdiction Coordinator and the Director of the National High Intensity Drug Trafficking Areas Program. As the U.S. Interdiction Coordinator, I advise the ONDCP Director as we create policy and coordinate activities to reduce the flow of illicit drugs across our borders and into our communities. Through its coordination function, the USIC ensures a comprehensive and cogent approach to securing the nation's borders. supporting the President's executive orders on ensuring the territorial integrity of the United States and addressing the national emergency at the southern and northern borders. To make this direction efficient and effective, I draft the applicable portions of the National Drug Control Strategy, the National Interdiction Command and Control Plan, and border interdiction strategies for the southern, northern, and Caribbean borders of the United States. The centerpiece of my team's work is the HIDA program, which provides federal grant funds to areas determined to be critical drug trafficking regions of the United States. HIDA allocates nearly $300 million in federal funding to support the strategies developed and implemented by coalitions of federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial partners. I deeply appreciate Congress's strong bipartisan support of the HIDA program and want to personally thank you for your support for the HIDA program. This support is critical because as we speak, America is facing the deadliest drug threat in its history. Over the past 25 years, the number of fatal overdoses involving synthetic drugs, including fentanyl, have increased nearly 100 times. And the illicit drug threat continues to transform. We must dismantle the supply chains for illicit drugs and their raw materials and attack the global criminal networks fueling these American deaths. This includes the drug cartels that have inundated the United States with deadly drugs, violent criminals, and vicious gangs. Our federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial partners work tirelessly to interdict illicit drugs, weapons, and proceeds, and to dismantle criminal networks wherever they reside. I look forward to telling you more about the outstanding work of these tireless patriots. As a result of the recent executive order designating cartels and other organizations as foreign terrorist organizations and specially designated global terrorists, we expect to see additional authorities for law enforcement to investigate and dismantle these networks and place new pressure and threat of prosecution on entities that support and enable the cartels. Law enforcement working to disrupt drug trafficking networks need access to telecommunications, automated license plate readers, financial transactions, and illicit firearms data. Developing and deploying these technologies is critical to investigative success. It's equally important that these tools are used to maximize investigative efficacy while minimizing any risks to the privacy of innocent Americans. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today and to share the perspective from the Office of National Drug Control Policy. Protecting Americans from illicit drugs and the traffickers who harm them is our mission. Our strong interagency partners, as represented by my fellow panelists from the Coast Guard and Customs and Border Protection today, are key to disrupting and dismantling criminal networking organizations. Collectively, our work is leading to real progress under President Trump's leadership, and with your support, I'm confident we will continue to stop traffickers and save lives. I'm happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Admiral Shamey, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Good afternoon, Senator Budd and distinguished members of the committee. I request that my written testimony be submitted for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your continued support of the United States Coast Guard and the young men and women who selflessly volunteer to serve our nation. Throughout our 234-year career, our workforce has always been our greatest strength, and I am incredibly proud to serve alongside them. I very much appreciate the title of this hearing, A View from the Front Lines. It's a good reminder for me of why I'm here today, to share with you the successes and challenges of our crews who do the mission every day. Throughout my time in uniform, the best part of my job has always been bragging about my crews. And now sitting before you, I'm honored to share just two of their success stories over the past month. On February 2nd, Coast Guard cutter Joseph Doyle and a Coast Guard aircraft were patrolling south of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The cutter stopped and boarded a go-fast vessel, seizing 2,000 pounds of cocaine and detaining 3 Venezuelan smugglers. Thanks to the crew of that cutter and aircraft, they kept over $16 million of drugs off American streets. On January 23rd, the crew of Coast Guard cutter Weishi was patrolling far off the coast of Mexico when the crew spotted a go-fast vessel with 3 outboard engines. The Coast Guard helicopter employed their precision marksmen to shoot the outboards, and the boarding team seized 6 tons of cocaine valued at almost $100 million, and they detained 10 smugglers from Mexico and Ecuador. In all of fiscal year 2024, the Coast Guard interdicted 106 tons of cocaine with a street value of $3.2 billion and detained 213 smugglers. That sounds good, but I would call it an average year. This year, our crews have interdicted 108 tons of cocaine, and they have already surpassed last year's total only 5 months into the fiscal year. This pace, however, is not sustainable. For every drug interdiction, each crew has countless stories of engine casualties, electronics failures, and just last week, one cutter discovered a hole in the side of the ship with seawater pouring in. Making our crews' lives even tougher, when they order the parts to make repairs, sometimes we don't have them on the shelf or they're not even available. And sometimes we take the parts off a ship returning to port so another ship can go out to sea. Our crews know we're the world's best Coast Guard, but we need to do a better job to make them feel that way. I've talked a lot about cocaine because bulk cocaine is smuggled at sea. The interdiction of cocaine matters because the same cartels who smuggle cocaine produce and smuggle fentanyl. When we interdict the smugglers at sea, we work with our interagency partners in the intelligence community to determine who these criminals are, which cartels employ them, and how and where these cartels operate. Cocaine is the cash crop for transnational criminal organizations, the cartels. Their huge profits from cocaine fund other nefarious activities like human smuggling, weapons trafficking, and production of synthetic drugs like fentanyl. Fentanyl is the leading cause of drug-related deaths in our country, but cocaine still kills upwards of 25,000 Americans every year. Although we rarely encounter fentanyl at sea, the Coast Guard is actively finding new ways to get after this problem. We are working alongside federal, state, local, tribal, and international partners to protect the American people and ensure our national security remains strong. The Coast Guard does a lot of things, but we don't do it alone. Whether in the field, in a skiff, or in a courtroom, we count on each other every day to achieve mission success. We proudly serve alongside the Department of Defense, our many homeland components like Customs and Border Protection and Homeland Security investigations, and with the Department of State and Department of Justice, just to name a few. On behalf of our acting commandant and our entire workforce, active duty, reserve, civilian, and auxiliary, thank you for your enduring support of the United States Coast Guard. I look forward to your questions.
And Mr. Miller, you are recognized.
Senator Blackburn, Chairman Cruz, Ranking Member Cantwell, and distinguished members of the committee, it is an honor to appear before you today on behalf of the men and women of Air Marine Operations to discuss our critical role in interdicting illicit drugs in the U.S. territorial waters and maritime approaches as part of U.S. Customs and Border Protection's comprehensive approach to border security. While AMO has existed in its current form for less than 20 years, its origins trace back to the legacy U.S. Customs Service, and we continue to meet a longstanding need for specialized air and maritime border security capabilities. Our operators are sworn federal law enforcement agents with a broad range of authorities to conduct counter-narcotic operations across land, air, and sea domains. Maritime domain presents unique national security challenges. Unlike air and land environments, coastal waters are vast, less restricted spaces. Countless vessels enter or operate in U.S. territorial waters every day, making detection of illegal activity and apprehending associated smugglers challenging. Many smuggling crafts hide in plain sight amongst legitimate traffic, while others transit remote areas far offshore, trying to elude detection altogether. Smugglers also use a variety of vessels tailored to the area and amount of contraband they are smuggling to best evade detection, including modified fishing boats, go-fast vessels, pangas, low-profile vessels, and semi-submersibles. Vessels are also much faster than they were 20 years ago, often leaving law enforcement little time to interdict them before reaching our shores. Drug smuggling activity in the maritime environment is a perpetual and dangerous threat to U.S. border security. Of the 234 pounds of drugs AMO seized in FY24, approximately 76% occurred in the maritime environment. In addition to high maritime drug interdiction rates, smuggler aggression and violence has also been on the rise. Since 2006, AMO has used disabling fire on the engines of fleeing smuggling vessels nearly 350 times, with more than half of those happening in the last 4 years. In November 2022, 3 of our Marine Interdiction agents were shot, and one, Michael Maceda, was tragically killed during a vessel stop with smugglers off the coast of Puerto Rico. The threat of illicit maritime activity is persistent and dynamic, but AMO is dedicated and adaptable. We are continually refining our capabilities and adjusting our tactics to stay ahead of these ever-evolving threats. AMO deploys a fleet of what I believe to be some of the most powerful law enforcement marine interceptors in the world. Evolving to meet today's threats, we've recently repowered these vessels and made other modifications to this platform for a perfect mix of speed, agility, and agent safety. AMO also maintains a fleet of aircraft functionally designed and outfitted for maritime detection and surveillance. Our P-3s, Dash 8s, and MQ-9 UAS aircraft provide long-range, high-endurance capabilities in remote source and transit zones, while the Super King Air 350 multi-role enforcement aircraft further expands aerial surveillance, closing detection and enforcement gaps in the littorals of the United States and the Caribbean. AMO is heavily invested in a variety of tethered aerostats and tactical systems, providing ground-based radar and sensor capabilities that significantly increase our domain awareness along our littoral borders and the maritime approaches around Puerto Rico, South Texas into the Gulf, the Florida Straits, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and the northern border. The scale and complexity of countering drug trafficking in the maritime environment requires partnerships and operational collaboration. In addition to the U.S. Coast Guard, AMO routinely works with federal, state, local, and foreign partners and is one of the largest contributors of flight hours to Joint Interagency Task Force South, supporting counter-narcotics operations in the vast 42 million square mile source and transit zones. With a fleet designed for rapid interdiction, airborne and ground assets that provide critical domain awareness, and agents with extensive law enforcement experience, AMO brings a unique capability to detect and disrupt smuggling operations before they reach our shores. With few exceptions, AMO's marine law enforcement authority is limited to customs waters or 12 nautical miles from the coastline of the United States. CBP continues to work with Congress on legislative changes to extend the customs waters from 12 to 24 nautical miles. This extension of law enforcement authorities would enable AMO to more effectively enforce U.S. laws at sea, expand our counter-narcotics operations, support our partners, and carry out our border security mission. Senator Blackburn, Chairman Cruz, Ranking Member Cantwell, and the members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Ms. Kelly, I want to come to you with my first question. I'm looking forward to introducing a bill that would reauthorize HIDA at an increased funding level. And in Tennessee, I've heard from so many of our law enforcement personnel how important this is. I want you just to speak for about 30 seconds. What would happen if we did not have this?
Thank you so much, Senator Blackburn, for your support and for the question. I think what we have heard persistently from, in particular, our state and local partners is that the HIDA program is essential for the coordination of federal, state, local task forces. We heard from the first panel how important it is for the federal government to engage with the partners, the 18,000 sheriff's departments and police departments across the nation who otherwise, without the framework and the structure of the HIDA program, may not be equipped to share information freely, to coordinate on these cases, and to make sure that we have a holistic, whole scope of government response to dismantling the criminal networks that are trafficking fentanyl from the southwest border all the way through the interior of the United States into every state and territory across the country.
I appreciate that you all talked about our borders and what is coming in shipping containers from China and what we are seeing in our ports. But in Tennessee, we've got the Mississippi River and the port in Memphis. And what I would like to hear from you is what we can do, how your agencies are working on these inland rivers, And I know the FBI put a memo out warning of increased China influence on the Mississippi River. So, Mr. Miller, I'm going to start with you and just go down the line. I'd like to hear what you all are doing when it comes to our inland waterways.
Thank you, Senator. So AMO has Marine units in the Gulf. I would say the biggest impact in terms of our inland waterways is the support that we provide to state and local agencies in the area, to include task forces. We provide aerial surveillance with light enforcement helicopters with specific capabilities to track narcotic smugglers or any kind of trafficking that state and local agencies are working, and we provide greater officer safety during buy-bust operations or high-risk warrant operations.
Okay. Admiral?
Good afternoon, Senator. Ma'am, we work across the interagency with all our partners throughout Homeland, also state, local, federal, and tribal to get after a lot of these problems. The Coast Guard is a multi-mission service, so many of the same crew members who might be doing a search and rescue case one moment could be boarding a vessel that's coming in potentially with illegal narcotics. The ability to shift between missions is a critical capability of the Coast Guard, and that is fed by intelligence. The Coast Guard is a member of the intelligence community, and we work across the IC to help put our cutters and crews in places where we know the worst problems will be so that we can effectively respond.
Ms. Kelly?
I appreciate that my co-panelists have both mentioned information sharing. HIDA, as you know, is a key framework for sharing information from our federal partners down through our state and locals, who in many instances are the ones actually enforcing the drug laws, particularly in some of our more rural and remote areas.
Rear Admiral, I'd like to come to you on this. I think it is helpful that President Trump has identified the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And so as we look at dealing with these cartels, is there any further authority that the Coast Guard needs in order to apprehend and to work in this process with the IC?
Good afternoon, Senator. I'm very appreciative that the president has designated these cartels as terrorist organization. I think that sends a message that we as a government are deadly serious and are bringing all of our assets and resources to bear to get after this problem. I'd be happy to answer the question for the record with a list of additional authorities that we might be able to use to get after that.
That would be very helpful. That's the kind of information we need. My time's expired. Senator Cantwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the second group of panel witnesses who have been on the front lines of fighting this. Very much appreciate your being here today. I wanted to start with you, Director Kelly, just in comments about the legislation that we introduced last year. You were supportive of that, which I appreciate. But this whole area of how to build capacity at attacking the transportation networks, we heard from Spokane Chief Hall about why this worked and why it does work, right, in the sense of the transportation networks beyond the border. What do you think? You think that you can easily grow that capacity within your organization? Is that right? The support for our legislation, which requires a stop fentanyl smuggling transportation network strategy.
Thank you so much for the question, Ranking Member Cantwell. And we share your keen interest in ensuring that all modalities of our transportation network are secure. That has been a particular challenge in the past, and we have focused increasing efforts on ensuring that we're hitting all points through our partners at the U.S. Postal Inspection Service and securing our parcel systems, also attacking transportation on rail via air, both passenger and cargo. We share your interest as well in a fentanyl strategy. Certainly at the Office of National Drug Control Policy, biannually we prepare the National Drug Control Strategy, and our next one will be due in 2026. But we certainly appreciate the focus that a fentanyl strategy would bring, and we are happy to engage with our partners at the National Security Council and lead that effort.
But once we had that in your authority, you could plug this into the current system and then just leverage this extra local law enforcement effort to go after these transportation networks.
I think we would have to build out a complete plan for this, but certainly that using the existing framework would make great sense.
Great. I just wanted to clarify that because I feel like you were already somewhat there, but this is about growing the capacity to target these transportation modes. And did you want to comment anything about the technology, the vapor, how important a breakthrough that could be?
Absolutely. I think we are very interested in ensuring that we're using bleeding edge technology when and where possible. I would also mention, though, that we want to make sure that we maintain robust support for all dimensions of interdiction, which would include ensuring that we have manpower who are trained appropriately, who are good, well-equipped at detecting suspicious behavior when they pull someone over as part of a roadside interdiction, making sure that we're also funding canines. This is a much more basic foundational effort, but in some places we're still hearing from state and local agencies that they don't have resources like that. So I think we do want to hit it on all fronts, with both the high-tech solutions, but also the more nuts and bolts solutions as well.
Yeah, you're not going to find a bigger supporter of the canines than myself. Talking to CTAC, they were like, people walk in, they see the canines, and they turn around and leave. It is a deterrent in and of itself. But the non-evasive technology issue is just a way to say to the bus stations, to the airports, to everybody, we're going to catch you, and hopefully, help us in that effort. I wanted to ask Mr. Miller about CBP's use of safe boats, their organization in our state, but apparently that structure works well.
Thank you, Ranking Member Cantwell. Yeah, absolutely. The safe boats that we have, and I've visited where they make them for us in Bremerton multiple times. So we have two varieties. We have a center console version that we refer to as our coastal interceptor vessel. It's 40 feet. It's custom designed specifically for our needs. And then we have a closed cabin version called the all-weather interceptor that we use in more of our cold weather locations. Both of them have been game changers in our fleet. We used to, legacy customs, we used go-fast vessels that we basically turned into law enforcement vessels, but these are the first ones that are custom tailored for law enforcement.
But these are helping us on our waterways detect the smuggling on
Absolutely, our waterways. Absolutely. We've recently repowered them. We're doing other modifications to make them safer for our agents during high-risk pursuits and boardings.
Thank you. And I'll have something for the record for Rear Admiral to talk about but very much support the Coast Guard in increasing capacity for them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Cantwell. Admiral, you mentioned in your testimony that the Coast Guard is using small unmanned aircraft as part of the combined force package for drug interdiction. Could you tell me what sort of unmanned vehicles the Coast Guard is deploying in its drug interdiction mission? And are there any other UAS platforms that the Coast Guard is looking to deploy but not currently using?
Good afternoon, Senator. So I don't use the term game changer a lot, but when we started employing the Scan Eagle unmanned aircraft on the national security cutters, it did change the game for us. The way that we pursue drug smugglers on the high seas is with a package of a cutter with a helicopter that can shoot out the engines, and then a maritime patrol aircraft that's overhead to find them and then cue the cutter to get after that with its small boat. When you have an unmanned aircraft and you can launch that from the flight deck of the cutter and put that up there, then you don't have to rely on scarce long-ranged aircraft from either CBP or Coast Guard or other agencies. So it is indeed a game changer.
Is that fuel or is that electric or what type of propulsion?
Sir, I'd have to get to the actual specs on it.
Right. Continuing with you, Admiral, the Aviation Logistics Center at Elizabeth City, North Carolina, my home state, is the central hub of the Coast Guard's aviation program. In addition to conducting heavy maintenance on the existing fleet, the ALC is also instrumental in the fleet's transition to both the C-130J and the MH-60. As the Coast Guard expands its drug and alien migrant interdiction missions, are there additional needs in the Coast Guard aviation fleet or at the ALC specifically that this committee should be thinking of?
Yes, Senator, and thank you for your support of the Aviation Logistics Center, the work that they're doing there to missionize new aircraft and then to do the depot maintenance on our 60 aircraft to get them up and flying for longer as part of their service life extension program is absolutely critical to the organization. Sir, the bigger answer is we need more aircraft. We are constrained by the resources that we have, both the fixed wing like the C-130Js, and moving forward, we're going to need to figure out a way to get more rotary aircraft to deploy on both our cutters to get after drug smugglers and also for shore-based missions. We need to raise our top line. Sir, we've been saying for a while now that we're a $20 billion Coast Guard on a $12 billion budget, and those sort of top line increases will help us get after aviation and everything else that we need.
Thank you very much. Mr. Miller, your testimony mentions a November 2022 incident in which 3 air and marine operations marine interdiction agents were shot, one tragically being killed. You also reported that AMO enforcement resulted in the seizure of more than 1,500 weapons in fiscal year 2024. Does your office have any record as to how often AMO agents are subjected to incoming fire while carrying out their missions?
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, the event in 2022 when Mike was killed was tragic and a game changer for air marine operations. We have seen an increase in violence and non-compliant boardings, and we have changed our training significantly. We've outfitted. I mentioned we have outfitted our vessels differently with different safety equipment and armament. We've also equipped our agents differently as well. So I think you'll see the most capable air marine agents to date.
Thank you very much. Continuing on, Mr. Kelly, your testimony mentions your work with the Interdiction Committee to continue drug interdiction efforts across the federal government. The DOD has several members on the Interdiction Committee, but do you think more direct engagement from the DOD along the southern border would be helpful in stopping the flow of illegal immigration and illicit drugs, particularly now that President Trump has designated many of the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations?
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, we work very closely with DOD right now, NORTHCOM, JTF North, and we are coordinating with them currently on any kind of additional force laydown that may come to the southwest border, and we welcome any assistance in that effort.
Thank you very much. Senator Kim, you're recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate all of you coming on out and talking with us. Director Kelly, I think I'd like to start with you. You know, I think all of us here recognize we want to have a comprehensive approach to this. You know, that includes, you know, some of these efforts go after the cartels, on immigration, but there was also a statistic that I come across, and I guess I just wanted to ask you if this was correct. I saw a statistic that came across saying that U.S. citizens made up 80% of individuals with fentanyl seized at ports of entry, and I wanted to just ask you, does that sound correct to you, roughly?
I would certainly defer to our partners at DHS, which would be the source of that statistic, but yes, it sounds generally correct.
I guess I wanted to ask, and you know, to whatever extent, you know, Mr. Miller, you want to jump in as well, but do we have an understanding of who these Americans are, you know, in terms of affiliation with, you know, criminal operations or other things of that nature? Mr. Miller, I want to just check with you if you have thoughts here.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So I would definitely say that the cartels are running all the narcotics operations on the southwest border, and then they'll utilize anyone that they. So they're recruiting Americans to help this get across the border. Is that
what you believe is happening?
I have no doubt of that, Senator.
Okay. I'm just thinking through this in terms of just what are the different ways we can sort of disrupt this operation and kind of engage and understand, how that recruitment might be occurring, other types of ways in which we can engage. Director Kelly, you talked about the leading edge tech that is component of that, and you also mentioned a number of other aspects that are important when it comes to interdiction. But on the leading edge tech, I guess I wanted to just ask you, as I'm trying to explain to the people in New Jersey what way we should be putting our priorities. I've certainly heard a lot about scanning technologies, but what are the other types of technology that is proven to be best practices, and where are we at in terms of scaling that to the level that we would need?
Thank you so much, Senator Kin, for the question. I think we have two dimensions that we have to consider in responding to that. Part of it is developing the technology, and the other part is making sure that it can be deployed to all of the partners that we need. We recognize that we are relying in large part here on the work of our 18,000 sheriff's office and police departments across the country. And so for them, this bleeding edge tech, even if we have it, it may never be within reach. So we have to be thinking about what makes sense in terms of broad scale investment, and then how much of that can be actually in the hands of state and local officers. So on the first point, I think I would defer to our experts here from the actual border, from CBP, who I know leads a lot of the technological development for the southwest border and also for the maritime space. What I think we might want to be thinking about when we're talking about state and local deployment, though, may be sort of second generation technology, where we're thinking about handheld scanners. We're thinking about ensuring that they are trained so that they can properly question drivers in roadside stops, so that they're not taking the personal risk, if you're thinking about state patrol officers, about pulling over a tractor trailer with a hidden compartment and thinking about delaying the schedule of commerce in the United States. So I think it's a broad range depending on whether you're talking about the federal investment directly or whether we're talking about something that's deployable to state and locals. And
I appreciated earlier that you also just raised the importance of just ensuring that we have enough canine investment as well. So, I think so often here in Congress we get caught up on just the tech, but remembering that it's the manpower as well as, some of these other types of tools. Mr. Miller, I just wanted to turn it over to you if you have anything further here. Just help us understand, where should we be when it comes to this leading edge tech, and where do you think we're at right now? I want to just understand your understanding of the delta.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. As Assistant Director mentioned, at the ports of entry, technology is vital for sure. I would say in between the ports of entry, I think any kind of technology that assists in domain awareness is critical, whether that's our use of radars, aerostats, cameras, our use of artificial intelligence or machine learning. Another critical gap that CBP has that we're working through and trying to catch up with is the counter UAS threat. So, there's that is a threat along the border that's a threat to our agents, whether it's surveillance of our operations from the south side of the border, flying contraband in small loads across the border. We've seen what the cartels do to each other using small drones, dropping explosives, and then, of course, with AMO, collision of risk with aircraft. So, legacy customs radars along the border were historically meant to detect general aviation aircraft and ultralights, and not meter or less size targets operating extremely low or slow. So we're catching up with that technology, deploying tools that can detect and mitigate this new emerging threat.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Kim. Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Senator Budd. Ms. Kelly, I think a key step in addressing the illicit drug threat is ensuring the existing programs within the government are working. As you know, the High Intensity Drug Trafficking Areas Program, known as HIDA, is a cornerstone of how we combat regional drug trafficking throughout the United States. And I have seen firsthand in my state of Nebraska, especially for law enforcement in rural areas with fewer local resources, how important this is. For example, HIDA is the primary resource for the Wing Task Force that covers 11 of our panhandle counties. Through HIDA, the task force has developed a uniquely cooperative investigative program which is helping Western Nebraska law enforcement more actively manage narcotic and criminal investigations. In your view, how would you evaluate HIDA's effectiveness nationwide?
Thank you so much, Senator Fisher, for your support and for the question. Nationwide, we're extremely proud of the work that HIDAs are doing. One of the things that we often tout is that for every dollar invested in the HIDA program, the rate of return is $63, which is a pretty phenomenal testament to the success of the program overall. In 2023, HIDAs collectively disrupted or dismantled more than 3,000 drug trafficking organizations or money laundering organizations, and collectively they seized more than 2,000 metric tons of drugs, which I think also completes the narrative here. Often when we're talking about drug interdiction, we have a tendency to focus on the ports of entry and at the borders, which is critical to our overall success. But we often like to point to the work of the HIDAs interdicting drugs within the interior of the United States, and I think the success rate there is phenomenal as well.
What challenges do you see or that you possibly anticipate in the future in meeting your goals that you have out there?
Thank you, Senator, for asking that question. We do face myriad challenges. In some communities, the focus on drug trafficking is often subordinate to other threats, which is certainly a challenge in terms of making sure that there are state and local resources to put on HIDA task forces. I would also say fatigue is a huge element for us, and I think it's why the focus on border security and interdiction at the ports of entry and at the borders is key, because I think we're asking an awful lot of our state and local task force officers when they are being asked to interdict drugs that did evade the borders, and when they're being asked to investigate the types of networks that are directly linked to cartels. That's a huge challenge. It's a training challenge, and it's a resource challenge for all of our task forces.
You know, you brought up the border, and obviously that southern border is a major disruption zone. In years past, we've struggled with all the different agencies out there using different intel, using different maps, whether it's DEA or FBI or CBP or the Department of Defense as well. I think we have to have a shared map, government-wide shared map to identify the threats that we have. In your testimony, you noted efforts by the Drug Enforcement Administration to map out this data comprehensively. Can you speak about that further, please?
Thank you so much for that question, Senator Fisher. I agree. I think we all agree that a common operating picture is imperative. And a big challenge for us, too, is making sure that we are in a place where we can share information freely from the IC all the way down to our state and local partners. This is where we really rely on the work of our federal agencies to be the bridge so that, as you say, the map, the common operating picture, can be not just conceived, but then communicated from top to bottom.
And how do we achieve that?
How we achieve that is a work in progress. It is, I won't lie, it's a challenge. It's a challenge both in terms of the security levels, but it's also a challenge in terms of culture and promoting information sharing. We're talking about people who are accustomed to building trust with each other as people to share information, and sometimes when we're working cross-community like that, we have to figure out not just one bridge, but multiple ways to bridge that gap.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Budd.
Thank you, Senator Fisher. Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fentanyl is devastating communities across the country, and stopping it at the border is critical. Advanced technology is one of our strongest tools in this fight. Most fentanyl enters the United States to land ports of entry, which is why I've advocated for getting 100% screening using non-intrusive inspection technology, NII. Now, NII has helped CDP intercept massive amounts of fentanyl in cargo and vehicles, over 200,000 pounds in the last 3 years. While I know it's outside the jurisdiction of this committee, we need to further invest in these technologies to save lives, strengthen border security, and ensure law enforcement has the tools they need to fight the fentanyl crisis. Now, Mr. Miller, your testimony states that the Air and Maritime Operations, AMO, has integrated artificial intelligence into its systems to help detect illicit activity, but that cartels appear to still be exploiting gaps in our enforcement capabilities to evade detection and find ways to move fentanyl through our waters. AI has the potential to revolutionize interdiction by identifying smuggling patterns and improving real-time threat detection. What is AMO doing to fully leverage AI and next-generation technology to stop traffickers before drugs reach our communities?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Yeah, so AI has changed the game. When you're, for example, if you're some of our radars, when they're tracking targets in the maritime approaches, some of the areas that are more remote, just a mere presence in an area is suspicious. Other areas such as the Florida Straits, especially approaches going into Miami or Fort Lauderdale, where you have such a high concentration of recreational vessels, you need to have something else to assist in filtering nefarious from recreational. And that's where we use AI, machine learning, building algorithms that can identify patterns to point out or at least lessen the clutter of the sheer volumes of targets on the radar.
And what partnerships exist between CBP and entities like DEA, FBI, and DOD to enhance intelligence sharing and leverage advanced detection to technologies already deployed?
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, like Assistant Director Kelly mentioned, I don't think we've ever had a better common operational picture with the partners, with the capabilities that we have. We have our Air Marine Operations Center, for example, in Riverside, California, that can ingest all of the radar feeds, or individual camera feeds, or even pictures that agents are taking on their cameras, and then share that with a community where you literally have a single pane of glass of partners working together.
Just last year, the commander for the U.S. Northern Command told another Senate committee that as many as 1,000 unmanned drones cross the U.S. southern border every month. As I mentioned earlier, DEA data also indicates that most shipments of fentanyl come across the border through land ports of entry. Yes or no, is the threat coming from the air and our land ports of entry?
Thank you, Senator. As was mentioned earlier, we really don't know because we're catching such a small percentage. I will tell you that the vast majority of seizures are coming through the land ports. We have not seen fentanyl being smuggled in drone crossings along the border, but that certainly doesn't mean that it isn't happening.
Do you know what percentage of vehicles, passenger vehicles, are screened that enter the United States through the southern border?
Senator, I do not. I would defer to my partners with Office of Field Operations.
I appreciate that. I can submit that a little bit later. I know that it's not 100%, and I don't even think it's 50%. Back in 2008, 2009, it was like 5% or something, some ridiculously small number. So if 90% of the fentanyl that the U.S. is interdicting at the southern border is being done in passenger vehicles entering the United States, and we still randomly look at cars and we're still screening a very small percentage of them, again, 100% screening of inbound and outbound passenger vehicles, and I would argue cargo, and I would point to the water ports as well, that there's much more we could be doing with modernizing water ports of entry. I'm reminded of a report that came out from the Department of Homeland Security, I believe under both President Trump's first term and President Biden's term as well, that suggested that there were precursor chemicals that were being intercepted, stolen, after they would get on land, off the ship, on land, and then they would be taken to the screening facility. Between the water port and the screening facility, they were getting stolen. And then they were being driven to Mexico. And they were coming back to the United States as fentanyl. How in the world is that happening? 100% screening, stopping what's happening in these cargo containers, I believe will make a big difference. Now, I have several other questions. My time's already run out here. I'll submit them into the record. I appreciate this important hearing, and I certainly hope that there's some ways that we can get some of this adopted into good policy and get it funded, and make sure you have the tools you need. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you, and thank you all of you for your work. I've been going back and forth between agriculture and judiciary, but I wanted to be here at least for the tail end of this because we've had a lot of issues with fentanyl in our state. I've worked a lot on the social media side of it with a number of other senators to try to cut down on that, as we know a lot of kids especially are purchasing pills that way. But we also need to stop these illicit drugs and fake pills from entering our borders in the first place. I thank you for your work. Director Kelly, your written testimony referenced the government's efforts to combat fentanyl trafficking through the mail, including the 3,800 pounds of fentanyl seized by the Postal Inspection Service. I lead bipartisan legislation known as the STOP Act 2.0, which builds on the original STOP Act that Senator Portman and I did that was enacted by President Trump in 2018. Can I count on ONDCP's support as we work to build on legislation to crack down on fentanyl through the mail?
Senator Klobuchar, thank you so much for the question. We absolutely agree that stopping the flow of fentanyl through the U.S. mail is key, and we rely heavily on our partners from the U.S. Postal Inspection Service to do that work. And we would also add that fentanyl flow through express consignment carriers, private industry partners like UPS, FedEx, and DHL is equally key.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Also, I just want to note, I know that Senator Blackburn asked you about the HIDA program, and it's very important in our state to our counter-narcotics efforts. So I appreciate that. I used to be a prosecutor and get this coordination, how important it is. So I wanted to add to that. Rear Admiral, I know that the Coast Guard plays a major role here, and we love the Coast Guard in Minnesota. We especially love icebreakers up on Lake Superior, but could you talk about what you would need in terms of Coast Guard cutters to bring down the cocaine that we're getting in?
Good afternoon, Senator. Yes, ma'am. In short, we need more of them. We are currently building new offshore patrol cutters. We're finishing up the program for the fast response cutters. We're still running our older ships. 10 years ago, I was a commanding officer of a cutter that was almost 50 years old then, and we are still operating it today. We have trouble getting parts for those ships, and when we have a scheduled maintenance period like a dry dock, we don't even have the funding to be able to take that ship and make sure it can continue to operate. I mentioned in my opener, we had a ship with a hole in the side of it with water rushing in last week, and that ship was built in the 80s. So we're running these old ships.
I mean, like when Cabbage Patch dolls and Walkman were popular way
yes,
back
ma'am,
then?
I remember that. And yes, ma'am, those are the ships that we're using, and we need new ships and new aircraft to replace those so we can get after today's threats.
Okay, thank you. Could you talk about how working cooperatively with our allies strengthens American law enforcement and national security interests? I just always think, I'm not going to go out to some of the issues we're having right now with our allies, but I think people don't realize sometimes the law enforcement coordination that goes on. Could you?
Yes, Senator, I think people probably don't realize that right now we have a Dutch ship patrolling in the Caribbean with a U.S. Coast Guard law enforcement detachment on board, and just in the last 2 weeks, they've had 2 drug interdictions of cocaine. And we are able to prosecute those cases because we had a U.S. law enforcement detachment make that interdiction. So the U.S. attorney will take the case, we can hold those people accountable, but more importantly, we can get the intelligence from that case, use that to feed the intel cycle, and then figure out how to dismantle the cartels because of it.
Okay, very good. I'm going to end a little early in deference to my colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar.
So thank you.
Senator Rosen, you're recognized.
Well, thank you, Chair Butt, and thank you, Senator Klobuchar, for giving me a little bit more of your time. Anyway, thank you to our witnesses for being here today. It's a really important hearing. And I want to talk about the impact of the current administration's actions on your ability to do your job. So, Ms. Kelly, I don't need to tell you or any other members of this committee how vital the work that you do at HIDTA, or I'm going to just say what we usually call it, HIDA, how important that program is. In Nevada, we have 2 high-intensity drug trafficking areas, and according to the Southern Nevada Health District, between 2020 and 2023, the number of fentanyl overdoses among residents of Clark County, our state's largest county, increased by 97%. That's why programs like HIDA are needed now more than ever, and I've strongly supported their annual appropriation. Unfortunately, according to several reports and lawsuits filed by state attorneys generals, both the OMB hiring freeze and the subsequent pausing and reallocation of resources have impacted funding for the HIDA program. So, Ms. Kelly, can you talk about how these actions have impacted the work that you do, your ability to stop the drugs from coming? Are you currently receiving the necessary support and funding to carry out your crucial work?
Thank you, Senator Rosen, for the question and especially for your support for the HIDA program. We deeply appreciate it. Happily for us, the funding freeze that our grant program was subject to was fairly short-lived. It was rescinded within about 4 hours. So we were in a position that we had to pause, but it was a very brief pause, and we're happy that the HIDAs are back and running as usual.
Thank you. I'm going to move on. I know Senator Klobuchar talked a little bit about international cooperation. Of course, Minnesota on the Canadian border there, but I want to talk about Southcom, because I sit on Armed Services Committee, and in our hearing with Southcom Commander Richardson, the general spoke about our armed forces' success in detecting and seizing maritime drug shipments, including the importance of working with partner nations to increase our drug seizures. So, Admiral Shami, how can we work together and leverage our international partners, not just with Canada, but to improve the detection of precursor chemicals, and allowing us to shift our interdiction efforts earlier in the fentanyl production process? How can we best equip the Coast Guard to do that?
Good afternoon, Senator. So with Southcom, they have a component command in Florida and Key West called the Joint Interagency Task Force South, and it performs the DoD's detection and monitoring function. Basically helps get the intel and tells Coast Guard and other allied partners where we should be patrolling and where we can focus. Under the Indo-Pacific region, the Indo-PACOM has a component for the Joint Interagency Task Force West. They do similar functions over there to focus on the larger ships that might be bringing fentanyl precursors into the United States. And in fact, just not too long ago, they worked and had an interdiction of a commercial vessel bringing precursors, fentanyl precursors, into Mexico, and they were able to work with Mexico to seize those precursors when they entered port. Those type of international relationships and working with both components for Indo-PACOM and Southcom are critical to us.
Thank you. I appreciate your work there. When the last minute or so I have left, I want to talk a little bit about our borders and the non-intrusive scanners that we can use. Because last year, during a hearing on DHS FY25 budget, it was mentioned how critical it was for funding to be included for the installation of the new non-intrusive scanner technologies, like the low-energy Portal LEP scanning systems that stop the flow of fentanyl into the United States through land ports of entries, which is, of course, I think some of the most common ways that fentanyl are smuggled across the border into our country. It was also discussed at the time that a number of high-tech scanners that have been provided to CBP officers to identify and stop fentanyl were sitting unused in warehouses. So, Mr. Miller, are similar scanners being used at maritime ports of entry? If so, are they operational? If not, is there a way for us to adapt this technology and use every tool in the toolbox to stop these deadly drugs from coming in, and to tell us what you might need? Please.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, I would defer that to the experts that use that technology in Customs and Border Protection, the Office of Field Operations. Well, I will tell you that is that non-intrusive inspection technology is part of the multi-layered enforcement strategy at our borders, and to include our ports. The X-ray, gamma ray, and other kind of sensing technologies is invaluable in discovering smuggled items. They also have mobile systems as well that they will bring along to some of the NSSEs that we participate and provide security with, as well, Super Bowls, events in the NCR, et cetera.
Thank you. I think it's really important that we use all of these. And then I would just want to add that when we do think about adding these new technologies, we need to add improved Wi-Fi, different kinds of space, make sure that all the surrounding infrastructure is there for these capabilities. So thank you for allowing me to go over my time, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Rosen. And again, I thank each of you all as part of the panel today. You know, Mr. Miller, in our dialogue earlier, we use acronyms like AMO and incidents, and you referred to Mike having lost his life. So again, we're thankful for him, for his service, and we're thankful to his family as well. This is dangerous business you all are in, and we're grateful for each and every one of you. Senators will have until close of business on Wednesday, March 5th to submit questions for the record. The witnesses will have until the end of the day on Wednesday, March 19th to respond to those questions. This concludes today.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis.
This is a Fox.
With everything going on in the country today, first of all, the first batch of Epstein's file has been released, okay? So, let's listen to this.
News alert, the Epstein files have been released. Fox News senior national correspondent Kevin Corke has been pouring through all the documents. Kevin, what can you tell us?
Evening, Laura. I don't want to oversell this because I don't think there's a whole lot to sell, at least so far. We'll probably learn a lot more tomorrow morning by that 8 a.m. deadline that the AG has given the FBI in New York to turn over everything in their possession. But let me back up for just a second. The Attorney General, you recall last night, called it breaking news. She promised that we would get the Epstein files today, and while that turned out technically to be true, what we've seen so far, critics have argued tonight, really hasn't lived up to the dramatic billing. Now, we began the day with somewhat high expectation, having seen some influencers with so-called Epstein file folders. But that began to fizzle just a bit because we really didn't get a lot of new information. So once we saw that, we wondered, what about the Attorney General's? Was she holding back? Well, she actually wrote a letter, Laura, to the FBI director, Kash Patel, suggesting that the FBI's New York office, which collected material from the SDNY, that's the Southern District of New York, it seemed to be, for lack of a better description, stonewalling, holding back key materials. Now, the FBI director, obviously concerned about this, went on X, and Director Patel wrote a fairly lengthy post in it. He said there'll be no cover-ups and no missing documents and no stone left unturned. And anyone from the prior or current Bureau who undermines this will be swiftly pursued. He went on to say if there are gaps, we will find them. If records have been hidden, we will uncover them, and we will bring everything we find to the DOJ to be fully assessed and transparently disseminated to the American people as it should be. So you may be wondering, okay, after all that, Kevin, what do we have? Well, so far we do have 7 flight logs. We have an Epstein contact book. We have a masseuse list, which strangely was redacted. Now, I should add this as well, Laura. Many of the names that we saw on the flight logs, at least so far, mirrored some of the names that we've seen before. There was obviously a criminal action that involved Ghislaine Maxwell. Some of the names on that flight log list, we've already seen those before. But what was interesting so far tonight, and I'm still going through it, we did see a few names in that contact book I told you about. Among them, Michael Bloomberg, Alec Baldwin, and former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair. Again, we're still going through it. As I get more information, I promise to pass it along, but that's what I have so far.
All right, Kevin. Always great to see you. Thank you very much.
Uh-oh. Alec Baldwin, the Prime Minister of UK. Oh, look, this is getting way too spicy, yo. We're going to have to go back. Okay, let's go back and listen to this.
There was obviously a criminal action that involved Ghislaine Maxwell. Some of the names on that flight log list, we've already seen those before. But what was interesting so far tonight, and I'm still going through it, we did see a few names in that contact book I told you about. Among them, Michael Bloomberg, Alec Baldwin, and former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair. Again, we're still going through it. As I get more information, I promise to pass it along. But that's what I have so far.
All right, Kevin. Always great.
That's wild. Michael
They often
Bloomberg.
say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results. And that sums up the Democratic Party. After Kamala ran a whole campaign likening her opponent to Hitler and getting absolutely steamrolled. Defeated liberals are once again screaming about an impending fascist coup and a dictatorship under President Trump.
You're not going to like what I'm saying next. We are in the middle of a totalitarian fascist coup in this country.
If we were being honest, there should be a breaking news banner on CNN and MSNBC all day long.
Yes.
We are in dictatorship right now.
The things that I'm speaking out about now about, the threat to our democracy, the prices at the grocery store are going up because democracy is being taken away.
And legendary Hollywood director James Cameron is also coming down with a bad case of TDS. And like one of his movies, looks like he's unable to escape the Trumpinator.
I think it's horrific. I think it's horrifying. And we could talk about this all day long. But, I see a turn away from everything decent. America doesn't stand for anything if it doesn't stand for what it has historically stood for. It becomes a hollow idea. And I think they're hollowing it out as fast as they can for their own benefit.
So, Jessica, we're doing the dictatorship thing again?
I guess so.
How did it work last time?
Not great. I think that you can, not to be a broken record from just 5 minutes ago, I think you can talk about the specifics of what's going on without using the kind of terminology that turned off a lot of people. So the base desperately wants people to go on offense. And I get that. It's something, 65 to 70% want people in positions of power to go harder, or I forget the exact term that they used in the survey for it. But I think that you can set the stage by just saying Donald Trump doesn't respect the way the government works. He wants to override Congress. Congress appropriates the money. Donald Trump thinks you do what you want. He doesn't respect the judiciary. They threaten judges who make decisions that they don't agree with. He doesn't believe in a free press. Not only what's going on with the AP, but changing the way the press pool works. And I think our very
changed the press pool.
Well,
wow.
Go check out what Jackie Heinrich has. Our own Jackie Heinrich.
No,
as we say,
our very own.
I'm sorry, Jackie.
That's not going to work on us. We don't.
Well,
we
it should
we
work
think
on
for
humanity.
ourselves. I love Jackie, but I disagree with her.
That's
there you
fine.
go.
It
End of
is
story.
a free country. No, it's not the end of the story. It is just the beginning.
That's my line.
Is it in your notes? Just the beginning? Anyway, I'm done.
Good. All right. Can I go?
Go ahead.
Okay. Article 2 of the Constitution. The president has the obligation to ensure that the laws of the land are followed. And when Congress appropriates money or when money is misappropriated, the president in the executive branch has the authority to look at that. So let's not make like he doesn't have the right to do it. And by the way,
why are the courts saying he doesn't?
Why the
Supreme Court
courts?
just said he
John
could.
Roberts just came down and said, you better watch it, folks. And the local judge who made one of those decisions to issue a TRO just got slapped down. So let's not make this greater than it is. The bottom line is the Democrats are going nowhere, and I love it. They should keep it up. All right. Their message is a message of hate. Everything's about hate. And Pritzker, he shouldn't be talking about food prices. He should be talking about food in his own situation. But when he says the prices at the grocery store are going up because democracy is being taken away, who is he kidding? They couldn't talk about inflation or price. Take a look at him for 4 years. And now he wants to talk about democracy, taking it away. And James Cameron, he's living in New Zealand. Stay there. He's been there for 20 years. He made his money off Americans. If he's so worried about America, why don't you move here?
A lot of this is a process complaint. It's about the press pool. It's about this judge or Congress. Do voters really care that much about process?
No, they don't. And that's another reason why they're not getting any traction and why DOJ continues to have the kind of reaction that it does. Look, aside from the polling, and I agree, there's not a ton, but the one polling that we have says Americans like it. Look at the ratings. Why do you think we talk about Doge every day?
Yeah.
Because people want to hear about it, they want to know about it, and they are interested in what's going on. The other thing is when the left uses language like we are living under a totalitarian regime, you're like, I think about all the repressed people around the world. Do they get a word? What about, aren't those the people that they're so concerned about with the foreign aid problem? And that's on the merits. Let's talk about that. But when you use language like Hitler, totalitarianism, that we're taking away democracy, and that's causing egg prices to go up, you sound so stupid that it's impossible. It's like, why even argue with them? They're not, it's not even worth arguing with. It doesn't merit our time, except for to make fun of them.
So we just make fun of Jessica now? We don't have to argue with her?
Not Jessica, Pritzker.
Oh, Pritzker, got it. Okay.
Do we have that picture of Pritzker again?
Sure. Let's put it up.
You know what? He looks like he ate Chris Christie.
Oh, God.
So mean.
No, you haven't seen Christie at all. I'm not saying that Pritzker's a cannibal, but I'm not saying it. You know, it's funny you said we watch it to make fun of it. I think that CNN has created a new media specialty, Jennings porn. It is like porn. It lasts about 3 minutes, and you just keep watching it over and over again. And I feel bad for the bookers at CNN because they have to look at the guests that they feed to the slaughterhouse to Jennings. They look like a model UN, like a collection of high school debaters who have no idea they're on a TV show. No, Scott Jennings isn't on. You're safe. Scott Jennings isn't on. And they sit down. It's like when you watch, it's so funny, when you watch Jennings ask Teray or whatever his name is, this goes to your point. His reason behind his banal assertions, his eyes are like as wide as saucers because nobody asks a follow-up question. So Jessica's right. You got to come armed with specifics because one day someone's going to ask you for why do you think that? James Cameron, why do you think it's been terrifying? What makes you feel that way? You know, how is it terrifying? Why are you like? It's like you got to get beyond these load-bearing phrases of fascism and Hitlerism. It's the best. I mean, I swear, you could probably watch the ratings on CNN. They're like this, and then when Jennings is on, it goes.
God, I love Jennings. Oh man, that's why I don't do podcasts.
Why?
Because I'm terrified of the follow-up question.
Yeah, you know what?
I will just melt down.
Yeah.
You think I've thought about this before?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, who's that other dude on there? That old guy,
The one who
Jarvis.
looks like James Carvin.
Yeah. This guy is a has-been. He's like he was an elevated consultant. Do you know what I'm talking about, Jessica? Do you remember his name? Jeff Jarvis. Yeah. He's like he's just been around pretending to be like an expert. It makes you think that CNN's having a very hard time finding people to go on the show opposite Jennings.
Jennings porn.
I'm sure Gavin Newsom is going to be like, oh, let me at him.
Yeah. Jennings versus Newsom would be good. Would you go on Newsom's show?
Do they have snacks in the green room?
Yes, they do, Greg.
Then I'll be there.
All right, up next, our favorite touchy.
And to think that the governor of California would start a podcast. Man, I don't know. You could do anything you want to do. However, it's like with everything going on in California with the wildfires, I don't think Gavin Newsom should be starting a podcast. But he did.
They tried singing, they tried rallies, and now they're trying racism. The latest unhinged Democrat media attack on Doge has them questioning the citizenship of America's most prominent African American.
Which country is he loyalty to? South Africa? Canada?
All right,
or the United States?
I don't want to rely upon the benevolence of an Elon Musk who grew up in apartheid South Africa.
Go back to South Africa. He's not a citizen. He came here illegally.
Whose American citizenship is his third choice of citizenship.
A pro-apartheid South Africa billionaire.
He was pro-apartheid, as I understand it. This foreign agent, an enemy of the United States. Now I'm getting some flack because I said that Musk was pro-apartheid. I don't really know for sure if he was.
Sue the heck out of her. So they can whine all they want about Doge, but Musk is multiplying. President Trump signing an EO directing all federal agencies to have a representative of Doge to oversee all spending. And 47 is once again offering his seal of approval.
We are having great success in slimming down our government. It's been really very successful, and some took payouts and buyouts, and others took other things, and some people we're finding out don't even exist. We're finding that we have a lot of people that don't exist that people thought that did.
Jesse, this is kind of amazing, not surprising, but amazing. You know, God forbid you say go back to Africa, right? That's bad. That's bad. But you can
say go back to Africa.
No, you can't. You shouldn't
say it.
You shouldn't say it.
I would never say it.
Neither would I.
They keep moving the goalposts. I need to know what's racist and what not racist.
You can say go back to South Africa. Just one adjective.
So I guess the Democrats' immigration policies deport Elon Musk and keep MS-13. Liberals look like 16-year-old girls here. They love Musk because of his cars, but now they hate him because of who he hangs out with. Jessica, I have a feeling that when we do colonize Mars, Musk is not planting a South African flag, okay? Everybody knows that. Questioning Elon's loyalty to this country after not questioning the thousands of unvetted Chinese, Muslims, Venezuelans who they let into the country is insane. They have no message. First, Musk was an anti-Semitic gangster. Then he was co-president for a long time. Then he's racist, and now he has dual loyalties. The Democrats used to have this awesome media machine where they could just destroy you with smears and lies. And that's broken. And it's not working anymore. So why don't they just say, you know what, his policies are bad, this is not going to be good for the American people, or maybe they can join the cause in getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. It's silly because this dual loyalty thing's ridiculous since you guys are constantly America last. You're always sending billions of dollars to state sponsors of terror. You're working with the cartels to invade the country. Didn't the other day you guys were cheering for America to lose to Mexico and Canada? I believe that was Crockett, not to be confused with Davey.
Or Sonny's partner on Miami Vice.
Yeah.
Or is it Sonny Crockett? I can't remember, Dana. I'm too young for that show.
I know.
You know, what is interesting, too, is how they didn't feel this way about George Soros, who spent billions and billions to undermine American strength. But if you criticize George Soros, you were playing into the tropes of anti-Semitism.
Not only that, but do you remember that Ilhan Omar caused a multi-week kerfuffle, including a vote for being censored in the House because she suggested that Jewish people in America have dual loyalties. Remember that? Like, she almost got censored, even by Nancy Pelosi. That was a huge deal. Now they're doing the same. Also, I think that President Trump is blessed with the dumbest opposition. Right? They cannot figure out get their footing, and part of it is what Jesse said, is that their media operation has collapsed. But the other thing is, Elon Musk was bullied terribly. He was abused terribly. And he was able to get himself out of that. And guess what? This is the other thing that kills me. He could live anywhere in the world, and he chose us. He chose America, and this is where he has his companies. This is where the innovation is coming from. And he single-handedly is going to solve rural broadband. Because for years, going back for years, going to figure out how are we going to connect rural America to the internet. And the Biden administration had all this money pledged for it, spend a bunch, never even dropped a cable. Now Starlink is going to be able to solve that problem for a much less price. So I think that Trump has terrible opposition. I do feel what Jesse said. Argue with him on the merits, but if you look at what he has accomplished and overcome in his life, any of them would be proud of that person if his name wasn't Elon Musk.
Yeah. Rural broadband.
Yeah, it's a big issue.
Is that like the Dixie Chicks?
Very good.
Hey,
I like it.
Jessica, I think you might agree with me on this, is that it's another example of how identity politics, if you filter everything through it, you end up being a tribalist, just like the people you condemn. So it's like they just see Musk as South African, go back to South Africa.
I'm not even sure they really do. because this would have come up a lot earlier. I feel like it's a moment of grasping at straws to fill the TV time, and it would be much easier to stick to the merits of the criticisms. I think these are exactly the kinds of immigrants that we can all agree that we want to have here to come and build companies, et cetera. But you can draw the line at having an unelected billionaire spent, $290 million on the election, playing a pretty significant role in the government. And you look at what Doge has done. A lot of it is the smoke and mirrors that he says that he's cutting, that he's not actually. But there are thousands of Americans who have lost their jobs, some of them by mistake, that he then has to run and try to give them their jobs back. You can talk about the support that he's yanking from veterans, everything from, staffing at VAs, crisis hotlines. You can talk about people who protect our parks. You can talk about people who run these clinical trials. I mean, we are going to be kneecapped in terms of medical innovation.
Wait,
because of the
you just said he doesn't cut. You just start up. He's not. It's all smoke and mirrors. He's not cutting anything. And then you say, "Oh, he's cutting all these jobs." It's so interesting. You didn't really care about all the people who lost their jobs during COVID, did you, Jessica?
Yeah, I did. I think I did.
Roll the tape of her not caring.
No, it's not. It doesn't work that well with me because I do have moments of sanity, and I am being consistent here in all of this. But the American people understand that whether they agree with the larger premise of getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, that isn't what's happening here. They know what the 1990s looked like. They know what happened when we actually worked with Congress over the course of, can you turn? Charlemagne.
That just happened.
Yeah, it did just happen. What are you looking at? Charlemagne? She's watching The Breakfast Club. Anyway, the 1990s is how you do it, not what Elon Musk is doing.
Well, what's interesting is that, Judge, you hear from so many people who don't know how businesses work that you have to make big cuts, and this happens in every company.
Well, why didn't they say anything about the 400,000 people who lost their jobs when Bill Clinton was president? Why didn't they complain? That was in the 90s. And why?
But they actually went through agency by agency.
Oh, they did it better. I'm sorry, my turn. They did it better back then. Here's the thing. You've got a congresswoman, I've never heard of her before, Marcy Kaptur. This is a woman who is questioning Elon Musk, a legal immigrant who followed the rules, but she supported 11 million illegals not following the rules, disregarding the laws, and coming into the country so we can educate them, medicate them, house them, and make sure that they're happy here. All right? I don't know how this woman belongs in Congress. And this whole idea, with Sonny Hostin, he's from South Africa. What's he supposed to do? Come out of his mother's womb and say, "Ma, I don't like it here. We got to leave South Africa." I mean, this is so stupid. It really is. And in the end, the American people, you talk about the American people, they absolutely support what Donald Trump is doing through Elon Musk. 70% of them say he's following through on his promise.
Poll
okay,
that everyone
and George
is citing.
Soros.
But it's a real poll. It's not AstroTurf like those town halls.
That's George Soros.
No, don't boom about those quote-unquote astro. Watch the interview with Mike Johnson last night with Caitlin Collins about these AstroTurf.
Caitlin Collins, now there's a good one.
Is this
Let me
a joke
finish my thought.
of Daily
Now,
Caller
did
fame?
you notice that the liberals are so clueless that you've got the protesters and the Congress people in unison saying the same thing? I mean, they just must meet at the end of a block somewhere in somebody's house and say, we all have to say the same thing, and George will give us money, and we can all protest, and then we'll make sure that Donald Trump never wins again. They are so clueless. It's
He
pathetic.
can't win again. It is done now.
Well, we know the Democrats are just going wild, wild west at this point.
Breaking
Zelensky.
news. Zelensky and Trump face to face. The president of Ukraine tonight on his way to Washington for a high-stakes meeting with President Trump, the first time that the two will meet since Trump's re-election.
We're working very hard to get that war brought to an end. I think we've made a lot of progress, and I think it's moving along pretty rapidly.
For Trump, the deal includes a deal regarding Ukraine's prized rare earth minerals. One of Trump's top economic advisors saying that deal could net $20 billion, which $20 billion is $20 billion. Whatever you think of the merits of the deal, still compared to the U.S. budget, it's nothing. We're talking about less than 1/3 of 1% of a nearly $7 trillion budget. But this is what Trump wanted. And as the former foreign minister of Ukraine told us the other day, there was zero chance Ukraine wasn't going to do that deal because it had no choice. And Trump says that when it comes down to it on this deal, he trusts Vladimir Putin to keep his word on ending the war in Ukraine.
Mr. President, what would you be willing to do if Vladimir Putin did not stick to the terms of any deal on Ukraine?
If he not what?
If he did not stick to the terms of any deal on Ukraine.
I've known him for a long time now, and I think he will. I don't believe he's going to violate his word.
This is a hugely significant thing to say, of course. And the question looming over this is why? Why would Trump?
Because he's trying to create a dialogue. You have to have a conversation. You have to be a diplomat. He's trying to be a diplomat. He's trying to save Ukraine. People are dying in Ukraine right now. People are dying. You have a commander-in-chief who is saying, you know what? Let's make a deal. Let's negotiate something so Russians and Ukrainians can stop dying. Is that bad? Is that a bad thing to do? Like to want to advocate for peace? But yet they're saying that Trump is supporting Putin instead of saying Trump wants to advocate for peace, or he's already advocating for peace.
Trust Putin to not violate his word. And why is this such a crucial question? Because here are the facts on Putin and agreements. In 1996, Russia had a peace agreement with Chechnya. 3 years later, Putin, Prime Minister of Russia, ordered Russian troops to invade in violation of that deal. Or take Georgia. There was a ceasefire between Georgia and Russia throughout the 1990s. Putin is the one who broke that ceasefire, sending his troops in to invade Georgia in 2008. And now Trump trusts Putin to keep his word, to just take, I guess, some parts of eastern Ukraine, which are burnt to the ground and littered with mines, and just walk away and never touch Ukraine again. He trusts him. When Putin invaded Ukraine in 2014, seized Crimea, agreed to the Minsk agreements, and then went ahead and continued to fight Ukraine in the Donbass for years. And then that full-scale invasion in 2022, when Putin said this.
The Soviet government created Soviet Ukraine. This is well known to everyone. Until then, there was never any Ukraine in the history of humanity.
Never any Ukraine in the history of humanity. I mean,
it's true.
That says it all. But then there's this. Before the start of the 2022 full-scale invasion, Putin published an article claiming Russia was robbed of its historical lands. He went on to write that the Russians and Ukrainians are, quote, one people. So if anybody trusts Putin on his word, maybe they should listen to those words, which he has said and written again and again, even handing out a document laying out how Ukraine is part of Russia to every soldier in Russia in the summer before his invasion of Ukraine. But Trump today says he trusts Putin to keep his word this time because some American workers might be at rare earth mineral sites in Ukraine. Why?
I also have a very good relationship, as you know, with President Putin. I knew Putin very well. I got along with him actually great.
Putin is a nicer person than I am. So now I like Putin. Now, Putin called me a genius, by the way.
So he's putting all of that at more value than Putin's track record on breaking deals and what he has said, his word about Ukraine being part of Russia. Trump has also pushed Putin's propaganda, like claiming Zelensky is a dictator.
A dictator without elections. Zelensky better move fast or he's not going to have a country left.
A dictator. He said it. He was very clear. Yet today, one very interesting thing happened on this dictator front. Just listen to Trump's response when he was asked about those comments when he called Zelensky a dictator.
Did I say that? I can't believe I said that. Next question.
That was a trademark Trump moment, right? It's hard to know if he's pretending not to remember, pretty much impossible. It's gotten so much coverage, whether he's trying to be facetious about it. Whatever it is, a few hours later, after that, that I just played you, this moment caught our attention.
I think we're going to have a very good meeting tomorrow morning. We're going to get along really well, okay? We have a lot of respect. I have a lot of respect for him.
A lot of respect for him. Trump clearly softening his stance when it comes to Zelensky. The big question on that, of course, is why. Jeff Zeleny is out front live outside the White House. And, you know, Jeff, that was a very clear shift in tone from the president talking about Zelensky, right, who he has spoken of in incredibly derogatory and demeaning terms in recent days. What we just heard there was a shift from that. What's behind that seeming shift?
Aaron, it's this simple. It's a president who wants to make a deal. And President Trump is on the eve of making a deal here with Ukraine to share some of those minerals. The details of this deal are still coming together, I'm told. The fine print is still being worked out, but there is no question. President Zelensky is en route. He will be here within hours. And the point here to all of this is throughout the day, throughout the week, really, longtime allies of the U.S., from France President Emmanuel Macron on Monday to British Prime Minister Keir Starmer here today, trying to awaken the American president to look at the history here, to sort of focus on the alliances and to sort of pull him a little bit away from Vladimir Putin. It was clear today in very stark terms, sitting in the Oval Office and then later in the East Room, President Trump says that he believes Vladimir Putin. He trusts him. So that's where this begins. But as far as Zelensky, he wants to make a deal tomorrow. He wants to have, really preside over what would be one of the biggest shifts in American foreign policy in modern history, if not more. Yeah. Signing this deal with the Ukraine, the invaded country, not the aggressor, but the words of Keir Starmer there, talking about winning the peace, essentially begging the U.S. president for some type of security guarantee. The only guarantee really that we know of is that rare earths mineral deal. The president said, we'll be digging. He said the American interest there could help protect Ukraine. But Aaron, the history you laid out is clear. That is the backdrop for this meeting tomorrow. It certainly will be a historic one.
I mean, what do you expect? The United States is helping Ukraine. United States has sent billions of munitions, billions of aid to Ukraine. So you don't want us to get anything back? Like, come on. Trump is a businessman. All right, Chuck Schumer has something to say.
Sadly, this is only one example. Yesterday, Elon Musk led his first cabinet meeting of this administration. He admitted that Doge's approach has led to many erroneous cuts to staff and programs that are not wasteful, but on the contrary, vital. For example, he said, with USAID, one of the things we accidentally canceled was very briefly, was Ebola prevention. Those are his words. Mr. President, are you kidding me? Cutting funds to stop one of the deadliest diseases in the world is reckless, especially when there's an Ebola outbreak in Uganda as we speak, and flights from Kampala leave Kampala every day and go all over the world. When epidemics hit America, they oftentimes begin abroad, and U.S. funding is essential to prevent those diseases from reaching us here at all. I should also note that the claims that Ebola funding is back online are false. Reports are out from last night that 95% of all USAID funding is now being cut. So we're not sure where it all is. Mr. President, what Doge is doing is not what efficiency looks like. If Doge actually cares about efficiency and meritocracy, then it's failing in many ways its own test. It would be better to look at these programs, see which might be wasteful, see which are needed, and then make the cuts to the wasteful programs. Not take a meat axe, a blowtorch, call it what you will, cut everything, and then say, we'll restore some of the things that we shouldn't have cut. Because once you make those cuts, it's very hard to put the pieces back together. On Republican taxes. Last month, consumer confidence took its biggest nosedive in 4 years. Biggest nosedive in 4 years. This is how confident consumers, average Americans, feel about the economy. Inflation is trending back up. The price of eggs is sky high. The threat of a trade war looms over our country. And Americans are fearful that things are not going to get any better anytime soon. And what are Republicans doing about all of this? They're trying to cut taxes for billionaires. Trying to cut taxes for billionaires. and make the American people pay for it. The Republican agenda is quickly taking shape. Under Donald Trump's Republican Party, billionaires win, American families lose. It doesn't matter if Republicans go with one bill or 2 bills or 50 bills. That's what they're debating right now. Their end game, House and Senate Republicans, has always been cutting taxes for billionaires and forcing American families to pick up the tab. Of course, Senate Republicans know that cutting Medicaid by over $800 billion to lower taxes for billionaires is wildly unpopular. They know that increasing the deficit by up to $5 trillion to help the ultra-rich contradicts everything the so-called party of fiscal responsibility stands for. They say they have to cut all this stuff to reduce the deficit, and then with their tax breaks for billionaires, they increase the deficit, no matter what sleight-of-hand accounting method they use. What are Republicans doing about fiscal responsibility? Are they admitting that their plans would be a disaster for the deficit? Nope. Instead, Senate Republicans are engaged in budgetary hocus-pocus to hide the true costs of their tax cuts for the ultra-rich. And there may be signs that House Republicans are going along. Instead of admitting the truth about the consequences of their plans, they're pursuing a gimmick called current policy baseline, a gimmick if there ever was one, which is essentially an attempt to magically turn $5 trillion of deficit spending into $0 of deficit spending. Well, that can happen and doesn't happen, and the economy will realize it doesn't happen. Any junior high school math student could tell you this is a bunch of bunk. You can't pass $5 trillion to cut taxes for the rich and pretend like it doesn't affect the deficit. The issue isn't complicated. Republicans are trying to hide the true cost of their billionaire tax cuts from the American people. Meanwhile, they're getting ready to eviscerate funding for health care that serves over 80 million Americans, kids, seniors, rural communities. These cuts to Medicaid will dramatically hurt rural America, people with disabilities, and more. And the only people who seem to be opposing this is the hard-right Freedom Caucus, because they seem to really care about the deficit. Let's hope they stay strong for the sake of the economy of this country. Of course, the American people are not going to take these Medicaid cuts lying down. Last night I got on a Zoom. Over 3,000 New Yorkers worried about the attacks from Republicans on health care got on the Zoom. Many more than we expected. But these were rank-and-file folks, health care advocates, union members, and concerned citizens from all walks of life. They were all upset about the cuts to Medicaid and putting those cuts in place in order to give tax breaks for billionaires. It was a great call. It was an energizing call. I urge my colleagues to do the same, as many of them are. It's a stark reminder of what's at stake, but also a reminder that the American people don't like these cuts. We've heard from New Yorkers who are in danger of having their Medicaid coverage taken away if Republicans proceed with their actions on this Zoom of over 3,000 people. But we also talked about taking action. I urge participants to call their members of Congress. I urge them to mobilize online and to organize in their communities. We urge everyone to make their voices heard, like we're seeing in the town hall meetings. I reminded folks that organizing is not easy, but it works. It changes things. And it's going to make a difference in making sure Medicaid is protected. And on our Education Secretary nominee. Today, the Senate will vote on whether to advance the nomination of Linda McMahon as Secretary of Education. Ms. McMahon's nomination comes as President Trump has been clear about cutting funding for education and abolishing the Department of Education entirely. Is Ms. McMahon going to go along? I hope not. Cutting education is not what the American people want. The American people don't want a radical, out-of-touch billionaire slashing funding for public schools. When you slash federal funding for education, guess what happens? Since so many of our school districts, urban, suburban, rural, depend on this federal money, it leads to higher property taxes for people back home. If you eliminate the Department of Education as a whole, that means local communities are forced to pick up the tab to fund the schools. It means that families in these communities will pay in the form of higher property taxes to make up the loss of federal funding. But communities will also be forced to slash other programs to make room for funding for schools. Again, this is not what the American people want. This is not what they voted for. Ms. McMahon, in my judgment, is not qualified to lead America's public education. She seems not to care very much about it. But that's precisely why President Trump nominated her. She's the perfect choice to bring our public education system burning to the ground. I yield the floor, note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Chuck Schumer. You just heard from Chuck Schumer, ladies and gentlemen.
Joining us now is Lisa McClain, chair of the House Republican Conference from the great state of Michigan, and Steve Moore, host of More Money on WABC Radio and co-author of The Trump Economic Miracle, somewhere in the Washington, D.C., no, maybe Virginia, no, maybe Maryland. There's no telling where he is. Anyway, Ms. McClain, welcome back to the show. I guess I'd ask how'd you do it, although there's been quite a few discussions about phone calls and coming back and this and that and to and fro. But let me ask you something. The big issue right now, which is an important one to supply-siders like Steve Moore and myself and Art Laffer, can you make all of the Trump tax cuts permanent? Can you do it? Senators say that's what they want. Senators say a lot of things. Senators said you couldn't get a big fat bill together, and you did. So who knows? But I would like to see one big beautiful bill with one big beautiful tax cut made permanent. Can you do it, ma'am?
Well, I'm an optimist by nature. I think we can do it. No one thought we could do what we did last night, but we did it. We came together and we passed the budget resolution. So I'm excited. Is there work to be done? Absolutely, there's work to be done. Is it going to be messy at times? Yeah, it is. But we're going to get the American people to a better place, which is what they elected us to do in the first place. And what I would say is this. Listen to what we're talking about right now, Larry. We're talking about tax cuts. The Democrats want to talk about letting them continue on and not giving Americans tax cuts. We're talking about how do we pay for these tax cuts. We're talking about how do we have pay-fors. How do we do this in a responsible manner? I mean, goodness gracious, we haven't talked about things this optimistic since Christ was a kid. We are on the right path. We just now need to get to work and keep it going.
You know, Steve Moore, it's interesting. I happen to like budget pay-fors. In other words, if you raise spending here, you should cut spending there. Maybe even 2% or $2 for every spending hike. But tax cut pay-fors, I don't know, Steve. I think you got a problem here. I hate to see the Republicans give up on the Laffer curve. I hate to see the Republicans give up on the idea of Mike Crapo's policy budget. You know, it was done under Obama. I don't see why it can't be done again. One other thing Mike Crapo has taught us legally as part of reconciliation law, and Crapo knows this stuff, it's what the budget committees decide to do. Those are the baselines. You can have a baseline that's long, short, neutral, whatever. But that's just, I mean, I don't want to see him get shortchanged. I don't like the idea of linking pay-fors to the tax side, Steve Moore. That troubles me.
So, first of all, I want to congratulate Lisa McClain. Fantastic job. Yesterday was a unbelievably important red letter day for America. We're over a big hump here, Larry. It was one vote, but we got this thing done. So, Lisa, congratulations and congratulations. I love the Speaker of the House. He did an amazing job. And I think Donald Trump may have intervened at the last minute to get this done, which is fantastic with some phone calls. So it's a great team. And so I love this. One of the things I told Speaker Johnson, we met yesterday, he started out this meeting saying, it has cost $4 trillion. And I just stopped him right there. I said, Mr. Speaker, I love you. You're fantastic. But stop. And Lisa, you did this too. Don't talk about, that this is going to cost money. All we're doing here is preventing a $4 trillion tax increase, which is what Larry was talking about earlier. And that's what apparently the Democrats are for. This very significantly raises the odds, Larry, that we're going to get this thing done. So I'm happy. I think it was a really important day, and stick with this program and let's get it done. I'm very wary. The one thing I worry about, Larry, a little bit, and I want to make sure that the chairwoman understands this. I'm a little bit worried about some of our conservative friends, Larry, who still want to kind of hold the tax cut hostage to all these spending cuts. I don't think that's it. Let's just get this tax cut done now, and then let's cut the budget.
Well, they're the ones on Mr. Trump's phone call list. He's got them on speed dial.
Yeah, right.
That's the way this is going to have to work. Lisa, I do want to ask you about Doge. Doge brothers, Doge cuts, Doge dividends, Doge debt pay down. Do you visualize any Doge in this budget package when it finally gets put together?
Well, everything is on the table. That's the beauty of what we're doing right now. We're not talking about what we won't do. We're talking about how do we get to a yes? How do we move forward? So right now, where we stand right now, I think everything's on the table. And why shouldn't it be?
I saw a poll. I don't remember which website, but I saw a poll that showed how popular Doge dividends are among people. I mean, very close to 60% popular. Now, I know not everything is possible in these things, but it's just something to consider. Anyway, I will echo what Steve said. Congratulations. You beat the odds.
Of course, everybody is saying on the streets in America that $5,000 that Doge is saying they want to give to American taxpayers, it is very, very much needed and will be appreciated. Okay? So you better know. All right. More on Doge.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Laura Ingraham. This is the Ingraham Angle from Washington tonight. Thank you, as always, for watching. This is a Fox News alert. The Epstein files have been released. We're pouring through all the documents right now. We're going to bring you the latest throughout the show. Also, just moments ago, a federal judge in California, William Alsup, appointed by Clinton, blocked the Trump administration from ordering the firing of probationary government workers, ruling that the terminations could be illegal. More on this in moments with Professor Turley. But first, it's time to put the pedal to the metal for Doge. Now, while the left is, of course, astroturfing the so-called resistance to Trump, based largely off manufactured stories of phony outrage over Doge cuts, the president is keeping his foot on the gas. Yesterday, he signed an EO executive order directing all agencies to have a Doge rep, a mini Musk, to keep the cuts coming. Good. Because, as Musk explained yesterday, our government's out-of-control spending is the real problem.
We simply cannot sustain, as a country, a $2 trillion deficit. Just the interest on the national debt now exceeds the Defense Department's spending. We spend a lot on the Defense Department, but we're spending over $1 trillion on interest. If this continues, the country will become de facto bankrupt. It's not an optional thing, it is an essential thing.
This is completely unacceptable. The debt levels have become unsustainable. And what we've done, which is tremendously staggering, we've normalized trillion-dollar deficits for years now. And because we've fallen into this habit, our debt to GDP ratio is a whopping 120% higher than it was during World War II. But as Doge power grows, so do the attacks, including that lawfare we just mentioned. And now the left is coming after Musk for being, wait, what?
The guy was not born in this country, who was born under apartheid in South Africa, so has that mentality going on. He was pro-apartheid. This is just perfectly wonderful for Trump. He can take a nap and let this foreign agent, an enemy of the United States, do his job.
Mr. Musk. Now he's a foreign agent. Now Elon Musk is a foreigner. He's a foreign agent, but you can drive Tesla. Okay, you want to go to Mars? Okay, I see.
has just been here 22 years, and he's a citizen of 3 countries. Which country is he loyalty to? South Africa?
All right, here we go.
Canada, or the United States? And he's only been a citizen, I'll say again, 22 years.
I mean, this is the best thing ever. Now the Democrats hate immigrants who have become naturalized citizens who left countries with very poor human rights records. Is that the new barometer? I just wanted to clarify things. Okay. I guess Democrats only like the immigrants who are illegal. For them, they'll get the cell phone, the housing, the stipends. And of course, we know they care about cheap labor.
We can't let them deport the millions of families across this country who have been doing the work that keeps our economy going every day. If you look at the food that's on your table, think about who picked it.
Oh, that old trope. We've heard that. How did we exist as a country? How did we ever pick our food? Well, we had some seasonal workers for sure. We know that. The temporary workers who came in and then left. This is entirely different. This is come in and stay. But again, they don't want immigrants in leadership positions?
Either doesn't have the smarts or doesn't have the discipline to do the hard work that it takes to make real cuts that are meaningful in our budget.
He is a billionaire.
Did she just say he doesn't have the smart to make real change in our budget? Did she just say he's not smart? Elon Musk is not smart? Okay, yeah, that's it.
Con man with a lot of money. He does not have this kind of good background.
But again, they don't want
Democrats. AO to the C just said he is a billionaire con man. Look, you can never make this up, yo. This is why they lose elections. And this is why they're going to lose 2028, 2032, but in fact, 2036 election as well.
Doesn't have the smarts or doesn't have the discipline to do the hard work that it takes to make real cuts that are meaningful in our budget.
He is a billionaire con man with a lot of money. He does not have this kind of good background.
We're watching our government be handed over to corrupt billionaires. We're watching our entire democracy be used by Elon Musk and his friends to steal from us.
It's so desperate. It just screams desperation. We're out of ideas. We tried to attack Trump. He just gets elected president. So let's go after Musk. Okay. Like Elon Musk is some kind of idiot who needs to steal money? What? I don't even know. I don't know what reality these people are living in, but it's not the one I'm aware of. Doge is working pretty darn well so far. It's already saved taxpayers an estimated $65 billion, according to its website. But there's a lot of work to be done, a lot more work to be done. But who else was even going to try if he hadn't come in? And the Trump administration, of course, has to keep up the momentum. No brakes, all gas.
No brakes, all gas.
What was the main message that you were delivering to him?
I think the main message was that together we can take the special relationship between the US and the UK from strength to strength. It's such a deep relationship covering defense, security, intelligence, trade. And for years, we've been the closest of allies, and there's a shared determination, the president and I, to take that forward to another level. And that's why coming out of today, our teams are.
Okay, so this right here is the Prime Minister of UK talking about the meeting he had with the OG, the 45th, now the 47th President of the United States, OG Trump. However, Steak and Shake has changed the way they make food. So they don't use corn oil anymore. They're now using healthier oil. But check this out. Shout out to HHS, RFK, Bobby Kennedy. Check this out.
A major fast food giant is giving HHS Secretary RFK Jr. one of his first victories on the Make America Healthy Again, or MAHA, agenda. Steak and Shake says all locations will be, quote, RFK'd as they swap vegetable oil for a healthier beef tallow to cook their iconic shoestring fries. Steak and Shake Chief Operations Officer Daniel Edwards joins us right now from Texas. So, Daniel, you're really shaking it up with this beef tallow thing. Was this at the behest of Bobby Kennedy Jr., or have you been thinking about this for a while?
We've actually been thinking about this for a while. Our owner, my boss, is a man named Sardar Biglari, and when he was a little boy, he went to Belgium and had fries and said these are the best fries I've ever had, and they were actually cooked in beef tallow. So he called me one time and said, you know, why should Europeans have better fries than Americans? Like, we need to have the best. Steak and Shake's classic American brand. We can't let anybody beat us. We got to have the best fries. And we wanted to switch, I guess, years ago, but they couldn't get a chemical-free, additive-free, all-natural, pure beef tallow because they put defoaming agents and things. So he tells me we have to do beef tallow, but we have to do it all natural, no additives, no preservatives. And we found a supplier that could finally do that for us. And he said, we got to do it. We got to do it everywhere. And so we did.
Okay.
We RFK'd our fries.
Indeed. So all your locations by March 1st are going to have French fries in beef tallow. I know RFK Jr. not a fan of seed oils, but ultimately it comes down to, as you know, Daniel, it comes down to the taste. So does it taste as good as, you know, one of those other fries that we have grown accustomed to?
They're so much better. We're actually famous for, as you mentioned, for our shoestring fries.
Right.
And these fries the same fry cooked in beef tallow is crispier, it's golden brown, it's absolutely delicious, and you're going to love them when you try them. You're not going to want to ever go back to the old way of doing fries. And it's the authentic way, it's the original way.
Well, you guys are the home of the original steak burger, so I look forward to trying that out. What about vegetarians? They're going to skip your fries because they're cooked in beef tallow oil.
Yes. Well, we love our vegetarians. We've got the best milkshakes, Zagat rated #1 milkshakes at Steak and Shake. And, you know, part of being a classic American brand, you know, we've been around for over 90 years selling steak burgers. We're famous for steak burgers and fries. So we understand that they have the freedom to choose. We're an American brand. We believe in freedom. We believe that they have the freedom to choose what's best for them. And no problem. We think we can all get along, have a milkshake. And those that enjoy the beef tallow fries and the steak burgers, they'll enjoy that.
Sure. Daniel, exit question, and it's a business question. Isn't it more expensive to do this? I mean, to make the process a little cleaner, ultimately it's going to cost you a little more money, right?
Yeah, we're not worried about that. Our focus is really quality. So we've been on a quality journey for a while now, so increasing the quality of everything in the restaurant. And that's a secondary consideration. Americans deserve the best. We're going to give them the best, and we're very excited about it. You even get a stem on the cherry of your milkshake, Steve. So when you go to get your milkshake, real whipped cream, 100% real whipped homemade whipped cream on your shake, homemade ice cream, and then when you get your cherry on top, it's got a stem. We didn't even cut the 3 cents to get a stemless cherry.
No kidding. Listen, on your website, I was just looking at your Oreo red velvet milkshake. It looks to die for. They've been RFK'd. The fries have. Daniel Edwards there at Steak and Shake in San Antonio. Daniel, thank you very much and good luck to you.
Thanks, sir. Bye-bye.
Can't wait to try it.
I can't wait to try it. Yeah, that was like straight to the point. Mayweather has declared that Donald J. Trump is perhaps the greatest president ever.
So my next guest is arguably the best professional boxer in history, or certainly the most financially successful boxer. Retiring with a 15-0 pro record, he has taken the world of business by storm with that same singular focus and drive. Joining me now, boxing legend and one premier nutritional supplements founder, Floyd Money Mayweather. All right, Floyd, it's great seeing you, my man. You know, I interviewed you 10 years ago before your last fight, and we played a short clip of it, and you said, listen, I enjoy being a villain. Here's the thing. You crafted a persona, and you used it for success in the ring. You've used it for success out of the ring, and I saw this interview in Forbes where you talked about the things that it takes to be successful, and it's still working for you.
Had a great team, you know, just
doing my homework, took my time, very, very smart. And I'm saying I wasn't the only one that was smart.
Right.
I chose smart people to be around me, very intelligent people to be around me, and I didn't do it by myself.
You didn't do it by yourself, but you did have things like discipline. Those build-ups, for instance, those build-ups to the fight.
Yes.
You'd go to the gym at 3 in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, right? You were doing things. I saw a fight this past weekend, the heavyweight fight. The dude got in the ring. He was so out of shape. He should have won if he was in shape, right? I mean, you didn't take anything for granted.
Hard work and dedication, prayers and belief. Throughout my career, I worked extremely hard. Never, a lot of discipline.
Yeah.
Had to focus, but I wouldn't be where I'm at today if it wasn't for my father. Hell of a trainer, great guy, great person, and we had a great team.
Yeah, you did. I want to talk about now, because yesterday in the New York Post they talked about this, and I saw it on social media. I was like, I don't know, I don't know, I don't believe it. But now it's like, my man, you've got a $400 million Manhattan real estate portfolio?
Not just $400 million. So it's a lot more, but that's just one of the portfolios I happen to purchase in 2024.
Wow. And that's how it's blossoming?
Well, the number is growing each and every day. Like I said, the number is growing each and every day. That's one of my buildings in Manhattan. And as you can see, everything down bottom, from top to bottom I own, all the way down. And I'm truly, truly blessed.
Yeah.
Truly, truly blessed.
You're blessed. I had a guest on yesterday, a guy named Dan Pena. I don't know if you've ever seen any of his videos.
Yes.
He's a pretty brash dude, right?
Okay.
And many people say you're brash. And I wanted to ask you, as a budding Manhattan real estate mogul, about another Manhattan real estate mogul, a guy named Donald Trump. What do you think about the way he's going at it? Like the way he's going, he had a great press conference today, his first cabinet meeting. And his management style, the way he's going at this. What are your thoughts on the way this administration is trying to reinvigorate the country?
Well, the world, I'm saying in America, we're never happy. At least I'm happy, but we're never happy. When we had Trump before, we didn't appreciate him. But I think Trump is a great president. Actually, he's the best president. In my eyes, he's the best president we ever had. Great businessman, and that's what it's about.
Yeah, and the way the days cabinet thing, you probably went around here, it was really phenomenal. To the point you talked about, team, putting together a great team, put together a fantastic cabinet.
Trump has done an amazing job, and a lot of people around America are upset. But no matter who goes in the White House, we're always upset.
Right.
And I think Trump is the man for the job. He's the best president in my eyes.
I also have been reading a lot about your philanthropic stuff, right? The fires in California, you went out to Hawaii, you've been spending a lot of time in Israel. What's driving you to do all of that?
It's all about giving back, Over in Hawaii, if I'm not mistaken, they had a fire in Hawaii, and of course we just had a fire over in LA. And if I can lend a helping hand and give back, why not? If I'm a man in this position and I have the resources, why not?
All right, let's talk about how you're going to get some more resources. So I've been working out. I don't know if you saw. I don't know if you saw the clip from 10 years ago, but I look a little better, and I'm 10 years older.
Okay.
I'm not taking so I've been trying to take this creatine. I'm not doing it regularly. It's because I work out late, 10, 11 o'clock at night.
Okay.
You've got these nutritional supplements, and I'm like, help me out.
One of one.
One of one. Talk to us about it.
Yeah, my supplements. So one of one. We've done our research over the years. So many years, people have been asking me about, am I coming out with a supplement line? It took time. I got the right team, the right guys, done a lot of research. And these one-of-one products right here, the thing about the products is we're clean. When I say clean, very clean products. We had to do a lot of research.
Right.
So right here, we have the protein, we have the sports pre-workout. Now the sports pre-workout is sort of like coffee in the morning, give you that boost. But when you want that loaded pre-workout, that's going to take you to a whole nother level. And as you can see, we got creatine, we got the peptide builder, and the peptide builder is, you got to realize, a lot of times the muscles break down.
Right.
So that helps when the muscles break down.
That's the rebuilding? That helps the rebuilding?
For the muscles.
Right.
And of course, we all need our greens, for the body. go green. So we got the greens
And I'm
right
hearing
here.
so much more about the importance of gut health.
And as you can see, we have the rehydration.
Right.
Now, right here, you can take the rehydration. We open this up for the people at home.
He's marketing. He's marketing his
Panel in
product.
focus now. Let's get into this. Matt Gorman, former campaign advisor to Senator Tim Scott and former communications director for the National Republican Congressional Committee. Fred Hicks is here, Hicks Evaluation Group founder and president. Great to have you both. So I imagine I'm not really going to have to say much here. You guys are going to jump in. Fred, I'll start with you. What do you think of this program?
So here's the thing that we want to keep in mind. The immigration program does need some reforming. There's no doubt about that. But the problem that I have with this is that this gold card is designed to replace a program, the EB-5 program, which was structured to require investment in low and economically depressed communities in order to receive the benefit. This is a 180-degree turn from investing in low and economically depressed communities towards rewarding wealthy businesses and wealthy entities that can afford to bring in or pay a $5 million fee to get in. And this is really in alignment, honestly, with everything that we've seen from this administration so far, which is tilting towards the haves and denying the have-nots.
Matt, your rebuttal.
Yeah, I mean, look, Republicans want immigration, but we want it done legally. And I think this is a way that we can do that. Look, this card doesn't just get people here, and obviously it would help with, paying down the debt. That's right. But look at long term. It'll broaden the tax base, increase people in the workforce, and again, help economic areas. Ro Khanna should want this, right? He represents the areas out near Silicon Valley. He understands a lot of this stuff. You need economic growth for all of this. I mean, as we saw with Democrats, they want to let people in for free, let them across the border, and then pay city services to take care of them once they're here. That's unsustainable. We need to come out of a better way, attract the best and brightest from all across the world, and more importantly, get them to stay here, innovate, make things, build businesses. That's what we need to do.
All right, we'll move on. Divided, disjointed, and looking for a leader. Democrats are still struggling since their election loss in November. We should just record my voice and have me say that for some time until they start to figure things out. One congressman has a pretty sobering take.
Just the way that we come across that really turns people off. We lost an election across the board, so by definition, we've fallen out of touch with the majority of Americans. We need to show that we're willing to change, we're willing to listen.
I never hear anybody say, I'm the one, I'm the new leader, I'm going to take it on. Not even the man in the far right corner, Hakeem Jeffries, would say it when he was asked about it. Big questions loom about, well, actually, who is? Or who could emerge as a national leader who speaks for the Democratic Party? Immediately following an interview with House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, ESPN's anchor Stephen Smith with this.
What are you going to do? And how are you going to convince us to believe you? You first got to find somebody that's worth believing. And I'm not denigrating Leader Jeffries in any way. But when you think about a national voice for the party, who is that person? It's non-existent right now. You might have talent, but who's going to resonate? You better find somebody, and you better find somebody soon.
Democrat has nobody to stand up and become a leader. There's nobody in the Democratic Party or in the Democrat Party that would stand right now or rise right now and start a movement like what Trump or even Vivek or Ron DeSantis or a J.D. Vance or a Marco Rubio, matter of fact, or a Tulsi Gabbard. No Democrat has the reach. None has the reach all of those names I just mentioned have. AOC, yeah, she tries. Jasmine Crockett, yeah, she tries. Gavin Newsom, yeah. But there's no leader in the Democratic Party.
Ouch, Stephen A. He does not mince words. Jeffries isn't even actually on the list. Take a look at this. The Washington Examiner ranking high-profile Democrats who could rise to the level. Far-left Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC at the top. It includes other Democratic lawmakers, businessman Mark Cuban, Stephen A. Smith, who you just saw, and anti-gun activist David.
So I see some people in the comments saying Bernie's definitely way too old for that kind of game. Jasmine Crockett, she is going to be a star in the Democrat Party for sure, no doubt. She definitely sings the song that the Democrat people or voters or like I wouldn't say Democrat voters. I would say far left likes to sing. She sings their songs. So for sure, she's going to be a star in the Democrat Party. But to be a leader of the Democrat Party, I don't think Miss Crockett, I don't think she's ready for that right now.
Hog. Let's go reverse order, Matt.
Yeah. First of all, Seth Moulton, it's great that you think we need to change. Okay, go further. How? I sat next to him on a panel on another network, and he was talking about how, the biological men playing women's sports argument hurt his party. So I asked him on air, okay, so do you change positions? Do you change tone? And he goes, I don't know. And, well, you need an answer for that. You can't just say this thing. You actually have to figure out how to change. And Hakeem Jeffries, this guy has negative charisma. On that same podcast, he was saying, well, it was a bad weekend in terms of the Knicks.
Now I forgot about Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem is a person that I believe could literally lead the Democrat Party. Hakeem Jeffries. I feel like that's a perfect name. He's not popular, but he is very convincing. Okay, and he's sort of kind of like, of course, to get to Congress or Senate, you have to be smart for sure. However, he's very, very different. And he's going to go places too. Hakeem Jeffries, he's going to go places. And I think that a Democrat should, capitalize on Hakeem Jeffries. But let's see what happens. I mean, this guy was like neck and neck with Mark. He was neck and neck with Mark Johnson. He was neck and neck with Mike Johnson. So you better know he's a force to reckon with.
Speak like a normal human, have charisma, and that's the first step. Say you want about AOC, I have a lot of difference with her. At least she's interesting to listen to. She speaks like a normal person.
I know, the Knicks did have a tough one. Let's talk football then if we're going to play. So why are the Democrats acting like an overly injured football team with bad coaching? That would be for you, Fred.
Oh, wow. Okay. I like that. I'm going to take a little personal point of privilege here. They're kind of playing like Southern University as opposed to Grambling there, Harris. Just saying that. But no, but that being said.
You'll have to call them and talk. Wow. Okay.
But here's the reality of it. Democrats, we are still struggling at this point in time for a voice because there's a disconnect between the Democratic voting base and the Democratic elected officials. That's undeniable. But what is also undeniable is that there's a big opening right now. Donald Trump's favorability ratings are the lowest. They're lower than any other president not named Donald Trump since 1953. People are not happy with what's happening. And that creates an opening, but we have to have a voice and we have to have a cogent plan. And I don't believe that's.
Did this guy just say people are not happy with what's going on right now? You mean people are not happy that the Department of Government Efficiency, they're trying to make sure there is no excessive spending in the government, scam, fraud, waste, and you're telling me people are not happy with what's going on in the United States? I doubt that.
Really getting into the social issues, that is getting into the economic issues, because as Matt pointed out, if this is about paying down the debt, then you could do something like get rid of the Trump tax cuts and actually focus on reducing the budget, not just laying off people.
You were talking numbers. I want to pop up some here. A recent Quinnipiac University poll showed congressional Democrats receiving the lowest approval rating ever in that poll, 21%. Republicans got their highest ever, 40%. There's also a major shift from Democrats on the party's future, and we've seen that play out. So you're talking about polling and numbers. Everybody can pick a poll.
So this is the thing, right? When I have a conversation with a Democrat or a far left person, how would you say that Bernie Sanders' age has nothing to do with reality? That's a lie. He's 83 years old. Bernie Sanders is 83 years old. How do you expect him to function properly? He cannot function properly at 83 years old at the level that you want him to function at as a leader of a Democrat Party. It's a very tough job. It's a tough job. It's not sweet. It's basically heavy duty work. So I don't think 83 years old man can do that kind of job. And look what we had for the past 4 years. Biden, people said, don't worry about it. He's strong. He's smart. He knows what he's doing. He's agile. And then he gets in there. He starts falling off planes. He starts falling off stages, going into the Amazon rainforest to talk to the panthers and jaguars and reptiles.
It's hard to move an entire group of people, and you've got midterms coming up. Last word, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Democrats will have a lot of work to do on this. You have Gavin Newsom getting ready to start a podcast. Like, that's going to be an answer. He needs to rebuild the state from the wildfires. I think people are so obsessed with tactics. As a party, they don't have a strategy. They don't have a strategy to actually move forward. It's all tactics to them. It's the wrong thing.
All right. Gentlemen, great to have you. Good debate. Thank you.
Thanks.
Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with me today is Mr. John Lowry, who's one of my colleagues from my office, who's been a big help to me. Mr. President, as you know, when Vice President Harris and President Trump ran against each other for the presidency, one of the planks in President Trump's platform was that he was going to review every penny of federal government spending. Why did he say that? Why did he promise to do that? Well, first, there's a moral principle involved. People worked hard for their money, and when they give it to government, they're entitled to expect government to spend it efficiently. Number two, President Trump ran on that plank because of our debt. The federal debt is $36.5 trillion. We throw these numbers around like a trillion, we start to take them for granted. To give you a little perspective, this $36.5 trillion, it grows bigger by the second. It's going to increase. If we just keep doing what we've been doing, it's going to increase $1 trillion every 100 days. If we just keep doing what we've been doing, it's going to increase $10 billion a day. Today, nothing changed. We added $10 billion in debt. That's also $417 million an hour. That's $6.9 million a minute. I think I've been talking about a minute. We just added $7 million to our debt. That's why the president wants to get rid of spending porn. The reaction here in Washington, Mr. President, has been breathtaking. I understand Washington is not exactly a slice of America. I get that. I understand that Washington is not normal. Normal in Washington, D.C. is a setting on the dryer. So I get all that. We're different in Washington. But the pushback to President Trump's effort through Mr. Musk and his team to reduce spending has just been extraordinary. I mean, people are barking and yelping and shrieking about it. They sound like the game room in a mental hospital. And I get that a lot of people don't like President Trump, and I get that many people don't like Mr. Musk, and I get that Mr. Musk is different. I kind of like that. I mean, I like different. He's the sort of guy that would wear, he'd wear Crocs to a wedding. I get that. I find it kind of refreshing. But nobody's ever called him a dummy. And he's found, an incredible amount of waste and abuse of taxpayer money, what I call spending porn. I'm not going to repeat everything I repeated or I said the first time we talked about this, but Mr. President, it seems to me to be once again extraordinary that people are mad at President Trump and Mr. Musk for the process they're using, but no, they're not mad about the money being wasted. I mean, Mr. Musk, whether you like him or not, he's found, for example, $7.9 million we spent to teach Sri Lankan journalists to avoid binary gendered language. He's found money that was given to an NGO to empower the LGBT community in Armenia. He found $1.5 million that we spent to rebuild the Cuban media ecosystem. $2.1 million to the BBC to strengthen the media ecosystem in Libya. $8.3 million spent for equity and inclusion education in Nepal. Does no one care about how the money was actually abused and wasted? Mr. President, it's not unusual for me to be disappointed for some things I see in Washington. And under the last administration, I have to admit, I was disappointed just about every single day. I'd almost gotten used to it. But last week, and this is what I want to talk about, Mr. President, I read a story. It was a story about the abuse of taxpayer money in the last administration. And it was so nauseating that it triggered my gag reflex. In April of 2024, not that long ago, the EPA under President Biden gave $2 billion in taxpayer money to an organization that had absolutely no experience, that was backed by a very prominent Democratic politician by the name of Ms. Stacey Abrams. Here's what happened. In 2022, as you know, Mr. President, President Biden and my Democratic colleagues passed the Inflation Reduction Act. Not a single Republican voted for it, not one, either in the House or the Senate. We knew at the time that spending $1.2 trillion, that's what the Inflation Reduction Act cost, would only make inflation worse, not better. And even President Biden eventually admitted that the Inflation Reduction Act did absolutely nothing to raise prices. Even President Biden, at the end of his term, admitted that. So where did all the Inflation Reduction Act money go? Fair question for taxpayers to ask. I mean, there's nothing wrong with wanting to know what they do with our money. Let me say that again. There's nothing wrong with wanting to know what they do with our money. So where did all the Inflation Reduction Act, this $1.2 trillion, go? Well, President Trump and DOGE, the group appointed by President Trump, and the EPA under new leadership, under Mr. Lee Zeldin, have begun to follow some of that money. Now, this is where Ms. Stacey Abrams comes in. I think it's fair to say that Ms. Abrams is, I don't know, I would call her controversial. She has the right to believe what she believes. This is America, and she has the right to free speech. I'm not criticizing that, even though I disagree with some of what she says. But I think it would be fair to describe her as controversial. She's probably best known for the fact that she ran for governor of Georgia twice, and she lost. In her career, Ms. Abrams has said the following. I don't want to just articulate hyperbole here. I want you to read her words, not mine. On April 20th, 2024, Ms. Abrams appeared on MSNBC with Reverend Al Sharpton, and this is what Ms. Abrams said, quote, "What we know is that the attack on diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, is an attack on democracy." On September 20th, 2022, during a panel discussion in Atlanta, Ms. Abrams said this about a baby's heartbeat, a fetal heartbeat, the heartbeat of a baby in a mother's womb. This is what Ms. Abrams said about a fetal heartbeat. She said it is, quote, a manufactured sound designed to convince people that men have the right to take control of a woman's body, end quote. My word, her words, not mine. In May of 2022, during a Georgia gubernatorial debate, she's running for governor of Georgia now. Ms. Abrams called Georgia, quote, the worst state in the country to live in. In October of 2022, during another Georgia gubernatorial debate, Ms. Abrams accused the sheriffs, all of the sheriffs in Georgia who endorsed her opponent, Governor Brian Kemp, of wanting, quote, to be able to take black people off the streets. In October of 2022, Ms. Abrams appeared on MSNBC. She suggested that abortion is a solution to inflation. Here's what she said. She said, quote, let's be clear. Having children is why you're worried about your price of gas. It's why you're worried about how much food costs, close quote. Her words, not mine. Let me say again, Ms. Abrams has the right to her opinion. This is America. You're not free if you can't express yourself. But I do think any fair-minded person would have to conclude that Ms. Abrams is controversial. So, in March of 2023, not that long ago, Ms. Abrams went to work for an organization, a nonprofit, called Rewiring America. You've probably seen that name in the news. Rewiring America. Ms. Abrams' title, she went to work for Rewiring America. Her title was Senior Counsel. She was paid for her work for Rewiring America. We don't know how much, though there'll probably be an investigation to find out. Now, nonprofits like Rewiring America, Ms. Abrams' group, they have to file documents with the IRS. And one of the documents they have to file is called Form 990. This form by the IRS asks a number of questions about nonprofits. One of the questions the IRS asks is where it is for the organization, the nonprofit, to list its accomplishments. Rewiring America, Ms. Abrams' group, told the IRS in 2023 on this Form 990 that Rewiring America was, quote, this was Rewiring America's, quote, startup year for the organization. And the form goes on to say that the only accomplishment Rewiring America listed was that it had, quote, joined a coalition of other national organizations to apply for a grant from the Inflation Reduction Act's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. In other words, Ms. Abrams' organization told the IRS that this filing was their first ever tax filing in 2023, that the organization was a startup, and its purpose was exclusively to seek a grant from President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act. Fair enough. So what do we know about this coalition that Ms. Abrams' group wanted to form? Rewiring America, Ms. Abrams' group, announced on October 12, 2023, that it was joining Habitat for Humanity It was joining United Way Worldwide and 2 other organizations. And these 4 organizations were going to form another nonprofit, a coalition of nonprofits called Power Forward Communities. So you've got Power Forward Communities up here, you've got Rewiring America and some other organizations down here. And all together they make up Power Forward Communities. And they also announced that a gentleman by the name of Tim Mayopoulos, a former Obama administration appointee, would lead the coalition. Now, as a nonprofit, I told you that Rewiring America had to file forms with the IRS. Well, so did this new group, Power Forward. It had to file Form 990 as well with the IRS. According to its filings, Power Forward had just $100 in total revenues in 2023. According to the IRS filing, it didn't list a single accomplishment. I've seen Girl Scout troops with more business credentials. Yet Power Forward Communities, of which Ms. Abrams' Rewiring America was a part, had the audacity to ask the federal government for a $2 billion grant. For what, you ask? It was supposed to be for, quote, to expand access to clean energy by prioritizing housing, equity, and resilience. Power Forward Community said it wanted to take this taxpayer money and help people install energy-efficient upgrades to their homes. What are we talking about? Heat pumps. Get rid of gas stoves. Now, it's good to dream big in America. I'm all for that. But under any reasonable standard, Mr. President, under any reasonable standard, one is entitled to ask how these organizations, Ms. Abrams' Rewiring America and Power Forward Communities, brand new organizations, no business experience, $100 in the bank, are qualified to receive $2 billion of taxpayer money from the Biden administration. Now, that didn't stop the Biden administration from cutting a check, though. They took our money and gave Power Forward Communities in Rewiring America $2 billion. You want to know how we ran up $36 billion in debt? That's how. Now, the EPA announced in 2024 under President Biden, just 6 months after Power Forward was formed. Power Forward was formed, and 6 months later, President Biden and his team announced they were giving them $2 billion, and that's, as I said, that's B with a billion. Now, look, I try to see the world from other people's bell towers as much as I can, but I cannot come up with, not for the life of me, with a single rational justification as to why the EPA under the Biden administration thought it was appropriate to give Power Forward and Rewiring America to brand new business, or brand new nonprofits with no business experience, no accomplishments according to the IRS forms, and only $100 in the bank to give them $2 billion of taxpayer money, especially to the exclusion of every other qualified applicant for that money, if there were any other qualified applicants. We don't know. I don't know. I don't know if there was a competitive bid. Now, I do know that the EPA, under President Biden, gave Ms. Abrams' group, her 2 groups, $2 billion cash. In the grant approval, President Biden's EPA said that Power Forward had to allocate this money to get rid of stoves and to put in heat pumps. They had to allocate the money. They had to spend it in 21 days. Now, that meant that Ms. Abrams' group, Rewiring America, which was part of of the larger group likely received or was supposed to receive a check for $490 million, about a quarter of the total $2 billion, by the end of May 2024. And the other organizations, within 21 days, President Biden directed, were also supposed to receive their share of the money. But get this. President Biden and his team directed these NGOs to distribute $2 billion in 21 days. But the Biden administration also told Power Forward within 90 days to go take a course. You know what the course was? The name of the course was How to Develop a Budget. How to develop a budget. So President Biden gave Power Forward 21 days to spend the money, but said, you've got 90 days to go take a course about how to put together a budget. And why would anybody in the Milky Way give $2 billion of taxpayer money to two organizations that had just been formed, that according to the IRS filings had no accomplishments, and one of them only had $100 in the bank? I think I know why. I certainly know what it looks like. I mean, this would be comical if it wasn't so odious. $2 billion. You know, the last 4 years under the last administration have been very difficult for America. The cost of everything's gone up. The cost of many things have gone up by 20%, and our wages didn't keep up. The average electricity bill in America went up 19%. The average Louisianian, because of President Biden's inflation, had to spend an extra $890 a month, extra, for food and clothing and car notes, and they didn't get $890 a month raise. President Biden and my Democratic colleagues told us that the Inflation Reduction Act, I remember when it was passed, they said if you spend $1.2 trillion on the Inflation Reduction Act, it'll be a lifeline to every family in America. It's not what it looks like to me. It's starting to look like to me that it was really a slush fund. A slush fund for Washington insiders. Now, I don't want to make accusations that are unfair. I think EPA Administrator Zeldin needs to get to the bottom of this. I believe in fairness. I believe in due process. Mr. Zeldin has announced that he's going to try to claw back as much of this $2 billion and other monies as he can. And again, I think he ought to do it fairly and accord everybody due process. But you know what? If the shoe fits, wear it, Cinderella. Here's what I see. I see two organizations formed in the last year or so of President Biden's administration. On their IRS filings, they say we have no experience, we have no accomplishments. One of them only has $100 in the bank. One of them, senior counsel, is Ms. Stacey Abrams, a well-known Democratic politician. I see them asking the President of the United States and his EPA for $2 billion cash to fight gas stoves and getting it to the exclusion of every other applicant who might have been able to use that money. Now, this is just the beginning of the type of spending porn that President Trump and Mr. Musk are uncovering, that people are screaming about. I'm going to repeat what I started with. There's nothing wrong with wanting to know what they do and did with our money. And that's all President Trump and Mr. Musk are doing.
Exactly. There's nothing wrong for the American taxpayer to know where his tax is going. Easy.
Mr. President.
Senator from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield 30 minutes of my post-cloture debate time on the vote nomination to Senator Merkley and 30 minutes of my post-cloture debate time on the vote nomination to Senator Schumer.
The senator has that right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President.
The senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have 8 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Thank you, Mr. President. With me today is one of my colleagues from my Senate office, Mr. James Shea. He is one of my right-hand people and does great work, and I'm honored that he could join me today. Gosh, I don't know where to begin. I've been in the Senate for 8 years. In dog years, that's 56 years. And it feels like 56 years. I've learned a lot, met a lot of interesting people. You know, before I got here, everybody told me about the Washington bubble. And I said, how serious could they be? Well, it's true. There is a Washington bubble. This place is different. It's in its own way, sometimes disappointing, sometimes refreshing. It is deeply weird. For one thing, common sense is illegal in Washington. It's illegal. For another thing, I've discovered that this is a town of very frustrated ex-class presidents. And there's a Washington way of doing things. And when things aren't done that way, when somebody challenges the status quo, many, not all, but many of these frustrated ex-class presidents in Washington, on the Hill and otherwise, they get excited, not in a good way. They can't get their mind around doing anything other than the Washington way. Some of them, particularly in the media, they go almost catatonic, or the exact opposite. They foam at the mouth. And they really get upset. They can make a Valium nervous. It's like the world, we're not doing things the way we've always done them, and the world's going to spin off its axis. I want to try to put in perspective what many of my Democratic friends have been talking about today. They're very, very, very upset at President Trump. And they're very, very, very upset at Elon Musk. President Trump ran for president on a number of issues. One of the issues he ran on, he said it almost every day. He said, if you elect me president, I'm going to go through the entire budget and review all the spending, line by line. If I heard him say that once, I heard him say it 1,000 times. And that's what he's been doing. He went out and appointed, through an executive order, Elon Musk, who Some people like him, some don't, but he's not a dummy. He's a very successful business person. He's got a top secret security clearance. President Trump issued an executive order, and he turned to Mr. Musk, and he said, Mr. Musk, I want you to do for me what I said I was going to do in the election. I want you to go through all the spending, line by line. Now, let me ask you something, Mr. President. How are you going to review the spending without reviewing the spending? How are you going to audit the spending by an agency without auditing the agency? That's what I mean when I say common sense is illegal in Washington, D.C. That's what Mr. Musk is doing. He's put together a crackerjack team, and they're going through everybody's spending line by line, item by item. And my Democratic colleagues are very, very, very upset. And they've been very eloquent. They've talked about the process, and President Trump's executive order supposedly violates the Constitution. And they've accused Mr. Musk of having conflicts of interest. And so I've heard people say he's sitting over there with a notepad, copying down everybody's Social Security number, and he's going to go use it to make money. I mean, people in this town, not just my Democratic colleagues, they're really upset. They've never said anybody question their spending. But that's what Mr. Musk is doing. But you know, I've listened. This has been going on for a week. People have been screaming like they're part of a prison riot. Oh, my God, look at what Musk is doing. He's looking at the spending. And I've listened to people talk about the process and debate whether it's constitutional and discuss how many lawyers can dance on the head of a pin. But you know what? I haven't heard one single person who's upset with President Trump or Mr. Musk talk about what he's found. They don't want to talk about the spending porn, the waste of taxpayer money that he's found. I mean, that's the point of all this. I tell you who is interested. The American people. The people in America who get up every day and go to work and obey the law and pay their taxes and try to educate their kids and try to do the right thing by their kids and try to save a little money for retirement, and have had to live through 20% inflation under President Biden. They understand what Musk is doing. They understand spending porn and wasting taxpayer money. Now, Mr. Musk started with the USAID. That handles a lot of foreign aid for America. American people are very generous. In our country, you know, when you're homeless, we'll house you. When you're hungry, we'll feed you. In our country, when you're too poor to be sick, we'll pay for your doctor. And we send a lot of money overseas to help our world's neighbors. And the USAID is in charge, in large part, of that. But I'll tell you what Mr. Musk discovered. I find it fascinating. He discovered that the American taxpayers are giving money to Afghanistan. He found that we are giving money to Yemen. He found that we are giving money to Syria. I didn't know that. Some of our foreign aid is going to Yemen, Afghanistan, Syria. He found that the USAID has 10,000 people, 10,000 people, employees, And every year they give away $40 billion. Mr. Musk also found, and I'm not saying that all of this money is wasteful. I'm not. Some of this money, I'm sure, does some good. That's why Secretary Rubio is going to revamp the department and separate the good from the bad. But this is the kind of stuff Mr. Musk found. He found that the USAID gave money to support electric vehicles in Vietnam. Our money, taxpayer money. He found that USAID gave money to a transgender clinic in India. I didn't know that. I bet you the American people didn't know that. He found that the USAID gave $1.5 million to a Serbian LGBTQ group called Grupa Izladaji. I probably mispronounced that. My apologies. Anyway, they got $1.5 million to, quote, advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in Serbia's workplaces and business communities. What else did Mr. Musk found that my colleagues don't want to talk about? Well, he reviewed a study and then went and checked it. The study was done by the Middle East Forum. They found that USAID spent $164 million to support radical organizations around the world. We're not talking Cub Scout troops here. We're talking about radical organizations around the world. They gave $122 million of that to groups aligned with foreign terrorist organizations. Our taxpayer money. According to this report in Mr. Musk, the USAID has given millions of dollars to, quote, organizations in Gaza controlled by Hamas. Why aren't my colleagues talking about that? Recipients of the money, they found, have, quote, called for their lands to be cleansed from the impurity of Jews. That's who we're giving foreign aid to. What else? I'm not going to spend my whole time talking about this, but nobody else is talking about it. They're just talking about the process. And Mr. Musk, and he's a mean guy, and he shouldn't be looking at our spending. Well, he is. And I kind of find what he's found out interesting. He found that we gave $2 million, USAID did, for sex changes in Guatemala. He found that we gave $20 million to produce a new Sesame Street show in Iraq. He found that we gave $4.5 million of taxpayer money to combat disinformation in Kazakhstan. He found that we gave $10 million, USAID did, of meals to an al-Qaeda-linked terrorist group called the Nusra Front. Mr. Musk found that we gave $7.9 million of taxpayer money to a project that would teach Sri Lankan journalists to avoid binary gendered language. The USAID took $8 million and gave it to a bunch of journalists in Sri Lanka to teach them how to avoid binary gendered language. I don't know what the hell binary gendered language is. I think I do. You think most taxpayers would support that? Why aren't we talking about that? The USAID gave $1.5 million to promote LGBT advocacy in Jamaica. They gave $1.5 million to rebuild the Cuban media ecosystem. They gave $1.5 million for, quote, art for inclusion of people with disabilities in Belarus.
Another $3.9 million for LGBT causes in Macedonia. $8.3 million for equity and inclusion education in Nepal. I could go all night. And many of my colleagues are upset. They're really mad at Mr. Musk. Hell, I think we ought to give him a medal. All he's doing is what President Trump said he was going to do. President Trump said he's going to audit the spending. So Trump goes and hires Musk, again with the top secret security clearance. Nobody can quibble with his intelligence. You know, the guy's as smart as Einstein's cousin. He's a very successful businessman. Some say he's the richest guy in the world. And he's doing the auditing. And, man, he's finding a lot of stuff. I call it spending porn. Now, I'm not saying everything that USAID does is wasted. But I'm saying a lot of it is. A hell of a lot of it is. And we ought to be on the floor of this United States Senate thanking Mr. Musk. And we ought to be asking him to go through every agency and look at everybody's budget. Everybody's budget. That's what the American people want. They don't want to talk about process. They don't want to continue with the Washington way. They want to save some money. Now, let me tell you what's really going on here, too, Mr. President. For 4 years under President Biden, and for, 8 years under President Obama, and I respect both of them. I don't hate anybody. I don't. When I say my prayers at night, one of the things I ask God, God, don't let me hate, because it's hard in Washington. Don't let me hate. I have all the respect in the world for President Biden and President Obama. Tough job. But between them, they spent 12 years in Washington. And presidents set the tone. They control the questions that are asked. And here's the question that President Obama and President Biden asked for 8 years. I heard it for 12 years. I heard it every single day. Who needs to pay more in taxes? Is it you? Is it you? Who needs to pay more in taxes? We need more money. Who needs to pony up more? That was the issue. But that's not the issue today. We have a new president. You know what the issue is today? What the hell happened to all the money? What the hell happened to all the money? And that's what Mr. Musk is finding out. That's all this is about. And I'm just shocked that my colleagues have decided that this is a hill they're going to die on. How can you look the American people in the eye and support this kind of waste? Support this kind of spending porn? I mean, the election to me made at least one thing clear, that the American people are sick and tired of people in Washington denying reality. The last administration tried to convince us that we were living in a crime-free world where inflation was temporary and the border was secure. And the American people didn't buy it. You know why? Because it wasn't true. And the administration, our last administration, tried to argue that Bidenomics was making our lives better. But the American people knew differently. They understood Bidenomics to mean I get to spend more to live worse. And they voted. Now, I mean, the American people were poorer under the last administration, but they didn't become stupid. They could see that the government was creating a problem, not trying to fix it. And they noticed the national debt, too. Put up that first chart for me. You know what our national debt is, Mr. President? $36 trillion. Not million, not billion. $36 trillion. It takes my breath away. Highest it's ever been, over 100% of our gross domestic product. Our debt's growing faster than our economy. And we toss around these numbers, 1 trillion, 1 billion, 1 million, 1 squillion, like it's nothing. I want to try to put this in context. If I started counting right now, and I counted one numeral, if you will, per second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I kept counting all day and all night. I didn't sleep. I counted between bites of oatmeal at breakfast. I just counted continually. One numeral per second. It would take me 32 years to count to 1 billion. 32 years to count to 1 billion. It would be 2057. I'd be dead as Woodrow Wilson. I wouldn't live that long. And that's just $1 billion. Our debt's $36 trillion. You know how long it would take me to count to 1 trillion? 31,000 years, if I counted one numeral per second. About as old as Chuck Grassley. 31,000 years. It would take me 1 million years to count to 36 trillion. Those are the kind of numbers we're talking about. And the American people understand it. Since 2019, America's population has grown 2%. We're not having babies. 2%. And that's after massive immigration. You know how much our budget has grown? 55%. 55%. Yeah, we've had inflation. But we haven't had 55% worth of inflation. That's how we got to this $36 trillion in debt. Put up the next chart for me. Now, some of this money we had to spend during the pandemic. And it was a bipartisan effort during the pandemic. Republicans voted for it, and Democrats voted for it, because we had no choice. I was there. I saw it from the inside. We came this close to losing the American economy. And you know who helped a lot, doesn't get enough credit? Jay Powell at the Federal Reserve. I watched it. The whole world wanted to go into a cave and retreat. Back in the Great Recession, I remember all the other countries in the world who looked to us. They may hate us, but they know we're the greatest country in all of human history. They looked to America. And you know what? Back in the Great Recession, all the other countries wanted they wanted treasuries, treasury notes, treasury bonds. Not this time. They were so scared they didn't want treasuries. They wanted dollars, cash dollars. So Jay Powell, thank the Lord, he goes over to the Federal Reserve. He opens what's called a currency swap line, and he told every country, you want dollars? I'll trade your dollars for your currency. And everything calmed down. He doesn't get any credit for that. But it was a gutsy thing to do. But on top of that, to save the American economy, that wasn't helping the American economy. We had to keep the economy going. We spent a lot of money. But then COVID ended. And what we should have done was go back to pre-COVID spending. But we didn't do that. President Biden, after the shutdowns and the coronavirus, the pandemic was over, passed the American Rescue Plan. COVID was over. He spent $1.9 trillion. Never let a good crisis go to waste. I didn't vote for it. Then he came back and passed what he called an infrastructure bill. It was really just the Green New Deal. I know what's in that bill. That was another $1.2 trillion. And then he passed the Inflation Reduction Act. I didn't vote for it, but that was another $1.0 trillion. And then he passed the CHIPS Act. This is really special. He said, big tech, the semiconductor companies need our money. They need taxpayer money. They're not making enough money. And he gave them money. He didn't give hardware stores money. President Biden didn't give the healthcare industry money. He said, I want to help big tech. And boy, they sucked it up like a Hoover Deluxe. We spent $280 billion subsidizing big tech. And you add it all up, and that's $4.3, almost $4.5 trillion. And that's how we got $36 trillion in debt. And that's why Donald Trump said, I'm going to look at every single line item of spending. And that's why he gave the job to Elon Musk. And that's why Musk is auditing these accounts. But nobody wants to talk about what he's finding. Nobody wants to talk about the spending porn, except the American people. They get it, Mr. President. They get it. And I hope Mr. Musk continues. My colleague and friend, we had a little discussion in banking today. Senator Warner makes a good point. He wants Mr. Musk to come over and talk to Congress about how he's doing this. I'm all for that. I am all for that. I would love to have him come over and walk us through what he's doing and how he's discovering all this spending porn. We need all the help we can get on reducing our spending because we can't continue at this pace. I just wanted to spend a few minutes putting all this in perspective, Mr. President. The world's not going to spin off its axis, folks. Every business that I know of goes through an audit. Now we're being audited, but we're being audited by not by the usual auditors, but we're being audited by a person appointed by the President of the United States. And I'm betting you when he's through, and he's going to go to all these agencies. He's starting on the Department of Education next. I think he'll end up finding that some of our money is being well spent. But he's also going to find that some of our money is being stolen and it's being wasted. And that's an insult to every taxpayer in this country. So I'm going to end like I began. We ought to be giving Mr. Musk a medal. We ought to be thanking him. Maybe nobody else wants to hear about the spending porn, but I can't wait to read the book. I hope he finds all of it and compiles it. I hope Marco Rubio, our new Secretary of State, takes USAID and shakes them by the shoulder and lifts up the good people there and fires the bad people, the people that wasted taxpayer money like this, giving money to terrorist organizations, giving money to organizations that support Hamas. Hope he gets rid of every single one of them. And I think if we listen to Mr. Musk, we can save a lot of money. And I hope he does come over and explain what he's doing. I want to talk about one other subject real quickly. I've talked about it before. I'm not going to repeat it. This is India. This is China, which wants to run the whole world. China's already trying to take over the shipping lanes in the South China Sea. This is the Chagos Islands, right down here. Years ago, the Chagos Islands were owned by France. France ceded the Chagos Islands to our friends in Great Britain, UK. And a number of years ago, the United Kingdom and America got together, and we built, mostly with American dollars, by the way, we built a military base in the Chagos Islands, on one particular island called Diego Garcia. And it's a really important military base. For one thing, it's very close to the Bay of Bengal and the Indian Ocean in China, so we can watch them. For another thing, it's where It's one of the only bases where our nuclear submarines can dock. Hugely important. Well, the United Nations got mad at the United Kingdom. They said, Great Britain, you're bad people. You used to be colonialists. You acquired other countries, sometimes freely, sometimes by force. Every country I know of in the world of any strength has done that. Doesn't mean we ought to be proud of it, but it's part of our history. But the United Nations said, shame on you, UK. Shame on you. Bad, 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 bad. You have to give back the Chagos Islands and the military base there. And the UN doesn't have any jurisdiction over the United Kingdom. But the UN said, not only do you have to give it back, but you don't give it back to the people of the Chagos Islands. You give it back to another group of islands way down here called Mauritius. Mauritius used to own the Chagos Islands when France ceded them to Great Britain. They were run by Mauritius. But the people of the two island groups, archipelagos, the people don't have any affinity. Now, what's Mauritius say? Of course we'll take it. But they want to start charging the United States and the UK £9 billion for a 99-year lease. So we can lease our own military base. All because the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom feels guilty because somebody, some tofu-eating wokarati at the United Nations says they're bad people, bad colonialists. Well, and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, he's going along with it, but he says, I'm negotiating with Mauritius. And the people of the leader of Mauritius just issued a press release, said, yeah, he's negotiating. He's increased the price. And he's shortened the leash. Now, you know who's loving all of this? China. Because China has a close relationship with Mauritius. And you know what? It's going to get a lot closer. This is insane. This is cell deep stupid. This is bone deep down to the marrow stupid. Because the United Nations wants the United Kingdom to feel guilty, they want to give our military base and their military base to Mauritius. Now, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom can stop this. And Marco Rubio, our new Secretary of State, is against it. And I haven't talked to him directly, but I think President Trump is against it. The United Kingdom is our friend. I went to school there for a while. I love them. And I want to see the Prime Minister do well. But he needs to put down the bong. He needs to put down the bong. This makes absolutely no sense. And it's going to be a big part of his legacy if he gives away this island and our military base to, in effect, what will eventually be China. So I would say to the Prime Minister tonight, I don't mean any disrespect. I want to say this respectfully. I shouldn't have said the bong part. I take it back. Please, Mr. Prime Minister, don't do this. Don't do this. We'll stand with you in telling the United Nations who's upset with you to go fill out a hurt feelings report, because we're not doing it. We'll stand with you. Please say no. Don't give our military base away. It's going to really hurt the relationship between the United States of America and the United Kingdom. I know Donald Trump pretty well. I know Marco Rubio pretty well. They'll forgive, but they'll never, ever forget. Don't do it, Mr. Prime Minister. I've taken too much time. I'm sorry. I yield to my colleague from Virginia. President, I don't know if you remember it, but I do. when families in the evening would gather
Shout out
around
to
a
Mr.
single
Kennedy.
radio. They just had one radio in the house, or a single TV, often a black and white TV, to hear the evening news. And for many Americans, particularly in rural areas, public broadcasting was the only option for them. That was true in some parts of our country. They could only access public broadcasting to get up-to-date news and information. Those days are gone. Things are much different today. Today, Americans get their news everywhere. Everywhere. Websites, podcasts, social media posts, radio shows, cable TV, streaming, broadcast television. The world has changed, particularly the world of mass communications. I think back 10, 15 years ago in my state, Louisiana, newspapers were king, followed closely by local television stations. Newspapers led with the news and everybody else followed in terms of what was newsworthy. Boy, those days changed. I polled recently in Louisiana to find out where my people in Louisiana get their news. 4% of the people in Louisiana get their news from the newspapers. That's just a fact. Number one, as you might imagine, is the internet. The world has changed. This trend is not partisan. It's not a Republican thing or it's not a Democratic thing. President Trump and former Vice President Harris, they both did popular podcasts in their election. And many of my fellow senators and many of my friends in the House running for election also did podcasts as well. A lot of the pundits have even called the 2024 race the podcast election. No American today, not one that I know of, is dependent on a single source of news to remain informed. And that's a good thing. It might have made sense many, many, many years ago for the federal government to subsidize and fund public broadcasting. 50 years ago, that might have made sense. But the ability of the American people today to access whatever news they would like to hear from whatever form of media they choose is no longer limited. It's virtually unlimited just only by the imagination. So here's my question, Mr. President, and something that we need to think about. If all this is true, if media has changed, and it's accessible to everyone, why is the United States Congress still spending $500 million a year, not $500,000 a year, $500 million a year to fund the Corporation for Public Broadcasting? It makes no sense. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting, we call it CPB, Mr. President, as you know. It's a nonprofit entity that takes taxpayer money that it gets from Congress and distributes it to local TV and radio stations. Now, you might not have heard of CPB, but you probably heard of two of its, I won't call them subsidiaries, but two of its closely affiliated entities, I'll call them. The Public Broadcasting Station, we call it PBS, and National Public Radio, NPR. Now, here's how it works. Every year, Congress gives the Corporation for Public Broadcasting $500 million. And the Corporation for Public Broadcasting takes that money and gives it to a lot of the local TV and radio stations. And a lot of those local TV and radio stations are encouraged to, and indeed do, buy programming if they're radio stations from NPR, or if they're television stations, they buy pre-recorded, pre-developed programming from the PBS. Congress established this system and established the Corporation for Public Broadcasting in 1967, over 50 years ago. At the time, Congress tasked CPB, and I'm not saying it didn't make sense then, it probably did make sense then, but Congress tasked the CPB with a mission to ensure that the American people had, and I want to quote here, to be precise, had, quote, universal access to non-commercial, high-quality content and telecommunication services. And indeed, CPB boasts that on its website that 99% of Americans have access to public media. Hell, they ought to. We're spending $500 million of your taxpayer money to make sure they do. That's not the question. Because Americans have access to all different types of and forms of media today. They don't need to get their news from public broadcasting. This isn't the old days when people had one television set or one radio and lived in a rural area and that was the only source of news. The world has changed. The issue today is whether the American people need taxpayer-funded public broadcasting to access high-quality content anymore. And they don't. And we all know they don't. You don't have to be Walter Cronkite's cousin to figure that out. Everybody's got a cell phone. Everybody's on the internet. Everybody's heard of podcasts. Everybody's heard of cable. Many people have streaming services. Today, 97% of Americans have access to the internet. Why do we need public broadcasting? That's more than double the number of Americans who could access the internet two decades ago. Things have quickly changed. People now have a bottomless supply of news sources right at their fingertips whenever they need them. Why do we have to give $500 million a year to subsidize a certain small favored section of the media? Parents can also very easily find free educational programming if they want to. They don't have to go to public broadcasting. All they got to do is go to YouTube. All they got to do is go to other streaming services. The popular YouTube series Crash Course, for example, it has more than 16 million subscribers. PragerU is another educational content provider. It has 3.3 million subscribers. For comparison, PBS only has 1.4 million subscribers. You know what the difference is? You give them $500 million of your hard-earned money. That's the difference. Now, some may argue, well, we still need public broadcasting because it offers non-commercial programming. They argue it's really cool because you don't get interrupted by commercials. Well, the new chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, Mr. Brendan Carr, has just called that into question. He's called into question whether NPR and PBS are really non-commercial broadcasts. Mr. Carr has noted that NPR and PBS regularly run commercial advertisements during their shows and broadcasts in contravention of federal law. No advertising? All you got to do is turn on the stations. Give me a break. And in fact, the FCC has launched an investigation into NPR and PBS to determine whether they've been violating federal law. There seems to be no distinction between the advertiser-funded content on PBS or NPR and the content Americans can access for free anywhere else. But there is a key difference. I'm going to keep coming back to it. PBS and NPR receive a truckload, a bucket load of cash from the American people. In total, Congress will send the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and indirectly NPR and PBS, $535 million in 2025. That's an increase of 20.2% since 2020. Has your income gone up 20.2% since 2020? I know your expenses have. By 2027, CPB wants Congress to send it nearly $600 million. For what? For what? PBS alone received roughly $130 million last year in taxpayer-funded grants from the federal government through the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. That's 35% of its total budget. NPR similarly receives $96 million through taxpayer-funded grants from CPB. That's also roughly 32% of NPR's total budget. Why? Why? Why CPB? Why NPR? Why any of these alphabet soup entities? Why not the New York Times? Why not the Washington Post? Why not Fox News? Why these three particular entities? That's a question we have to ask. And we're not talking chump change here. We're giving them $500 million a year. NPR is one of the few, as far as I know, they're the only newsroom in the country that gets taxpayer funding. And you would think that after receiving nearly $100 million from NPR, I want to single out NPR for a second, you would think that after receiving nearly $100 million from taxpayers, that would motivate NPR to play it right down the middle, to only publish fair reporting. You would think that with the American taxpayer giving NPR $100 million every year like clockwork, you should be able to go to NPR and look at the news and say, I don't know what party these folks are in. I don't know whether they're liberals. I don't know whether they're conservatives. I don't know whether they're left of center or right of center. I just know that they fairly report the news. But that's not the case, Mr. President. That's not the case. I want to give you a few examples of stories that NPR has published using taxpayer money. I'll just read the headlines. First headline, NPR News Service. Michael Avenatti, quote, a profile of the media-savvy attorney. They love Michael Avenatti. You know where Michael Avenatti is today? He's in jail. You know why? He's a crook. But for a while, he was a media darling on NPR. Here's another headline from NPR. How racism became a marketing tool for country music. I kid you not. The American taxpayers are spending $500 million a year to pay a local station to buy content that says country music is racist. Here's another headline from NPR. Donald Trump's long embrace of Vladimir Putin. Remember the Russiagate? The Steele dossier? NPR was right in there promoting it. A couple more headlines that NPR is putting out there using your tax dollars. This headline, monuments and teams have changed names. Let me say it again. Monuments and teams, presumably sports teams, have changed names as America reckons with racism. Birds are next. I don't know any birds that are racist. Here's another headline. Eating less beef is a climate solution. Eating less beef is a climate solution. I don't have anything against vegetarians. I'm a semi-vegetarian myself. I eat beef, and cows eat grass. So that makes me a semi-vegetarian. But that's my choice. Not on NPR, eating less beef is a climate solution. Here's why that's hard for some American men. Here's a final headline. I could go on the rest of the evening. How the Taliban adds to Afghanistan's woes when it comes to climate-fueled disasters. Boy, I can tell you that's on the mind of every person in Afghanistan today, is climate change and the Taliban. I can guarantee you. I don't have a problem with these headlines. This is America. If you want to publish articles like this, which no person with a brain above a single-cell organism would call fair and balanced, if you're a news outlet and you want to publish this kind of stuff, that is your right as an American. We have freedom of the press. We have the First Amendment. You're not free in our country if you can't say what you think. You're not free in our country if you can't express yourself. I'm all for this, if that's what these outlets want to do. But I'm not for taking $500 million every single year and giving it to these stations to the exclusion of everybody else so they can do it. That's immoral. That's illegal as far as I'm concerned, or should be. Now, I'm sure that there's an audience in some campus coffee shop that wants to learn about racist birds, or the different ways in which cheeseburgers and the Taliban are contributing to climate change. But most American taxpayers would probably prefer that Congress spend their money on something other than these controversial points of view that appeal to only a small segment of America's population, while the rest of us foot the bill. Now, that's not just my opinion. A former editor at NPR, a gentleman by the name of Yuri Berliner. Mr. Berliner, he used to be an editor at NPR. He published a column last year. And in the column, he outlined the extreme bias at NPR. He detailed how NPR decided to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story. It wouldn't run stories about it. It said it wasn't real. Mr. Berliner, the former editor at NPR, said that NPR told its readers, and I'm quoting, quote, "We don't want to waste our time on stories that are not really stories. And we don't want to waste the listeners' and readers' time on stories that are just pure distractions." End quote. The Hunter Biden laptop is real. The FBI has it. It's there at the FBI headquarters, bigger than Dallas. Of course, we now know that the laptop was not just a distraction. Every bit of it was real. But NPR censored it using American taxpayer money. NPR also similarly covered the COVID-19 lab leak theory as though it was a conspiracy. That's how the news coverage reads, in my opinion. That if you believe that COVID-19 originated from a lab leak, you're a conspiracy theorist. I would point out that we're going to have to get some new conspiracy theories in America because all the old ones turned out to be true. The conspiracy theorists are up something like 37-0. But not if you read NPR. They say, or said that the COVID-19 lab leak theory, you had to be some kind of conehead, some kind of meathead, some kind of whack job to believe in that stuff. Now the federal government, the CIA, the FBI, they've stated publicly that the pandemic likely originated from what? A lab leak. I can't make this stuff up. Now, other independent analysts have shown that NPR's content also leans left. And that's fine. As I say, that's fine. Many Americans lean left. I've got a lot of friends who lean left. I lean left on some issues. I think it's great. But I'll tell you what isn't great. Having American taxpayers spend $500 million a year to fund a news service that in turn we all have to pay for. That's not right. Since 1970, the United States Congress has given NPR more than $14.5 billion. With all those taxpayer dollars, NPR bought a $201 million office space just up the road from the Capitol. It's swell office space, $200 million worth. NPR pays its hosts as much as $532,000 a year. It pays its chief diversity officer $320,000 a year. Pretty good work if you can get it. Not NPR money. Came from you. You paid those salaries. And despite all the spending, NPR's audience continues to decline because they're obsolete. Now, Congress does not send taxpayer money to the most popular podcast hosts in America. We don't. The anchors on Fox News, the anchors on CNN, the anchors on MSNBC, nor their stations, they don't get any taxpayer dollars. Nor do any of the journalists that ask me questions every day in the hallway of this building, unless they work for NPR or PBS or their affiliates of the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Congress should not be picking winners and losers in the news media. But that's what we're doing. The United States of America has $36 trillion in debt. We can't afford anymore to blow $500 million for public broadcasting when Americans can find the same content, and in many cases better content, online for free. Now, if you want to support NPR and PBS or any other public media outlet, that is great. God bless you. This is America. You're free to do it. You are free to donate to those nonprofits as you see fit. Donate to them. But Congress should not compel taxpayers to fund them, to fund a service that the American people don't need, especially when the content, well, you can read what the content is, and maybe you agree with it. But a whole bunch of Americans don't. A whole bunch of Americans don't think that birds are racist. President Trump's Department of Government Efficiency is looking for fat to trim, Mr. President. As far as I'm concerned, this gravy train with biscuit wheels called the Corporation for Public Broadcasting is the perfect example of a project the American people no longer need and should not fund. Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a decorum.
Mr. President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. With me This evening, Mr. President, is Mr. Nick Ayers, who is one of my colleagues in my office, on whose judgment, counsel, and advice I rely regularly. Mr. President, as you know, on any given day, the halls of the Senate office buildings and the Capitol itself are teeming with people. We have a lot of visitors, which is a great thing. We have a lot of staff members, very able. We obviously have 100 senators. And we have many, 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 did I mention many, members of the press. And today, many of those folks, not the tourists, excuse me, Mr. President. Today, many of those folks, not the members of the public, our visitors, our people who are visiting us, but some staff members, some senators, and some members of the media have been catatonic. Catatonic. They've been foaming at the mouth. And it all has to do with a simple memorandum issued by the Office of Management and Budget dealing with spending. And I want to talk about that for a few minutes, Mr. President, and try to put it in perspective. I thought about starting my talk today off by saying, if it weren't for double standards around this place, there wouldn't be any standards at all. And actually, that's true, but that's too cynical for the point I want to make today. The point I want to make today is that in Congress, we're headed for a multiple vehicle pileup. A multiple vehicle pileup, which I will describe in a moment. And it's going to be messy. And dealing with it is going to be messy. And we've got to deal with it in accordance with the Constitution and our laws as passed by Congress. But we're also going to have to try to do some things a different way. And it's not going to be altogether pretty. Now, we can all debate. I haven't met a dummy yet in the United States Senate. Some people would disagree with that, but that's been my experience. Every single member of this body is very clever. And they can get us bogged down in procedure and debate forever about how many lawyers can dance on the head of a pin. And all that's important. I've done it myself before. But we're also dealing with reality. Did I mention we're dealing with a multiple vehicle pileup? Mr. President, I remember back when President Obama was president, he repeatedly refused to enforce laws that he didn't like. When certain provisions, I remember it like it was yesterday, when certain provisions of the Affordable Care Act proved to be controversial, it was law. But some of those provisions of law that he passed were controversial. I'll give you an example. The mandate that large employers provide insurance to their employees or else pay a big penalty. President Obama just unilaterally delayed implementation. Said, I'm not going to enforce it. Nobody went catatonic around here. Nobody started foaming at the mouth. Maybe everybody had taken their meds that day. I don't know. But there was no hue and cry like we've heard today as a result of that OMB memorandum. I remember also when Congress took up the issue at President Obama's suggestion of Dreamers. Remember the Dreamers Act? Congress wouldn't pass it. Dreamers are children brought to the United States of America illegally by their parents who've come here illegally. But the children are children. They don't know better. President Obama proposed the Dreamers Act. Congress didn't pass it. So President Obama just ignored the law. He protected them from deportation through executive action. It's called the 2012 Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals Program. He broke the law. Nobody around here foamed at the mouth. Nobody around here went catatonic, included but not limited to the media. I remember when President Biden did a very similar thing. He sought to preserve and fortify DACA, as we call it. And he also took a number of steps unilaterally to weaken immigration enforcement. We know that. That's why the border under President Biden was an open bleeding wound. He refused to follow the law. Nobody foamed at the mouth around here. Members of the press didn't become catatonic. I don't remember anyone, Democrat or Republican, calling for President Obama's impeachment after a federal court criticized his administration for spending money unlawfully. You remember that? President Obama decided to pay subsidies to health insurers in 2014. Decided to give them money. This is one problem. Congress hadn't appropriated the money. The GOP House, the Republican-controlled House, sued him. Federal judge ruled against President Obama. But the money was spent. I remember when the GAO concluded that the Obama Health and Human Services Department in 2016 illegally spent money. Congress didn't appropriate it by paying insurers instead of sending the money to the Department of Treasury. Nobody around here foamed at the mouth, including members of the press. Nobody around here went catatonic. Now, I didn't come here today, Mr. President, to debate the take care clause of the United States Constitution. We're all familiar with it. The president has a constitutional duty to, quote, take care that the laws be faithfully executed. That's the law. It's in our Constitution, bigger than Dallas, right there. And I believe in it. I didn't come here today to debate it. I didn't come here today to debate the 1974 Impoundment Control Act, which the courts have ruled to be constitutional, which says that Congress gets to appropriate the money and the president has to spend it. I don't want to get into all that. But I guess my point, Mr. President, in light of this OMB memorandum, which I'll talk about in a moment, my point is that having embraced non-enforcement when they like the results under President Biden and President Obama, My Democratic friends have very little standing. None, in fact, none, zero, zilch, nada, no standing to complain when President Trump employs the same legal theory for different purposes. I'm not suggesting that we ought to follow the rule, 2 wrongs don't make it right, but they do make it even. I'm just gently suggesting that maybe I should have started this speech with, if it weren't for double standards around this place, there wouldn't be any standards at all. Let me say it again. I support the take care clause of the Constitution. And I can read the law. I know a law book from a J. Crew catalog. I know what the Impoundment Act says. And I can read the court opinions holding that it's constitutional. Now, why am I talking about all this stuff? As you know, since he's been president, I don't know, a week, 10 days, President Trump has issued about 1 squillion executive orders. I think it's the most executive orders issued by a president in this short period of time in the history of ever. I'm still trying to read them. And most of his executive orders, this is a general statement, but I think it's fairly accurate, intend, as is his right, to reverse many of the policies implemented by President Biden. And I think it was yesterday, the Office of Management and Budget under President Trump, under an acting director, issued a memorandum. And the memorandum went out to all agencies of the federal government, and it said, look, you've seen the president's executive orders changing federal policy, which he has the right to issue. So hold up spending any money, OMB said to the various agencies, that would implement President Biden's policies as have been changed by President Trump. And the OMB was very careful in its initial memorandum and in its explanation later to say, look, we're not talking about direct payments to people. We're not talking about Medicaid. We're not talking about Medicare. We're not talking about Social Security. We're not talking about SNAP benefits. Very careful. Well, people around here today have been screaming like they're part of a prison riot. Oh my God, the president's not following the law. Like this had not happened before. Again, I'm not saying that 2 wrongs don't make it right, but they do make it even. I'm just trying to give you a little context for this, Mr. President. My good friend, Senator Schumer, and he is my good friend. I went on a trip with Chuck to China. And I don't want to personalize this about Chuck. Let me put it another way. Some of my Democratic friends have been running around, and some of my friends in the media have been running around like a 5-year-old in a Batman t-shirt, screaming that the world is coming to an end and the Impoundment Act is being violated and the take care clause of the Constitution has been thrown into the garbage bin, as if this sort of hesitation to spend money has never happened before in Washington, D.C. Why is the Trump administration doing this? Look, I don't know. I don't talk to the Trump administration every day. People have a multitude of reasons of doing what they do. But I can see what's going on and what is going to be going on, Mr. President, over the next 6 months to a year. Did I mention we're headed toward a multiple vehicle pileup? Here's the problem. We've got to extend the tax cuts from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017. We don't have a choice. Like it or hate it. If we don't extend those tax cuts, when they expire shortly, taxes are going to go up $4.3 trillion on the American people. Not 4.3 million, not 4.3 billion, $4.3 trillion. And 60% of that tax increase is going to impact middle class and lower income Americans. And that's just a natural fact. If we don't extend those tax cuts, it is going to drive our GDP and our economy on a journey to the center of the earth. Even my Democratic friends know those tax cuts have to be extended. But we've got other things we have to do too. We're deficit spending. We're spending money around here like it was pond water, like it was ditch water. Hold up the other chart. I don't want to blame it all on President Biden, but if the shoe fits, wear it, Cinderella. This is what President Biden spent. He didn't spend this from tax revenues, he borrowed it. $1.9 trillion on the American Rescue Plan, $1.2 trillion on the Green New Deal, which they called an Infrastructure Act, $1 trillion on the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, where we gave money to some of the biggest companies in America, big tech, because they said they needed it. We gave them $280 billion for semiconductor manufacturing. It was just announced yesterday, China just kicked our ass on artificial intelligence. I don't know if I can say ass on the Senate floor, but by God, I just did. They did. I don't know how else to describe it. After we spent $280 billion, I mean, this is just under President Biden, $4.380 trillion of money we didn't have. We are deficit spending every nanosecond. I don't know how many millions we have had to borrow since I've been talking. We're taking in about $4.5 trillion, give or take. We're spending about $6.5 trillion. And when we deficit spend, that money doesn't just fall from heaven. We thank heaven for it. But we have to borrow it, and we have to pay it back. And those annual deficits, daily deficits, monthly deficits, roll over into national debt, and we've now got $36 trillion worth of national debt. We're going to run out of digits. That's the most debt we've ever had, well over 100% of GDP. So we've got to renew the tax cuts, which is going to cause short-term, before it stimulates the economy, short-term loss of revenue, and we got to stop the deficit spending, and we got to reduce our debt. But there's more. There's more. We've got to increase defense spending, because President Xi is working with President Putin, who's working with the Ayatollah in Iran, and their goal is to have Putin dominate Eastern and Central Europe, to have Iran dominate the Middle East, have China dominate the Indo-Pacific and the South China Sea, and be free to roam in Sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America and South America. I don't want America to be the world's policeman, but I don't want President Xi or President Putin or the Ayatollah in Iran to be the world's policeman either. And weakness invites the wolves. And we've got to start spending more money on defense. Now, you don't have to be Einstein's cousin to figure out that all the things that I just described that we've got to do in the next year to 6 months could be called competing interests. Tax cuts, stop deficit spending, reduce the debt, but find more money for defense. Something's got to give. And all this is a long-winded way of saying we're going to have to reduce spending. We're going to have to do it. The numbers are the numbers. Since 2019, The American population has grown 2%. We're not having babies. 2%. And that's after all the illegal immigration. You know what has happened to our budget? It's gone up 55%. I know we had a pandemic. We had to save the economy. 2% growth in population, 55% increase in spending. Yeah, we've had inflation. We haven't had 55% worth of inflation. We're going to have to go to be able to afford tax cuts and more defense spending and to pay down deficits and to pay down debt. We're going to have to reduce spending to pre-pandemic levels. And that's what this OMB memorandum today, which temporarily held up the spending of some money consistent with President Trump's executive orders, was the first baby step toward. That's what this is all about. That's what it's all about. The world is not going to spin off its axis. And again, I support the Take Care Clause of the Constitution. I understand what the Impoundment Act says, but this is reality. And this is what we've got to solve over the next year. And we're going to have to solve it. Show me that other chart. We're going to have to solve it together because the debt is $36 trillion. Our population is 355,000 people. That's 102 grand per man, woman, and child, and it's increased. And we're about to extend the tax cuts and start spending more in defense. There's a lot of excitement around here about the reconciliation bill or bills. I'm excited about it. You can write this down, Mr. President, and take it home to mama. Those reconciliation bills, which we have got to pass to get through this multiple vehicle pileup that I just described, are going to contain substantial spending cuts. They are. Because you know what? If they don't, that reconciliation bill or bills will never pass the United States Senate. And I know it will not pass the United States House of Representatives. And then we will have failed to do what we told the American people that we were going to do, which is to get federal government right-sized, to try to put the high prices behind us by growing out of them, by stimulating the economy and increasing wages, by making energy cheaper, by paying down our debt. And that's what's going on. So I hope all the folks today will go home and take off their Batman t-shirts, wash them. They're probably a little sweaty. I hope everybody will go home. Those who drink, have a cocktail, take their meds, and put this all in perspective. That's what that OMB memorandum was all about. And I'm going to say this one final time because maybe some members of the media are listening. I am not advocating to ignore the Constitution. And I am not advocating to ignore the impoundment laws of this Congress. What I am saying is, if you don't believe we're going to have to cut spending substantially in order to get out of this mess that has been created, then you shouldn't be driving. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Yeah, John Kennedy. Too funny. Okay, Epstein Files has been released, but not everything. So check this out. Pam Bondi is going bonkers.
Last night on Jesse Waters Primetime, Attorney General Pam Bondi said this.
What you're going to see, hopefully tomorrow, is a lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information, but it's pretty sick what that man did.
So we were looking today to find out more about why the government's been so suspiciously protective of Jeffrey Epstein. This afternoon, a bunch of conservative influencers left a meeting at the White House with binders that said the Epstein files, phase 1. Once the binders were opened, people were able to see flight records and Epstein's Rolodex and a list of masseuses. The masseuses' names were blacked out, and the information from the flight logs wasn't new. Neither was the Rolodex. When we began to feel duped, Pam Bondi released a letter that says, basically, I was duped too. In the letter addressed to FBI Director Kash Patel, Bondi basically says, I asked you for the full and complete files related to Jeffrey Epstein. I received 200 pages of documents. I asked if these were all the documents, and the FBI said yes. Late yesterday, I learned from a source at the FBI field office in New York was in possession of thousands of pages of documents related to the investigation and the indictment of Epstein. Despite my repeated requests, the FBI never disclosed the evidence of these files. Bondi's demanding by 8 a.m. tomorrow morning that the FBI deliver everything to her office, including all records, audio, video recordings, all materials related to Epstein. And she ensures DOJ will disclose everything. And she's directing Patel to begin an immediate investigation into why the FBI isn't following orders. So who's in charge at the New York FBI field office? Who's withholding Epstein docs from the Attorney General? James Dennehy is running the show there. There he is. This is the guy who emailed his whole staff to dig in after Trump took office. And don't forget that James Comey's daughter is an assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. She worked on the Epstein and Maxwell cases. She's kind of knee-deep in this. Epstein was facing sex trafficking charges in Lower Manhattan. Where's all that paperwork? The FBI seized computers, surveillance videos, banking records, file cabinets, and photographs from all of Epstein's properties in New Mexico, the Virgin Islands, Palm Beach, and in New York. The Justice Department also gave Epstein a sweetheart non-prosecution deal 17 years ago. Where are those files? The Bureau of Prisons. Where are those files? You remember where Epstein killed himself? I asked Bill Barr about that, why everything seemed to go wrong that night.
When I first heard all the information and all the coincidences here, I was suspicious.
What were the coincidences? I mean, those were a lot of coincidences.
Well, one of the cameras was out.
Right.
He was supposed to have a cellmate. The cellmate left. They didn't replace the cellmate. And the guards who were supposed to check him every half hour didn't check him.
My EMT source said he was on the scene immediately to pull Epstein's body out to the morgue. And when he got to the cell, he saw 7 people there touching Epstein's body and moving stuff around. Trump did say during the campaign he'd release these files, so it's not like this came out of the blue. Jeffrey Epstein did act as an informant to the FBI. Is the Bureau embarrassed? Is the Bureau embarrassed that they let hundreds of young victims down? This was all happening right under everyone's noses. Epstein was probably an intelligence asset, rumored to be working with the Israelis, maybe this country, probably other countries. Was he a double agent? He had dirt on everyone and a knack for making cash. And he's dead. So the government has no one to protect but themselves.
This is spicy, ladies and gentlemen. Spicy.
It's official. Foreign aid has been doged after John Roberts of the Supreme Court ruled that Trump has the right to freeze the money. USAID staff cleared out their desks today, and Musk says we've just saved $60 billion. DOJ found a $75 million contract for inclusive justice in Colombia, $40 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment, another $40 million for female empowerment in Colombia. Pretty sure this money's for cocaine. But don't worry, we're also going to give the Caribbean $3 million for being gay and lesbian. You're gay, and we want you to stay that way. And we still had money left over for terrorists.
Mr. Roman, are you aware that we are sending $40 million a week to the Taliban?
Yes, sir.
Can you name other instances of foreign aid going to terrorist organizations?
We have assisted al-Shabaab in Somalia. There's been instances of the Khamsi network in Sudan, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, Kataib al-Hezbollah, Hayat Tahrir al-Shams in Syria. Dozens of terror organizations have received indirect assistance from U.S. foreign aid.
Are we funding terrorists so we have something to do with our missiles? The media doesn't want anything cut unless it's a circumcision.
Trump talked about all the stuff Doge is cutting and all the stuff they're not cutting, and it got weird.
20 million here, 30 million here for, you know, a little educational course on something. Circumcision, right? Circumcision.
That long, rambling response actually reminds me of circumcision because somebody really should have cut that head off.
Doge has their brains so scrambled. Now The View is begging for deportations.
The guy was not born in this country, who was born under apartheid in South Africa, so has that mentality going on. He was pro-apartheid, as I understand it. Now I'm getting some flack because I said that Musk was pro-apartheid. I don't really know for sure if he was. He grew up at that time when apartheid was in full bloom before the great Nelson Mandela fixed that. He was around at that time, but maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. He might have been a young guy, too. Might have been. So don't be suing me, okay, Elon? They're allowed to say any lie they want, but we have to be really strict. That's why this show's important.
Yeah. So, did Joy Behar just say go back to Africa? I don't think you can say that, can you? And I guess we finally found out where Democrats stand on illegal immigration. Deport Musk and keep MS-13. They let millions of illegal Chinese, Muslims, and Venezuelans into America, but Musk, who's been a citizen for 22 years, he's got to go. So what if he's going to colonize Mars and build their electric cars? Go back to Africa. All of a sudden, saving taxpayers' money is treason.
The prices at the grocery store are going up because democracy is being taken away.
We are in the middle of a totalitarian fascist coup in this country.
But if we were being honest, there should be a breaking news banner on CNN and MSNBC all day long. Yes. We are in dictatorship right now.
Insanity is doing this.
We are in dictatorship right now. Man, please.
Same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Well, Democrats must be insane to think the dictator hoax is going to work after losing every swing state with it. And now they think Big Balls is going to peek into their tax returns.
If we had a president AOC, a liberal Democrat president, who brought in a bunch of her friends, and they brought their laptops, and they started taking all the data and doing whatever they wanted to, Republicans would be in the streets as well they should. This is no way to run a government. This is a dangerous precedent that's being set.
Well, they did that. Where was Van Jones when Trump's tax returns got leaked? That little liberal, leaky little John, remember, stole 400,000 of Americans' tax returns. 400,000. Leaked them to the press, and Maddow waved it in the air like it was a righteous act. And leaky little John was just a contractor. Elon's a presidential appointee who hasn't stolen or leaked a thing. Democrats are worried about security because they're the ones who can't be trusted with it. Hillary had a home server in her basement with secrets in it. And when she got caught, acid washed it. Elon's not just about cutting the fat. Listen, hundreds of federal workers are being promoted daily every time we encounter excellence. Democrats are squealing Trump's going to cut Medicaid, but look what we found here. California was caught using Medicaid to pay for art and music lessons. Oregon was caught using Medicaid for cooking classes, air conditioners, and mini fridges. Doge is saving us all money, and Democrats are fundraising to stop it.
I just left a massive citizen meeting that I organized on about 24 hours, 48 hours notice. Hundreds of people standing up with one voice to say we are not going to allow for the billionaires to take over our government. And I need your help right now to stand up and help me build the kind of political operation all across the country that we need to fight back against this hateful, destructive agenda from Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
Now things are starting to get dangerous.
How is that hateful? Saving money, paying debt, deporting illegal migrant. How is that hateful?
Just arrested a trans man named Lucy.
On February 7th, police reported there was an arson attempt, plus acts of vandalism, including graffiti on some of the vehicles deemed offensive and hateful in nature.
February 24th, Monday evening, we were working surveillance where we then encountered the defendant.
The suspect, identified as 40-year-old Lucy Grace Nelson, was stopped before committing what would have been considered a Class 3 felony. Nelson was arrested on multiple charges, including felony mischief, but the most concerning one to police was the use of explosives or incendiary devices.
The devices that were discovered had potential for serious damage.
The left spends all day calling Elon a fascist who should go back to Africa, and all of a sudden, Antifa is planning explosives at Tesla dealerships. The threat level is so high that Musk has U.S. Marshals augmenting his private security. I guess Democrats only like billionaires who add to the debt. Elon's going to push hard no matter what it is. He's a pioneer. His brain's wired to break things and create things and not be like everybody else. So when Trump and Elon see a wall, they don't stop. They go right through it.
Isn't it like mind-blowing that this has happened? I mean, it just... And what, by the way, why do we still know nothing about that guy in Butler? What's going on? Cash is going to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, there you go.
By the way, yeah.
See, the thing about Elon Musk is he's filthy wealthy, okay, smart, actually has a business, companies that is changing the world, the way we do things, essentially. So, like, you cannot blackmail this person because NASA needs Elon Musk, okay? The United States needs Elon Musk, all right? And now he's being appointed by the 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump, say, go into the government, make sure you do your due diligence and make sure the government is efficient. Cut out the waste, the fat, unnecessary spending. I mean, who would do a better job than Elon Musk, who has been successful? He has a track record. PayPal, okay, Zip2 or Zip3 or something like that. All right, he has SpaceX, Tesla, the Boring Company, Starlink. This man has businesses that has changed the way we do things. X, Grok. So he has, I mean, look, I'm just having a good time watching this great administration do what they do.
Democrats are worried what we're finding in government, the graft and their kickbacks. Wait until we start sniffing around Butler. Wait until Doge, Cash, and Bondi pull the files on Butler, PA. The FBI closed that investigation real quick. No toxicology, body cremated, electronics black holed, and the Crooks family hires an expensive attorney. With what money? Pinch yourself. Go ahead, do it. We're living through history. No one's been able to cut waste in Washington. Nixon, Reagan, Clinton, Obama, they all tried, couldn't do it until now.
We are having great success in slimming down our government. It's been really very successful, and some took payouts and buyouts, and others took other things, and some people we're finding out don't even exist. We're finding that we have a lot of people that don't exist, that people thought that did.
We're even digitizing the retirement cave.
The administration came to us with a challenge, something we've never done before. Process a retiree end-to-end digitally without printing anything to paper. The deadline, in a week.
The first time I went to the mine, the picture I had in my mind was something from the X-Files. Some retirees have a lot of paper, a lot more than others, and that there were a couple we encountered that
Retirement cave. This is where you send your 401k to.
actually had pallets of communication.
We were asked, how long would it take to do this completely digitally? We gasped
and said 7 months, maybe 12 months.
We got it done in record times within 2 days without printing one piece of paper.
Things are changing fast. And there's a lot of emotion around that. No one says this was going to be easy. Voters said when they put Trump back in the White House, they wanted him to come in and deliver, quote, complete overhaul. This is going to make a lot of people very uncomfortable. Trump's been shot. Elon, the second most targeted man in the world. The Democrats are desperate, and their bases are telling them to go harder. Ironically, the voice of reason in a moment like this is Pretty Boy Floyd.
We had Trump before. We didn't appreciate him. But I think Trump is a great president. Actually, he's the best president. In my eyes, he's the best president we ever had. Great business.
Tell them, champ. Tell them, champ. Okay? 50-0. Tell them, champ.
A great businessman. Trump has done an amazing job. And a lot of people around America are upset. But no matter who goes in the White House, we're always upset.
Right.
And I think Trump is the man for the job.
Oh, my God. This is too spicy, yo.
And welcome to Hannity and yet another action-packed day of news. Part one of the Epstein files were released. The Attorney General, Pam Bondi, is not happy. Pam Bondi now blasting bureaucrats in the FBI, not cash.
But this is my thing. Pam Bondi, Attorney General. Kash Patel, FBI Director. Pam Bondi says, we're going to release the Epstein files. So, I'm guessing it works like this. The FBI sends those files to the AG office, and the AG office does the official release. But if Kash Patel is the director of FBI right now, why didn't they confirm everything on the list before he got to the Attorney General, Pam Bondi? I mean, I don't know all the details as of now, but Kash Patel says he's working on it and he's trying to make sure, everything he said he was going to do with FBI, transparency and everything like that works out fine. But AG Pam Bondi isn't happy at all.
Patel for a lack of transparency after reports that a field office actually hid the documents from Bondi and newly sworn-in FBI Director Kash Patel. We've got all those details coming up tonight. Also, yes, Weird Tim Walz is now calling Republicans Nazis and fascists. That worked so well in the campaign. Why would you ever want to stop? No wonder why Stephen A. Smith is polling higher than Kamala Harris and AOC. Anyway, he'll join us with more on the dumpster fire that is his Democratic Party. And is it even true that he wants to run for president? Really? Okay, we'll get the answer tonight. And later, the mysterious, tragic death, legendary actor. This is sad. Gene Hackman, his wife, their dog. Listen to this.
Okay. Are they moving at all?
No, dude, they're not moving. Just send somebody out here really quick.
Okay, my units are underway, okay?
All right, we've got the latest details on that tragedy coming. But first, more big news from the Trump White House. For decades, Americans on both sides of the aisle, they have been deeply dissatisfied with the federal government, rightly so. In fact, nearly 40 years ago, President Reagan famously said, the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government, I'm here to help, I'm here to help. Anyway, for now, for the first time, maybe ever, something very special is actually happening. We have a free-thinking president who is working outside of the box, not within the confines of the deep state and the bureaucracy, to improve government, to be more efficient for you and your family and watch out for your money and protect your rights and give you more freedom. None of his cabinet nominees are swamp creatures. No government department is viewed as sacred. All federal spending is under a microscope. DOGE is an innovative new way to identify waste, fraud, abuse, corruption. Major agencies are getting all overhauled. In fact, a federal judge just ruled in favor of President Trump, allowing the State Department under Secretary of State Marco Rubio to fire CIA employees working on DEI projects. Meanwhile, the FBI, Kash Patel, is in the process of decentralizing the Bureau, shipping far-left agents out of D.C. Maybe out of the Bureau would be a good idea. And Patel is even floating up a plan to team up with the UFC, our friend Dana White, to improve fitness and training of special agents, which I...
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You guys are going to see real-life UFC fighters in FBI. This is wow. I mean, this is interesting times in the United States. I said it. When Trump becomes the 47th president of the United States, we will have a glorious 4 years. The golden age is upon us, ladies and gentlemen.
know for a fact law enforcement needs a lot more training. Now, back at the White House, a new age of diplomacy is dawning. When it comes to our allies and our adversaries, Trump is not afraid to deploy. America's tremendous leverage was on display yet again today. Take a look.
This is indeed a unique friendship. It's been many years, and I think it's only gotten stronger, and we will make sure that it stays that way. We're going to have a great trade agreement. One way or the other, we're going to end up with a very good trade agreement for both countries. And we're working on that as we speak. Tomorrow, the progress toward peace will continue when President Zelensky visits the White House. He'll be here tomorrow in the early part of the day, and we'll be signing a historic agreement that will make the United States a major partner in developing Ukraine's minerals and rare earths and oil and gases. And we have a great understanding. I think it's going to be great for Ukraine.
But the media was telling us, oh, but he's being mean to Zelensky. No, it's called negotiating and hopefully ending war in Europe. Despite what you might hear on fake news CNN, MSDNC, President Trump earned the respect of world leaders. And here's more from Trump's joint presser with Britain's Prime Minister. Take a look.
Mr. President, I welcome your deep and personal commitment to bring peace and to stop the killing. You've created a moment of tremendous opportunity to reach a historic peace deal, a deal that I think would be celebrated in Ukraine and around the world. That is the prize.
And we hope it comes to fruition. Things are looking good. We'll see over time. Give President Trump time to negotiate. To put it bluntly, Trump is seeking out good deals for the American people, free and fair trade, reciprocity if they put tariffs on us, and peace around the world. What a horrible thing. What a horrible human being he must be. But many on the left, they're deeply upset. They are triggered. They are angry. They're currently trashing everything Donald Trump says or does. One New York Times columnist just compared Trump to Putin. Another left-wing publication accusing Trump of building a new axis of evil with America front and center. Illinois gluttonous governor said that prices are going up because Donald Trump is destroying democracy. Didn't they try that in the campaign? How'd that play out for them? Take a look.
If you talk to 100 people, knock on 100 doors, and I've knocked on an awful lot of doors running for office, and you say to people, you know, democracy is at risk, nobody knows what that looks like. They've never experienced it before. Yeah. And the reality is what people need to hear about is what the effects of that are. The prices at the grocery store are going up because democracy is being taken away.
Governor, you said
bunch of lies.
that before the election. All you Democrats are saying that before the election. Democracy is on the ballot. Democracy won. Donald Trump won. The American people chose. Now, when you think it can't possibly get any more absurd than that, I present to you the ladies of the possibly on soon-to-be-canceled ABC Disney show, The View. This is supposed to be that hard-hitting news show, ABC Disney, but today, well, I don't know what to tell you. Take a look. Joyless Behar turned into a full-blown anti-immigrant, xenophobic conspiracy theorist by attacking Elon Musk. Who would have thunk it? Take a look.
The guy was not born in this country, who was born under apartheid in South Africa, so has that mentality going on. He was pro-apartheid, as I understand it. This is just perfectly wonderful for Trump. He's content.
Yeah, they're doing too much. We're seeing that. Way too much.
I'm very excited about this. Attorney General Pam Bondi, a good friend, especially a good friend of my wife, but a wonderful lady, a great lawyer. Welcome to the program, Madam Attorney General. I want to get into this Epstein thing a little bit. I think the American people are very curious about who's on this list or these lists. You have been doggedly trying to get all the information. And now we learn, thanks to you, that you've been stonewalled by people in New York. Do you want to explain that?
Yes, Mark. So as you know, we released about 120 pages of documents, and I started asking for these documents right when I came into office and before Kash Patel was in there. So I ended up getting about 120 pages. We carefully redacted them, of course, to be sure the 254 young girls, women who are victims of sex crimes and sex trafficking, their personal information was redacted and out of there to protect them. So I'm going through it and I kept saying, there has to be more, there has to be more. I'm assured that's it. Kash asked the same questions. Assured there's no more. I found out, this week that a source told me New York, SDNY, they're sitting on thousands of pages of documents regarding Epstein. Thousands. And of course, you've seen the very strong letter. We will get everything. We will have it in our possession. We will redact it, of course, to protect grand jury information and confidential witnesses. But the American people have a right to know. And Donald Trump is the most transparent president in our nation's history. So not only will America get the full Epstein files, they will get JFK. They will get Martin Luther King.
There you have it. There you have it. Attorney General Pam Bondi assures Americans that they will get MLK, JFK, Epstein files, all of every secret, dirty little secret that the American people are concerned about. They will surely get an answer to it. All right, we're going to listen to this hearing, and this might be it.
Versus red situation.
So, of course, the Senate Democrat, they're trying to terminate Trump's energy emergency declaration. Already.
National energy emergency that President Trump signed on his first day in office. It has been 37 days since President Trump declared, for the first time in this nation's history, a national energy emergency. This is an attempt to throw red meat to the base of the Republican Party and to seem like Donald Trump is the oil and gas president. But there's no evidence to support that. In fact, the evidence we have points in exactly the opposite direction. This emergency was declared despite the fact that the United States is producing more oil than any other country ever in this nation's history. And we've been doing that for the past 7 years. The emergency was declared despite the fact that the United States is in the midst of a clean energy boom and a manufacturing renaissance. We generated 17% more electricity in 2023 than the high point of the first Trump administration. Clean energy jobs are growing at twice the rate of the economy overall. And this emergency was declared despite the fact that, as the Wall Street Journal headline noted after the election, quote, Trump's oil and gas donors don't really want to drill, baby, drill, end quote. They are very happy to lock in demand for the long term, but increase supply and potentially undercut profits. Not so much. So we find ourselves with an emergency declaration in search of an emergency. But it's not without consequences. President Trump has assumed vast power for the executive branch through this emergency designation. He's encouraging the use of eminent domain that could literally allow the government to take your land away. He's waving away key protections for clean water. And he's suggesting that a timeline of just 7 days is sufficient for public comment, on projects that could cause irreparable harm to historic and cultural resources. President Trump campaigned on, and I'm quoting here, lowering the cost of everything. And he promised, your energy bill within 12 months will be cut in half. Now, voters responded to those promises, and Americans do want to see lower energy costs. I'm all for that. I focused as governor on how we could address the high energy prices in New Hampshire. We permitted 2 gas pipelines through the state, both gas coming from Canada. And we negotiated a deal with our largest utility company that lowered rates 16.5%. So I'm all for lowering energy costs. We absolutely should be talking about that. But let's take a step back here, and let's talk about what President Trump's energy policies actually are and how they affect the American people. In the first 37 days, we've seen the Trump administration cut off funding for solar, wind, and clean manufacturing projects that are cheaper and faster to build than fossil fuel infrastructure. We've seen him halt energy efficiency programs, and we know energy efficiency is the cheapest, fastest way to deal with our energy needs. He's prepared a 10% energy tax in the form of tariffs on heating oil, propane, gasoline, and other energy we import from Canada. And that hits New Hampshire really hard because of the energy sources we get from Canada. I talked about the 2 gas pipelines that come down from Canada. And because we have so many households that burn number 2 fuel oil to heat our homes, and because it's cold in New Hampshire at this time of year. So that hits us really hard. He's fired more than 1,000 workers at the Department of Energy, including those who are keeping state energy programs and weatherization up and running to respond to emergencies and to help folks like we have in New Hampshire stay warm this winter. And tomorrow, what we expect is that Senate Republicans will roll back a common sense fee on venting or flaring of methane rather than capturing it for productive use. And if that passes and the president signs it, it will cost the taxpayers $2.3 billion over the next 10 years, effectively lighting money on fire to save big oil a few bucks. Now, in New Hampshire, as in other states, President Trump's actions have sown chaos and uncertainty. They're raising costs for families, for farmers, for small businesses, and for town budgets. For example, the tariffs that are set to go into effect, and I understand that the president has now decided he's going to wait until April, but they could mean about $150 to $250 more for the average family in New Hampshire who are using heating oil just to keep warm through the winter. President Trump's efforts to cancel promised funding for electric charging infrastructure in New Hampshire harms our travel and tourism sector, particularly in northern New Hampshire, where ski areas and other outdoor recreation drive our local economies. A recent study found that the state risks losing an estimated $1.4 billion in overall economic impact if we don't build up our charging infrastructure. One small business owner in Barrington, in the seacoast of New Hampshire, told me that he has nearly $3 million in projects. Those projects are on hold this year, including work with school districts, with the state, and with other customers to install solar projects that provide long-term taxpayer savings. And they're on hold because of what President Trump has ordered. Farms and local shops across rural areas of New Hampshire are nervous about receiving promised reimbursements for energy-saving work through the Rural Energy for America program, the REAP program. At least one business owner at Seacoast Power Equipment has been covering interest with the bank until his grant, which he has a signed commitment for, is actually paid out. And of course, this is affecting his bottom line. And then we have super secret ice cream in Bethlehem, New Hampshire, in the northern part of our state. This is an award-winning small business that provides the best ice cream you've ever eaten. They were gearing up to install solar panels using $15,000 in federal funds. Now that project is on hold. Many family-owned businesses, like Super Secret Ice Cream, have very tight margins, and this small investment of $15,000 would help Christina and Dan grow their business and lower the electric costs that they're paying to store their ice cream. And then we have the town of Peterborough in the western part of New Hampshire. They plan to use funding from the bipartisan infrastructure law to enhance much-needed workforce development. But, of course, they've had to wait far too long for federal approvals. And in rural towns like Berlin in the northern part of our state, residents eagerly signed up for federally funded projects that will insulate and add solar arrays to their manufactured homes. This is a real solution to their high utility bills. But these projects are now on hold because the contractors are uncertain that they're going to be paid. Now, I could go on, as I know my colleagues could, but since we have people waiting, I want to close with a point of agreement. In his executive order, President Trump stated, and I quote, "We need a reliable, diversified, and affordable supply of energy to drive our nation's manufacturing, transportation, agriculture, and defense industries, and to sustain the basics of modern life and military preparedness." That makes sense to me. I agree with that. But unfortunately, that's about the only thing he said related to energy in the past 37 days that does make sense. Lowering energy costs, creating good jobs, increasing America's economic competitiveness in the world, those ought to be things that we can all agree on. But if we give up our leadership on clean energy now, the People's Republic of China, who President Trump claims is our greatest competitor, and I agree with him on that. I just don't understand how the Trump administration policies are allowing us to be competitive. But China is going to be more than happy to fill the void for its own economic advantage. I think we should also agree that Americans deserve clean air, clean water, and the chance to have a say in what happens in their communities. I want to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle on these goals. And that work starts by ending this disastrous, misguided emergency declaration and by stopping the chaos. So I hope my colleagues will join me in voting to restore Congress' appropriate role in setting energy policies that benefit the American people by supporting this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Rhode Island. I'm here to join my colleagues in objecting to President Trump's fake energy emergency, which is part of the Trump continuing strategy to hurt families and help billionaires. In this case, the fossil fuel billionaires who put at least $100 million into getting him elected, probably a good deal more because so much of the money was dark money, we don't know. But there's every reason to believe that it was multiple hundreds of millions of dollars spent to get him elected, and it's payback time for the big donors and tough bounce to the families whose bills are going to go up as a result. How are families' bills going to go up? Well, for starters, renewables are less expensive than fossil fuel. And when you add them to the mix, the grid runs on a queue, and it takes the cheapest sources and puts them in the line, and as you demand more and more electricity, you finally get to the more expensive energy sources, and inexpensive renewables coming in drives out the expensive fossil fuel from the top, and it lowers energy costs overall. So when you stop doing that, the most expensive plants have to come back online, and that will raise utility bills, but most importantly to Trump, profits for fossil fuel billionaires. We make ourselves with this more vulnerable to the OPEC fossil fuel cartel, the oil and gas cartel. They raise prices by manipulating international markets. The American oil and gas companies follow up, even if they don't need to make that much money. They will follow the OPEC prices. As a result, they have declared the biggest profits in the history of humankind at the expense of American families, both at the fuel pump and at home and on their electric bills. Doesn't matter to this administration. It's a win for the fossil fuel billionaires who paid good money to get this administration in, and families will be hurt to help the fossil fuel billionaires. Another one is LNG export. What happens in the liquefied natural gas market when you take our natural gas, liquefy it, send it offshore someplace else? It doesn't go into the pipelines here in America. It pinches the supply available to Americans, which raises prices for Americans, unless you want to repeal the economic laws of supply and demand. So over and over and over again, these pro-fossil fuel mega donor policies hurt American families, raise family electric utility bills, and provide huge benefits back to the big donors who spent good money to get them into office. Who gets hit the most when you attack solar and attack wind power? Well, here are the top solar states by installed capacity. You start with California, obviously, it's the 5th biggest economy in the world, but the next 4 are Texas, Florida, North Carolina, and Arizona. There's a lot of red voters in those states who are going to pay the price of this bad policy. You look over to wind, top state, Texas. Next, Iowa. Next, Oklahoma. Next, Kansas. Again, red states will pay the price for this donor-oriented policy. The Trump administration doesn't even concede that solar and wind power are energy. When they use the word energy, they only mean fossil and nuclear. They have literally defined solar and wind out of the energy mix by process of vocabulary magic. So we're headed for a bad place, and consumers are going to pay, all to make big fossil fuel barons even richer than they are. And the shame here is that there actually is an emergency out there. There actually is an energy emergency out there. And the energy emergency is happening because fossil fuel emissions are changing the weather and the natural systems of the earth so that risk of weather disasters, whether it's wildfire or flooding, is getting so bad that property insurers can't keep up. So we are having a crisis in property insurance markets. It is fully developed in Florida. California is not far behind. And what the chief economist for our mortgage giant Freddie Mac has warned of is that the property insurance crisis morphs into a mortgage crisis, because if you can't get property insurance on a property, guess what else you can't get on that property? You can't get a mortgage on it. And the mortgage crisis devolves into a property values crash, because if you can't find buyers because nobody can get a mortgage on that property, your property value just collapsed. And then that morphs into a nationwide economic crash on the scale of 2008. That's what they said just about coastal property values. Now we've got the wildfire risk coming along side by side, the evil sibling. So is there an emergency? Yes, it is coming on. And it's coming on soon enough that the Fed chair, in testimony just over a week ago here in the Senate, said, after a decade goes by, there will be regions of the United States of America where you can't even get a mortgage any longer. What's that going to do to property values and people's homes? And by the way, if that's the case for 10 years out, markets are going to start to move sooner. So this is a problem that is on us now. We have a real emergency coming. It is going to clobber us economically. Our friends on the Republican side don't want to listen to us because of all the fossil fuel money that goes into their party. The president doesn't want to listen to it because he got paid so many hundreds of millions of dollars in political funds to get himself elected. But nature's rules can't be repealed by man. This is coming on. We ought to be prepared for it. With that, I yield.
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, I'm pleased to follow my colleague and friend from Rhode Island and join with the senator from Virginia, Senator Kaine, in supporting Senate Resolution 10, which is a joint resolution to terminate President Trump's illegal executive order declaring an energy emergency. And it's not only nature's rule that is being violated, as Senator Whitehouse just said so eloquently, it's also this Congress's rule. In effect, the President is flouting and defying this Congress, this independent, separate body of the United States government, in the money that has already been appropriated for projects that will help avoid an energy emergency in the future and reduce the prices of energy for American families. And to the families of America, let's just be very clear. President Trump is illegally withholding appropriated funding for projects in your communities and your neighborhoods. Not only projects to increase energy efficiency, but also to strengthen the electrical grid that brings electricity into your home. Projects to build out America's clean energy infrastructure that will avoid pollution in your neighborhoods. This funding freeze sweeps a range of programs having nothing to do with unleashing American energy, whatever President Trump thinks it is. We're talking about funding for clean drinking water projects that will enable better drinking water for your homes, and brownfields remediation so that businesses can be developed in places that now are polluted, heating assistance for low-income households during the end of this winter, and causing confusion and consternation across the country. But make no mistake, if this funding is withheld, the projects and the needs and the challenges don't go away. There will still be a need to clean up those brownfields, to deliver through the electric grid, to make energy efficiency real in communities and neighborhoods. But you will pay. Your taxes will be increased at the state level and the local level. And those projects will become more expensive. So there's a double and triple whammy here. Increase the costs now and in the future for projects that are absolutely essential to the health as well as energy efficiency of our country. Republicans say they're for an all-of-the-above approach to energy, but then they turn around and they attack renewables. They say that they are for cleaning up brownfields, but then they support this kind of executive order that is illegal and also stymies or stops those brownfields remediation. Like all of the actions by executive order President Trump has taken in his first month of office, it isn't actually solving a problem, it is exacerbating it. It's lining the pockets of billionaire buddies, in this case, oil and gas executives, at the expense of everyday Americans. And if there is an energy emergency, it will be created by President Trump. It won't be solved by him, and congressional Republicans will be complicit in it. There's also an effect on jobs. In fact, thousands of jobs are threatened by this executive order. Repealing the Inflation Reduction Act by executive edict threatens 400,000 new jobs that have been announced since August of 2022. Connecticut alone has around 50,000 workers in the clean energy sector. All of those jobs are at risk. They are threatened by President Trump's attack on the industry. And to my colleagues across the aisle, make no mistake, this is going to affect your constituents as well. Studies have found that a majority of clean energy products, clean energy jobs created during the first full year after the Inflation Reduction Act passed actually were in the South, in Republican states. Jobs in clean energy are not in one state or just blue states. They are across the country. 8 out of 10 congressional districts that received the most funding under these laws were represented by Republicans. It shouldn't be a partisan issue. It is, as we say all the time, an American issue. We stand ready to work with anyone who wants to lower costs for consumers and support domestic energy production by building on the historic investments made by the Infrastructure and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. But President Trump's order in no way helps. It simply harms that effort. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this resolution, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Colorado.
The United States is in an energy boom. Our nation has never produced more electricity, oil, and gas than we are producing right now. This all-of-the-above approach to energy, using everything, including solar, wind, geothermal, is keeping energy prices as low as possible for working families, but at the same time recognizing that climate change is real and moving towards a clean energy future. Excluding coal, the U.S. produced more energy than any other country in the history of the world in 2023. It appears that some in this administration are determined to undo that progress. Despite American leadership in energy, the President signed an executive order on his first day declaring a national energy emergency. That sounds dramatic, almost theatrical, because it's meant to be. Let's call this political theater for what it is, an attempt to accelerate oil and gas projects while at the same time holding back our renewable energy. Of course, there are things that we need to be doing to keep energy cleaner, prices lower, and to cement American energy independence. For starters, we need to increase energy production. We need to meet our energy future by streamlining permitting of our new energy projects, of all our energy projects, while at the same time being mindful about the environmental impacts and giving impacted communities a public forum. We need to upgrade our grid. We need to increase clean, domestic, critical mineral production. But that's not what this executive order will do. In fact, it won't do a single one of these things. They claim we're in an emergency, an energy emergency, but they continue to block federal wind and energy permits. They claim we're in an emergency, an energy emergency, but then they ship oil and gas overseas. The claim is we're in an energy emergency, and yet their actions would cede complete control of what eventually will be an enormous global market in renewable energy to China. The administration has also fired thousands of government workers who play vital roles in American energy, all in the name of government efficiency and giving tax cuts to the ultra-wealthy. Listen, I'm all for making government more efficient. I've worked on that most of my public life. If you want to seriously look at how we spend money and where we can actually cut fraud, waste, and abuse, I'm game. But hastily, almost randomly firing Department of Energy employees or letting go 300 workers who maintain our nuclear security and safety, I don't think that's the way to do it. Our office has even heard from a private company that is worried that the federal employee responsible for managing their permitting process is about to be fired, placing the entire success of their project at risk. They help bring energy to our local communities. This will stop them dead in their tracks and raise prices for households at the same time. America's energy economy is booming, in large part because of the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, bills that make historic investments in American-made energy. These bills have created more than 400,000 good-paying jobs. And yet there's an effort by some in the Congress, mostly Republicans, I should say all Republicans, and the administration, but that effort is to slash and impede the progress that we've made. Even though an estimated 70% of the benefits, the jobs, the investments, the increased energy, are going to red states. Cutting funding from these critical pieces of legislation is going to hit our rural communities the hardest, where it could provide the greatest benefit. It'll shrink county government revenue, it will force layoffs, and ultimately it will increase the cost of energy. Clean energy isn't just some liberal boogeyman, it's not some notion. In fact, most of the energy that's ready to go as we expand our capacity, it's ready to go, is clean and affordable. Solar, wind, storage, they make up 95% of the capacity of new energy ready to connect to our grid. Wind generates 10% of our electricity now and will provide much more affordable renewable energy if more permits were made available. Withholding funds already appropriated by Congress through these laws, if these funds are withheld, energy bills can balloon by up to 12% for American families. That's at least $240 a year for working families that they'll have to come up with one way or another. And certainly when you're struggling to afford eggs at the grocery store, trying to balance your checkbook at the end of the month, the last thing you need is an increase in your energy bill. Some in Congress, some Republicans have introduced their budget which strips critical services for Coloradans while adding $4 trillion to our national debt, all primarily so they can give tax breaks, of which more than half go to the ultra-wealthy, who, at least many in Colorado, don't even want them. I put an amendment on the floor that would strip any provision from their budget that would raise energy costs for Americans. Now, how can people be opposed to that, and yet every Republican voted against it? I think they're putting politics over people. We're able to keep energy prices low for working families because we use everything: oil, gas, geothermal, wind. So rather than limiting energy sources, proclaiming a false emergency, or firing critical government employees, let's meet the moment and usher in a new energy future that helps everyone. A future marked by a resilient energy grid, built by American innovation that delivers low-cost, reliable energy for every Coloradan, for every American. If this administration is looking for a bipartisan roadmap on this, we have one. We should pass permitting reform that streamlines review for all energy projects, not just oil and gas. We can build a modern electric grid that will reduce energy prices for all. Let's continue supporting emerging technologies like advanced geothermal and nuclear so that we can remain dominant in the markets that are emerging. And let's stop picking winners and losers. The vast majority of new electricity is coming from low-cost solar, wind, and energy storage. Let's follow the law and let the investments in energy from the past few years go to the communities that need them. Let's cut the nonsense. This isn't an energy emergency, it's an energy opportunity. This administration's actions certainly would cause an emergency for many Colorado and American working families. Mr. President, I yield back the floor.
President.
The senator from Connecticut?
From Maryland.
Maryland, excuse me.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by thanking my
colleague from across the Potomac River, Senator Kaine of Virginia, and also Senator Heinrich of New Mexico for bringing this resolution before the United States Senate. And Mr. President, we are now witnessing in real time two of the most corrupt bargains in American history. One of those corrupt bargains is the one that President Trump made with Elon Musk. Elon Musk spent $280 million to help elect Donald Trump, President of the United States. $280 million. And President Trump has handed the keys of federal agencies over to Elon Musk. He even appeared at the cabinet meeting today with other members of the cabinet that went through the advice and consent process of the United States Senate. Elon Musk didn't do that, but he did spend $280 million to help elect President Trump. And now the actions that Elon Musk is taking are designed to rig government agencies to do the bidding of people like Elon Musk and other billionaires. In fact, we've been reading more and more about the billions of dollars of federal contracts that Elon Musk has gotten, and more to come. Just within the last 48 hours, we're talking about an FAA contract for Starlink. This has nothing to do with government efficiency. If it were, you would not start by firing all the inspector generals across the United States government, whose job it is to look out for waste, fraud, and abuse. And in fact, what you would do when you get rid of the inspector generals is open the door to waste, fraud, and abuse. So we should be on full alert here in the United States Senate as to what's happening. As others have said, we're also watching them claim to make savings, which actually they've had to change their sort of tally board every day because of misrepresentations. But they do want to clear the way to provide tax cuts to very, very wealthy people like Elon Musk at the expense of everybody else in America. And of course, the House just passed a budget resolution to set up that process last night. So that's one corrupt bargain that's playing out right now, and thousands of patriotic federal employees around the country who do the people's work are being fired based on lies. And I say lies because they're claiming that they're firing them based on performance, only to find out that these federal employees are coming forward with glowing performance reports as part of their most recent assessments. So that was a lie because that was the standard that had to be met, even if they had to make it up. And all these cases are now finding their ways through the courts. We have over 60 court proceedings. Many federal judges have issued temporary restraining orders to put a halt to this rampage of illegal activity. The other corrupt bargain is the one that brings us to the Senate floor today, because it was in May of last year during the campaign that candidate Trump promised the big oil executives that he would deliver their wish list if they spent $1 billion to return him to the White House. So much has happened since then, I think some people forget, but here's the Washington Post headline from May 9th, 2024. What Trump promised oil CEOs as he asked them to steer $1 billion to his campaign. The story describes how the CEOs there were stunned when he went on to say, "You are all wealthy enough that you should raise $1 billion to return me to the White House." And he vowed to immediately reverse dozens of President Biden's rules and policies. And as the article indicates, among the things he promised to scrap were the efforts to develop more clean vehicles, more electric vehicles, and to develop more wind energy. So he promised to provide more opportunities for the big oil companies while harming their competitors in the clean energy industry. Now, he promised he would do all this on day one. He also made another promise as to what he would do on day one. He promised the American people he was going to lower prices on day one. Well, Mr. President, we all know that that's just not happening. Prices are going up. Grocery prices are going up. Rents are going up. Home prices are going up. Price of eggs are through the roof. So President Trump is not delivering on that day one promise. He is delivering on his promise to the big oil executives to issue that order that has made it even easier for them to produce when they're already producing close to maximum current levels. In fact, as my colleagues have said, for the past 6 years in a row, the United States has been producing more crude oil than any other nation at any other time ever. In fact, the last administration actually approved more oil and gas leases during those 4 years than Donald Trump did during his first term in the White House. And there's plenty of room to grow under existing leases. About half of U.S. oil and gas leases are currently not being used. So here he issues an executive order to allow even more to move forward, even when a lot of potential is still not being tapped, but doing it in a way that will negatively impact the public health. Sacrifice clean air and clean water. But, Mr. President, that's only half the problem. That's half the problem. Because what President Trump is doing is not only giving a blank check to the big oil companies, he's also sabotaging clean energy in the United States of America. They, of course, provide competition to the big oil companies. So by throttling and sabotaging efforts when it comes to solar power or wind power or electric vehicles, you're actually producing less overall energy. You're actually giving the big oil companies a competitive advantage. That means prices go up, not down. I can tell you that in my state of Maryland, people are feeling the impact of higher electricity prices. We need to generate more electricity. We've got data centers coming on board. AI consumes a lot of energy. So why in the world would President Trump be trying to cripple the clean energy industry? Well, that's what he told the big oil executives he would do. He's going to crack down on wind power. Well, I will tell you that solar and wind energy are among the cheapest forms of energy in the country. And at a time when American pocketbooks are tight, renewable energy will help keep energy bills down. In fact, renewable energy is expected to save Americans $38 billion on electricity bills by the year 2030 and produce more than 350,000 jobs in America. So why is President Trump trying to sabotage bringing that additional energy onto the grid and to Americans? Mr. President, in Maryland, we're planning investments in offshore wind that will create 2,600 local jobs and power over 718,000 homes. That's wind power energy. That's what Donald Trump is trying to sabotage. So if you really want to create more energy and you want to reduce energy prices, you wouldn't be doing what Donald Trump is doing when it comes to putting the screws to clean energy production. Mr. President, I do want to mention one other way this is going to really harm America's interests, and that is it's going to open the door even wider to our adversaries who are competing in this space, principally China. You know, we spent a lot of time trying to improve our supply chains, develop supply chains for clear minerals that we need to develop electric vehicles. And by sabotaging this sector, we are opening the door to China just to run into this market and leave us behind. That is not America first. That is America in retreat, just as it's American retreat for us to vote with Russia and North Korea, the UN General Assembly, the other day, against the people of Ukraine and freedom-loving people around the world. So, Mr. President, I hope that we will support this resolution. I hope we will ensure that we can develop our clean energy sources. That will produce more energy supply for the American people and help lower prices. I know back in May of last year, candidate Trump told the big CEOs that not only was going to help them develop more, but he was going to help them by hurting their competitors in the renewable energy industry. That is no way to conduct an energy policy for the United States of America. I urge my colleagues to support the resolution.
Mr. President?
The Democratic whip.
Mr. President, it's been almost 6 weeks, maybe a couple days beyond 6 weeks of the new administration of Donald Trump in his second term. It's a lot different than his first term. I was here for that occasion as well. And what we found is unique is a blizzard of executive orders issued by President Trump from the beginning of his administration. Among those executive orders was his declaration of an energy emergency. Energy emergency. Turns out, Mr. President, that that claim is not based on fact. There is no energy emergency in America. Under the Biden administration, we saw record deployment of wind, solar, biofuels, batteries, oil, gas, and nuclear. In fact, the United States is producing more power than ever. And last year, the United States of America produced more oil than any other nation in the history of the world. And yet, President Trump continues to insist that America is on the verge of nationwide blackouts and clean energy will raise prices. Clean energy will raise prices. Simply not true. So what's the reason for the president to try to mislead the American people? The short answer is that he wants to give handouts to his billionaire buddies in the fossil fuel industry. Before Elon Musk showed up with his multi-billion-dollar fortune, it was reported that then candidate Donald Trump invited fossil fuel executives to Mar-a-Lago to ask for, hold on to your seats, a $1 billion campaign contribution. $1 billion bucks. Now that he's in office, President Trump is doing everything he can to keep those billionaires happy. That means tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy, which is on its way, I'm afraid, opening up federal lands and waters for drilling, and yes, declaring this phony energy emergency. Why is he doing it? Declaring an emergency grants the president additional statutory authority. Donald Trump is using these authorities to fast-track pipelines and drilling in the Gulf of Mexico. But there is nothing in this declaration to support fossil fuels' cleanest competitor, wind and solar. If Trump doing the bidding of billionaires wasn't bad enough, his so-called emergency will also raise the electric bills of thousands of families. Wind and solar is the cheapest energy in the world, and those cheap prices get passed on to the families who take advantage of it. I know personally. A few years ago, my wife and I made the decision to install solar panels on the roof of our home. Our home project gave union workers in my community a good paying job, And it was just one project contributing to hundreds of thousands of jobs created under the Biden administration. Since Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act was enacted 2.5 years ago, more than 1.5 million Americans have installed solar panels. Was it a good idea? Well, I compared the electric bills that I've been receiving in my home before and after the solar panels. Before the solar panels were installed on my roof, the monthly bill was about $115 for electricity. Now it's $15 because of the solar energy. Every one of these installations also helped to create good-paying jobs for electricians, carpenters, and other workers. And supplying those panels created thousands of new jobs at factories around the country. But President Trump is not impressed. He wants to eliminate those jobs. We have an opportunity to undo the harms of one of the President Trump's many lies today. I want to thank Senator Kaine of Virginia for leading this effort. We need to raise up American workers, lower utility bills, and put America back on track to lead the world in clean energy. I urge my colleagues to support the Kaine measure. Mr. President, I'd like to address a separate issue, separate in the congressional record. On January 6, 2021, a solemn constitutional proceeding was disrupted when a mob of thugs, egged on by President Trump, attacked and trashed the U.S. Capitol in an attempt to overturn the results of a presidential election. The grim result of that insurrection was the subsequent death of 5 law enforcement officers and injuries to approximately 140 others, many of whom are still paying the price to this day. It came as a shock when on the first day of Donald Trump's presidency, he issued a blanket pardon for those who had been convicted for that January 6th attack on the Capitol. We all saw the videos, we all saw the photographs. Here's an illustration of one of them. Listen to what President Trump said about 1,600 pardons at a recent press conference when he was asked, why did you pardon all those people who attacked the police officers in the Capitol building? He said, quote, I pardoned people who were assaulted themselves. They were assaulted by our government. They didn't assault, they were assaulted. What I did was a great thing for humanity. The American people overwhelmingly disagree with the president, and they disagree with his decision. 83% of them oppose the pardons that he gave. That includes 70% who lean Republican in their voting. Despite this overwhelming opposition, the Justice Department has now broadened the scope of President Trump's pardons for January 6 rioters to include separate charges stemming from searches conducted during those investigations. I'll describe a couple of them to you. Federal prosecutors recently dropped explosives and firearm crimes being pursued against 2 January 6 defendants pardoned by President Trump, Daniel Ball and Elias Kostians. Ball and Kostians had both been charged in separate proceedings with illegally possessing weapons that law enforcement discovered during the January 6 related search. Ball had been accused of throwing, quote, an explosive device that detonated upon at least 25 officers during the Capitol riot and of forcefully shoving police who were trying to protect the Capitol. Ball was barred from possessing firearms because of his prior criminal record. Listen to this prior criminal record of a man who was pardoned by Donald Trump. Before January 6, Ball was convicted of domestic violence battery by strangulation, resisting law enforcement with violence, and battery on law enforcement officer. And President Trump says that poor man was assaulted by the police. Does it sound like it? Remember, President Trump told us Ball and his fellow rioters were the actual victims. No wonder so many of the January 6 perpetrators have shown a stunning lack of remorse. Just last Friday, just a few days ago, a number of these pardoned individuals decided to hold their own press conference outside the U.S. Capitol to announce their intent to sue the Justice Department for prosecuting them for this. Dangerous individuals, including former Proud Boy leader Enrique Tarrio, who'd been serving a 22-year sentence for seditious conspiracy before the Trump pardon. Proud Boy Ethan Nardine, who'd been serving an 18-year sentence. Dominic Pizzola, the first rioter to breach the building on January 6. He was serving a 10-year sentence for stealing a police riot shield and using it to break a window. I'll bet you saw that video. I did. The group paraded through the Capitol after their press conference, following the same route they took on January 6, 2021. They posed for photos, chanting as they did that day, quote, "Whose house? Our house." And after the press conference, Mr. Theriault was even arrested again outside the Capitol for assaulting a female counter-protester. Theriault also posted a video of himself stalking Michael Fanone and Harry Dunn, former police officers who had defended the Capitol on January 6. Theriault was following them through the lobby of a hotel where the officers were attending a conference. While Theriault followed them, he was calling out at them that they were cowards and telling them to keep walking. Does this sound like a man ashamed of his actions on January 6 and full of remorse? Does this sound like an innocent victim of assault? No, this sounds like a man who now thinks he is above the law with his Trump pardon and expects to be bailed out by President Trump for every crime he decides to commit. In another horrifying term, the same hotel that I discussed earlier where these rioters were stalking policemen had to be evacuated after someone claiming to be MAGA emailed a threat about 4 bombs, 2 in the hotel and 1 at Officer Fanone's mother's mailbox. After listing the names of several of the conference attendees and singling out Officer Fanone, the email said they, quote, "all deserve to die." These are men and women in police forces who risked their lives for members of the Senate and the House of Representatives on January 6. The perpetrator of this source of this tweet claimed to be acting, quote, "to honor the January 6 hostages recently released by Emperor Trump," his words. And these are just last week's updates on the January 6 rioters President Trump pardoned. The list of crimes committed by these thugs just keeps growing longer and longer. We must be clear that these individuals are a threat, and the more power and freedom they're given, the more danger they pose to our democracy and the law enforcement officers and families of those officers that they are harassing. Just this month, dozens of January 6 offenders joined forces on social media to compile and publicize the identities of at least 124 individuals who had been involved in their convictions, including prosecutors, judges, and FBI agents. The post, which has received 60,000 views, included names, photos, disparaging remarks, and demands for accountability. In January, another pardoned January 6 defendant who pleaded guilty to assaulting police officers, Ryan Nichols Sr., identified in a Twitter post, quote, "officers in the D.C. jail who need to be investigated for corruption and abuse," end of quote, adding the names and LinkedIn profile photos of 2 D.C. jail employees. This is stalking and harassment of law enforcement, men and women who were assigned to this Capitol to protect us. The men and women who bravely defended the members of this body deserve better than this, and we should honor them for their heroic efforts on that day, not excuse the rioters who attacked this chamber and the ideals it represents. Government employees should not fear for their safety or that of their families for simply doing their job. I hope that all of us, regardless of our political persuasion, will finally agree on one thing. Violence has no place in a democracy, and Donald Trump's pardon of these 1,600 January 6 attackers is not only an insult to the Capitol Police, who risked their lives to stop them, but has emboldened these convicts to harass these officers and their families. Mr. President, the question for the Senate is simple. Whose side are you on, the police or the rioters? I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, I'm going to state the obvious. The United States has real energy needs. We've got to produce enough reliable energy to make utility bills affordable for families and to bring online the advanced manufacturing and data centers that are powering our economy and will power our economy into the future. We're seeing this in Arizona. The demand for energy keeps going up. It's going up rather quickly. Now, here's the good news. The United States is producing more energy than ever before. We're using everything at our disposal. We're finally bringing the manufacturing of solar panels and batteries and wind turbines back to America. Now that creates great paying jobs across the country, jobs that you can actually raise a family on, jobs that are in places like Arizona and Oklahoma, Colorado, and Texas. And we're investing to develop new technologies to produce even more energy. Now, for years, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have raised very legitimate concerns about the need to reform our permitting processes, to cut red tape, and unleash American manufacturing. Well, Mr. President, here's the bad news. President Trump is now throwing red tape around our energy production, which will raise utility bills and send American manufacturing back overseas. One of his first actions as president, one of the first things he did was to block approvals of new wind projects on federal lands and then freeze loans and freeze grants for clean energy projects. He's making permitting harder or impossible. Mr. President, that's the opposite of what my Republican colleagues, your colleagues, wanted done. Now, he also wants to change the definition of energy to only include fossil fuels. Mr. President, it's 2025. We all need to live in the real world. More than 90%, get this, 90% of new energy production connected to the grid last year was renewable energy. And it takes 3 or 4 years just to build a natural gas power plant. There's no good reason to block wind projects, to block solar projects that, by the way, are already underway to bring more energy to American homes and businesses. President Trump, what he is doing is he's trying to pick winners and losers. When it comes to energy, he wants to decide. And the winners are fossil fuel companies and China. And the losers, Mr. President, the losers, that's everybody else. That's you, that's your family, that's your business. And families especially. Families are going to face higher utility bills. And manufacturers, they're going to lose the support that they were relying on. And workers are just going to see their jobs go back overseas. You think China doesn't want to make more of this stuff and sell it to us? Of course they do. They will be happy to do that, and we will pay the price. They would love to see President Trump drive clean energy manufacturers that are in America out of business. China would want us to cancel our manufacturing plants and cancel these energy projects. Mr. President, we should not let this happen. We've got an opportunity this week to turn this around. So I'm going to be voting for Senator Kaine and Senator Heinrich's effort so that we can focus on our energy future. Now, fortunately, there is so much that we agree on. The need to modernize our power grid, to bring manufacturing back to America, to create jobs and reduce our reliance on imports. and to develop the energy technologies of the future right here in the United States of America, not in another country, not in China. And all of this supports American jobs. And at the same time, it keeps utility bills low for American families. Now, some of it will require us to cut some red tape and make things more predictable and efficient for utilities and for energy producers. Me and many of my colleagues, we have shown that we are willing to work on these reforms on a bipartisan basis. So let's do it. And Mr. President, not you, but the President of the United States, let's reverse these short-sighted, targeted attacks on our energy supply. And if we do that, I know that we can work together and continue to expand the amount of energy this country has at its disposal and bring down the prices for American families and American businesses. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Colorado.
President, before I speak on the matter in front of us, I wanted to say that on roll call vote 89, I voted aye. It was my intention to vote no. Therefore, I ask unanimous consent that I be permitted to change my vote since it will not affect the outcome.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my colleagues. I want to come down here and talk a little bit about energy with my colleagues in the Senate today. And part of the reason why is that, as you know, Mr. President, others knows, the President of the United States has declared an energy emergency, and he did it on the day he was inaugurated here in the Capitol, on a day when he had lots of comments about the fact that God had saved him so that he would be there to be inaugurated, that this is going to be the greatest moment in American history, and that we had an energy emergency because there was an insufficient production of oil and fossil fuels. And as anybody who reads the newspaper in America knows, and there may not be anybody left who has access to a paper, but I encourage you to do it. It's a lot better than what you're reading on Twitter these days. The United States has actually produced more oil than we ever have produced in our history. In fact, Mr. President, last year, the Biden administration, we produced more oil than any country in the history of humanity. And the same is true for natural gas. The same is true for LNG exports. The United States produces more oil than any other country in the world. We produce more natural gas than any other country in the world. We are the leading exporter of liquefied natural gas, which, by the way, has been incredibly important recently because we have allowed our allies in Europe to get off the Russian oil that they were on and replace that with liquefied natural gas produced by American citizens, exported by American citizens to break the back of Putin's ability to restrain Europe's participation in the war because we were able to replace half their energy. I'm so glad that we were able to do that. And we are also the world's leading producer of renewable energy as well. And we have seen a huge amount of growth in solar, a huge amount of growth in wind. And I like to think of Colorado as the place that started an awful lot of that. And we are both a producer of fossil fuels and a producer of renewables. And we know it takes everything to drive this economy, but we want to do all of this in a way that's cognizant of the very real climate issues that our globe faces. and that our country faces. And the good news for the United States is there is no country in the world that is better positioned to lead the transition of our energy economy in this world than the United States of America. We are the wealthiest country in the world. We have the biggest and most abundant supply of fossil fuels and non-fossil fuels. We are less corrupt than almost any country on the face of the planet, and especially less corrupt than economies that are dominated by petrochemicals and by oil and gas around the world. We are the innovators in the world. We have a commitment to the rule of law. All of that puts us in this incredible position to lead. And I believe 30 years from now or so, we're going to be in a place where we're able to say, not just to the American people, but to the world, that we are net zero from a carbon point of view, and that we were able to get there through American technology and through American leadership and American ingenuity and American exports, that we took a strategic approach, that we had a plan that made sense, and that we captured along the way every molecule that we could find of fugitive methane from oil and gas and from agriculture and from landfills, that we said yes to wind and solar, that we said yes to nuclear and yes to geothermal, that we said yes to investing in emerging technologies like hydrogen, like carbon capture, and like the carbon dioxide removal bill that I have with my friend Lisa Murkowski from Alaska, which just goes to show you can have a bipartisan approach. That we can move to a position of real leadership that can help us create an economy again, that America, when it grows for everybody, not just the people at the very top, because we've got good energy jobs that are concerned with the production of oil and gas and the production of all those other forms of energy. And by the way, just on that point, and I'll be brief here, Mr. President, because I know my colleague from Massachusetts wants to speak on that subject. This Senate is about to get rid of the common sense methane regulations that were passed in the last administration that are based on the work, that fee based on the work that we had done in Colorado, working with industry, as the last administration did, to create certainty, to create predictability, to send a message to the world that we want American gas to be the cleanest gas of any gas in the world. And having us capture that fugitive methane is a hugely important part of that. We are saying no to that now. We are saying yes to the air pollution that's going to result. We are saying yes to the climate pollution that will result. I say to my colleague from Massachusetts while she's here, I take no pleasure, and the President knows this, from the fact that Donald Trump is our president. I regret that he is our president, but he is our president. And one of the ways he got to be our president is that he was elected twice. And in fact, more people voted for him this time than voted for him the last time. I regret that. I am sorry for that. And I think there are lots of reasons for that. But I think one of the reasons for that is that there is a mythology out there that the Democratic Party believes that we're going to turn fossil fuels off yesterday, or that we're going to turn fossil fuels off next week, or that we don't respect men and women that work in our energy fields or in our energy processing across the country. If there are Democrats that feel that way, I disagree with them. Because the worst thing we could do at this moment, when we have the energy abundance that we have, when we have the economic freedom we have, when we have the lack of corruption that we have, the worst thing we could do is elect a climate denier to be president whose most creative approach to energy was Sarah Palin's shop-worn drill, baby, drill, which is what he announced under the dome of the United States Capitol the day he was inaugurated president, and said completely untruthfully that we were in an energy crisis. when what we have is an energy abundance and no excuse for not leading the rest of the world in making sure that this transition on net zero carbon is accomplished, and that we do it in a way that protects our economy, that we do it in a way that protects our national security, that we do it in a way that recognizes the contribution that people have made for generations in Northwest Colorado and all over our economy to be able to drive this economy forward. And to the extent that the failure is a failure of the Democratic Party to make clear our position, I want to own that failure and that responsibility. It's not Donald Trump's fault that he was elected. He ran, he won. We own some of the fact that he got elected. And I think on this issue, we have not communicated clearly to the American people what we believe. And as a result of that, once again, our children and grandchildren have a climate denier in the White House, even though a majority of the American people believe that climate change is real and that we should be doing something about it. And those of us that are advocates on this side have to be very clear, much clearer. He said poorly and unclearly, but let me say again, have to be much clearer about what we stand for, which is for a transition that makes sense and that science commands, and for the respect of people that are working in the energy industry, no matter what part of the industry they're working in. And the fact that Donald Trump, even when oil is at $73 a barrel at his inauguration, and we're producing more than we've ever produced in the history of mankind from the United States, thinks we're in an energy emergency, or he claims that we are, surprises me not at all. Since he said he was going to drive prices down, the price of eggs are so high today as we meet here, you need a mortgage practically to buy a dozen eggs in the United States of America. We can do better than that, and we can do better than his drill, baby drill energy policy. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank the senator from Colorado for your energetic leadership in this area. I'm very grateful for your voice on this and for the work you do for the people of the country and also for everybody around the world. We've got to deal with this problem. So thank you. I rise today in support of Senator Kaine and Senator Heinrich's resolution to terminate Donald Trump's executive order declaring a national energy emergency. I just want to start by being clear about what's going on here. Donald Trump promised to gut our environmental laws if big oil CEOs gave him $1 billion for his campaign. He was quite open about this. How could he do that? Well, he's figured it out. He declared an emergency that he has focused on. That emergency will give him a chance to pay those oil executive CEOs back. Now, this order is not a serious attempt at lowering anyone's energy costs. And you know how I know this? Because a true strategy to lower people's costs would include clean energy sources like wind and solar, which this order deliberately excludes. So, what does this executive order do? It lets big oil and gas companies off the hook on following our environmental laws and regulations. And those are the rules that make sure that you have clean air to breathe and clean water to drink. Why would Donald Trump do this? It is simple. He does not care about lowering anyone's costs or helping create good jobs. All he cares about is his rich as hell, those are his words, his rich as hell donors and helping them make more money. Let's be clear, energy prices are too high. Americans are feeling those high prices. Energy prices have been on the rise for the past decade. In the last year, 1/3 of Americans have had to cut back on necessary spending in order to pay their energy bills. Americans are looking for real solutions. And that is why Democrats got to work and passed the biggest climate package in the history of the world to unleash American innovation and to support a clean energy future. Now, America is producing more energy than ever before, including through offshore wind projects off the coast of Massachusetts. And we're creating good jobs while we're doing it. Clean energy jobs are now over 40% of all the energy jobs in the United States. They are growing twice as fast as other industries. But Donald Trump is now trying to unravel all of that progress. Why? In order to please his big oil and gas donors. And this sham will have real consequences for our communities, raising energy costs and cutting American jobs. Look no further than Somerset, Massachusetts, to see what is happening. At Brayton Point in Somerset, there's an old coal-fired power plant that closed down years and years ago. But a private company called Prismian has decided that they want to turn part of this plant into a factory to build undersea cables to support American offshore wind farms. They want to build the cables so we can bring that power in and use it, that clean power in, and use it here in the United States. That project would be transformative for Somerset. It would create about 250 to 300 good manufacturing jobs and would deliver more than $10 million in annual tax revenues. That's a big deal for a small town. So, for the last few years, local officials and our Massachusetts federal delegation has been working hard with the federal government to help turn that idea into a reality. Last month, the company suddenly announced they're ending the projects. No more jobs, no more tax revenue. And why? Because of Donald Trump's attacks on clean energy. Somerset's experience is just one of the experiences felt by many communities all around this country. Yes, Somerset will bounce back, but Donald Trump is cutting jobs and raising energy costs on communities all across this country just to please his oil and gas donors. And it's communities like Somerset that are paying the price for that. Make no mistake, we will fight back. That is why Democrats are here today. That fight starts with ending this sham of an executive order. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on Senator Kaine and Senator Heinrich's resolution. And with that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
Here is the question. Do we pursue the 20th century energy vision featuring dirty, expensive fossil fuels? Or do we pursue the 21st century energy vision featuring inexpensive and clean renewable energy? Trump's energy emergency declaration is about one thing. He's choosing the strategy of dirty, expensive fossil fuels. You know, he asked the powerful big oil companies to contribute $1 billion to his campaign. And now he's paying them back at the expense of the American people. Families lose, billionaires win. The plan features giving fossil fuel companies the power to seize public lands. It features giving fossil fuel companies the power to skip environmental assessments that show how their projects will poison the air, pollute the water, kill wildlife, and despoil our ecosystems. It's the plan of giving fossil fuel companies the power to bypass the public comment period so the public can't weigh in about the terrible ideas the fossil fuel companies are putting forward. So the public can't weigh in about the drilling rigs and the leaky pipelines and the export terminals polluting their communities. This is not government of, by, and for the people. It's government of, by, and for the oil and gas companies. Families lose, billionaires win. This emergency declaration is certainly a sham because renewable energy costs less than fossil fuel energy. The International Renewable Energy Agency found that the cost of new wind or solar is at least 30% cheaper than the cost of running most fossil coal plants. So it's no surprise that in 2024, 94% of the new energy on the grid came from renewables, from harnessing the power of the sun and the wind. Prioritizing expensive fossil fuels over cheap renewables drives up the price of energy that families pay on their bills every month. That's Trumpflation. Exporting more fossil fuels means families pay more at the pump, and they pay more to heat their homes. That's Trumpflation. And burning more fossil fuels intensifies climate chaos and wildfires and hurricanes. It blows the top off the cost of insurance for people's homes as insurers flee the markets. That's Trumpflation. Meanwhile, fossil fuel companies make even bigger profits. Families lose, billionaires win. You know, this is not a red state or a blue state issue. Since August 2022, investments from the Inflation Reduction Act have created more than 400,000 clean energy jobs, with more than half of those jobs in red states. In fact, 19 of the 20 congressional districts at the top for clean energy investments are represented by my colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle. What are the top 3 states overall in clean energy job growth? Idaho, Texas, and New Mexico. 2 out of those 3 states represented by Republicans in this Senate. For wind energy, it's Texas, Iowa, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Illinois. 4 out of 5 states represented in this Senate by Republicans. For solar energy, it's California, Texas, Florida, North Carolina, and Arizona. 3 out of 5 of those states represented by Republicans. So this is not a blue versus red situation. Nearly 3.5 million Americans now work in the clean energy field, more than 1 million of those jobs in red states. And it's estimated that these investments will continue to create hundreds of thousands of jobs across the country. Prioritizing fossil fuels will kill this job growth for working Americans. So this strategy, this energy strategy, this is an energy strategy in which families lose, billionaires win, and there are far fewer good-paying jobs for Americans. And by the way, prioritizing fossil fuels is helpful to China. If we have a national energy emergency, we shouldn't be fueling our competitors by selling our energy to China to make their economy run better. If we have an emergency, we shouldn't cede the future of clean energy and all the jobs it will create and the less expensive energy it creates to China. We would want to make these products here and export them to the world, not have to buy them from China, helping China's economy grow at the expense of our own. This phony national emergency declaration comes down to this. Do we want families to win, or do we want billionaires to win? Let's come together on red states and blue states together, say we want these jobs, we want this clean energy, we want this less expensive energy for Americans, because we are fighting for the families, not for the billionaires. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Vermont.
You know, there's 2 issues. One is about the policy, the energy policy that the Trump administration is announcing. And we can have a debate about that. I'm in full support of the comments that my colleagues have made. But there's another issue that in many ways is more important. And that issue is whether this United States Senate will accede to relinquishing its authority as a separate and independent branch of government to a president who tries to seize that power by claiming a phony emergency. What justifies this action as far as President Trump is concerned, and legally, is the assertion that we have an energy emergency. And by invoking that term, he's saying to Congress, get lost. This needs immediate attention that only the executive can give. And getting lost means that we don't act as an independent branch of government and fulfill the constitutional responsibility we have to be separate, independent, and a check and balance on executive power. That is a separate question from whether members agree or disagree with the drill baby drill policy. But it's fundamental to the well-being of our democracy. And Congress in the past has never come close to relinquishing that authority. And whether you're a Democrat or Republican, if you are a United States Senator, you have to defend the institution, not because it's good for me or you or any other member of the Senate, but it's good for America. We rely on that system of checks and balances. So the question is it an emergency? And as my colleagues have laid out, no. We've never had more production of power in our history. We're exporting power. The power situation is not an emergency. There's power abundance. Now, second thing, as many of my colleagues have said, there are real consequences because essentially what the president is doing is going all in on fossil fuels and casting aside the opportunities that come, economic opportunities, as well as cleaner climate opportunities with clean energy. I'm not going to repeat all of the information provided by starting with Senator Kaine, but it's true. And, you know, selling out, as some of my colleagues say, to the fossil fuel industry, you know, the president was reported to have said, get me $1 billion. What I don't understand is why you would kill jobs in the clean energy sector that is producing cheaper power in good jobs. There's no justification for an executive or member of Congress doing that. The other final point is that we are having this bizarre debate about whether there's a climate situation caused by carbon emissions. Reality is, we all know it is happening. We're all victimized by these wild weather events. And there's only two explanations that explain the actions of the administration. One is they just favor fossil fuels no matter what. A lot of truth to that. The other is there's a lack of confidence on the administration about the capacity of the American people, the American innovators, the American entrepreneurs to take full advantage of solving the issue of climate change by building out clean energy, by doing efficiency. That really, really works. And you know, a confident person, a confident country doesn't deny problems exist. They acknowledge them, face them squarely, and then solve them. And in the process of doing that, they all end up better when we have a stronger economy as well. So there is no emergency. We must stand first for the separation of powers and the authority of Congress and not allow us to be stripped of that by an executive. And second, we have to have a wise policy that is going to create jobs to be sustainable for our economy and for our future. I yield back.
From Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is an issue that I have.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. You guys are the best. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. We have memberships. It is $4.99. Support the channel. Okay, you guys are awesome. We're gonna do one more. Okay, we're gonna do one more. All right, we're gonna do one more, and that'll be it.
Pursuant to the notice issued on February 5th, 2025, the committee will consider the committee funding resolution for the 119th Congress. I note the presence of a quorum. As required by the Rules Committee, this resolution authorizes funding for the committee for the next 2 years. It has the support of the ranking member Peters and is traditionally adopted by a voice vote. I see Peters. Do we need Peters still here? No, we don't. Okay. Those in favor will say aye. 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 Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The funding is approved and the business meeting is now adjourned.
That was a heavy lift.
Yeah.
So just put this here. So you can...
right? You have to talk to Gary about that. States should not be the sugar daddy for the entire world, especially not for countries and organizations who act contrary to our nation's beliefs. Our country is $36 trillion in debt, yet we continue to send billions of dollars overseas, often funding projects that are not just useless, but in many cases actively harmful. Taking the path to fiscal responsibility is often a lonely journey, but thanks to Elon Musk and Doge, they've brought to light the waste that I've been highlighting for over the last decade. Every year I release my Festivus report to expose the ridiculous spending of the federal government, and this past year was no exception. I uncovered over $1 trillion in government waste, with the State Department and USAID being some of the worst offenders. Let me give you just a few examples of what these unelected bureaucrats are spending your hard-earned money on. $4.8 million went to Ukraine's public affairs office in Kiev to fund social media influencers. Instead of protecting our own border, $2.1 million was sent to Paraguay to enhance their border security. USAID also funded a group of Ukrainian women-led designers to travel to the Paris Fashion Show. I don't know about you, but I'd imagine Ukrainian women have more important things to worry about than appearing in the Paris Fashion Show. USAID spent $2 million on transgender surgeries, hormone therapy, and gender-affirming care in Guatemala. $3 million was spent to promote girl-centric climate action in Brazil. And I'd love to picture what a conversation about girl-centered climate action looks like. It's like, hey, Barbie, do you know what girl-centered climate change is? Since when do we believe arguments need to be tailored for girls to understand? How insulting to women at large that they think there are special arguments for girls to understand that are different than boys. $25,000 to fund a transgender opera in Colombia. Was nobody in Colombia willing to buy a ticket? USAID spent $32,000 in Peru to create a comic featuring a trans hero to address social and mental health issues. What does that have to do with diplomacy? $20,000 to fund a DEI program for a drag theater in Ecuador. $20 million was spent to produce a new Sesame Street show in Iraq. USAID spent $6 million to promote a project boosting sustainable tourism in Egypt. I guess the U.S. is now the travel agent for the entire world since they spent $50 million on Tunisia's tourism, even though it's already one of the most visited countries in Africa. USAID gave $87.9 million to help Afghans farm, and incidentally, farm poppy, the plant from which opium is extracted. As of 2021, Afghanistan supplied 90% of the world's heroin. I thought the saying in the U.S. was just say no to drugs. How about we just say no to wasteful foreign aid? $70,000 for a live musical event to promote diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in Ireland. State Department paid $330,000 to compile a disinformation index to blacklist conservative media outlets. USAID funneled over $54 million to EcoHealth Alliance, funding the very organization linked to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, the likely origin of the COVID-19 pandemic. Disgraceful. $15 million was awarded to Taliban-controlled Afghanistan to distribute oral contraceptives and condoms. There's still a $3 billion fund for Afghan reconstruction that have tried to take that money to pay for other things that the government is spending money on, and yet there's been resistance by the other side to deplete that fund and say, we're done funding things in Afghanistan. This is just the tip of the iceberg. These are taxpayer dollars being used to fund ideologically misguided, ineffective, and unnecessary projects, thanks to the blundering bureaucracy, while our own citizens struggle to put food on the table. This is not what our government was designed to do. The U.S. government is not a charity, and it should not be doling out cash to foreign organizations, some of which actively oppose the United States with no oversight. And we don't have the money to give. We're borrowing the money we send. We need to ask a simple question. Why are we borrowing money to send money overseas? Even if USAID eliminated the crazy left-wing grants for trans operas, it still makes no sense to borrow money to then turn around and send it overseas. Borrowing money to send as charity is like the worker who has no money left after paying for their food, rent, and gas, saying, oh, well, I see this homeless person, I have such great sympathy. I'll go to the bank and I'll borrow $1,000 to give to this person. That's what we are doing. We can't pay for our own, and we are borrowing the money we send overseas. That money could be used to pay down our $36 trillion debt and take care of the American people, the very people who actually pay these taxes in the first place. It's time for a real change. America should not continue to be the world's piggy bank. It's time to end the waste of foreign aid and end the bureaucracy and for once do what's right by the American taxpayer. With that, I recognize the ranking member for opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm very discouraged by this hearing and by the witnesses in particular that you have chosen to give a platform today. Instead of having a serious discussion, I'm sure we're going to hear conspiracy theories as this committee holds what amounts to basically a pep rally in support of President Trump's illegal power grab. I certainly agree with this committee that this committee should conduct rigorous oversight of federal spending, including wasteful foreign aid. That's certainly what we should be talking about. And we should always be working to sort out and eliminate waste and fraud in all federal programs. And in fact, this committee has done that for years on a bipartisan basis. It's a big part of what we do every week as we come together to consider legislation and deal with the tough issues that we face as a country. But today's hearing, I'm sure we're going to hear many of our colleagues on the other side of the dais, my Republican colleagues here, cheer on President Trump and his cronies, like Elon Musk, in their illegal and unconstitutional efforts to cut off foreign aid. And it is not only a sham, I think it really misses the point on what this administration is really doing and how far President Trump will go to hurt American families so that they can pay for tax cuts for billionaires. We can't have a real debate about wasteful spending when President Trump has empowered an unvetted billionaire, and let's say it, an unvetted billionaire with massive conflicts of interest, hundreds of millions of dollars of government contracts he receives. I would hope we will look at those hundreds of millions of dollars of government contracts from Elon Musk, as he's cutting off funding to programs that clearly the administration doesn't understand or they may not agree with politically. Let's be clear, the Constitution does not empower a social media billionaire with massive conflicts of interest that has never been vetted to decide on how taxpayer dollars are spent. In fact, the Constitution doesn't even empower President Trump to make these decisions. The Constitution gives Congress, and only Congress, the sole power to decide how taxpayer money is spent. And for the most part, we pass bipartisan laws to determine how that money should be spent. But President Trump has directed Elon Musk and many other cronies to ignore Congress, to ignore the Constitution, and recklessly and illegally cut off funding that Congress has passed according to the law. Not only is it illegal, not only is it unconstitutional, but President Trump's direction to shutter USAID will have damaging consequences across the globe and here in the United States. I'd like to enter into the record, Mr. Chairman, numerous statements from organizations and experts that detail those consequences.
Without objection.
That's why my Democratic colleagues and I are most concerned about what the agency, what federal programs is going to be next. Where are the dominoes going to fall after USAID? What's going to be next on the chopping block? We know President Trump has already directed his cronies to shut down the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Will they halt Social Security payments that seniors count on next? Will they stop Medicare reimbursements and prevent seniors from accessing health care? Will they block disaster aid to states that have suffered from hurricanes and wildfires? Well, I'll tell you, President Trump and his cronies have already hinted on all of those resources that Americans count on, and more could be shut down going forward. And it's not just that it's illegal. It's not just that it violates the separation of powers. The bottom line is that these actions hurt American families, and it's our job to fight back. And that's why Democrats on our committee will be focused on that today. If this committee is seriously about defending American families and Congress's oversight role, a role, Mr. Chairman, that I know you have said over and over again as part of what we were going to be doing here at the committee, then the hearing we have today should be about examining blatantly illegal activities that President Trump has led to undermine the laws passed by Congress and to wreak havoc on the programs and services that support Americans. Mr. Chairman, I know you've often talked about how it's Congress versus the executive, whoever's in the executive office. That's what's happening right now. Let's hope we focus on that because we're seeing it in clearly happening. At President Trump's direction, Elon Musk and his minions have illegally cut off funding that Congress passed to support farmers. They've cut off funding to support child care centers. They've cut off funding for life-saving cancer research. They've cut off funding for community health centers, cutting off funding for religious charities and services that Americans rely on every day. And it's all been under the guise of addressing waste. But if the administration is serious about combating waste and fraud, then the president would not have fired 18 inspector generals, the independent watchdogs who actually identify waste, fraud, and abuse. Why is Donald Trump firing the watchdogs to waste and abuse? If the president is truly serious about addressing waste and fraud and foreign aid, he certainly would not have fired the inspector general for the USAID. And let's remember, this isn't the first time a president has tested the limits of law when it comes to presidential powers. We've seen this movie before. But it's the first time that Republicans in Congress have simply rolled over and let a president seize power that the Constitution assigns to the legislative branch. We have the power of the purse, and I've heard the chairman talk about that many times in our meetings. But let's look at an example from history. In the 1970s, when President Richard Nixon refused to spend money appropriated for child care, job programs, environmental cleanup programs, and virtually every member of Congress from both parties rejected that, passed the Impoundment Control Act of 1974, which asserted Congress's constitutional power. And when it passed unanimously. Every Republican senator stood up to Richard Nixon and said, this is unacceptable. Now, clearly that was a time when we did not have feckless Republican senators, but it was a great time to look at how we came together to stand up to presidential power. And it wasn't just Congress. President Nixon lost in the courts over and over again. No judge ever endorsed President Nixon's argument that he had the right to ignore the laws of Congress. If President Trump thinks his actions are lawful, then his administration should come forward and be able to answer straightforward questions from Congress. They should operate in the light of day instead of trying to hide what they're doing from Congress, the courts, and independent watchdogs. Mr. Chairman, I was disappointed that over the last few weeks I've had a number of oversight letters that you refused to sign. I would hope that you'd reconsider, and I look forward to meeting with you to talk through those letters in the near future. And I think also, Mr. Chairman, many of the questions that we have today about the actions of President Trump that has been directed by Elon Musk, I think that's something that we should also call in Elon Musk to ask questions, particularly about his numerous and substantial conflicts of interest while he's making these kinds of decisions. And I hope that going forward, this committee will work to defend Congress's role and responsibilities under the law and conduct real, meaningful oversight of these lawless actions by the Trump administration.
It is the practice of this committee to swear in witnesses. Will each of you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Need my intros.
It's in the top.
All right. Okay. Michael Shellenberger is a best-selling author and journalist who writes on a wide range of topics, including free speech, censorship, and the environment. He is the community-based research chair of politics, censorship, and free speech at the University of Texas, Austin. He also founded the online newsletter, Public, and the research organization Civilization Works. Mr. Shellenberger, welcome to the committee. Mr. Shellenberger, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Paul, Ranking Member Peters, and member of the committee. Thank you for inviting my testimony. Since its creation by President John F. Kennedy in 1961, the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, has had as its mission the promotion of America's values of free speech, democracy, and free markets by helping others abroad. The name suggests that the organization is focused on aiding poor nations in ways that result in their economic growth. Why then has USAID been spending so much money on information control and information operations, both in the form of demanding censorship by social media platforms and by financing supposedly independent journalism? Why is the United States government in general, and USAID in particular, the largest donor to supposedly independent media worldwide? For example, USAID in 2021 published a disinformation primer that urged greater censorship by social media platforms, as well as pre-bunking, a psychological technique to program people to reject information disfavored by the government without thinking. USAID may have been doing and funding worthwhile projects, and it may be that Congress will need to pass legislation to continue those projects through the State Department. But it's inaccurate to suggest that the USAID closure and freeze on aid will kill African children, as some have done, or cause other harms. The Trump administration has already created a waiver for HIV treatment and resumed aid for tuberculosis, malaria, and newborn health. And USAID's health programs should be subject to scrutiny, given the agency's history of using such programs as cover for other activities, including regime change and biodefense research. For example, under President Barack Obama's administration, USAID was caught using an HIV program to foment rebellion in Cuba. USAID used EcoHealth Alliance as a pass-through organization to funnel $1.1 million to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which was conducting risky gain-of-function experiments that may have caused the COVID pandemic. USAID gave EcoHealth Alliance $54 million during that period, which was more even than the $42 million the group received from the Pentagon. As such, anyone who believes in public health for poor people and poor nations must agree that USAID needs to be reined in and cleaned up. That starts first with precisely the kind of audits some members of Congress are trying to stop. USAID and all other government agencies must justify what they're spending their money on. The public's interest is ensuring that every dollar of taxpayer money is accounted for and justified. As recently as 2021, the media acknowledged the obvious. That year, the New York Times published an article headlined, "U.S. aid to Central America hasn't slowed migration. Can Kamala Harris?" In it, the Times acknowledged that experts say the reasons that years of aid have not curbed migration is in part because, quote, much of the money is handed over to American companies which swallow a lot of it for salaries, expenses, and profits, often before any services are delivered. That's precisely the reason President Trump shut down USAID and demanded an audit. While the subject of today's hearing is on USAID's wastefulness in general, I would like to focus the committee's attention on USAID's efforts to take control over independent investigative journalism and to advocate censorship in particular. Together, USAID's censorship and disinformation activities comprise a complete vision of information control in service of regime change that USAID and other U.S. government agencies have sought in dozens of foreign nations over the last 75 years. USAID in recent years has been funding censorship advocacy worldwide through a Countering Disinformation program, which is part of the Consortium for Elections and Political Process Strengthening. This work has included funding for so-called fact-checking organizations, including in Brazil, a country where I am under criminal investigation for sharing the Twitter files Brazil, all entirely accurate and legal. At the World Economic Forum last year, a major USAID contractor, Internews, which received $472.6 million from USAID over the last 17 years, urged advertiser boycotts to demand censorship. That advertiser outreach was precisely the advertiser boycott strategy used by groups with ties to U.S. intelligence community to pressure Twitter and Facebook to censor disfavored information. USAID has also heavily promoted digital identification systems, which could be tied to social media accounts to allow governments to punish individuals for what they say and read online. Mr. Chairman, I have much more to say, but I'll end by saying that Congress should defund all and any federal programs and contractors that promote or engage in censorship and propaganda. Recommitment to an American-first foreign policy should require an unwavering commitment to free speech. Congress should cut off funding to groups, including the Aspen Institute, which interfered in the 2020 election. Trump should order the State Department, the National Science Foundation, the Department of Homeland Security, and other agencies to end all contracts with censorship advocates and misinformation researchers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. William Ruger is a foreign policy expert with decades of experience as a scholar, practitioner, executive, and military officer. He currently serves as the president of the American Institute for Economic Research, while also serving as a commander in the U.S. Navy Reserve. Dr. Ruger was nominated by President Trump to serve as the U.S. ambassador to the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan and was appointed to the Fulbright Foreign Scholarship Board at the U.S. Department of State in 2020, serving from 2020 to 2023. Dr. Ruger, welcome to the committee, and you are recognized for your opening statement. Thank you. Chairman Paul, Ranking Member Peters, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me today to testify about foreign aid. It's an honor. Foreign aid has been pushed to the forefront of the national debate by President Trump's inauguration day executive order, and then what we've seen since with DOGE. In response, critics have charged that these moves jeopardize humanitarian efforts across the globe and even threaten U.S. national security. In particular, they've emphasized the claim that reform efforts would weaken U.S. soft power, create vacuums that will be filled by our adversaries, and hurt our overall ability to compete with China in this era of great power competition. These national security arguments, though, are not compelling and do not provide a sound basis to slow down efforts to reform and even cut back on foreign assistance itself. So I'm going to address some of these issues on the national security front. So cutting aid is simply not going to ruin American foreign policy. The most important determinants of American security do not include quote-unquote soft power resulting from foreign aid, even assuming that foreign aid programs are effective at producing soft power, as opposed to our market economy and our great companies in this country, as well as our great culture. Instead, our relative material power, both our military capabilities and our economic and technological strength, and our geostrategic advantages are the most important things for our safety and prosperity. Thus, the geopolitical implications of the fight over foreign aid are fairly limited. In terms of our material power, maintaining a large national defense capability second to none is what allows us to defend our interests and deter attacks on our territory. Our security is also supported by our fortunate geostrategic position, and as we deal with the rise of potential peer competitors, maintaining our military edge is far more important to our security than even the best aid programs. This combination of military power and our geostrategic position allow us to enjoy some detachment from problems in the developing world and thus further reduce the security relevance, though not necessarily the humanitarian relevance, of many foreign aid programs in those areas. So we should avoid thinking that it is a matter of strategic necessity to be deeply engaged everywhere. Sound geostrategic and even geoeconomic thinking requires prioritization and trade-offs. So we can't be equally concerned about Chinese aid programs in Nepal and what this means for U.S. security and prosperity, and Chinese political penetration of Latin America, which could have a lot of ramifications for the United States. Our economic strength is also a key cause of our security. And our economy is the golden goose, as long as we don't undermine it through wasteful and excessive spending and the debt and deficits that result, poor tax and monetary policy, constraining overregulation, or cultural decay. So while foreign aid is a small percentage of the national budget, it should still be scrutinized for waste and effectiveness. There is also some evidence that foreign aid can have a negative impact on target societies and even harm American soft power, exacerbating anti-Americanism by creating winners and losers in these places, with the losers blaming the United States for local problems. In Egypt, a decade ago, protesters said Obama can take his foreign aid and go to hell. That is an example of how foreign aid actually stimulated anti-Americanism in these countries. Moreover, there are numerous studies that show the ineffectiveness of foreign assistance to even economic development. Aid spending also does not necessarily work to keep states on our side in today's great power competition. For example, USAID didn't stop poor African countries from expelling our forces, though it isn't clear it made much sense for those troops to be there in the first place. Now, critics of aid also claim that such a policy will create a vacuum of power that the Chinese will happily fill, thus eating our lunch in great power competition. The problem with this argument is that, one, it isn't clear that even were adversaries like China to fill these vacuums created by cutting aid, that this would necessarily hurt us. And two, it isn't clear that the Chinese experience with aid will be any better than ours at creating soft power that they can meaningfully exploit to their advantage. Indeed, there is evidence that Chinese aid efforts have been backfiring. And I'd be happy to say a lot more about that in the Q&A. The other thing is that critics are claiming that too much about what the administration is doing. Right? The fact is that the Trump administration is not proposing cutting all assistance. Secretary Rubio recently stated on February 10th in an interview on SiriusXM, he said, "We're not walking away from foreign aid. We will be involved in foreign aid." Instead, what the administration is doing is trying to make a distinction between aid that can be reasonably argued to advance America's national interests and aid that cannot pass a basic smell test like the ones that Senator Paul discussed earlier. So if we are going to change our foreign policy to one that prioritizes American national interests and respects the hardworking American taxpayers, then fixing our foreign policy assistance programs is imperative. Too much spending is disconnected from making us stronger, more secure, and more prosperous, to use Secretary Rubio's three-part test from his confirmation hearings here in the Senate. Too often it is in the service of questionable social and political goals that many Americans find dubious. And foreign aid is not going to be the margin in which we win or lose today's great power competition. So I think it would be wise for us to get our own house in order economically by looking carefully at programs that can't deliver for our security or prosperity, or are so indirectly connected to legitimate goals as to be based more on an article of kind of faith than sound analysis that I think conservatives should be known for. So I commend any efforts to scrutinize aid and provide accountability so programs can deliver for the American people. Thank you, Senator. Senator Johnson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unlike our ranking member, I really appreciate you holding this hearing. In 2019, before the pandemic, total federal government spending was $4.4 trillion. The Wall Street Journal just reported the first 4 months of this year, we spent $2.43 trillion. Multiply that times 3, we're on a course of spending $7.3 trillion this year, 6 years later. That's a 61% increase while our population is growing 2.6%. So we need to scrutinize all this spending. Now, I thought it was interesting. I don't know how many boards you had up there, but you know, the example after example after example of just outrageous waste and abuse of the taxpayer dollar. Now, the ranking member apparently accused you two gentlemen of you're going to be peddling conspiracy theories. That all was the truth. Do you have any idea what the ranking member is talking about, Mr. Schellenberger?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I find it somewhat ironic that one of the greatest conspiracy theories of recent times was the Russiagate collusion hoax, which was this idea that President Trump was being controlled by Putin through a sex blackmail operation. It was one of the most wild conspiracy theories ever devised, and of course, it was created by deep state operatives working on taxpayer funding. Another wild conspiracy theory, of course, Senator, was that the Hunter Biden laptop was a Russian disinformation effort. We now know
which, by the way, the ranking member accused me when I was investigating that of soliciting, disseminating Russian disinformation on that. Wrote an actual Senate report, falsely accused me of that, but go on.
Right, and of course now we know the FBI had the laptop in, I think, November or December 2019. They then got the Aspen Institute to engage in what's called pre-bunking, or a kind of brainwashing, convincing journalists and social media platforms that there would be a Russian hack and leak that fall involving Hunter Biden and Burisma. That's an illegal weaponization of the FBI, of a U.S. government contractor and grantee, Aspen Institute. These things have not been fully investigated, but we know, thanks to the Twitter files, that this was the illegal weaponization of our government agencies in order to spread a conspiracy theory in service of demanding censorship, which is what they then did when the New York Post article came out in October.
I also have to point out that I was a target of that pre-bunking campaign when both Senator Grassley and I received an unsolicited briefing by the FBI that we are targets of Russian disinformation. To this day, we have not found out who directed that briefing. So, Mr. Ruger, do you want to defend yourself from being accused of a conspiracy theorist?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a theorist. I'm an international relations theorist. So I think what I said is definitely within the broad tradition of political realism that has served this country well, really focusing in on, I think, the importance of our strength and how we defend and deter against enemies. And really, I think, applying good economic analysis to aid programs and other government programs, because they need to pass a cost-benefit analysis. Too often, I think, and especially given what we talked about with the $36 trillion in debt, we're not applying good trade-off decisions in terms of how we spend our money. And I think, again, that's one of the reasons why it's really important that we focus in on this. And I applaud what President Trump is doing here, because somebody has to get a handle on this. And I think it's a good stimulant for Congress to do its own work to help support the president in making sure we're protecting taxpayer money.
So we're a very compassionate people. We are. We want to help people. We want to help combat AIDS and feed the world. Where did USAID go off the rails? I mean, it was established, I think, good purpose. I mean, even things like, Radio Liberty, those types of efforts seem to make sense. But where did they go off the rails? Mr. Schallenberger, do you have a theory on that?
I mean, for me, it's this effort, the regime change effort that then resulted in this effort that really starts in around 2007, 2008. It's led by USAID. USAID creates and provides all of the initial funding. It was from the State Department originally.
So who was in charge back then?
Of USAID, I believe. Well, that was 2008. So President, I'm not sure.
So under the Bush administration,
it was under the Bush administration.
Started going off the rails. Mr. Ruger, do you have any idea? What's your theory of when the South started going south or going left?
Well, I mean, again, one question really at the beginning is, how effective are these types of assistance programs, period? So you could argue that in some senses, this went off the rails from the very beginning because it opens the door to the idea that that there is potentially no limit to what could be effective for the United States if we spend that money abroad. But in fact, that isn't the case, right? There hasn't been the type of cost-benefit analysis that's needed here. So again, I think part of it is fundamental to a program where you're spending millions and billions of dollars across the globe in a way that is very difficult to achieve accountability, particularly if those within the bureaucracy are less subject to the kind of incentives that care about how this money is spent.
Thank you, Mr. Ruger. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Donald Trump and Elon Musk illegal dismantling of federal agencies will definitely harm the safety and financial security of American people. We've seen already, and we're hearing about their unlawful government actions related to USAID. But let's take a look at their next victim. They've already taken action on their next victim, which is the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, or CFPB. Conveniently, just as President Trump's top lieutenant and his mega donor, the man with incredible conflicts of interest, Elon Musk, he's about to launch a new payment system at his company X. And that company would have been subject to CFPB regulation. But now Trump has decided to dismantle that agency. I may also say the CFPB has also received hundreds of complaints about Musk, his other company, Tesla. Isn't that interesting? A man with massive conflicts, a man who has not been vetted, is now working to destroy an agency that would actually oversee his operations, and operations that have received complaints because of the actions that he's taken. CFPB was created by Congress with bipartisan support and in the wake of the 2008 financial crisis. Its mission is to protect companies from Americans from scams and predatory companies. CFPB has improved American lives by capping credit card late fees, bank overdraft fees, reduced junk fees, has banned medical debt on credit reports. I could go on. But now President Trump and OMB Director Vogt are illegally destroying the agency. And let's be clear, this is an agency that has saved American taxpayers $21 billion. Saved taxpayers $21 billion. And it's in the sight of unvetted billionaire, huge conflicts of interest, Musk, who wants to destroy it because it would oversee his new business venture. So with CFPB shuttered, seniors, veterans, student borrowers are going to be at risk of unfair financial service practices, including debanking, payday lending, and mortgage fraud. In fact, if you look at some of that mortgage fraud is changes with the Military Lending Act, where financial institutions taking advantage of the men and women who are serving our country. They counted on the CFPB to protect them. Nope, Trump and Musk, get rid of that. Forget saving money for taxpayers. We don't like these regulatory actions over banks and payday lenders and people like Elon Musk. So with CFPB shuttered, seniors, veterans, student borrowers are going to be at risk of unfair service practices on a regular basis, and it'll only let companies continue to rip off consumers and get away with fraud. So who will President Trump and Musk's next target be? Well, it looks like it's the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA. The FAA works 24/7 to provide the safest flight experience across the country. And after the January 29th crash at Ronald Reagan National Airport, Americans are now more than ever concerned about having safe air travel. However, just days before that tragic crash, President Trump encouraged air traffic controllers to resign. We already have a shortage of air traffic controllers, and the president urged them to resign, knowing full well you just can't turn on the spigot and hire new controllers when you already have a shortage. It takes months, years to train air traffic controllers. And before that crash, President Trump says, no, resign, even though we have a shortage. He then tapped Elon Musk to lead the efforts to remake the FAA, despite his clear conflicts of interest. Musk leads the largest private space company, SpaceX, which is regulated. Oh, a theme here, which is regulated by the FAA. And just this fall, the FAA proposed $633,000 in fines to SpaceX. So I believe the last thing Americans need is President Trump allowing a self-interested, unvetted billionaire with massive conflicts of interest to do whatever he wants to destroy agencies that oversee his companies where he's making huge profits. Well, maybe they're going to go after the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration next. This agency is tasked with ensuring that all cars on our roads are safe and reliable. And Elon Musk, of course, is the CEO of Tesla and has criticized common sense safety requirements like reporting on crashes that involve his partially automated vehicles. If we continue to let President Trump and Musk unilaterally decide which agencies can function and even exist, our roads and skies are going to be more dangerous and more Americans will die. Or maybe President Trump will make good on his view to get rid of FEMA. Unfortunately, we've seen over the past 3 weeks of his presidency, he is again and again willing to peddle disinformation, overstep his authority, and break the law. Getting rid of FEMA would mean the federal government is abandoning Americans before, during, and after disasters like wildfires, tornadoes, hurricanes, and even floods. And while I'm sure everyone here would agree FEMA can and should be reformed, and I'll lead that charge to make sure that they better meet the needs of disaster survivors, it still plays a critical role. And American lives and helping communities rebuild after an increasingly common and more destructive natural disasters is something we should be focused on. Federal support and resources such as food, water, generators, urban search and rescue teams, and communication infrastructures can save lives in the aftermath of a disaster. FEMA also administers billions of dollars of mitigation grants to reduce the impact of natural hazards, which can save lives, protect property. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope that we can look at these other changes that we're seeing to see whether or not it's fraud or abuse, and whether or not that is something that we need to examine. So I would hope in future hearings we will take a look at an unvetted, highly conflicted person making these choices to understand what is behind their actions.
Senator Langford.
Thank you, Chairman Paul. Gentlemen, thanks for being here. Actually, yesterday I released my 8th report, what we call federal fumbles, where we regularly put out in front of the American people areas of waste and abuse and fraud or improper payments, and try to be able to highlight those and shine some sunshine on them to hopefully get rid of them and to be able to make tax dollars more efficient in the way we're spending on this. Many of those things, as you can imagine full well, were foreign aid related that we have talked about over the last several years, including this year as well. We highlighted that the federal government and the American taxpayer paid for 12 drag shows in Ecuador. I'm not sure why the people of Ecuador couldn't pay for their own drag shows, but apparently Oklahoma taxpayers had to pay for that. The USAID funded fisheries in Algeria, where they literally built a fish farm in the middle of the desert among a people that don't eat fish, actually, in their normal diet because they live in the desert. They don't normally eat fish, and we're not interested in eating the fish, but American taxpayers and my Oklahoma taxpayers paid for those, and that has become an issue for me. There was a study that was done by the NEH on humans, chimpanzees, and climate change in Sierra Leone. We highlighted how we did a study with Oklahoma tax dollars to study the effect of climate change on European butterflies. Again, I don't know why the Europeans couldn't pay for that. We did a study on the effects of COVID-19 on the Russians. Again, not sure why the Russians couldn't have paid for that. And one of my favorites of the long list of least favorites here, we did a study on the benefit of seatbelts and helmets on individuals driving in Ghana. I could go ahead and tell you right now, seatbelts and helmets will help you and don't have to pay a dime to be able to do that study. So over and over and over again, we've highlighted this. The difference now and then is there's a bigger megaphone, and part of the frustration from my friends on the left is Elon Musk is daring to tell 1 billion people on X that this is happening. But when it was only a few people that knew, or my limited following on X, it was okay. But if the megaphone gets louder and it gets pointed out more, it becomes more offensive because then it becomes a risk. So I have several things that I want to be able to drill down on. I've talked for years about Voice of America and the messaging they put out. It is literally government-paid journalists that are supposed to tell the government story of America internationally. What they're actually doing often is talking about murders in America and riots in America and how Trump is ruining Christianity in America, and on and on and on have been the negative stories about America that they're telling to the world on it. So one of my first questions to either of you is about the messaging that we put out globally, that we put out with Oklahoma tax dollars and American tax dollars to tell the American story, and how the American story is being told internationally.
Thank you, Senator. I could actually speak a little bit from my experience with the Fulbright Scholarship Board, where I was also chagrined to see some of the people that we were thinking about sending abroad clearly didn't love this country and clearly had a kind of criticism that I think wasn't the best message that you would not necessarily want to see out there in the world. I also worry about the boomerang effect. So not just the message that we're sending abroad, but because of the nature of technology today, these voices that are meant to help create narratives abroad actually coming back and being a form of government propaganda here at home. Because that message, unlike maybe in the 1950s when we were trying to subvert communism in Greece, that message then comes back here. And so the content of that message, like you're talking about, is so critical that it is in fact something that is supportive of our interests and accurate, and something that is not going to undermine support for the United States here at home even.
Right. Schellenberger, you want to add anything to that?
Well, only that, I mean, of course, everybody should be free to speak their mind, but I think if we're going to have taxpayers, funding this activity, they should be talking about how special this country is. I mean, that's why so many people have been trying to come here. So the level of anti-Americanism and globalism that we've seen promoted by these organizations, I think it's horrendous. So I share your views.
When the global media outlet for the United States sounds a lot like Russia Today's messaging globally, we have a problem on it, and that's our problem. They spend a lot of time saying we're going to prove that we have a free press by having government-paid reporters tell a story. If they want to prove we have a free press, we can point to CBS, ABC, and NBC and say, look, we have a free press on it, but we should be getting our messaging out on this. One other quick question on this. The Inspector General for Afghan Reconstruction noted at least $11 million has gone directly to the Taliban from our foreign aid of the $2 billion, and they couldn't identify the rest, exactly who were the recipients of that aid. Have you been able to track at all aid that's gone directly to the Taliban since we have left Afghanistan?
I have not, sir, but what I will point out, there's been a lot of complaints about the Inspector General at USAID being let go. What was the Inspector General doing exactly? I mean, we've seen all the waste, fraud, and abuse that you've documented, so what's the point of having an Inspector General if they're not going to inspect?
Right. I do hope that the president actually nominates a new inspector general quickly. That is an important role for Congress to be able to have some insight into different agencies, and it's important to have that role. But I would agree, your job is to inspect and to be able to report back. And if you're not identifying this waste, why are you there? I yield back.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I am disappointed that we are not having a serious hearing on how to improve USAID. There's room for improvement in every agency, as there is in almost anything that we do. But this hearing is simply designed to give cover for President Trump's unlawful dismantling of a congressionally established agency against the law and against the interests of this country, and against the interests of many in this country, including American farmers who benefit from it. The Inspector General of the U.S. Agency for International Development, Paul Martin, has submitted a report. I ask that it be made part of the record if there's no objection. And in that report was critical of the so-called pause in foreign assistance funding, saying that it has delayed $489 million of food assistance at ports, in transit, and in warehouses. I'm quoting, at the risk of spoilage, unanticipated storage needs, and diversion. That's waste in government. And it's not just a little bit of waste, it's humongous waste, $489 million in those fees alone. He says the pause in funding and reductions in staff, including over 90% of BHA's workforce furloughed or placed on administrative leave, has undermined two key oversight mechanisms to assure accountability over humanitarian assistance funding, partner vetting, and third-party monitoring. I don't have time to go into the details, but that is also waste. And when we talk about the other effects of this pause, let's look at the effect on farmers, American farmers, who grow the food that USAID distributes. American farmers, in 2022 alone, USAID helped to distribute nearly 4 billion pounds of American-grown food to 58 million people around the globe. I know that some of my colleagues are reluctant to defend foreign humanitarian aid. It doesn't always poll well. It's humanitarian assistance. I think Americans are better than trashing the idealistic goals. that have motivated our nation over the years. But putting aside the humanitarian instincts behind some of USAID, here's what American farmers have said in reaction to these actions. President of the Iowa Farmers Union said, quote, USAID is important for farmers. It's unfortunate that we would drop those relationships that we have built over time, end quote. The Ohio Farmer Union president said, quote, USAID plays a crucial role, not only providing food aid to millions around the world, but also directly purchasing grains from Ohio farmers. Ohio farmers are more than capable of rising to the challenge of feeding the world, but they need stability to do so. In shuttering USAID, President Trump is pulling billions of dollars away from American farmers without apparently a second thought. That's a lot of harm, that's a lot of waste, and a lot of abuse to people who are the backbone of food production in this nation. Already, a lot of their labor, investment, produce, going to waste as a result of the Musk power grab, slash and trash agencies in the name of eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse, but in fact creating it and profiting from it. Elon Musk is giving America the middle finger in seizing power, engaging in the biggest heist of information in America's history, delving into agencies and destroying them when his own corporations profit from contracts with them and controlling contracts in the future that will benefit his corporations. That's waste and fraud, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The accusation or criticism has been made that this is an unserious hearing full of conspiracy theorists. Well, you know, the Democrats were asked to participate like they always are, the same way we were when we were in the minority. They could have brought a witness. They chose not to even bring a witness. I can't conjecture as to why, but maybe it's because it's so embarrassing, the stuff that USAID is spending their money on. Who could possibly be against ending $2 million for sex change surgeries in Guatemala? I mean, who wants to defend that? I haven't heard anybody yet defend the waste and malfeasance that's going over there. $3 million for girl-centric climate change. Maybe there's not a witness here. Maybe it's not serious. But I don't hear anybody explaining why we should continue to do that. Now, there is a legal question. There is a legal question. If there's $40 billion in USAID and they don't spend it at all and it just sits there, can the president impound it? This is a real question, and it may come to that. But I don't think any court is going to find that the executive branch cannot pause and audit spending. I mean, to crassly say and just to jump to this, it's illegal, it's unlawful, it's a tragedy, it's a constitutional chaos. Well, auditing spending is what government should do. It's the traditional oversight that hasn't been done in a generation. That's why we're finding this stuff. It's been creeping up for a generation. $4.8 million for social media influencers in Ukraine. I mean, if people want to defend that, step forward and defend it. We are finding waste and malfeasance. You also have to realize that when you have a social agenda, and your social agenda is, you know, LGBT, well, when you take that to a conservative country that has religious problems with that, and you want to foist it on them and fly flags, what ends up happening is that doesn't increase diplomacy, that actually goes against diplomacy. I don't care what people's views are on any of these subjects. You can have any view on LGBT, but it shouldn't be part of foreign policy to force this on everybody around the world. It just isn't part of government and should never be part of government. But we're only finding this out because we have a president with the courage, including the advice of Elon Musk, including the advice of a lot of us, who have been saying for years, we need to look at USAID and make sure that they aren't committing fraud. Look, this morning, the CFO of FEMA was fired because she's spending $54 million on luxury hotels for illegal aliens. My goodness, there's a lot of Americans struggling to find work. Laken Riley's killer, we flew him and put him up in a luxury hotel in New York. He was there for a few months. We spent all of our money on his meals, and then we flew him to Atlanta. And then he drifted over to Athens, and then he killed Laken Riley. Most Americans think that that's crazy and we shouldn't be doing it, but we are only finding it out because for once we have a president with the courage to say no, to go over there and put a padlock on the door and take the name down. But ultimately, there will be a legal question. Can he impound it, or will it have to come back to Congress? I actually, frankly, think the better way is spend about $30 billion and send $10 billion back, and we do a rescission. There is a method for doing that, and I hope that is what is done. But even on the impoundment question, there are questions exactly, and I don't think it's ever made it all the way to the Supreme Court. There is court precedent on it, but we haven't gotten to that. A pause in funding is an impoundment. A pause in funding to do an audit is just good government, frankly. The question I have for the panel is this, though.
Mr. Chairman, may I just
Sure.
inquire?
Sure.
Because the chairman mentioned that we don't have a minority witness. I would suggest, and speaking out of turn here, because the ranking member isn't here and I don't purport to speak for him.
We're docking your time for next week. I'm just kidding.
But I would respectfully suggest that we have Paul Martin, who was fired as Inspector General, come before us.
We didn't deny any witnesses. Your side did not put forward a witness. We did not deny any witnesses. You didn't put forward a witness. So, but I just think it's disingenuous to, to sit there and it is a personal attack on me to call this unserious and a bunch of conspiracy. It's an attack on our witnesses as well. That is a pejorative, and that's name calling. All right, you're welcome to object to things they say and have facts to counter them, but to call this an unserious hearing of conspiracy
I never used that term, Mr. Chairman.
Well, you said it wasn't serious. You said the hearing wasn't serious. And the thing is, y'all chose not to participate in it, so that's on you.
Maybe we can have a second hearing because this is such an important
We can have a dozen on this. There's so much to talk about. But anyway, I think we ought to be, I'm not criticizing your ranking member for being unserious or a conspiracy theory. He has his opinions. We make our arguments both sides, but if we call names and say, oh, well, your ideas are conspiracy theory, that's a pejorative, and that doesn't get us anywhere, frankly. And because it's also dangerous in the sense that many people who are then say, oh, it's a conspiracy theory, well, government should suppress that. This is what went on. We had 23 scientists come forward in Lancet and say that the possibility that the virus came from a lab in Wuhan was a conspiracy theory. And then government promoted back to Twitter and others and met with them on a weekly basis trying to suppress. Facebook for a year and a half said that ideas like mine that it could have come from the lab were to be suppressed. Michael Schellenberger, why don't you, if you wouldn't mind responding to how the government was involved with trying to suppress speech that you found out through Twitter files?
Well, sure. And also, I would think whenever you hear somebody accuse somebody of a conspiracy theory, I think you should consider that they are themselves spreading disinformation. In other words, we know that the proximal origins paper that you're describing there, that we know from their internal discussions that those scientists were pursuing the lab leak theory. We saw it in their Slack messages. And then they got a phone call. They talked from the higher ups, and then they ended up changing their whole hypothesis over a weekend. So we've seen repeatedly that term used to dismiss very serious evidence of misconduct and of actual conspiracies. We've seen the rise of an entire censorship industrial complex. There's no theorizing here. These are just the facts of the censorship industrial complex that was created by the Department of Homeland Security starting in 2021. Really started before that in 2020, all the way culminating to the Disinformation Governance Board, which was so Orwellian that even Democrats had to back away from it.
Senator Hassan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you and the ranking member. For years, I have worked on a bipartisan basis to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse within the federal government, including on bills with you, Mr. Chair. These efforts are critical to ensure that taxpayer dollars are being spent efficiently. If this committee and President Trump, though, actually wanted to reduce waste and fraud, they would work together to support and bolster inspectors general. Inspectors general are indispensable watchdogs who identify multi-million-dollar overpayments to big corporations, exactly what Elon Musk claims he wants to root out. To use just the Inspector General of the Department of Health and Human Services as an example, last year the HHS Inspector General exposed $35 million in improper Medicare payments after equipment companies charged the government for thousands of catheters for patients who didn't need them. Additionally, last year, 2 pharmacy owners went to jail after the HHS Inspector General helped uncover that they had fraudulently submitted at least $20 million in false Medicare claims for cancer medication. All told, the HHS Inspector General identified $7 billion last year in waste, fraud, and abuse within the department. But did President Trump and Elon Musk support and empower inspectors general? No, they did not. Instead, just days into his administration, President Trump illegally fired at least 17 inspectors general in a move to silence those who would provide accountability and oversight over his administration. And since their firing, we are growing to get a better picture of why they were fired. Just yesterday, we found out that the State Department is planning to buy $400 million in armored vehicles from Elon Musk's Tesla company. Elon Musk spent $250 million to get President Trump elected, and now President Trump is returning the favor. After clearing out the watchdogs, the president decided to unleash chaos and confusion on Granite Staters and Americans through an illegal order to cut off nearly all federal grants. These are grants that fire departments count on to upgrade their equipment, police departments use to hire officers to protect our streets, and shelters need to provide homeless veterans a place to sleep. While federal courts have temporarily halted the president's funding cutoff, I continue to hear from organizations that are unable to access the federal funding that they have been awarded, that we appropriated, that is law. This is the real cost of the illegal move by President Trump to cut off funding. Granite Staters left in the lurch, not knowing how much longer their community health center will remain open, or if their child care facility will be able to stay open and they'll be able to go to work. The American people want relief from high costs, and they want their government to work. But as inflation and egg prices soar, the president illegally fired the people, the very people, who root out waste and fraud and have a track record of doing it. And then he illegally took funding away from law enforcement and community groups. I urge the president to reverse course and for this committee to work together to find common sense ways to address the challenges that Americans are facing today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a great hearing. As you know, the federal government is spending money like it's going out of style. Last year, it spent nearly $7 trillion, and the revenues were $5.2 trillion. Nobody in this country can do that. Nobody can do it in their personal life. Businesses can't do it, only the federal government. We're being forced to borrow another $1.9 trillion to make up for it. It's one of the reasons that we now have over $36 trillion worth of debt, and we're heading quickly to 37. Over the last 4 years, while the population has grown 2%, the federal government has increased spending by 53%. They've added $8 trillion to national debt in 4 years. This is not sustainable. If nothing changes, our federal government is on track to add $1 trillion to the federal debt every 180 days. The cost of this debt is another massive problem. Right now, more than $1 trillion of money that hardworking Americans pay in taxes each year is just going to pay the interest on their federal debt. That's a waste. So I'm very appreciative of what President Trump's doing and what DOJ is doing to try to find all this waste. They're going agency by agency, one by one, and find out how every single dollar is spent and making sure it's spent in the best interest of the American public. Unfortunately, many Democrats on this committee have expressed outrage. But the outrage is better suited for some of the absurd, wasteful spending they've already uncovered. Let's look at USAID. They provided full funding for al-Qaeda terrorist Anwar al-Awlaki to attend college in Colorado. They gave $310 million to start a Palestinian cement factory, which is used to help Hamas build terror tunnels into Gaza. How can you be this stupid? Another $1.5 million to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in Serbia's workplaces and to business communities. How does that help an American? $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia. How does that help America? $2.5 million for electric vehicles in Vietnam. How does that help America? A multi-year study from the Middle East Forum uncovered $164 million of approved grants to radical organizations, $122 million going to groups aligned with designated terrorists. How does that help Americans? And billions more to add charities that have histories of failing to vet their terror-tied partners. The families I represent would agree that's not how they want their tax dollars spent. They'd rather have their tax dollars spent putting Americans first or advancing our interests abroad, not funding terrorism against us or allies or funding some fringe globalist agenda. So I'm very appreciative of what President Trump has done. I appreciate what Doge is doing, and I appreciate that Marco Rubio, our ex-colleague, is doing running the state. So, Mr. Schellenberger, Doge also discovered that the Biden administration spent millions of dollars on subscriptions to left-leaning media outlets like Political. The Biden administration censored certain media and Americans online that didn't favor the administration's narrative, and now we see that their administration was essentially financing media outlets to favor them. How is this not a conflict of interest, and what do you think of this?
Yeah, I agree it's a huge conflict of interest, and it's really just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, what we uncovered in our reporting is that the USAID has basically been bankrolling an organization called the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, which has been in the process over the last decade and a half of really taking over so-called independent investigative journalism around the world, usually relying on strategic leaks by the intelligence community, but with an aim to really undermine the independence of investigative journalism. When we started investigating these guys, they threatened to sue us right away. They have a $9 million fund just to sue people. It's called Reporters Shield, but it's an offensive weapon that they use to basically shut down any inquiry into what they're doing. And we've even seen we've now traced that USAID money to investigations that were essential to the 2019 impeachment of President Donald Trump, and then also to the Russiagate hoax, particularly spreading misinformation and malinformation about Trump's alleged ties to the Russians. Of course, one of the greatest conspiracy theory of the recent era, which alleged that because President Trump banked with Deutsche Bank, and that there were Russians, oligarchs who also banked with Deutsche Bank, that there had to be some sort of a conspiracy. So that's just the tip of the iceberg, sir. It's really a deep corruption of so-called mainstream independent media.
Based on your investigation, you also talk about how USAID transfers funds between projects, making it hard for anybody to sort of track the funds. Can you elaborate?
Well, sure. And so part of what happened is that one of the media organizations in Germany, one of their big television stations, NDR, really turned the tables on OCCRP and began an investigation. USAID admitted on camera that they had routed money from the State Department's Law Enforcement Bureau through USAID just for optics reasons, admitting on camera that they did that because they knew that it would look bad for an investigative journalism organization to be supported by effectively the cops, by law enforcement. That's not good journalism practice. That violates basically every code of ethics by every journalism organization in the world. They also acknowledged that USAID has to agree to OCCRP's work plan and that they have to agree to their key staff. And this was all literally recorded on video, USAID officials saying this. Then afterwards, OCCRP denied it. They just said that that wasn't true. It just asserted that it was false. So, I mean, really what you're looking at with OCCRP and also Internews is that these are really vectors of disinformation. They spread disinformation and then demand censorship on the basis of it. That's what they did with the COVID lab leak, as the chairman was mentioning. First, they spread the disinformation that it was a conspiracy theory that it could have come from a lab, when of course their own scientists suspected that's what it was. And then they demanded censorship on the basis of it. Same thing happened with Hunter Biden, and we see that playbook, I think, underway here today, where when journalists start to expose these misdeeds, they just project and say, you're spreading a conspiracy theory, and of course that has been traditionally the basis for demanding censorship.
In 2022, the Biden administration donated $344 million to United Nations Relief and Work Agency for Palestinian refugees, and continued to donate hundreds of millions of dollars throughout 2023 and during the Israeli-Hamas war. We now know Hamas terrorists were stealing food and supplies intended for humanitarian purposes. So was the U.S. government funding a terrorist organization?
You know, it sure looks like that, and I haven't investigated that particular case. But I think one of the big lessons from all of this, we may remember, those of us that are old enough to remember what we were learning after 9/11 is that that was a process of blowback. We had been arming the Mujahideen, and we had been in alliance with the folks that actually then, their networks then ended up creating the 9/11 attacks. So I think what we're seeing here, starting to blow back on us, where we see the disinformation and censorship being weaponized against the American people, because we have a USAID complex, USAID complex, that's been completely unaccountable. Obviously, the Inspector General wasn't doing his job right, and therefore I think merits this very serious audit. And I agree with the chairman, if there's good stuff that they've been doing, and I don't doubt that there has been, then it should make the case for it and be added in back later, rather than sort of that we all assume that everything's fine.
All right. Thank you, Chairman.
Senator Kim.
Thank you, Chairman, for pulling this together. And I just want to reflect on this a little bit, because you know, there is a room and there is a way for us to have a debate about the effectiveness and the efficiency of foreign aid. But what is happening right now in our nation, this is not the right way to go about it. You know, I hear about a pause here, but this is not a pause. We're seeing a gutting of the staff down to approximately 600. If it is a pause to look and reflect and see what is not working, what shouldn't be done, then let's pause on the gutting of the staff. Let's pause on the transfer of USAID under the State Department. So I just wanted to show that this is not a pause. This is not a review. This is already a reorganization, already a dismantling of USAID as it is. And I say that as someone who, a little over 20 years ago, stepped into the Ronald Reagan building for the very first day in public service. I served at USAID. I don't know who else in this room has. But I just tell you that I was proud to be able to serve at USAID and serve this country. And I worked at USAID, I worked at the Pentagon, I worked at the State Department. I've been a part of the 3 Ds of our foreign policy, of defense, diplomacy, and development, and seen that in action. So I disagree the idea that the type of power, the type of influence that we're trying to move forward at USAID doesn't matter, that it's only about material military power. You know, we've seen how, for instance, when it was our help with the response to the earthquake in Turkey or the flooding in Pakistan, how that was something that was able to open up diplomatic channels to be able to move forward, build on the relationships. It was the work that we were doing through USAID that was able to get some of our diplomatic efforts, and including our military efforts, in a better position. And I said that as someone who walked into the Reagan building. There's a reason why USAID is in the Ronald Reagan building. It's because Ronald Reagan himself was a strong supporter of USAID and foreign assistance. He said, quote, "The ultimate importance to the United States of our security and development assistance programs cannot be exaggerated." He said, "Our national interests are inextricably tied to the security and development of our friends and allies." And when it came to people criticizing USAID, he said, quote, "You know the excuses. We can't afford foreign aid anymore, or we're wasting money pouring it into these poor countries, or we can't buy friends. Other countries just take the money and dislike us for giving it." A lot of things that we heard here today. And Ronald Reagan concludes saying, well, all of these excuses are just that, excuses, and they're dead wrong. I heard today people talking about USAID as if it's charity. One person that said, quote, "Foreign aid is not charity. We must make sure it is well spent, but it is less than 1% of the budget and critical to our national security." The person who said that is Secretary of State Marco Rubio when he was with us in the Senate. He also went on to say that he urged President Biden to move forward and prioritize USAID funding because he said it, quote, "counter the Chinese Communist Party's expanding global influence." And our current Secretary of State also said, quote, "We don't have to give foreign aid. We do so because it furthers our national interests. That's why we give foreign aid." So I just wanted to be able to frame that. And when I worked at USAID, I actually worked at USAID under the Bush administration. I worked under a Republican president. I worked under an administrator there who was appointed by a Republican president, Andrew Natsios, who was just recently asked, could you specifically respond to what Elon Musk's functionaries at the Department of Government Efficiency have done in terms of actually shutting down USAID? and Andrew Nazi said, quote, "It's illegal and it's outrageous. They have no right to abolish an agency, a statutory agency in the federal government." So I just wanted to raise this because what we're talking about here is efforts that are trying to end a long-standing bipartisan understanding about our strength as a global leader. And what we are also seeing, and this is something that just feels so personal, is just the demonization of public servants. We can have a debate about foreign aid, but we can do it without demonizing the people who have sworn an oath to this country. Many of them right now working in difficult and dangerous places. Some of them don't know how they're going to get back home right now because of how quickly all of this had been shut off. And what it really just shakes around the world when I hear from leaders in other countries is they say, what is the value of the American handshake right now? And I think that that has been detrimentally affected and really negatively affected over the course of the last couple weeks. And with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you. It's been bandied about that certain things are illegal, and I think it's worth a little bit of discussion over that. You know, inspector generals have been let go, people at the USAID have been let go, and it's been alleged that this is illegal. It's actually a little more complicated than that. This goes all the way back to Andrew Johnson and his fight with Congress. There was a tenure of office act that was passed, and it said that he couldn't even fire members of his cabinet. And they were in the same party. The Republicans controlled Congress, and Johnson at the time, I guess, had become a Republican, being Lincoln's vice president. But it was finally repealed, but there was a big dispute over the way he could even hire members of his cabinet. Later in 1926, in Myers versus the U.S., the court rules that you really can't restrict the president's right to hire and fire their cabinet. Now, it's gone beyond that. In 2020 or 2021, the CFPB that was referred to earlier, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the Democrats created this, and they didn't want it ever to go away. The funding was supposed to go on forever, and the person in charge of it was not to be fired. Well, the court ruled that you can't do that. You can't set up an executive agency under the auspices of the president and say you can't fire them. So then there's a question with the inspector generals, and the Trump administration is challenging it, and I think we have to go with what the court decides, but there is legislation saying you can't fire them. He asserts that under the court precedents that he can, and so this is an argument. That's what constitutional law and separation of powers is about. So we'll find out whether it's legal or illegal, but at this point it's an allegation that it's illegal. With regard to the waste and abuse and the outrageous things that we're seeing, sure, it draws the attention. It should draw the attention. But there is also the question of where the money comes from. What we bring in tax revenue is equal to about 4 programs. Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and food stamps would soak up all of the revenue. There's nothing left. So when we vote on a budget as Congress for military and non-military, what's called discretionary spending, which is a third of all spending, it's all borrowed. Nearly $2 trillion what we vote on, it's all borrowed. So this gets to the point that I'll ask both of you on foreign aid. If it's about $40 billion, do you think we could just get better people over there and they won't do the bad projects? Or do you think maybe they need a smaller number in order to have an incentive to cut out the waste? We'll start with Mr. Ruger, Dr. Ruger.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. There's very little incentive for agencies to get lean when the money keeps coming through the door. In fact, even if you increase the aid, or the support rather, then why would they change? I think this is the case in almost every government agency out there, is that putting it on a diet means that it will actually work better. When the budgets are bloated, then you see some of these less prioritized or less important projects are not scrapped or subject to the same type of analysis in terms of their benefits relative to their costs that we would like to see. Okay. One thing I would like to say also is that given the potential for USAID and the State Department to pursue different and potentially contradictory goals, it's also good governance to actually try to find a different architecture that can make sure that the money that is spent is actually doing so for a common purpose and achieving a common end, as opposed to being potentially contradictory here. And that's one of the challenges that I think Secretary Rubio is trying to handle with this reform that he's already started down the path for.
Mr. Schellenberger?
Yeah, of course, I absolutely agree. You can't get efficiency if you have a big or growing budget. I think the other issue is that what is this money actually for? And I think the fact that they're putting in State Department is correct. If this is about our relations with foreign countries, encouraging the kind of governments we want, discouraging the kind of governments we don't want, you might call that regime change, that belongs in State Department. Even on things that seem innocent, like food aid, there's been a long literature of academic studies on really big driver of starvation and hunger in poor countries tends to be war. It tends to be used as a weapon of war. Countries that are so vulnerable that they depend on food imports and can't afford to replace them if the U.S. were to end those are countries that have a huge food sustainability problem. They have problems that go much deeper than just not being, not getting that month's shipment of food from us. I think if we want to subsidize American farmers, that's a question that needs to be discussed, and economists and others can debate that. But I think this idea that somehow it's good to just dump food on poor countries has been shown to really be quite devastating in many cases, undermining the local farmers who are actually required to make those countries self-sufficient. So I think if we're really concerned about helping poor countries to develop, then we have to have an eye towards self-sufficiency and self-reliance, and not just endless dependence on the United States.
Apparently, I'm the last person to vote, and they really want me to go vote. So I'm going to go vote, and nobody's here to object. I'm going to leave it open because there's one more senator coming, and she's going to gavel it closed when she gets here, Senator Ernst. And I'm going to let her ask questions for as long as she wants, and she gets to end it. But if you wouldn't mind sitting patiently, she wants to ask a few questions.
Great.
We're just over there. Just going to wait till Senator Ernst gets here.
All right.
Back. Also, oh yeah. Okay. This is for both of you. How important is it for the administration agencies to be completely transparent with U.S. taxpayer funds to ensure it's used to advance U.S. interest?
I'll say I think it's absolutely essential, at least in terms of actual development in AID. Obviously, there's covert operations. We have the CIA to carry those out. We have the State Department that obviously directs foreign policy. But I think if it's genuinely a charitable project or genuinely aimed at public health, that should be transparent. We saw what happened with these huge investments into the Wuhan Institute of Virology, sort of masked through Eco Health Alliance. Huge problems. Obviously, if we had known about that, there probably could have been better regulation and better governance of it. So it's one of the many unintended consequences of that kind of government secrecy.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about these programs being wasteful, and in many cases they are. I actually think that there's something potentially more pernicious, which is why I think shining the light on this and being transparent is so important, which is that I think in many cases these are purposely designed to try to promote progressive causes abroad, and that ideally that will have a boomerang effect here at home. In other words, this is part of a kind of a progressive global prioritization of different policy ideas. I mean, you see this. I mean, $5.5 million for LGBTQ advocacy in Jamaica and Uganda. You see mental health programs for LGBTQ plus youth advocacy in Venezuela, for example. Right? This is part of a progressive, political campaign. And I think the more and more that is brought to the fore and the people understand what's going on, then they can have a legitimate discussion about whether this best supports our national interests, as opposed to something I think that supports the interest of again, many people in America, but not the public good, if you will. And so again, shining that light on it, I think, will have that disinfectant that we've talked about throughout our country's history.
So how would you do it? How would you create more transparency?
I mean, one thing is a hearing like this. I mean, I think Congress, one of Congress's most important roles as an overseer of spending is to shine a light on things and to call people, on the carpet, if you will. I would bring these people here regularly and ask them, why are you spending $6 million for Egyptian, educational opportunities in the North Sinai? How does that tier up to our national interests? And if they have a good answer, great. You've done everyone's done their job. But if they can't explain it in an open forum and look at the American public and say, look, if you're from Des Moines, Iowa, we want you, hardworking American, to pay for this because of X, Y, and Z reasons, the American public should be able to say, yeah, that makes sense. But a lot of these things we've been seeing just don't. I don't understand why we're spending $20 million to tailor a program in Iraq through the Sesame Workshop. How does that support what Secretary Rubio talked about in terms of our strength, our security, or our prosperity? It just doesn't. It doesn't pass that test. And I think the Americans are fed up with that. And again, we heard about Ronald Reagan praising these programs, but I'm guessing that Ronald Reagan would not be proud of these programs today.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that the whole concept of foreign aid needs to be reconceptualized. So if it's part of soft power, then it should be done through the State Department. If it's part of genuine economic development, then it should be focused on the things that we know drive economic development, including cheap energy, infrastructure, manufacturing, the ways that all poor countries rise out of poverty and develop. That's clearly not what it's been about, because it wouldn't be funding these frivolous projects around the world if it were serious about genuine economic development. So for me, I think it's an amazing moment. I think the fact that it took such dramatic action shows just how burdened that agency was by all sorts of conflicting agendas. So I think it's a great time for the Congress to, recreate an aid function that is sort of separated from U.S. foreign policy, or at least from the soft power part of it.
So in your jobs, what's been your biggest? How have each of you figured out how to be heard? Because it's hard, right?
I mean, look, I think one of the things that we've realized is that the way that we've imagined what the news media was for a long time, it really wasn't what we thought it was, that there was a really intense level of control that was being exercised by the national security state. We saw in the Twitter files, and we saw with the CTIL files, which a whistleblower gave to us, that showed that you had a former Ministry of Defense contractor from Britain, you had a DOD contractor in the United States, on a kind of limited hangout describing how the U.S. government and British government had really exercised serious control over the news media since World War II. That all starts to break apart with the rise of social media. And social media at first was being used to foment regime change operations in the Middle East in terms of the Arab Spring, and then in the color revolutions in Eastern Europe. And then when Trump was elected in 2016, there was really a turning inward, a turning against the American people for a counter-populist effort by the intelligence agencies as well as by USAID. So you see them participating in effectively regime change operations in the United States. And so, and that included this revelation that much of the investigative journalism that USAID had been funding since around 2008, 2009, through groups like OCCRP and Internews, were really aimed at gaining control over the information environments around the world. And we wouldn't have known that without the Twitter files, which revealed the censorship industrial complex seeking to censor millions of Americans, flagging disfavored information, including accurate information, such as around COVID origins, around the COVID vaccines. So, I mean, for me, this is a golden age of journalism. You can actually, people can actually find sources of information outside of a tiny narrow band of sources that we had between World War II and really, the early 2000s, 2010, when social media rose. And that's what is going on here. It's really been a revolt of the public, and now we see a revolt of the elites demanding that we put the genie back in the bottle. I don't think long-term it's going to work out. It really took someone like Elon Musk to unleash the full potential of social media. And we saw in the last election, podcasting playing this massive role. So I think it's a revolutionary moment. It's, you get a huge change in national foreign, and apparently in American foreign policy, with a huge political transformation also occurring at the same time of this media transformation and revolution.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I mean, my institution, the American Institute for Economic Research, was involved with the creation of the Great Barrington Declaration. And you saw our institution and the authors of the Great Barrington Declaration, including, I think, the incoming head of the NIH, being subject to claims of disinformation and attempts to squelch our voice in trying to get the message out about different public policy approaches to how to handle the COVID pandemic. So it's not just happening abroad, it's happening here at home. And again, I applaud what we've seen with the opening of Twitter and X, making that much more of an open forum. And again, I think generally speaking, kind of light is the disinfectant here.
We see a lot of money being paid to researchers, quote, study disinformation. Can you paint a picture of how that research can translate to actions to take down constitutionally protected speech, especially here in the United States?
Sure, I'm happy to talk about that. And, I think you have to understand that social media was first used by, the U.S. government to foment regime change in the Middle East and Eastern Europe. After Trump was elected, those tools were all brought back here. And there was an effort to create this conspiracy theory that President Trump was somehow controlled by the Russians. And then with COVID, we saw the rise of basically Department of Homeland Security asking for separate groups, Graphica, University of Washington, the Stanford Internet Observatory, and the Atlantic Council to create really a cluster of organizations that would create little committees of experts to flag what they called, misinformation, but was often just disfavored information, often accurate information, first around the 2020 elections and then around COVID in 2021, where they were actually had a direct pipeline through this JIRA software system, ticketing system, where they were able to basically demand directly to Facebook and Twitter that they take down posts that they thought were contributing, again, not just to false information, but to the wrong narrative, including true stories of vaccine side effects that were contributing to vaccine hesitancy. So the good news is that after that was revealed in the Twitter files, and then Congressman Jim Jordan's committee on the House side subpoenaed and had witnesses. There was a whole elaborate process over the last 2 years. Stanford Internet Observatory shut down last year under the weight of evidence that it was engaged in censorship. I think we've now been able to push back against a significant amount of it, and President Trump has obviously signed an executive order supporting free speech. But I think it was a very dark moment over the last 12, really over the last 10 years, where we saw a whole set of groups that were involved in regime change operations abroad start to turn those weapons inward against us.
Senator Ernst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to our witnesses for being here today for this important hearing. All Americans should be able to take great pride in our generosity, and the government agencies coordinating aid efforts should be eager to share the details about how their use of taxpayer money makes the world a better place. Yet the hard truth is, as we have seen, USAID has been out of control for decades. There's no shortage of questionable USAID projects. For example, a $20 million grant to the Sesame Workshop nonprofit to create an Iraqi version of Sesame Street. More than $9 million intended for civilian food and medical supplies in Syria ended up in the hands of violent terrorists. And another one, $27 million, was designated to so-called reintegration gift bags, which may even include a Barbie doll for deported Central Americans. There was also $68,000 awarded for dance classes in none other than Wuhan, China. And after being stonewalled by USAID for years, I learned funds meant for economic relief in Ukraine were instead paying for Ukrainian models and designers to attend fashion weeks in New York City, London, and Paris. And Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter my oversight letters and USAID's responses into the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair. USAID is notorious for exploiting legal loopholes, as my COVID-19 origins investigations exposed. By law, all federal spending is required to be publicly available on usaspending.gov. We've known for a while that Dr. Fauci used NIH funding to finance bat coronavirus research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, but it took the watchdog White Coat Waste Project to expose evidence that USAID was funding it too. In fact, the bulk of the money came from USAID. Yet no grants to the Chinese lab appeared on usaspending.gov. It was hidden from the public through layers of unreported subgrants and subawards. Thankfully, my push to defund EcoHealth Alliance was successful, and the group is now barred from receiving U.S. government grants. But this is why my TRACS Act must become law to prevent money being sent to China, the Taliban, or any other foreign adversary. Every grant recipient must be disclosed to ensure accountability, and we shouldn't stop there. My bipartisan Stop Secret Spending Act, introduced with Ranking Member Peters, would add additional transparency to federal spending. So, Mr. Schellenberger, I'll start with you, please. Why is USAID so secretive about how it spends billions of taxpayer dollars? Is it to avoid the public outrage over the waste, or is there something more nefarious there?
Well, thank you, Senator. And first of all, thank you for your leadership in bringing transparency and accountability to aid and the funding there. Obviously, this example you just gave of the Wuhan Institute of Virology is incredible. I mean, the fact it appears that the U.S. government funded the creation of the virus that caused the global pandemic. Mm-hmm. We also know that President Barack Obama had banned that research, and that Anthony Fauci had created a workaround to get around that and move that research to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Had there been some transparency about it, I think some questions would have been raised. One of the claims, of course, that was made right after Senator Cotton raised the idea that maybe it did leak from a lab. Washington Post claimed it was a debunked conspiracy theory. Anybody who had just Googled virus lab leak would have discovered that there had been years and years, maybe decades, of news stories about viruses leaking from labs. It's a very common thing, and of course, it was one of the main reasons that we wanted to end that risky gain-of-function research, because we knew it was the high risk of something leaking from a lab. So I think I applaud your work. We need much more transparency with it. Mm-hmm. As I mentioned before, I do think that some part of that motivation may have been to hide regime change operations that were run by USAID in concert with the State Department. If you're going to be doing regime change operations, those belong in the State Department and with the CIA, mm-hmm. Not in a charitable organization, because if you genuinely want people to trust in vaccines or other public health measures, it's a terrible thing for them to believe that maybe it's part of some counterterrorism operation or some manipulation by the U.S. government that has some political motivation or some regime change motivation. If it's truly charitable support for things like, for good causes, then there has to be a firewall between that and what the CIA and the State Department are doing.
Yeah, transparency. It is so important. I'll continue with you, and then Mr. Ruger, you can add your thoughts as well. But absent a forensic audit by the Trump administration, do you think we would have ever known the full depth of USAID's spending or misspending in this case?
No, I mean, this is, obviously the administration is pursuing a model that Silicon Valley has used for a long time, which is that you do need to make changes to actually see what's going on. And so, I think it's an incredible moment of reform. I wish it were bipartisan. The last time of serious reform in the United States was, of course, in the mid-1970s. We had the Church Committee hearings exactly 50 years ago this year that were bipartisan, that revealed much of the abuses of power by the CIA, by the FBI. It led to a set of reforms, including greater whistleblower protections. I do hope that Democrats will join you, Senator, in pushing for those reforms, because it's obviously in the interest of all of us, all Americans. And, in most of the past, the FBI had been weaponized against leftists in the United States. It's only recent that we see the deep state mostly targeting right-wing populists. But that sort of, I mean, this sort of commitment, it's an all-American commitment to not letting the state be abused for political reasons. And I think next time, you never know, it could be weaponized against the left again. And so I hope that Democrats will join you in making this renewed push. And I applaud the Republicans for taking up the mantle of pushing for greater disclosure, greater transparency, greater accountability. And I just think some overall clarity about what does the United States want its interaction with the world to be? Is this still the same? Are we still in the period after World War II to today, or do we need to kind of rebalance our relationship? I mean, I think the public voted for a rebalancing towards a more America First agenda. I also don't think Americans want to completely withdraw from the world. But again, I do think that some basic hygiene is in order in terms of separating out what is genuinely charitable or development activities from what is regime change, censorship, disinformation, information control activities.
Right. I agree. Thank you. And Mr. Ruger, do you have thoughts there as well?
Sure. So I think what DOGE is doing really is a form of creative destruction, right? So it's breaking through the status quo and getting these issues at the front of the Americans' minds and the front of the minds of elites here in Washington. Too often, things are continued to kind of be on autopilot. And it's very hard, as you well know. I mean, there's so many issues that could be focused on. The federal government does so much that to actually focus our attention on these things, to put them under the microscope, is challenging, even when it's pretty obvious to some of the experts out there. But how do they get that voice up there? And I think what Elon Musk has been able to do, and again, through President Trump's leadership, is to make sure that this doesn't disappear, that there is sustained attention to it. And that is going to mean that some messiness will occur, right? You're going to have to put holds on things to make sure that we're not spending wastefully. And I think that is, on net, is going to be valuable as we try to reform a federal government, particularly in light of the fact that we're $36 trillion in debt. We are spending my children's money and your children and grandchildren's money. We're spending their money now, and we better make sure that if we're going to do that, because sometimes it is necessary to take out debt, for example, for war purposes of fighting wars, that we're doing that for good reason. And I think that means that we really need to be really kind of, I think, rinsing out the kind of towel of government spending and make sure that only what survives is necessary.
Oh, thank you. And there are so many analogies that we could use. We're breaking up the boulder of federal government, and there are some gems that we will be able to pull out of there, but the rest is rubble, and it needs to go away. And I know from the chairman, Chairman Paul, Senator Johnson, Senator Lankford, and I have all engaged in these efforts, each of us, for over a decade now, in attempting to identify the waste, the fraud within our federal government, trying to get those reforms over the finish line. And it wasn't until we had the Trump presidency and the appointment of those in the Department of Government Efficiency with Elon Musk that we actually have the platform now to get it done. So I'm really grateful that we have that opportunity to do that now. And I know I'm way over, but we'll go ahead and close out. But I'll give you some closing thoughts as well. And I just want to be clear, as we're talking about this, that there are many other groups that are supported by USAID that are doing great work. As I said, there are some gems amongst the rubble. There are programs that help us care for orphans. There are programs that help us care for people with HIV. Those are important programs. But imagine how much more good work could be done if we use those dollars that instead ended up enriching terrorists and mad scientists in adversarial countries. So after keeping its spending records hidden from Congress and taxpayers, USAID employees are now protesting the review of the agency's records by President Trump's Department of Government Efficiency. It is pretty outrageous. It's no surprise that Washington insiders are more upset at DOGE for trying to stop wasteful spending than at USAID for misusing their constituents' tax dollars. The question that we really should be asking at this point isn't why USAID's grants are being scrutinized, but why it took so long. So I want to thank both of you very much for being here today and sharing your thoughts. I think it was a very important committee meeting here in the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee. So with that, I do want to thank our witnesses for joining us here today to share their testimony and their expertise with the committee. The record for this hearing will remain open for 7 days until 6 p.m. on Friday, February 20th, 2025, for the submission of statements and questions for the record. The hearing is now adjourned.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. It is currently 2:47 a.m., and today's date is the 28th of February 2025. Shout out to the moderator in the chat, Dana, the beautiful Dana. Thank you for tuning in, Dana. Okay, we have been streaming for 11 hours, 7 minutes. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. 11 hours, 7 minutes. Okay, so your boy gotta go, but I promise you, okay, I promise you, I will be back here before you blink. Okay, before you blink, I'll be back here. All right. I love you guys. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. And believe in God. All right. Dana says, oh gosh. I just tuned in. Yes, I know, Dana. Turn on your notification bell. Subscribe to the channel. Join the membership. It is $4.99. Support the channel. Thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. Thank you to the veterans. Thank you to the active military members. Thank you. You secure and protect the homeland. God bless you. All right. Have a wonderful night. I will be back here before you blink.